From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Tatum, kick out. Holiday touches into the corner. Jaylen Brown going to try that three. He hits it, and he gets fouled by Hardaway. Jaylen Brown has answered Luka at every turn tonight.
Yes, he did. Good morning, Metroplex. That's the Call on Celtics Radio. This is the live Tolo Tuesday edition of Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Thank you for waking up with us for another day of rain. Sean Sharif, Ralph James. We got Peyton and Rai in the back. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And the Dallas Mavericks faced a pretty tall task at the AAC. Boston pretty much controlling throughout without Kristaps Porzingis, who missed this one. It was a Jaylen Brown takeover, and the Mavs, they definitely know where they stand amongst the elite teams.
Yeah, that was not a 9-point game. That was more like a 17-point game. They had a nice little, I wouldn't say a run, but they got it to the point where it was
down to 7.
And I think it was really to a situation where Boston was like, okay, the Mavs were one either lucky missed couple of free throws away or a stop away, in the last couple of minutes for really kind of putting a scare into them. But for the most part, this was a 13-point game the whole way. And the Mavs probably should have lost this one by 16 or 17. And the only thing they came away with this one is that they know they're A, not as good, and B, it probably should have been a bigger discrepancy in the scoreboard.
Jaylen Brown taking it to Luka Doncic like you rarely see. Had the behind the back that put Luka on the floor. Jaylen was told after the game, they replayed that on the Mavs video board. He goes, for real? He goes, someone should be fired off of that. Had an and-1 4-point play. He was just flying around. He's a dog. We know that Tatum is a dog as well, and Jaylen ends up with 34. Man, it didn't even seem like Tatum had 39 to me. I would have sworn that Jaylen Brown was the leading scorer. I could be way off in that, but 39 and 11 for Jason Tatum. Al Horford is still out there stepping into threes. Now you have Drew Holiday, who had 17, 7, and 6, a very Holiday-like line from him. Kyrie with 23, Luka with 33. Josh Green hit some threes early on, ended up with 14, and Grant Williams against his former team playing 18 minutes. 2 points, -3 with him on the floor.
It's weird. It's like
it's in his head now.
Well, yeah, I was going to Brown and Tatum. It's when guys don't hit the three ball. It's weird. Like you sometimes you can't tell who had more points that night because it's like there's so many shots that have to be made. You're doubling up your shots almost that you're going to have to make. But yeah, Grant's in his head. But again, it's not Grant's problem. It's our problem. We should never have thought that he was the third best player on this team.
No one's dying.
He's the 8th. That's the reality.
73 points. I mean, he shouldn't be the 8th, but I get what you're saying about the 3. 73 points between Tatum and Brown. They only hit 4 threes.
Yeah, it's just
4 threes.
You don't see that anymore. You don't see that in today's game. It's very odd to see a guy or two guys, I should say, put up those kind of points and not have the three ball work at all.
Jason Kidd after the game in facing a real true test in the mass holes.
Yeah, I think the way they're built, they can switch. That starting 5, they can switch. After that, it gets a little dicey. But I thought, again, we had some great looks. We missed some bunnies tonight that we normally have made here in the past. We got good looks at threes. I think we just were a little bit frustrated with the officiating, and we lost our focus, and we got to be better.
Man, there was one point in this game I almost tweeted it, but the Mavs cut it back down to 7. I can't take Luka sometimes. Every other possession at the very least is just whining and bitching about officiating. It never ever ends.
Never ends.
I always wonder how these guys are.
Hey, that's what happens when you get Euros out there, man. They complain about calls.
Here we go. Meanwhile, on the same day, the anniversary, are you kidding me, of Kobe Bryant dropping 81 on the Raptors, the rest of the NBA went nuts.
Embiid and David Robinson with games like that. Embiid with the ball after a steal. Joel drives it down the lane. Left-hand layup. It's up and good. 70 points for Embiid. 133 to 118.
Sixers radio with the call. He becomes the 9th player in NBA history to score 70 in a game. He broke Wilt's filthy record of 68. 70 and 18 for Joel Embiid.
Man, that's pretty cool. Wait, what do you mean he broke? Didn't Wilt score the 100 with Philly?
He became the 9th player to score 70 points and broke Chamberlain's 76ers franchise record of 68 points in the process. I guess not.
All right, I'm going to look at this one. I thought for sure Will had a Philly jersey on. Yeah. He's got a Philly jersey on wearing the 100 thing.
What? Embiid said it was great to be put in the same conversation as Wilt. Became the 9th player in NBA history to score 70 in a game and broke Chamberlain's 76ers franchise record of 68 points in the process. I'm confused. I really am confused.
Okay, I think the Philadelphia 76ers.
Were they the Warriors or something?
The Philadelphia Warriors.
There it is. There it is. We already figured it out.
Yep, there you go.
He had 24 in the first quarter, 34 in the first half. And this guy, just stay healthy. Just stay healthy. And the one-time MVP, a treat to watch. He wasn't the only one going off. How about Karl Anthony Towns dropping 62? He had 43 in the first half on 8 of 8 from 3.
Dude.
But Minnesota loses the lead and ends up dropping this one to Charlotte. Their head coach called them out afterwards. But Embiid 70 and 18, and Cat was 62.
Dude, how about that? You get two guys to have, you combine for 132 points in that game. And it's just tremendous. Like those are tremendous nights. And that's one of those nights you got to feel it. And everything has to drop for you, and they got to feed you. Because you're not getting, in today's, you're just not going to score that many points if they're not feeding you on purpose because of heat checks. And both guys had heat checks all night. That's really cool to see.
Trackwork.com text line is open, 877-881-1053. Pay. Did you take in some hoops last night? Any thoughts on your Monday evening?
The Mavs Celtics, I had on, played some video games with the homies, just a classic Monday night. But I had the Mavs game on, and I was waiting for the run. I saw them. I was looking at the corner, saw the Mavs going on a little run, had to focus on them, but then they never got to the Celtics. But yeah, just a little Mavs Celtics night for me.
Looks like the Tennessee Titans have their next head coach. I never heard of this guy up until yesterday, and a member of your World Series champs. Someone I disagree with Mike Bassick about all the time is I have the Rangers championship sweatshirt on today. Aroldis Chapman has a new team. Are you a little bit relieved, like me and some of the Tolos, that Aroldis is not going to be scaring you in this upcoming season? Aroldis has a new squad. The Titans have a new coach. Adrian Beltre is going into the hall today, and Bobby Belt will be joining us around the corner. It's a loaded Tolo Tuesday with Sean and RJ. Glad you are waking up with us. Shout out Tolo J, always pumping in the weight room early on with that first morning tweet. Tolo Tuesday, just getting started.
Coming up in the next...
Aroldis Chapman has a new team. The big lefty signs with the Pittsburgh Pirates on a 1-year, $10.5 million contract. In case you are new to the show and new to the station, we are your home of the World Series champion Texas Rangers, along with the Cowboys. I'm Sean Schrafe alongside RJ Choppy. Aroldis at the age of 35 is going to the National League.
I ought to tell you everything you need to know about where he is, in that the last two teams he signed with to start the year were Kansas City and Pittsburgh, both going nowhere. And he had a good start to his season. And then he comes here, and when he's not pitching on back-to-back days, he was fine. And when he is, or was, he was a nightmare. He was a nightmare. And now we'll see him in Pittsburgh, and someone will pick him up. That's the only reason why Pittsburgh would take him. They don't need bullpen help. They need help everywhere else. So they're going to take him, and they're going to trade him in June or July.
So you're not saying to yourself, oh, man, Rangers should have done this, 10.5.
No. You could get him in the middle of the year for half the cost. And you only pay him $5 million for the games that matter. So I would. No, I'm not worried about this.
Bassick has caused me to second guess myself on Chapman, and the question I'm asking myself is, am I just watching the Rangers too much compared to everyone else? When Mike came in here during the playoff roller coasters and he goes, yeah, but he's getting out of the inning. Ultimately, he's doing his job of getting out of the inning. And I was like, okay, are other relievers having these ups and downs? Then is it terrifying and petrifying when they're going in for their appearances? Is Mike right about this? And ultimately, I decided, no, I'm going to trust my own gut. And the fear and the inconsistency, you can still have a 1-2-3 clean inning. That is still possible. And the fear and the inconsistency that he gave me every time going in, and the entire Metroplex, we were all on the same page watching all these games on social media. I saw the reactions and the messages. I have no remorse or regret of the Rangers not giving him the same contract.
Yeah, I mean, look, his walks and hits to innings pitches whip was a 1-2. It's not terrible. I mean, you would like your relievers to be around the 1 mark. A 1-2 is not awful. Most relievers, yeah, they're all. Or Chapman's problem was he walks a lot of guys. He gets a little wild, but most relievers are not like 1, 2, 3 inning guys. You know, the reason for that is they're not as good as starters. Like they're in the bullpen for a reason. Some guys are nasty, all right, and you've got those guys out there, and the Astros, have those guys out there. But I would have to go look at Abreu last year at the end of the season. He went like 28 or something like that, scoreless appearances in a row. All right, how many of those did he load the bases in? I'd have to go look because we don't watch the Astro games every night. But yeah, like he's probably a little bit worse than the rest in terms of giving you that need for Zantac.
He had a 4.46 in New York in 2022, 4.46 ERA. Then he started off in Kansas City last year with a 2.45. Then he came here and it was a 3.72. So the ERA went up after his initial start with the Royals.
Yeah, and then 3.72 as a reliever is not that bad because considering your 1 inning will kill you. If you give up a 4 spot in 1 inning, I mean, you're toast. It takes you a month to get rid of that thing. So it's not the worst thing, but that's, look, a 3.45, look at it the same way as a starter.
In the same amount of innings, basically, it was the same amount of innings that he had in Kansas City.
Almost exactly.
He had 3 less strikeouts here. He actually had 4 less walks. He gave up 5 more hits, 4 more runs, and 4 more earned runs. So the numbers went up slightly in the wrong direction when he came on over here.
With more base runners in Kansas City. Or actually the same amount. So he had the same amount of base runners and more runs. So, yeah, he let a little bit more in. That could be anything from bad luck to just regression of the mean.
Who is Brian Callahan? Who is this guy?
The auto parts guy.
Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking. Peyton, do you know the reference?
Not the reference. I know who the actual Brian Callahan guy is.
Okay, but you don't know the movie that RJ is talking about.
I don't think so.
Callahan Auto Parts.
Farley?
We make parts for the American working man.
Do you know who Chris Farley is?
No idea.
All right. Okay, so your assignment today.
We got it. We got a pay moment. We got a PM.
Your assignment today, Roy, is to watch Tommy Boy.
Well, I know Tommy Boy. Okay.
You've seen Tommy Boy?
I've heard of it. No, haven't seen it. Heard of it.
That's what you're doing today because you don't do prep work anyway. So you're going to watch Tommy Boy today.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know what your plans are. No nap, whatever.
Tuesday, Taco Tuesday. Yeah.
Tommy Boy.
Okay, Tommy Boy.
Do you usually execute Taco Tuesday?
Once a month I try to, but I'm not every Tuesday.
Okay. Brian Callahan sounds like he's the next head coach of the Tennessee Titans and offensive coordinator coming on over from Zach Taylor, Joe Burrow, and the Cincinnati Bengals.
Woo! Man, I'll tell you, Amy Adams, it is a good thing. Is it Amy Adams? Amy Adams is the owner there.
Oh.
It is a good thing that you rushed to fire Mike Vrabel because you did not want to miss out on Brian Callahan. Woo, man, you rushed. You said we have to do this today.
Don't want to miss out on an amazing hire.
Don't want to miss out. You know, we could have gotten a first-round pick, second-round pick, third, whatever. We don't want to miss out on the next big thing. Brian Callahan, a guy whose offense it's not even his offense.
Yeah.
It's Zach Taylor's and Joe Burrow's. No, bad move, Amy Adams.
So we'll ask Bobby who the heck Brian Callahan is if he's ever heard of him. You just gave me some numbers in the commercial break that blew me away when it came to the Lions-Tampa game.
Well, the Lions-Tampa game put up the best TV ratings in the divisional round in 30 years.
What?
It averaged 40 million viewers on NBC and Peacock. It peaked with over 49 million viewers. The Super Bowl gets like 110. It's a half of a Super Bowl.
This tells me that the entire city and the entire state of Detroit, Michigan had to have been watching.
Oh, I assume it was.
This can't be coming in from Tampa.
No.
And national interest for this game, okay, unless you truly love the Lions. The Cowboys have played in the divisional round. I know they haven't played in a conference championship game in almost that long, but they have played in the divisional round. How can this beat that?
Because people actually like the Lions. They don't like the Cowboys. Half the people hate the Cowboys. People like the Lions. Even if everybody in Michigan had this game on, that's only 10 million people. All right, which still means there was 30 million elsewhere that had this game on from start to finish, and 50 million almost at the peak, which was the final Mayfield drive. The last time a divisional game,
I can't believe it,
got as good of a rating was 1994. Chiefs and Oilers. That was the last time you had a divisional rated game this high. A couple things you need. You need a good game, and you need a team that everybody seems to like. And everybody is rooting. They are America's team right now. They are the team that everybody wants to watch. And I bet you this Niner game, if it's competitive, does a monster number.
Who called them America's team?
The New York Post. Back page of the New York Post yesterday said America's team right here, right for the Detroit Lions, okay? Shots fired because it said the real America's team on their back page. They saved the back page for generally local teams.
Yeah.
Knicks, Yankees.
Well, I'm gonna alter that a little bit. They're America's sweetheart.
That's fine.
They're not America's team. Let's see you be popular for like 3 years in a row or 5 years in a row.
No.
And see if we don't get sick of you. But they're definitely America's sweetheart.
For sure.
No doubt about that.
For sure. Right now, they're the biggest needle mover in the sport. Right now they are. And will that continue if they're great for 5 years? Probably not. I mean, the Chiefs are in that category right now.
I'm trying to think of another team in another sport who has made this run and like generated these types of ratings. Like when the Royals did it, when the Pirates did it. I know I keep going back to baseball. Like, how have people just been waiting to come out of the ground to root for the Detroit Lions?
Because even the Royals had success. You know, they won in the 80s. The Lions have won since the 50s. I mean, they won pre-Vietnam, man. They won pre-Korea, it seems like. Or the middle of the Korean War. It's been 1957. And I think Dan Campbell plays a big role in this.
Yep.
You know, the bite your kneecaps off. He's just like, I think he's everybody's coach.
Man, his halftime interviews, I live for them.
Oh, yeah.
Every other coach, you can flush it. It's probably being made up by Carissa Thompson anyway. But I am I'm dying to hear Dan Campbell. It feels like he tells the reporter exactly what he tells the team. It's awesome. It's detailed. It's passionate. And
it's got fun, man. We got to win. You got to play. You got to go have fun. That's what you got to do. You got to go out there. You got to win.
Are you trying an accent?
No, I'm not trying to.
Okay. It sounded like you were trying to do something there.
No, I'm just trying to figure out what he was saying. Like, there's some of the sayings he would throw out there. But he's big on the just go play your game, go have fun.
All right, where are we with Dan Quinn and his possible replacement? We know that he's not going to become the next head coach of the Tennessee Titans, and RJ wants to know if a Cowboys implosion is right around the corner. That's next with our Cowboys insider Roberto Belt. It's Sean and RJ with a Tolo Tuesday edition right here on The Fan.
and studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Man, these head coaching hires are taking way too long for me. Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. Sean, RJ, and Bobby Belt is our Cowboys insider joining us now. We got Peyton and Ryan. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube on DFW Sports Station. Let's get you an update throughout the league. Dan Quinn to have in-person interviews with the Titans, Seahawks, and Commanders this week. Tom Pelissero saying the Titans plan to bring in Dan Quinn for a second interview for their head coaching job. That was yesterday. That is no more. Cross the Titans off the list because they're hiring someone named Brian Callahan. But so now you have Seattle and the Commanders that are still left.
Bill Callahan's son, former Cowboys coaching great, Brian Callahan.
My first fight with Brian Broaddus, Bill Callahan.
What was the fight
Why
over?
did you fight
again?
over that?
I can't remember that.
I think I was hearing something about him being the OC or something like that, and I tweeted something, and he called me, and he said, "What's the scoop? What's the deal?" And this is like very early on, and I was like, okay, this guy's like a Cowboys source, DallasCowboys.com. I want the story. I want to break the story. So I was like, nah. You know, kind of like how Broaddus treated me while trying to get him the Boomer Jacks. I kind of brushed him off and ignored and avoided him. Oh, and he snapped. You know, I didn't realize that Brian was the vault back then. He just wants to know.
Yeah.
He just wanted and needed to know the information, but he wasn't going to report it. And he's not interested in breaking any news whatsoever. But I didn't realize that. So,
Wow.
there you go.
I'm sorry I missed that. That would have been a lot of fun. This name, honestly, this kind of came out of nowhere to me. I mean, it sounded like he was.
And yesterday was our 12th fight, over Boomer Jacks.
Oh yeah.
We went from 1 to 12 real quick.
Yeah, that's good. Did he try calling you after your shots?
Hopefully he got the message.
So, honestly, Callahan kind of.
I had to shine my wedding ring up. I was too busy.
You don't have one of these, do you, Brian?
Damn, Chop! Damn, Chop!
All right, it's gonna be that kind of Tuesday.
I should have wrote that back when he said, I'm taking my Super Bowl ring for work. And I'm like, yeah, all I have is my wedding ring. Dang, Choppy.
Hey, he flexed with the Super Bowl ring.
Yeah, that was good. Wow.
So, Brian Callahan. I'm surprised because honestly, the Titans had thrown out like they were gonna have second interviews to like 4 other people. All of a sudden, they get Callahan in the building for interview number 2, and it's like it clicks, and it's like, nope, this is our guy. This is who we're bringing on. Which I didn't. They're all talking about yesterday. Titans got their guy. This is who they were targeting. But I didn't feel like there was like this groundswell of chatter like nationally, like, oh, this is a Brian Callahan job. It sounded like there was going to be several guys that they were kicking
Panthers
around.
OC Thomas Brown was on the list along with Dan Quinn. They were all getting set for their second. Everyone is doing 2 rounds of interviews, by the way, this year. It's set like.
It's so weird because the Cowboys only hired one coach after 1 interview. It's weird.
They had 2. Marvin Lewis was the interview, right?
No,
Stop, Wink. You got something in your eye.
Yeah, sorry, something got in my eye. No, I just it's funny that like your first coaching search in 15 years that you chose to do it completely different from everybody else.
All right, I want to possibly. I still haven't gotten to my Cowboys overreaction segments from the end of the season, but I want to possibly. I'm gonna throw out a pass for Dan Quinn before we run him out of town. Before we go nuts over his possible return, if he doesn't get a head coaching job. This was Greg Cosell talking about Dan Quinn's game plan that we all hated and destroyed against Green Bay.
Dallas, for instance, when they played Green Bay, Dallas had been the number 1 team in the NFL percentage-wise in playing cover 1. That's man coverage with a single high safety. Well, Dan Quinn and staff clearly felt that they could not do that against the Packers. And quite frankly, I understood that because Gilmore has not been the same man coverage corner through the second half of this season, and Deron Bland is not a good man coverage corner. So they clearly felt that they couldn't match up man-to-man against those young Packers receivers, and they dropped their man percentage significantly in that game, and obviously we know what happened. It didn't work.
Okay, so change your way of thinking whatsoever with the defensive game plan of backing off, playing zone for those wide open passes that Jordan Love was completing right in the middle of the field. And then you take things to, again, the roster, which Michael Lombardi hit on last week. talking about being weak against the run, not being tough, not being physical enough? Was that Dan Quinn telling Will McClay and Steven, we want to go small and fast here? Or do you give him an injury excuse with Overshown and other things that we've covered with the linebackers?
I don't know. I don't love the excuse there from Cosell, though. The idea that, well, yeah, of course, you couldn't match up against these guys. Gilmore hadn't been the same player in the second half. Gilmore actually played better, I thought, in the second half for the most part. Remember, he completely locked down A.J. Brown in man coverage like 4 weeks earlier from this game. So I don't buy that at all. And to say Deron Bland is not a good man cover corner, I think that he's better in zone where he can kind of read things. But he's been pretty good in man coverage when he's been asked. This defense played like the third most zone or the third most man coverage in the NFL during the regular season, and it's not like Bland was getting torched all year, so that's not true.
Plus, leading up to the game, you're hard pressed to quickly name 2 Packer receivers. We weren't talking about previewing the Seahawks here with a big 3.
Right.
We weren't talking about previewing, more known names.
They're no names. They are no names right now. Now, in a couple of years, they'll be household names maybe. The way they played in this postseason. Dobbs will be a guy that we think of very, very highly.
Not going to go up against Dan Quinn every week.
Right. But, yeah, I mean, so it may be a situation where, hey, look, we look back at this game and like, okay, I can see how that happened. But in the moment, we weren't thinking that. In the moment, it was like, what is going on here?
Jane got some DQ stats. The Cowboys allowed 29 points a game versus winning teams. 29. Only 12 versus teams with losing records in 2022. Virtually even 20 points allowed winning, 20 points allowed otherwise, or versus teams 500 or worse when she went and pulled even more numbers. So that disparity, what?
Did she tweet those or text them to you?
She tweeted it.
Oh, okay.
I don't know why she's texting so much information. Maybe she's heard what I've been saying about her on the radio, but knowing Jane, she would have, responded with a lot more hate.
Oh, she would have gone more aggressive than you just did at Brian Broaddus.
Yeah, she would have gone really aggressive, but she's just kicking Bobby and I nonstop information and text messages. I don't know. No, don't do that. Do not do that. Well, you could do it. My wife's not awake yet. So that was Jane on the winning team thing again, affecting the defense.
And that, look, if you were to write a pros and cons list of Dan's,
for the record, I'm gonna be fine and maybe even happy if he returns. I'm putting that on the record.
Look, if you were to do a pros and cons list of
he didn't all of a sudden morph into an idiot.
No, he didn't. He didn't. But he just showed us that defensive coordinators are at the mercy of the teams they're playing, the quarterbacks they're playing. When you have a discrepancy of 29 points per game against winning teams, who are generally teams that have good quarterbacks, and 12 against not, I mean, that tells me a lot. And his teams can't win from behind. The moment they're behind, it's like a snowball effect on that defense. They don't stop the run. They don't beat good teams. And their kryptonite is the very system that is employed by your number one nemesis. Right?
Yeah.
That is his kryptonite.
Shanahan tree.
Now, the pros is that his defenses force a ton of turnovers. They get pressure, and they beat who they're supposed to beat. And I do think a mark of a good team is that you don't lose to teams you shouldn't lose to. Yeah, they lost to Arizona. I mean, everyone's going to have that one game. You can't stop that one game from happening.
Here's one of the things I look at and I agree with you, Sean. Like, I would be, my on the record opinion is just go ahead and bring Dan Quinn back, especially if you've got, Mike McCarthy and lame duck year and you don't want to go try and find somebody to latch on for a year. I think that the biggest benefit that Dan Quinn has given you is you got, not this year, but you got really good play out of J-Ron Kearse for the first time in J-Ron Kearse's career. You got Marquise Bell, who's a safety, to play linebacker for you and play it pretty well for most of the season. You get these guys that he's done something that people begged for defensive and offensive coaches in Dallas to do for years, which is like, hey, don't worry about scheme. Like, this guy's not a scheme fit for me. Like, if they're a talented player, find a way to make them work. Just figure it out. And we've always been driven nuts when it's like, can't go get Tyrann Mathieu. He's not a scheme fit. Can't go get this receiver. He's not a scheme fit.
TJ.
Dan Quinn will say, give me football players and I'll figure it out. I'll put them somewhere and I'll make it work. And he does, and he gets the most out of guys generally. I think that I can live with all the other issues, knowing that they take away the ball, they generate pressure, and Quinn is going to put guys in the best position to give their very best on the field.
Meanwhile, Ron Rivera is interviewing. Bobby threw this out as an idea for the Cowboys. Ron Rivera is interviewing for the Eagles defensive coordinator position. Last time he was at DC, 2010 Chargers led the league in total defense. So filthy firing Sean Desai, I guess retaining Nick Sirianni, talking to the former head coach of the Commanders.
All right. Now, what do we think about this one? Because he does know the division. And his Washington teams did seem...
it didn't help him.
It didn't help.
He knows he gets his ass kicked in the division.
His Washington teams did seem to give the Cowboys trouble, at least there.
Yeah. They were... Look, I think I will say that I don't think Ron Rivera's teams ever quit. They were bad. But I mean, they fought pretty hard, and so if you slept on them, they could make things difficult. I
mean, I'm not scared of this. It doesn't scare. I do think it's a good hire. I mean, I think he's generally a good coach. You know,
he was one of the better defensive coordinators when he did it in the past.
Yeah,
but that was also when the 46 defense was a thing.
Mm-hmm. I'm not worried about it at all.
No.
Meanwhile, the Jalen Hurts stories continue to leak out. Losing grasp of the offense, losing grasp of the locker room. All these things continue to trickle.
Yeah, and there was you had the whole thing that did Jalen Hurts and Brian Johnson's relationship sour? Was that why the offense went sideways? You had the report coming out from Jeff McClain at the Philadelphia Inquirer saying, hey, that ESPN story a couple weeks ago about Jalen Hurts, and man, he's really frustrated with the offense, and this is happening. There's a lot of people in the Eagles building who feel like, here's another example of Jalen Hurts just kind of managing to escape culpability in all of this. And it's like, ooh, this sounds like there's some growing discontentment that maybe Jalen Hurts isn't the leader that everybody was trying to say he was.
Then there was one yesterday talking about what I've been hammering him for, his disposition, his stoicness on the sidelines.
Yeah, it's from Bleeding Green. Sources close to and around the team say...
as soon as I saw this, and I didn't put it in my own prep, because I'm like, okay, is this like a random message board? Like, it's not from...
Same as Blogging the Boys.
Careful,
kind of thing.
Careful. Scott on Twitter may let us hear about it if we're repeating things that are random message boards.
Oh, that idiot.
Yeah, this is like...
Get a life.
These are like... the fan sites, these blogs like Field Goals, which is the Seahawks one.
Yep.
They're better than the local newspaper, or as good as the local newspaper. Like, they're just as good. They may have different...
Their research is just as good. They're obviously disconnected from being in the facility.
Yes, unless they have
in most
access.
cases.
But
yes.
that and their level of sourced, they have two sources they have to have. But I mean,
what do they say?
So they say that close to around the team say Hurts should have been a better leader. Was detached, stoic, isolated, unapproachable. They say he's a good dude who sometimes doesn't realize when he's acting like a prima donna, an expletive, a jerk. Multiple sources close to and inside the Eagles confirm this. This is multiple different reports coming out about Jalen Hurts' leadership.
I think we don't know yet how the Cowboys' assistant coaching staff is going to go and who's going to get retained, who's out of contract, whatever else. I will say, if there is an opening on the Cowboys' offensive staff, Brian Johnson, that coordinator that the Eagles are letting go, that is one that needs to bear watching over here. Because Dak Prescott is very, 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 very close to him.
The Eagles OC?
That was his quarterback coach at Mississippi State.
I don't care.
No, I'm telling you, though, he was very close to him, and they felt like he did a lot to get him ready to go from 2014 being kind of a fluky college quarterback to when he came back for his senior season in 15, that it was him and Dan Mullen who helped really get him ready to be like somebody that NFL teams took notice of.
Oh my gosh. That doesn't sound too fun or inspiring after Philly's offense caved
quarterback
after
coach or just
wait, he would just be a QB coach?
Yeah, I'm not saying offensive coordinator. I'm saying bringing him in as if you have a certain staff opening, he might get like an offensive assistant role or something.
Okay.
That's all.
I can okay, fine. So you're saying quarterback coaches don't matter. All right.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station, home of the Cowboys and the World Series champs. We will celebrate the greatness of Adrian Beltre this morning as well, but there's a report that everyone in Atlanta does not want Bill Belichick Today's Scott Norwood had to deactivate all the socials, and Kyle Shanahan wanted Tom Brady even after Brock Purdy blew up around the rest of the NFL. Next on The Fan. But let me go ahead and take you around your home. Where are the security cameras? Do you have to go ahead and monitor the liquor cabinet? You have to make sure the kids...
Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss. That's soda.
Are you blown?
Blown.
Really?
Robbie Belt is a lefty. Never would have guessed that.
Only when I write. That's it.
He throws with his right hand. He threw the football, right? The football throw.
That's what you call it.
I beat you.
It was 50-50.
The football push was with his right hand, and he writes with his left hand.
So my mom said that this was her fault. Rest in peace. She said that she was left-handed, and the first two kids, when she was teaching them to write, she put the pen in their hand. Wow. And she said that I guess they tell you to not put the pen in their hand, let the kid like naturally just pick up which hand they write with.
And you said he didn't seem like a lefty. What does that mean?
Well, he fist pumps with his right hand.
Okay.
He throws with his right hand.
The mouse.
The mouse is in his right hand.
Mm-hmm.
So I just didn't think that he didn't seem like a lefty.
Did you ever do anything athletic left-handed?
I didn't do anything athletic, period,
Yeah,
Sean. But
no,
left-handed, no. Honestly, the only thing I do with my left hand is right. Nothing else.
Nothing?
No, nothing. I mean, if you count two hands, I mean.
Yeah, I don't even think I've ever seen him right. So I wouldn't have seen the left. No. Well, speaking of that, Bill Simmons, I didn't realize he had Atlanta connections. He's a Boston guy, so maybe he has Belichick connections. But Bill Simmons reported that basically the rest of the Falcons organization does not want Arthur Blank to hire Belichick because he's going to come in. It was the Will McClay worry, right? And reset, get rid of everyone. I've seen Josh McDaniels. That almost made me say, okay, I was fine with them not getting Belichick because there's a report that he would bring in Josh McDaniels as his offensive coordinator. But apparently the rest of the Falcons building and staff, they don't want Bill because of job preservation themselves.
Yeah, and this is where the owner's got to be like, sorry, guys. So I'm going to do it. And it's also incumbent on the owner to put parameters on Bill. Like if the owner wants to keep his job, his personnel staff around, then he's going to have to assure them that Bill is not going to have, hold the full autonomy stick and be able to wield that whenever he wants to. He's going to be the coach, and there's going to be a clear line between coach and front office.
Meanwhile, a shocking surprise phone call as Belichick called in to the Kirk Menahe show.
This is so good.
To talk about the Atlanta possibility.
Hey, Kirk, it's Coach Belichick. Hello?
Coach, how are you? Nice to talk to you again, sir. It's been a few days since we last talked. Yes.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to call. I know there's been some discussion about interviewing with Atlanta.
Sure,
whether politically driven.
Yeah, we've been hearing that.
Really, what it comes down to, though, Kirk, really is strip clubs.
Oh, wow, Atlanta.
Yeah.
What was the famous one? The Gold Club? Is that what it was?
Well, you're talking about Magic City. I mean, you're talking about the Pink Pony. I mean, Onyx. I mean, Kirk, there's
Coach.
There's over there's 30 strip clubs in Atlanta.
I know. I didn't know that, Coach. Yeah.
Now, typically, the clientele is a little bit darker shade than I'm used to.
Oh, well, that's okay. Yeah, sure, that's fine.
But as Tupac said, the darker the berry, the sweeter the juice.
So, I thought that was a great impression.
That's pretty good.
That's
pretty darn good.
For a second there, I had to go like, are we doing a bit here? And I thought you had honestly mispronounced Kurt Menahe's name.
No.
When you I was like, did he just get that wrong?
Yeah, I texted Peyton this morning. I don't know why. I know I can't text. RJ will say everything is fine to play. Bobby has no radar, and Peyton, I'm basically the same. And I was like, you think this is okay? You think this is okay to play? So I have no one to go to.
Well, listen. You don't want to be on the same side as Peyton. Peyton has no idea.
I know.
He has no idea.
And I can't ask him.
You can ask me. I have a good sense. I just blow by
it.
I adhere to the 7 words that you can't say. Anything else is
What were they?
Can't say.
Carlin?
I can't say them.
I basically have no help. Buffalo accountability. Who does this sound like? I think this is Jerry Sullivan. I think this is the woman hater. I think. I guess I should have confirmed that before saying it. Isn't Jerry Sullivan the one?
Let me look it up.
Look it up. Isn't he the Buffalo Bills story? I'm asking you. You play the drop.
Yeah.
Is that him?
Yeah, it is.
And what was the recap of it? So I know you're not giving me a fake answer here.
No, it was whenever they were talking about, wasn't a reporter, I believe, a reporter that was saying something that was, I think that's what it was.
This is from SI. It's a paywall here.
You're a liar.
I know it is.
He has no idea.
I know it is.
He has no idea. Yes, he was suspended, fired.
The worst fans really are women. They don't get critical journalism. They all want to be cheerleaders, what he said.
I got it right then.
Be better than this.
So here's what
Good job, Peyton.
Here's what he had to say. Buffalo beat reporter Stephon Diggs didn't answer questions after the loss. Von Miller gone before the media arrived. This is what passes for leadership. I'm reminded of Norwood standing at his locker for a half hour after the Super Bowl. Darryl Talley and others standing there to take the heat. Culture. And I was like, oh, that sounds like Micah Parsons and other people ducking out and running when the Cowboys suffer their embarrassment every single year. And then Tyler Bass, the kicker, had to apparently deactivate all of his social media after receiving death threats over the missed kick.
Yeah, listen, about that, first of all, no, don't. That's dumb. Second of all, if you're blaming Tyler Bass for that loss, you were going to lose anyway.
Wasn't the line the whole day how awful the conditions were to kick in?
Yeah.
Like they were just going, oh my gosh, what an amazing kick right there into the wind. This is so awful. Like that was the discussion all day.
I mean, and that ball was like, it was trending kind of out anyway, but then the wind just killed it. But you were going to lose anyway. You gave the closest thing we've seen to an entity 2 minutes to score.
An entity?
God. I didn't want to say God. Okay. You get the closest
entity. An entity's like a business, John. A deity?
A deity. Shut up, Bobby, okay? Hey, listen, I've got a lot of things going on in my life right now, okay? I've got a lot of things going on.
That's true.
There's a lot going on in my life. I'm not myself.
Make a top 10 list about it.
Yeah, but
an entity,
a deity,
this
whatever.
is why I can't ask him either if playing Belichick's strip
English minor?
Stuff.
That was like 30 years ago, okay?
I was looking up entity, like synonyms for God. It's
a god.
Entity.
He's close to a god. All right? You were not going to win that game anyway.
Entity.
If you didn't think he was going to get you 40 yards and a field goal, you're insane.
It's the old Dez catch thing. The thing people don't want to talk about with the Dez catch is even if you catch it, you're losing. You lose that game because Rodgers goes down the field and scores. That's what's happening because you were unable to stop him for the next 4 minutes after you turn the ball over anyway.
Yeah.
But honestly, it sucks. And apparently that guy's like a really good, like charitable individual, Tyler Bass is. But man, the viral
fans
clip.
don't care about that.
The viral clip. Yeah. Bill's Mafia is supposed to. Isn't Bill's Mafia the one that's always supposed to be like, oh my gosh, look at how Bill's Mafia stepped up and donated to this player's charitable cause because they helped him in the standings.
Yep.
But no, the viral clip yesterday was people did the split screen. Somebody edited together the split screen of Norwood and Bass missing the kicks and watching the trajectories of the ball, and it was just they are going through it right now.
His is way more off.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, and I don't even want you to speak for the rest of this segment because the chopper crit, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to get driven crazy.
What I do.
They're finally going to consider changing. Jeremy Fowler says that there's a good chance they change the dumbest rule in the NFL, the fumbling through the end zone rule, the McCole Hardman play. They're talking about changing it. I don't know whether it's because of this, but it's just another piece of evidence that it's way too penal.
It is penal.
Way too much of a punishment to give the ball to the other team, completely lose possession when you fumble the ball out of the end zone. For years, I've said it's the dumbest rule in the NFL. The dumbest rule in college is someone going down without contact and being blown dead. That is idiotic and stupid. It's going to cost someone a championship one day. But according to Jeremy Fowler, it's probably going to change.
Did you see the Pro Football Talk Twitter poll about this?
No.
The question was, what is your position on the rule that a fumble by the offense out of the end zone becomes a touchback for the defense? And the options are like it, don't care. What do you think won?
Don't care?
Like it. 44% said like it, 36% said don't like it, 19.7% said don't care.
I don't like it. I don't like the rule the way it is.
I think it's dumb.
I think it is. I think it's too penal, too punitive, but like
too much of an entity.
It is. But what is my question is like, and I'm all for changing it, but what is the alternative?
We decided, right? You put it back at the 5 or maybe the 10.
I don't think that's punitive enough for the offense.
It's a fumble.
Yeah, you need to.
It's a fumble. Why do I have to get punished so much harshly for it going out of bounds in the end zone?
Because you did not protect the ball to the because what's going to happen is you're going to have guys that are just willy-nilly.
That's the thing. They're concerned about guys trying to fumbled it forward type of thing.
And
that's what they try to guard against. But
you have to have possession before it goes out of bounds. So you can't throw the football. We saw a batting of the ball in the game the other day.
If the defense makes the play now, if you're just running towards the pylon and you reach out and you lose it, that's where I think it's too punitive to lose possession.
Right.
But if the defense knocks it out of your hand and it goes through the end zone, that's a play the defense should be rewarded with. More than just getting the ball, having the offense get the ball back at the 5-yard line.
Okay, put it at the 10.
How about this? 1st and goal, 2 options. Not
a 10-yard penalty when you're inches away from scoring is harsh. And that's enough of a reward.
I think what has to happen is that the possessing team, the team on offense, they have 2 options, and maybe we can figure out which one it is. It's 4th and goal from the 15, or you have an automatic
4th and goal, even if you do it on 1st down,
or
that's stupid.
No, you're at least getting a chance for points. All right, you have to penalize the offense somehow, and penalize it with a couple yards, not it.
10 yards from the 1.
It's not enough.
It's a 10-yard penalty.
It's not enough, because what if you're at the 10 already? Then you got to back up to the 20. Ball. The other one is
you're an idiot.
You only get the lineup for a field goal. That's it. You just get an automatic field goal try from the.
This is what happens. This is what happens when you have too much time to be a contrarian.
I just say
because
for 10 years,
I am telling you, it's too punitive.
For 10 years on this show, you've agreed, and then it becomes a bigger talking point, and you got to decide how to be different.
Hang on.
I agreed. You wrote in your email, I'm going to be a choppy crit here. I'm going to be a hypocrite.
No, I said I am. I admit I am calling myself a bit of a hypocrite here. All right, but again, I agree they need to change the rule, but you have to penalize the offense more than a couple yards. That is in today's NFL. A couple yards is not a penalty. Teams who call a timeout to stop a delay of game instead of just taking the 5 yards, they rue their fate. Take the 5 yards. 5 yards is nothing in today's NFL. And neither is 10. It's got to be a 4th down, immediate 4th down. It's got to be, you have to penalize the offense. Have to, more than just a couple yards.
I'd just 1st and goal from the 10. That's what I would say. I mean, I don't know that there's an easy fix for him, but I just say 1st and goal from the 10.
It doesn't even have to. You don't even have to reset the down. Go to the next down that the play happened from.
But that's
why do I have to reset it
because,
the first down?
Let's say it's
okay. So
let's say it's 3rd.
If it happened on 2nd down, then
it's automatically 3rd down to the 10-yard line.
Hold on, back up.
But this is only assuming that this play happens
or a 10-yard penalty. If it happened. If you started it from the 10, you back it up to the 20.
That assumes it happened, but when it's just right there, it assumes it happens in a goal-to-go situation. Let's say it's a 40-yard touchdown run, and as the guy is running and reaching for the pylon, he fumbles out of bounds. Mm-hmm. Then if you were to say, pick up the down there from there, he's already achieved the 1st down, he's already gotten past it. That's why I think if it's at the goal line, just say, all right, reset the down. It's a new series of downs, and you got to start from the 10. It's 1st and goal. Go.
What's y'all's solution to it? Truckwreck.com, text line 877-881-1053.
All right, here we go. Go back to the 20, put it at the 20, 1st and goal for the 20. Can't give him a 1st. That's worse than the rule now. 5-yard penalty, replay the down. Ball goes back 5 yards from original line of scrimmage.
Well, we all know it just cannot change possession. The other team can't get it.
Change of possession, it's too penal.
Come on.
I don't know what. 1st to go for the 50. Lost a down, ball at the 25.
Can we say punitive instead of penal?
No, penal sounds funny.
Yeah. By the way, Antonio Pierce is going to stay on as Raiders head coach. Zach Ertz hops on the Lions bandwagon.
Yeah, he signs because they lose Brock Wright. There was talk of them signing him before the first start of the playoffs because they had thought they were going to lose Sam Laporta. And they wind up getting Zach Ertz for this one, and we'll see what he has. He's better than Brock Wright, I would assume, as a receiver.
Boy, if this was 2016, that'd be a really interesting move from the Lions there. Signing Zach Ertz, who can't play football anymore.
Oh, he can't play football?
No, he's not good anymore.
Is he KP?
Nope, he's the second best athlete in his household now.
All right, the Mavs lose to the Massholes. We got to get an update on Chop's father and all the crying taking place in the Longhorns and Sooners' new home. Next on Sean and RJ. But let me go ahead and get you set up if you ever need it. We got more rain today, so you know it's going to be more terrible driving out there in the Metroplex.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? Because they've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
JT versus Grant Williams. Now Kleba switches on to Jason Tatum. An outstanding night for him. Shoots from the elbow and kisses it home.
That was the call on Boston TV as the Celtics make sure they remind the Mavericks, you're a tier or two down. The best team in the NBA gets the victory last night, 119-110. It was an even larger lead than that throughout most of the game. Jaylen Brown taking it specifically to Luka Doncic, and the Massholes win, Bobby, at the AAC.
Yeah, and Jaylen Brown, obviously, as soon as you started closing that gap, Jaylen Brown just flipped a switch and was like, okay, taking over here. But, I mean, this is a good reminder of where exactly you are in terms of the pecking order of the top teams, I think. Look, I think things have come together better for them this year, especially when they've had everybody at their disposal. They've had Derek Lively, Kyrie Irving. When they've had everybody in place that they need to, things have come together better than I was expecting. I honestly thought that they would struggle more than they have when they've had everybody in the lineup. But it's just a reminder that whenever you've got these top teams, you're not going to stack up the same sort of way.
All right, just guess. Don't look. Maybe you already have. The Mavs are what seed in the West?
7.
6.
8th.
Oh.
They're a half a game behind Sacramento. So the Kings are, just give you the West order. Minnesota, who got 62 from Cat last night in a loss.
Is that good?
They're a half game up on the Thunder and Denver. OKC is still sitting there at 29-13. The Clippers are the 4. Phoenix is the 5. New Orleans is the 6. Pelicans, top 6. Sacramento 7. Mavs 8th. The Lakers 9. Utah 10 at 500. Then Houston, Golden State 4 games under 500. Memphis, Portland, and San Antonio.
Golden State going to miss playoffs?
I don't know. I mean, how locked in is Draymond, right? I mean, how many more people can he punch out along his way? Can he take out a few guys? I mean, why not?
So the Mavs end up losing to Boston. But yeah, I was thinking to myself, up 6 range, 6, not 8th, even though things are close in the West. 5 games over 500.
It's a jumbled mess. It's just a jumbled mess there. I mean, last year was the same way. You had like seeds 3 through 9 being decided by like 2 games. It's wild. But that's the NBA of today in the Western Conference.
They get the Phoenix Suns and Kevin Durant tomorrow night. KD not understanding why he is not thrown into an all-time great discussion. We'll get to that topic a little bit later.
Are we a little bit disappointed? And I know he's dealt with injuries and stuff like that, but are we a little bit disappointed at the development or lack of a leap, it feels like, from Josh Green?
Yes.
Like, I really was expecting, like, hey, that's going to be one guy that you can kind of count on to make a jump, especially after year 3. He became so much more of an efficient shooter.
Didn't they pay him? We've gone back and forth on this Josh Green, Jaden Hardy roller coaster. It's like, all right, it's supposed to be Josh Green.
Yeah,
it's
signed
actually
in October.
Let me finish for a sec. Josh Green, and then it actually is Jaden Hardy, and then we're back to Josh Green again. And I think Bassick was talking about this guy used a cocaine heartbeat to get paid big time after a week's. It's not a cocaine real reference. It's just like he did something for a very quick moment, and he actually got paid.
Yeah, and he signed an extension in October. But I mean, he's fine, and he's
$4 million.
He's a good athlete, and that's
all. What was it?
It's just a $4 million club extension, club exercise option.
He's become he's a solid player, and he has taken that Dorian Finney-Smith projection and trajectory of like, oh, okay, look at him, cleaned it up from a guy you wouldn't allow to take you wouldn't want him taking a 3-pointer if nobody was within 30 feet of him, to now he can knock things down at a decent clip. But I was expecting a bigger leap from last year than he's had.
Did you say 4 or 40?
$4 million is this year.
Okay, because
they signed a $40 million extension starting next year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which doesn't look good right now. 3 years, $41 million for Josh Green's extension. He's averaging 7.5 a game. Hardy's averaging 7.6.
Which NBA salaries are so crazy. I mean, $12 million is like free.
Yeah.
It's so bad. Like the league is their money is so out of sight. But I mean, they bring in a ton of cash, so it goes on to the players.
Bobby has been tracking and monitoring a lot of whining and crying from these teams dealing with college football transfers. The SEC is in full meltdown mode,
and I love it. Look. I mean, I know my Texas Longhorns are going to the SEC, and I look at it as a chance to go there and destroy the system, though, and destroy the cult. Because honestly, there is no cult like the SEC cult. They do think that they are just so much better than everybody else, and
truthfully, we are.
No, but it's so irritating. It's the same deference that got that trash ass Bama team to the CFP this year when they shouldn't have.
I mean, they kind of proved they shouldn't.
No, they didn't. You saw Jalen Milroe, but this has started an entire whining discussion point from just different areas of the SEC. First off, you've got recruiting analyst Josh Newberg suggesting that the transfer portal needs to be fixed given the unfair impact that Nick Saban's retirement has had on Alabama. He said in an interview with On3, transfer portal needs to be fixed. This situation with Alabama will cause change. Bama is penalized because they made the playoffs and Nick Saban retired afterward. The last team to make a change gets shafted in the portal. There's simply no players left in the portal to recruit. Top available players are the ones hitting the portal from Alabama. If Saban retired on December 1st, this wouldn't be happening. This needs to be fixed. Similarly, there was a former SEC coach that spoke with On3 and said that the CFB transfer portal is the biggest S show in the world, and saying that same sort of thing. It's awful. It screws things up. Guys are able to jump and do this, and you got playoff teams who they get out of there late, and then they get shafted in the process. And you know what this is? This is the SEC just so mad that things are a little even now. That's what they hate. They're losing the advantage.
Well, it's not even.
It is, because Ohio State can go, I'm going to spend $13 million, which is the report that came out the other day, by the way, that Ohio State spent $13 million at NIL for their roster.
Well, Ohio State's problem is they don't have NIL money, and they've been begging for money, and they finally got their hands on
$13 million. That's plenty.
It's still not fair because the SEC still has all the talent because that's where the talent lives. It lives in SEC country. It lives in Texas and Florida and Georgia. That's where the talent lives. That's why
California.
Right, but California is one spot, whereas like the entire conference is based in those states, and it's easier to keep guys home. That whoever said that with Newberg, he is right about a team late losing a coach.
That's not unfair though. That's balance of that's just a
no. What he's right about is that when kids transfer from that school, it's too late for them to get transfers from other schools.
Yes.
Because it's way later in the game. So, yeah, he's right about that. So what they need to do is they need to change the transfer time. The transfer portal window needs to change to after the end of the – so it does, now it starts like, December, whatever.
What do they want, though? Do they want Alabama and Georgia, do they want the Blue Bloods to maintain their power?
No, what they want is to have every team be available to be in it, because that's what's best for the players. What's best for the players is to have all 133 teams in it, not 129.
And wait. If you want to go to Bama so bad,
well, you can't wait, because if you wait, you're going to lose out on the money. It's just like on NFL salary cap. It's just like a free agency. You can't. You have to sign. Even if you don't want to sign with that team, you have to. So what they need to do is they need to have these the transfer portal window be pushed back later.
But what are you losing out on? Because if you know Bama's going to be sitting there going
okay, then next year it's Ohio State, and then next year it's Washington, and then next year it's Michigan.
Whoever. I'm just saying that if you've got teams sitting around going hey, we're going to have, why wouldn't you just wait on them?
What? If you're a player?
Yeah, you said you don't want to lose out on the money. If you know Bama and those other teams are going to be accepting transfers afterwards, why wouldn't you just wait?
Because you don't know that they're going to lose their coach.
They're not going to lose their coach, but they always lose players, regardless of if they change coach or not.
They always lose players, but never
people.
As many as this. Because same with Washington. Washington didn't lose all their players till after the championship. There's no way for them to be able to recoup all the players because they lost their coach. So the entire team is a free agent. There's no way for them to recoup their players. If they do need to make it where the portal window does not open until after the final game is played.
Look, it sucks to suck, Alabama. That's all you need to take away from this.
This isn't a Bama thing.
I'm sorry that everybody wants to come play for Texas and Ohio State and wants to leave your S school.
What was the money y'all generated that it came out?
Oh, yeah. We had, we are the wealthiest team or the wealthiest athletic department in the country. Texas's reported athletic department revenue in 2023 was $271 million, a record for NCAA schools. That's how they're able to do things like have 20 high school recruits come down to Austin for a weekend, and their records show they spent $1 million just hosting 20
Welcome
kids.
to 1980, because Texas has been the number one program in terms of revenue for about half a century.
Big Oil is coming to the CFP, baby.
What's going on with your pops?
Well, we're moving them. We're moving locations. We are. It is so expensive at these stupid places. So we're moving them to a private home. Somehow, a private home, Sean, is half the cost of a memory care center. No idea how, but he is going to be moving into a different location. So hopefully we can keep him in there longer, because they're going to run out of money eventually. The insurance only pays through a certain amount of dollars. They got. By the way,
this is for dementia.
Yeah. By the way, absolutely get long-term elder care insurance. Me, you, Bobby, absolutely sign up for that, because there's no way when that day comes that our families are going to be able to pay for that. We are talking, they're paying like $7 or $8 grand a month to keep him in this place.
Wow.
And that's all because he had insurance. He bought long-term care insurance years ago, and it's cheap. It was like $15-20 a month. It's cheap, and it paid for all that.
Wow.
So absolutely get that. But again, it only pays X amount of dollars, and basically for somebody with a memory care center at that spot, it was only going to pay for about 3 years. That's all you would have ran through all that money in about 3 years.
He's hanging on though.
He's hanging on. I think my mom likes that he's hanging on, but at the same time, she's like, well, he needs to kind of go ahead and go, because we're going to lose the house here a little bit. But which I'm not going to let that happen. I'm not going to let. That's my house.
Good.
Okay, that is my place. All right.
Why is it not your sister's?
Well, it's theirs too. We're going to split it 3 ways.
Oh, so you're not trying to go live there?
No, I don't want to live there. I like the layout.
So that's your money, is what you're
That's
saying.
my money. Yeah. So come on, Dad. Let's go. Let's get on the ball here.
Come on, stop.
Listen, I don't. I hate seeing him suffer, man. Like, I like to joke about this, but like, I don't understand why we're allowed to be humane to dogs and put them down, and not to humans. I just don't understand it. And that may sound cold, but you ain't had a dad or mom that's going through this. Like, I wish that they would just let people be humane and put old people down who don't even know what their name is, who don't even know what's going on, who can't go to the bathroom without a diaper. It's just, I wish they would just stop it.
Tonight we celebrate the official Hall of Fame greatness of Adrian Beltre, and let's do it next on the home of the World Series champs, 105.3 The Fan.
Well, let's get you over to the
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Thanks for being a total. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. We are your home of the Cowboys and, more importantly, the World Series champs here with Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider, Roberto Belt. Got my Rangers sweatshirt on in preparation for tonight because later on, Adrian Beltre is going to be officially announced as a Hall of Famer. Jared Sandler is going to have a Rangers hot stove starting at 7 p.m. with special guests Michael Young and Emily Jones right here on this station. But it's happening tonight. Beltre announced as a Hall of Fame electee, and the Rangers put out a little collection of all the magic.
That ball is gone. Third home run of the game for Adrian Beltre, the trifecta.
Touching his head. They're touching his head.
That ball is history. It's on Greens Hill. It's number 400 for Adrian Beltre.
There it is, number 3,000 for Adrian Beltre.
So that was a nice trip down memory lane for me last night in watching all the milestones.
It's so funny when you think about him getting here when he did, and there was a lot of questions about like, oh, did you just sign one of these contract year all-stars like these guys? Because this is twice now. Oh, he played really well leaving the Dodgers in his contract year. He did it in Boston.
And didn't the commissioner even ask that?
Yeah, he did. He was like, "This is a dumb decision. Why would you do this?"
And he got here, and he was bad when he first got here. Like the first couple weeks of the season, he was hitting like 120 or something, and people were just absolutely crushing him. And he became, just no doubt about it, Hall of Famer. It was one of those things where I think people thought, oh, he's a good defensive third baseman, kind of a contract year hitter, but over the course of his time here in Texas became just an absolute slam dunk, totally deserving of it. And one of the, what would we say, probably one of the 10 most revered athletes in DFW history.
Well, that's a tough one. You'd give me more time to think about that. But
I think he's on the list.
He's going to go in, and he should go in. And there are two guys right now who have not voted for him. That's it. Just the two. Bill Ballou.
Oh, we got names?
Yeah, Bill Ballou, who writes for the Worcester Telegram, who voted for, it appears, just A-Rod and Manny.
Okay.
And is that a guy who says nobody should get in until A-Rod and Manny do?
And then it is Tony Maserati, also from Boston, from Felger and Maz.
Oh.
The Felger and Maz show.
Yeah, the guy who was fired or suspended for making the joke about it. I think that's that guy behind you is the one who stole your car.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that was him. And he also voted for A-Rod and Manny. That's it. And so they're doing the...
They should lose their votes. I'm
not
joking.
But there are people who just turn in blank ballots.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, they turn in
you
blank
don't have
ballots.
to think. You don't have to think that someone that year is worthy of it.
Right.
But you're going to take a stance that no one like. If I asked them individually, do you think Adrian Beltre is a Hall of Famer? They would say yes, unless they know something we don't. That should not be tied on over to your steroid stance.
I agree. Now, and some guys, because you have a 10, you have 10 votes max.
10 votes.
All right. And you have everybody has to have a certain amount of votes to stay on the ballot for the next year. Okay. So what happens sometimes is guys will take their entire ballot and they're like, they've got a relationship with the player and they know that player is like 1 or 2 votes away from being off the ballot, and they'll just flood it with a bunch of guys at the bottom to keep them on the ballot, knowing that the other players are going to get enough support to get in. The only sport that does this is baseball that I know of, where there's a percentage of vote tally. You're either in or out. But in baseball, they've got like your percentage. So like everybody knows like the top is Rivera is the only one that's been unanimous. Right? So he's the only one. Nobody in the history of the sport was ever from Babe Ruth to Ted Williams to Willie Mays to Hank Aaron. Nobody was unanimous until Rivera. And it's a lot of this is because of this. But you got guys who are just saying, hey, I know they're going to get enough support. I'm going to flood it with the, Ryan Sandbergs and Chase Utleys of the world, and we're going to go, even though Sandberg got in.
Make sure you're flooding Gary Sheffield then.
Who else is in this class?
All right, so the way the list is right now, of the people that are, of the ballots known, there's about 55% of the ballots known right now. Beltre's got 99%. He's in. You need 75% to make it.
Yes.
Todd Helton is in. He's got 82%.
Good.
As of right now.
Fixed that one.
Joe Mount, and Helton is on his 6th ballot. Beltre's on his 1st. Maurer is in. He's on his 1st. 82.9%. Sheffield is back in on his final ballot. 75.1%. Billy Wagner on his 9th at 77.6%. They're the only ones that are in. And looking around the rest of it, the only other one that would have a chance looks like Andrew Jones at 70%. And he needs a little bit of a kick. Beltran is at 66%. He would need a big kick. And there's still about 200 votes left. That are outstanding ballots. Ryan Thibodeau on Twitter does a great job of this. There is 193 public ballots, 12 anonymous ones that have been given to him. That's why we have these numbers. And there's still about 200 ballots left. A little bit less than 200 ballots left.
The Dallas Mavericks end up losing to the Boston Celtics, but we got some Boston side angle stories. What's going on with Udonis Haslam?
Dude.
I saw Paul Pierce. At first, I couldn't stand Paul Pierce, and now I'm starting to like him. Him and KG, man, they're so ratchet. That's the best. That's the best word. Like KG is just, he's dropping expletives. Pierce is wasted. They're just letting it fly. And I saw Paul Pierce the other day say it was like charity that Udonis Haslam got his jersey retired by the Miami Heat. But this is Udonis, who is an OG. I think he does a podcast with Mike Miller.
Yes, he does. He does do a podcast with Mike Miller. It's called the OG Show. OG's Show. OGS Show. And he was talking about seeing Bill Russell's jersey retired at Miami, not happy about it.
We playing Boston, so you know his feel on that. Yeah. So, dog, we in the huddle, and Cal come in there, he give his pregame speech. And they retire like Bill Russell's jersey for everybody in the league. So they got 6 in our Raptors.
Hey, he in his pregame speech like,
tell me when you gonna see a Miami Heat jersey hang in a Boston.
Bill Russell too. I said, bro, this man dead, OG.
I had to repent that. I love Bill. No
Bill
disrespect to Bill. I love Bill. He just caught that straight. There's no disrespect. I love Bill. And
man caught it straight. He's 6 feet under, man.
But will you ever see a Miami Heat jersey hanging in Boston Raptors?
Man,
respect to Bill Russell. I love it. Why the fuck he got to hang in here? The that come out them people mouth to us when we playing there.
Man, listen.
I might not take back what I said. Now that I think about it, the way that they say to us.
First of all, Bill had to go through it.
Yeah, okay, cool.
So they put up a Russell jersey in Miami. Miami does this he did it with Jordan.
And that was the thing that you noticed when we were down there for the NBA Finals. We were there, Bobby. And Sean was like, why is Jordan's jersey up here? And I'm like, I don't know. I think Pat Riley just retired Jordan's number. Because it's not retired everywhere else. I don't remember seeing Jordan's number at the American Airlines Center.
Yeah,
but this is a Miami Heat thing.
I have more of a problem with Jordan's than I do Bill Russell's.
Yeah, Russell's was retired throughout the league.
Yeah, but I also don't have a problem with Udonis Haslam saying this either. Like, we should not have a Celtic jersey hanging up here.
Yeah, I get it.
I like that.
I get it.
You must protect his house. Do they still have those ads?
The old Erica Bagu ads. Is
that Under Armour?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. And it was Erica Bagu, former Cowboys and Bengals defensive end, was the model for that and the spokesman for that.
Meanwhile, that was the Mavs' opponent last night. Their next opponent is the Phoenix Suns, and Kevin Durant does not understand why he is not in the all-time discussions.
No, this is to the Arizona, I guess the Arizona Republic, AZ Central, but that's the Arizona Republic site. When talking about the GOAT discussion, he's like, what haven't I done? And he doesn't understand why he's not in the GOAT discussion. And he's like, why? Because I went to the Warriors? Why shouldn't I be in that? That's the question you should ask. Why not? What haven't I done? And look, he's right from the sense that, like, what hasn't he done? But he also just doesn't understand legacy and how it's determined. It is a very fickle situation, Bobby.
That's what I always say.
And it's different. Some just count rings. Some count rings, but also losses. Some say it's most points ever. One thing we all agree on is it's KD didn't do any of those. And
how many titles does KD have off the top of your head?
I would guess he has 3.
3? Yeah.
But you're guessing.
Yeah. I can't remember because I don't count any of them for real.
Do you know how many LeBron has?
He has
is it
4.
5? Or I don't
know.
Isn't it amazing how we've kind of lost track. How many does Kobe have?
Kobe had
four or five.
Five.
Five, yes, five. A three-peat and a back-to-back, right?
Yep.
Should we be able to rip those off easier, faster?
No,
Or
because none of them are 6, and that's what matters. 6. Michael Jordan.
Well, everyone knows 6.
Yeah, but everyone knows, and Russell had 10. Like, we just forget about that.
I didn't even know that.
But that's the thing. We don't just count rings. It's very, very fickle. MJ, LeBron, Wilt, and Kareem.
By the way, Durant has 2.
He's 2? Okay. MJ, LeBron, Wilt, and Kareem. Those are the only players in my lifetime that have ever had the GOAT moniker at any point attached to them with any consistency. Some people have said this guy or that guy, but with any consistency, it's been any of those 4.
And LeBron has 4.
LeBron has 4.
Nailed it.
KD doesn't get it. He doesn't understand why, and he never has gotten that call out, and that's why he went to Golden State in the first place.
I do think that he takes too much hate, though. Generally.
Sure, of course he does.
He's a Longhorn.
No, not because he's a Longhorn, because honestly, like, I think the legacy shortcut that he took was not applied in the same way. I know LeBron got a ton of hate, but like Durant was treated like your titles don't even count, whereas like LeBron's going to Miami. He did the same thing that Durant did. So,
all right, we have a new head coach of the Tennessee Titans. It allowed us to learn that Peyton had no idea what Tommy Boy or who Chris Farley was, because it's Brian Callahan. The
guy in a little coat.
Brian Callahan, the Bengals offensive coordinator, is going to be the Titans head coach. So Tennessee crossed off the list for Dan Quinn. Other potential matches, Roberto, as we wait out the cycle.
So Dan Graziano had this projection up the other day, just his names that he was hearing, guys that he could project, and he's already screwed one up because he said Callahan was his projection for the Panthers. That actually means he screwed up too. But he had said that the Panthers was going to be a tough one to call. Some of the names there that he had thrown out, obviously, were some of these guys here, Todd Monken or, Quinn or whoever else, Raheem Morris. But he had initially had Callahan there. He is projecting Bill Belichick goes to the Falcons. He ultimately thinks that's what happens, even though there's apparently some pushback from people in the Falcons front office. Chargers is one where he was saying that Harbaugh is just, there's so much smoke around that one. The one that I keep going back to with Harbaugh or with the Chargers, though, is I can't get out of my head how much KJ Wright seemed really confident with us back in December. Like, Quinn will leave finally, and that'll be the job that he takes.
Like, why isn't this done yet in Seattle?
I don't know.
Everyone is doing 2 interviews as well, which to me makes more sense. Like, you don't hire, make this important of a hire off, a 5-6 hour meeting, multiple. Let's spend 16, 24 hours together. So I never understood. I thought coaches were hired too quickly in one sit down, and now they're all doing 2.
Yeah, and I thought it was one where the Seattle one would just be slam dunk for Quinn. But you remember these are like 2 years in a row where we thought he had slam dunks in like Denver. And ultimately it didn't come together. So I don't know.
There's no way he can't interview, right?
No, he interviews really well. I think it's just, I don't know. I mean, there may just be questions about how his defenses finish, or what it also could be is just teams are hesitant to hire defensive head coaches these days. It doesn't happen as often. They want offensive guys. That's what happened in Carolina when Carolina made the hire that they did for Reich, because there was a question of why didn't they just retain Steve Wilkes after the way he had finished that season. That was one of the things that I know was talked about with Tepper was dead set on, I don't care how good of a coach he is, I want an offensive coach. That's what I want to get here.
Was the NFL script proven right again? Do we already know who's playing in the big game? Cold showers. Usually Boston does this, but man, some cold treatment for the Bills-Chiefs game. And what was your best all-time jukebox troll? It happened in the NFL. The Expressway, commercial free, along with Ask Reddit, is next.
Let's get your car.
It's 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? Who else has 63 acres with massive savings? New Silverados, more than anyone. Malibus, Blazers, Equinox, got 'em. Why go anywhere else? Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. Find new roads.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
This is the Expressway. We are commercial free, so no reason to change that station. Thanks for listening wherever you are. If you're on the Odyssey app, the shirt that Bobby is, man, I have not seen a piece of apparel handed up by this radio station that has been more worn than everyone in these Odyssey hoodies.
It is a
they don't give us much, so we're gonna get our use out of it.
That's true.
It is covered in dog hair. It's mine. It just attracts dog hair. I wear it when I take the dog outside.
Yeah.
And I pick him up, and it is just covered because it's a fleece.
What's your satisfaction level with the dog acquisition?
Good. He eats everything. I don't have any remotes anymore.
I mean, other than food.
Oh yeah, he eats food. Like obviously we changed his food recently. He was pooping too much, so we went something a little bit less fiber. But I mean, everything, we can't leave anything on the couch or on the coffee table anymore. I have no remotes. Just the
that sucks.
Oh, it's awful. So I had to order a new one. Ate that one. So I'm just no remotes now. So we just whatever it's on, it's on. That's whatever it's on, right?
And of course, no dog discipline.
No, we try, because he's pretty much stopped pooping in the house for the most part, unless we leave him out too long. Then he'll.
Well, you got that Emerald Custom Pools turf, easy pickup.
Yeah, Turf Concepts online, baby. So he's been good about that, but he's still like if you leave something around, he'll eat. Like I had this Apple Watch, it's gone. He ate it. He ate the band.
Wow.
Yeah, the band's ripped off. The watch is fine for the most part, but it doesn't work.
You should make Sarah pay for all that. Reimburse.
Yeah.
It was her dog that initially died.
That's fair. That's fair. Her 14-year-old dog might make it.
Who are you more of a disciplinarian with, the dog or the kids?
I was just about to make a point. I was just about to ask a question. Do you think you can judge someone's discipline off of their dog?
Well, I want the dog to screw up more because I want to show him who the man of the house is. But the kids, I don't want them to screw up. I want to teach them the right way. But no, I would say I see the dog every day. I don't see my kids every day. I only see
Does the dog
kids
sleep with you?
in the room, not in the bed.
Not in the bed.
Not in the bed, but in the room. He's got his own little doggy bed, which he's almost outgrown. We need to get him a new
Who's
one.
the dog love more right now?
Oh, good question. She cuddles with him more.
Okay.
But he comes to me for more like if he needs something. Like he's because I always feed him. I always feed him.
Cuddles versus food.
Yeah, I always feed him.
It's a good balance.
Yeah, so she's the nurturing and I'm the please love me.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Desperation versus
man's best friend, man.
Need versus want.
We're guys. He's a male dog. I'm a male dad.
I mean, I told you this stuff for 10 years, but of course you only do this stuff after you get in a relationship. I'm like,
I know.
You would love a dog. You need a dog,
I honestly wouldn't
things.
have been able, because I fostered a dog for a little while, and I just wasn't able, because of my schedule.
Yeah.
With the kids, I was not able to.
We saw him on the street.
Give the dog.
Real quick. Holding up a sign. All right. Divisional round fallout. We got Bills showers. We have Baltimore urine. We have a jukebox troll. And the script. I guess we should start with the script being given away.
Oh, man. This is terrible. This is awful. This is a news station. They should be ashamed of themselves. The NFL. They really should, man. This is shameful. A script. We know the script is in. This is a news station that had on the bottom of their scroll, it said, it had the weather. You had like all your days of the week and sunny here and 9 degrees, 10 degrees. And on the bottom, it says Reba McEntire, Usher, and Post Malone are slated to perform at San Francisco 49ers and Baltimore Ravens Super Bowl matchup on February 11th.
Whoa. Now, what is it? Is it purple, red, the colors?
So the color of the logo, and the logo color comes out well before the Super Bowl matchup. The color, and in the last 2 years they've been doing this, it matched up color for color. And this year, it is purple and red.
So Baltimore, San Fran. Could have fit for the Buccaneers as well?
Could have fit for the Buccaneers. I don't know of another team it could have fit for on the purple side in the AFC, unless the Jaguars have some weird purple jersey that we don't know about.
Peyton, pop quiz again. Pate quiz. Who started the script talk?
Oh.
Running back. Played in this state.
Ezekiel Elliott.
Yep.
Go Vols.
Nailed it.
You both know who it is?
I do.
Foster.
Yeah.
Is Arian Foster getting any residuals from this? Because this is never going to go away.
Never going away.
Where all the conspiracy theorists love this stuff.
They do. It's never going to go away.
Don't ring yourself up. I just heard the ring.
He's a weird dude.
Oh,
too.
yeah.
But like outside of just this, like if you hear him talk about some other stuff, he is weird.
So there's the script that is in for that.
Mm-hmm.
We also have, how do we feel about the entertainment, by the way, that's been announced so far?
I think Reba's great. I think Posty's great. Who else?
I drove by his Raising Cane's the other day.
Usher's great. It's funny. I was thinking about this the other day when Usher popped up on the like a commercial yesterday for the Super Bowl. I was sitting there thinking about it, and I was like, why is it that it feels like the Super Bowl used to be like the premier like draw for the big name? Now it feels like we're getting artists like 5 to 10 years past when it would have been like the coolest time to get them.
Well, 'cause they have to pay for it now, right? Did they start that? They're paying for it now?
I don't know, but it's supposed to be this big platform where you get all these like giant stars, and I just feel like it's and those are. I'm not saying Usher's not a giant star, but I am saying like Usher 10 to 15 years ago is different than Usher today.
Yeah, Amanda didn't have much interest in going to Vegas while pregnant, and Usher almost changed her mind.
Oh, he's great. I mean, I love.
Like she's
I think
hoping
he's
to just like spot him.
No, I think he has a residency there.
Does he?
He might. Yeah, he might.
She wanted to see Usher perform. And
He's got to do the.
Still said no.
He has to do the hand sign with the eyes.
I want to see if Peyton knows the viral meme. Peyton, it's 7:00. Where is Usher?
Oh, I saw this on TikTok. Yeah, no idea. I can't remember.
He's 0 for today. Yeah. What else did he not know in the commercial break? This Mambo number 5.
No, I listened to it. I know what it is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but you're not saying it. You're lying after the fact. You're like,
well, I don't know the title of the song. And once I listen to the song,
pretty much said 400 times in the song.
I hope Mackenzie has seen the groundwork that's laid here. The standard you set, which is you lie all the time, Peyton. That's what I hope.
It's innocent fibs.
It starts as innocent fibs, Sean, and then.
And why did Mambo number 5 even come up?
Because the Chiefs, there was a Chiefs fan that went to this Bills bar. And in the Bills bar, after the Bills had lost the game.
This is great.
This is amazing. He trolled Bills fans by going to the jukebox and putting nothing but Taylor Swift songs on repeat, which is an all-time move. Like, you know, whether or not and I love Bills Mafia, but that is one of those things you've got to just own that. That is fantastic.
And what does that have to do with Mambo number 5?
Well, it reminded me of a time where I trolled some of my friends because I left early, and before I left I went on the app and I just put Mambo number 5 on repeat like 20 times.
Do kids even know what jukeboxes are? Is that like a payphone for them?
No, because I mean I think there's still like
turn it up.
It's used like the term is used even if they don't know what a physical jukebox is. I think the term is used for like within apps and stuff like that still.
So you get that the Touch Tunes or whatever it is, that app, you get the app, you download the app, and all of a sudden you can do it remotely.
What are you doing with the fader, Peyton? You're going up and down on this music.
No, I'm not. How about you turn up your damn headphones, Bobby?
But yeah, you can do it remotely. So if you're here and you know Amanda's at a bar with some of her girlfriends, and you just want to play a trick on her, just put a song on repeat from like 20 miles away. You just go on the app and do it. How
am I going to get in the jukebox app?
You just download the app.
Yeah.
And most of them are on the same.
I can control any bar's jukebox from my phone.
Yeah.
Not even being in there.
No, not even being in there. I tried.
What?
I was looking for a song one time to do this to Sarah, but I couldn't find the song. And it's a song you can't play on the radio. It's very, very dirty. Very, very dirty. But I tried to do it. I couldn't do it because they didn't have that particular jukebox.
So that was awesome. T Swift trolling after the Bills loss.
John Mulaney had an old bit about that. He threw on What's New Pussycat in a Diner by Tom Jones, and he looped it like 15 times. And the way that song begins and ends, it just sounds like one continuous 1 hour long.
My God.
What would be the one that if someone played that prank, you would strongly consider closing out the tab and walking out?
There's a few of them. Nina Sky, Move Your Body. That's a awful song. Ooh, move your body, girl. Make the fellas
You
go.
don't like that?
No, it's awful. Fireflies by Owl City. That's a terrible song.
How's that go?
You would not believe your eyes if 10 million fireflies. That's a terrible song. And then Taylor Swift, Look What You Made Me Do.
Ooh, look what you made me do.
I think I could deal with all those.
I love.
I'm talking 10 straight times, 15 straight times.
One time, and I'm ooh, I got to be careful how I say it.
My Heart Will Go On.
What?
Is that one in the bar? If you
No,
heard that?
My Heart Will Go On's great. It's a
Okay.
great song. Celine Dion.
I love David Guetta, but if you played "I'm Good" over and over again for 20 straight songs, him and BB Rexa, I might.
What about Blue, the original by Eiffel 65?
It's a good song. Solid song. But
I love
same
Blue.
thing with that one. Same thing with that one.
How about the showers? What happened?
Dude, the Chiefs went to go take a shower after their game. It was a
I
cold
hope.
night. It was a cold night in Buffalo. And Donovan Smith of the Chiefs claims the Bills shut off the hot water in the visiting locker room after the game. And it was nothing but cold showers. That's an old stadium. But he goes, he tweeted, caught an L and they shut our hot water off. SMH. It's all good. We got that dub today. Hashtag Chiefs Kingdom. Chiefs.
Sounds like a little myth story.
Yeah, I
The
don't
old
know.
Boston Garden.
I think it's just plumbing in Buffalo. Like, to be honest, like, it's Buffalo. What do you expect from? Like, I don't think.
Well, how about your sinks at home? Like over this past week,
Takes an hour to warm up.
takes an hour to
Takes
warm up.
forever.
So that's probably what it is. And Buffalo's
be.
like that throughout their entire existence.
I know the pipes are probably frozen. I'm surprised they even have running water. The pipes are so frozen.
Did you see the Patrick Mahomes post game speech that was going viral yesterday? I would probably turn on nothing but cold water if I knew that's what he said too.
What?
Because he got into the locker room and he goes, "They said they wanted us. They got what they wanted," and then everybody's and lose their mind. I'm sure that would annoy some people, and they'd say, "You know what? They don't need hot water." I will say, this has happened before. Obviously, like Texas was. There's no proof of it, but everybody has always said Texas did cut off the air conditioning to LSU's locker room when they came to Austin with the Burrow team. And I remember one of the LSU players who was playing for the draft or traded for the draft in 2020 was like, those MFers are so lucky that the COVID year got in the way of them coming to Baton Rouge because we had already planned so many things at the program to screw with their locker room. And so they were going to get it back. Now, Texas had always said, no, we didn't do that. But when you talk to people around there, they're like, yeah, they absolutely cut off the AC to their locker.
Oh, man. Like the hot water, that's cold. That's cold.
Yeah, it's literally.
That, the AC, that's diabolical.
Especially with as humid as it was. You remember it was dropping with cramps in that game and everybody accused LSU of faking it. And LSU's like, no, we were dehydrated because we didn't have air conditioning in the locker room.
And then you go from water to urine as the focus is going to be Baltimore, of course, hosting the AFC Championship game.
Don't you love the city of Baltimore, Sean?
No.
Special place in your heart.
Me and Tolo Eric, we're just reminiscing about all the bullets we've dodged throughout our lives, him being from Maryland as well.
Literal ones, yeah, not just like figurative ones like this. A steady stream of pee, this is from the Baltimore Banner, a steady stream of pee is eroding Baltimore's historic buildings. Like, this is a serious issue right now, that the city officials are genuinely concerned with the amount of homeless people that are outside the building, nowhere to go to the bathroom. So they're just peeing on the side of these old buildings, and the amount of urine apparently is eroding like the bottom of these buildings. So just eating away at the concrete or the wood or whatever else. Like a yellow, the Baltimore Banner writes, like a yellow Sharpie, it's highlighting long-standing tensions in Baltimore. The decline of a once bustling city center, dwindling public spaces, and the enduring needs of the local homeless population. But this is something where they're genuinely now like working, like city officials and the downtown partnership are working to install several restrooms throughout downtown sometime in 2025. Exact locations, timelines, and costs are still to be determined. But Lauren Siegel, a social worker who's been in Baltimore for decades, said it's something that we all need. It's a human need, and it's clearly causing an issue. But they have like on several of these old historic buildings, they've got erosion and just awful smell emanating from people peeing on the side of the building.
Dude, like you get some of these, you get like on a subway in New York in the summertime where you know that
I was gonna gag here.
It's like you could in the summer, there's no AC down those subway tunnels, and the smell just punches you in the face, and it smells like like fermented hot urine. God, gross.
I mean,
it's gross.
It's disgusting. I mean, like, look, they've got like here. Let me turn this around here. This is like one of their images that they use. Like, I guess these are just urine stains all along the bottom there, just eating away at the building. What are you ingesting though that it's just gonna eat away?
Asparagus. That's the smell.
Yeah.
That's the smell. I don't know what else would burn more.
The only thing,
asparagus.
Coffee.
Yeah, I would think coffee pea. Yeah.
Ooh, coffee pea is bad. I'll tell you what. You know what's surprisingly pleasant?
You got something that makes your urine smell better?
Pleasant Monster Energy or Red Bull.
Really?
Makes it smell like Fruity Pebbles.
Let's ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
TrueCorrect.com fan text 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. We are going to ask Reddit here. That is the community, the forum of 45 million members where they ask all sorts of salacious, pressing questions, and we kick them around here and kick them around with you on the TrueCorrect.com fan text and on Twitch and on YouTube. I'll lead off with Chop because you hate when I kick it over to you first. And I feel like this one is made for RJ Choppy. What is a big animal you are 100% certain you can defeat in a fight with your bare hands?
Outside of the water?
Whatever. Big animal.
You know, I see all these videos of kangaroos squaring up to people. I want to take on a roo. I know people say they're vicious, but you know what? I don't like their look, and they have no shoulders. They have no shoulders. They're all traps. I think I could take out a kangaroo if I had to. One knock in the face. That big nose, very big nose.
I had no idea so I've got a buddy in Australia. He works for ESPN out there. His name's Laurie Haresh, and he's visited it several times, covered draft, and he'll actually be at Super Bowl. We'll be hanging out there. He had said that like they are a absolute menace in Australia. Like people just hate that. Like that they're considered like giant, oversized rats. Like people just cannot stand kangaroos out there.
Pepe, I feel like you would have a good answer for this.
Kangaroo is mine as well. Just seeing them hop around. But I was gonna go with maybe a doe. Not a full buck. It can't have the antlers, but a doe. I think I could take on a doe.
You want to beat Bambi?
Oh yeah, I'll kick Bambi's ass.
It's a deer.
If it's coming at me,
the question is, what do you think you could beat up? It's not a menacing, threatening animal. He's wearing his white tank top.
Could you imagine? Though? Could you imagine?
Good Lord.
He's got the patchy beard that fits too.
I'm not commenting anymore on this.
I'll tell you, black bear.
Black bear.
Beating up a black bear. Not even beating him up. I'm chasing him off. He's not going to fight me.
Which is the one that you want to get big for? Which is the one you want to play
dead for?
The black
bear. The black bear runs.
You want to get big for the black bear?
Yes.
And you want to play dead for the grizzly?
Yeah, the grizzly bear is not going to run if you charge it. It's going to be like, all right, come on. But the
polar bear, you're just screwed.
The polar bear is going to kill you. Yeah, regardless of if you're acting dead or not. The polar bear's coming for you. But the black bear, you can actually, it's like a 50-50 chance. But that's my best shot at taking on a big animal is if I kind of charge at them and they run. Black bears are notorious for like, you know how they say mama bear, how that's like a big energy because polar bears will kill you if you go after the babies. Grizzlies, apparently black bears, like if you scare them, they'll be like, sorry kids, and they'll run. And they don't even bother trying to protect the kids anymore. So I think I could fight it. I think I could chase off a black bear. 50-50
brown bears and grizzly bears the same thing?
Yes.
All you'd have to do is have 3 drinks with your annoying ass voice and they would run off. Trust me. I'll take it in the water.
I bet you will. Why is it me?
What?
Why you got to take shots at me for no reason as being loud? I'm working on things. I went to therapy yesterday. I'm trying.
I've seen enough of the shark shows, Shark Week. I wouldn't like win a fight, but I've seen enough on how not to get eaten. These people just go to the bottom of the ocean floor, and the sharks don't seem to mess with you there. You got to be on a surfboard. You got to be kicking and paddling your feet at the top of the water. But otherwise, if you're submerged, if you're down diving amongst them, they don't seem to attack these people. Anyone. It's just brazen.
Yeah.
Everyone just dives down there and they survive as I'm rooting for them to get eaten. And I am. I'm like, you deserve to go ahead and get snapped in half, but I'll go with shark.
Can I read the TrueCorrect.com fan answers that I would not ever say myself?
Sure.
Or should I avoid something?
What do you mean? have no idea what you're talking
All right,
about.
I'm gonna actually use my filter here because I think you're gonna yell at me if I read it. 940 says a buffalo. A lot of people trying to correct Choppy here, saying Bambi is not a doe. When you said a doe,
It's a
Bambi
fawn,
is a boy.
I'm sorry.
No, Bambi's a boy. Bambi is not a girl.
Bambi is not a boy.
I thought Bambi was a girl too. It's funny. This just came up the other day.
Today's society, is that what you're doing? It's Bambi's an entity.
Yes.
Yeah,
it is a bean.
Yes,
it is a bean.
It is an entity. 214 giant sloth. Yeah, we've got 817 kangaroo. So lots of different answers there. 972 donkey. So there are some of the answers. All right, Sean, I'm going to come to you now. So you better have an answer ready. And again, this is up your alley. What rich person foods actually aren't very good?
Caviar.
That was the one that came to mind for me. I tried it once and I almost vomited.
It's just so salty.
That was salty and it was just, I don't remember. The texture bugged me, I remember. I thought it just tasted, it was disgusting tasting. I spit it out. I didn't even swallow it.
Yeah, my number one answer would be caviar. I can't think of a steak. I'm trying to think of a seafood, another seafood. I don't have one.
Not food, but I do feel like the most like
champagne.
I don't like scotch. And scotches are like the very expensive, like really expensive, like scotch and gin and stuff. I don't understand it. It doesn't
very
taste
peaty.
good.
It's very peaty, smoky, the scotch.
This is expensive food, or it's a food?
Like I said, rich person foods. What rich person foods actually aren't good
So
at all?
could I say like champagne, like expensive
No,
champagne?
that's not a food. Hence the question.
Look,
I asked.
man, like it's good. It really is good. I'm not. I shouldn't use this example because it is very, very good. But the whole expense of Kobe beef or Wagyu is just—it's not worth it to me.
Yeah,
it's not worth. Like it's good. I get it.
I mean, it's crazy expensive.
Yeah, it's just too expensive.
Yeah,
it's not
for like 3 strips.
Yeah, it's just not worth it. So I would say that. Like it's very. I'm not saying it's not good, but I think it's completely overrated for the price you're paying.
Pay.
Caviar was mine. I tried oysters when I was in Vegas, but I didn't love it, so I would have to go that. I would prefer like sushi or some other raw seafood there. But truckwreck.com fan text agrees. 214 oysters, caviar. Some say some truffles.
Truffles is a good answer.
Oh yeah, truffles are not good.
Some people it's a great truffle oil, like that orange one that they sell, I think in Costco and stuff. And Amanda doesn't even want to be around it. Put the truffle on the fries, and people just think it's really, really overpowering.
I think truffles taste like dirt.
It is dirt.
I know, and it's disgusting. Steve from Tyler on the Twitch says foie gras, which I was really surprised. I ate that like a year ago. I didn't know what it was, and I think you told me what it was after, and I was disgusted. It tasted really good.
I think it's good. I don't know how expensive it is. I'm shocked that you would eat it.
I didn't know what it was. I don't remember what. I don't even remember what it looked like or how, but somebody had told me it's like yada yada yada, and I just blindly was like, okay, and I ate it, and then what is it again? It's like
liver, duck liver,
like baby duck liver or something. It's very specific, but we're doing Ask Reddit here on 105 through the Fan. All right, let's go over to you, Peyton Russell. What's a quote that has always stuck with you?
This is one that I've known for a while now. You miss 100% of the shots you never take. Wayne Gretzky or Michael Scott, if you know The Office. I don't know. It was one that like in grade school, we had to come up with some quote that we liked, and we had to like go off the whole school year with that motto. And that's just what I kind of go off of. If you don't ever try, you're not going to succeed. So, take shots in life. You never know.
There we go. Chop.
I live my life a quarter mile at a time.
Oh, God. Why did I expect that you were going to give me something serious?
Isn't a new one of those coming out or something?
Yeah, there is, and they're going to be grounded this time, Bobby.
Is this Fast 69 or something at this point?
I believe it's 10, 11.
No, they've done 10 already.
This is 11 then. Whatever number it is. But this is the next one. They're going to be on the ground more, going back to their old school roots of street racing, which I'm a big fan of. So I like to live my life a quarter mile at a time. For those 10 seconds, I'm free.
I got 2. One for serious work is, I think it's Auerbach or Wooden, one of them, but failure to prepare. It's preparing to fail.
Yep, from a couple of overrated coaches.
That preparation. And then it is what it is.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. I got that on a coffee mug.
It is what it is.
214, F around and find out.
Good one.
Let's see. Some of these can't read off. Let me see here. We've also got, I'll tell you mine as I wait for some of these to be cleaner that we can actually read. 972, never take criticism from someone you wouldn't go to for advice. That's a good one, I think. My number one that has always been from a philosopher. His name is Soren Kierkegaard. And the quote was, do it or do not do it. You will regret both. Which sounds kind of dreary at first. But my whole thing is like, for someone who like needs to make a decision, just make a decision quick. And the idea of dreading over what if I get it wrong or whatever. Like, it's very freeing if you accept it as the idea of, regardless of which one you pick, your brain is naturally going to go, is the grass greener on the other side? What did I miss? What did I... So just free yourself up knowing you will have regrets about it regardless and just make the best decision on its face. So that's one of mine. 214, paper doesn't refuse ink. Got this from an IRS agent. Basically means just because someone writes something, that doesn't make it true.
Okay.
That's not bad. I don't hate that one. Let's see here. What else do we have here? Life is like a box of chocolates. Don't take life so seriously.
I just watched that movie. I don't know. It was on repeat a couple weeks ago, and I was all in. I was like, damn, this is a legend. A classic.
Carpe Omnia from the 972.
Do or do not.
All right. Do an Ask Reddit here. Sean Sharif, which celebrity gives you I sold my soul to the devil vibes?
Jerry Jones.
Oh dear.
Oh, gosh. Made the Super Bowl deal after Buffalo and Pittsburgh. Which celebrity sold my soul to the devil? So meaning what? Like you don't deserve to be in that spot? Like you made a deal? There's
However
reason.
you interpret it, either they shouldn't be there or they just seem like a very popular answer I saw on Reddit was a lot of people just saying Tom Cruise. Like he clearly, it's not that he doesn't seem to deserve to be there, but it's just like, you don't seem like you're human anymore. Like you don't have a soul anymore. You gave it away. And my answer to this was Will Smith. Will Smith just does not seem like a real person to me at all.
Well, post-slap.
Pre-slap. There was he was just...
Because Fresh Prince is amazing.
Yes, Fresh Prince was amazing.
Amazing.
His early 90s, late 80s music career, well, I mean, he put some banger, like, classic songs out.
Classic?
Classic.
We're talking about
Parents just don't understand.
Parents don't understand.
Miami?
Yeah. I mean, that's way after. That's way after. I was up way before. Nightmare on My Street was a good one. So Will is in that. Definitely in that one. Any politicians in it.
Sure, but I mean that's not fame really. It's not celebrity. I feel like that's just power.
Would the Kardashians be a good
Yes.
one?
So there was
How they got
absolutely.
famous and
Kris Jenner was a very popular answer on Reddit as well. Man, we are getting a ton of people weighing in on the truckhuck.com. Fantex 214 says Jimmy
Because
Kimmel.
Kris Jenner feels like she would sell her own children.
Yeah, she sold all their souls.
Yeah, she would sell all their souls.
817 Elon Musk. 972 Kanye West. Ooh, we are getting a lot of Taylor Swift here on the truckhuck.com. Fantex. The Weeknd from 972.
Anyone in the Illuminati?
Oh yeah, you're getting a lot of 469 Orlando Bloom. So Peyton,
What did he do? What Orlando Bloom? I don't even know what he did. What did he do? He put funky ears on. He was shooting a bow and arrow.
He was in Pirates of the Caribbean or something like that. Peyton, do you have somebody that stands out?
other than the Kardashians, Chris Brown maybe was one that popped in my mind. Just how bad of a guy he is and how it kind of everything just went downhill.
I think if you're... Well, never mind. I'm not even going to make that joke. We're doing Ask Reddit here. I'm going to go to you, RJ Choppy, on this one. What's so blatantly obvious, but people still refuse to see it? Other than Dak Prescott's an elite quarterback. Because that one's
I was going to say other than Peyton Manning's better than Tom Brady.
Oh, gosh.
That we still... I'm on this JFK kick. It's quite obvious that Lee Harvey Oswald did not commit the crime by himself.
You've been on such a kick on this lately. I don't think I've actually heard.
Obvious.
And I'm not criticizing. You've been on such a kick on this lately. I don't think I've actually heard what your theory is, though. What
I don't have a theory. I know the theory is that it wasn't him by himself.
You cannot just say like it absolutely was not this, and then not at least throw out like something that makes some sense. You don't have to say it's your take.
Well, he doesn't have to have the alternate theory, but explain why you've come to the conclusion that did not happen.
There was, first off, there was 4 bullets shot. They only say there's 3. There's 4. And even if there was 3, they were done in 5 seconds, which is impossible with the kind of rifle that he had to be able to get those shots off. Virtually impossible. There may be an outside chance, but not with any accuracy. The single bullet theory is lunacy. The other shot came clearly from the front, which was the kill shot. You see his head go back and to the left. The fact that he was seen on the second floor 90 seconds after the shooting took place, sitting in a booth. He wasn't even on the 6th floor. He may have helped people get in. There's a lot of things that in there. Like it could have been. I have no idea who did it.
And the follow-up question to all this is: so you always gotta
have a why?
No, you gotta figure out why are you trusting the source that you're believing now.
Oh,
You
it's
know,
not a source, I believe. It's just like there's
a documentary. Like everyone has an angle. Everyone has right. Like why are you trusting where everything you just said is coming from?
Yeah, tell us, Aaron.
Aaron
Rodgers.
Well, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I watched a Michael Jackson documentary. I believe that he was guilty of a lot of those things, but I'm like, okay, well, who's telling this and why? It's
Sure.
like your source.
It's not plausible. First of all, there was 2 different bullets used. The bullet that went through him the first time went through his neck and then through the governor's body. That is what they call it, a full metal jacket. The one that blew his head off was one of those things where the bullet explodes on impact. Within 5 seconds, you're not changing bullets for the same gun.
I will say I do think Oswald was up there. I don't think it was. I don't buy the straight theory, but I think Oswald was up there, and I think it's exactly what he said though. I think he got up there and then realized, oh crap, I'm a patsy. There's somebody else down there because that was not my shot. That's what I think happened. I think there were 2, and he didn't know there was a second one.
What's the question overall for this?
It was what's so blatantly obvious, but people still refuse to see it. 214 says that paying attention to your smartphone while driving can lead to deadly consequences. Somebody else, no legitimate business makes you pay money to work for that business. So when you talk about the multi-level marketing scams, if you're paying in, that's not a legitimate business. You should never have to pay to invest to work there. You got anything, Sean, that's so blatantly obvious that people refuse to accept?
Not that I want to say right now.
I know exactly what got in your head, Peyton.
Mine was street signs in general. People just don't know how to drive. We're getting worse and worse. The big one is a yellow stop light. It doesn't mean slow down. It means speed up. Go faster. We're all trying to get through the intersection. Go faster. Don't slow down just because the light turns yellow.
All right. And last one here, because you just gave, you kind of led into this one. Sean, what's a common rule that you break regularly because you disagree with it?
I mean, it's jaywalking.
I will, if I'm close enough to the intersection, I'm running the red light.
As Spittle now, I don't do that.
I speed every day. I go 90 every day.
Yeah.
Driving in here.
Well, Spittle has me scared now in Vegas. He said, we can't stop and take pictures. So now I'm thinking about that with jaywalking. He's like, they put in an ordinance, like they don't want the cluster F on the sidewalk. So stopping for a prolonged time to sit there and get a photo of the sphere or something else, you can get written up for a citation.
Which, that seems crazy. Like you're there on vacation as a tourist.
My mind automatically went to RJ Choppy excuse mode. Like, how do you know I don't have a disability? How do you know I didn't have a cramp?
Yeah.
How do you know I'm not having a seizure?
Oh, man.
You know?
Made
you proud.
214 HOV lane by myself. 901 weed. That's all they say there. 972 do not discuss salary with colleagues or people outside this company. That's the not sharing salary info.
Yeah.
That's
Boy,
one that people.
That is the greatest con companies have put on their people is that you can't discuss salary.
Right.
Because that is the easiest way to get your salaries up is to discuss them.
817 pirating Mavericks broadcasts.
There you go.
That's one that a lot of people are guilty of.
Any traffic law I think is the one.
How about the HOV? How often do y'all break that?
I don't break the HOV.
Okay.
I don't usually go.
I do. I just say my mom's in the passenger seat.
Well, where?
It's true.
I don't even see
She's
HOV
always with
lanes
me.
anymore. Do you even see HOV lanes anymore?
I did in Houston when I was driving down there a couple weeks ago.
NFL overreactions or not? Do you blame Kyle Shanahan for still wanting Tom Brady? Is Baker Mayfield the future? And was Aaron Rodgers holding Green Bay back? Choppy with NFL overreactions or not? Next.
Let's get you over to K.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on DFW Sports Station. Thank you for joining us. Being a Tolo, that stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt, along with Peyton and Rai in the back. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And look at that darkness and mess outside.
And traffic. Got traffic out there. You don't usually see traffic anymore.
I know.
My voice cracked. I don't know why.
People finally back to work.
Yeah, it's supposed to be we got like a dense fog warning until like 10 o'clock this morning or something. So heavy layer just kind of resting over downtown Dallas right now.
This weather gets me excited. My perfect chill weather. I know RJ hates it. I love it. I could
What?
move.
Just it doesn't like rain or the temperature or what?
No, I'm being inside, chopping out, going outside, playing golf, the sun, all that. And I'm like, nah, man, sit my lazy ass right on the couch or in bed.
I am seasonal affective disorder or whatever, the SAD thing.
That's what people say.
Yeah.
I am so excited about the forecast for Vegas when we're going to be out there for Super Bowl.
Man,
highs in the mid 60s, lows in the 30s, just nice, cool, like fall weather.
I was wondering if Peyton was getting bitter and bitter as we had our Vegas meeting yesterday, and he was just sitting over there in the corner, knowing he's going to be back here pushing buttons.
Nobody puts Pepe in the corner.
Maybe I just take that week off and go out there with y'all, Got the PTO to use.
So my neighbor...
We know there's plenty of people that could replace you here. We'll just call the Ross hotline.
Yeah, get Russ up here. He'll be fine.
Ross or Russ?
He keeps saying Russ.
I call him Russ. I think Russ sounds way cooler.
We'll go to the castle and get what's his face back.
Jeffrey.
My neighbor
get the old drawbridge down. Was that Ryan laughing in the back?
My neighbor texted me yesterday. He goes, "Hey man, $100 flight to Vegas. I found a room at the Mirage for like nothing, like $60 a night. So he's coming out there the same week. You bunk with him, man.
$60 during Vegas week?
Yeah, at the Mirage.
Super Bowl week?
Yeah,
Have you guys,
like basically nothing. Cost nothing.
have you guys done the West Coast Super Bowl before? How brutal is this 3 o'clock wake up going to be?
It's great. What do you?
You keep
it's fantastic.
you're smiling.
What do you mean?
like-
What kind of question is that?
Because
Hey,
I mean, just do you feel?
And it's not a 3 o'clock wake up.
or 2:45, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Do you feel Do you feel the time zone change, or is it like do you?
I mean, you did Oxnard.
yeah, you did. You go
Yeah,
very
that was
early.
fine to me.
Okay, then this will be fine.
Okay.
It was fine to you.
Mm-hmm.
You're
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Especially after like you told me like,
Mid-
hey,
mid-
wear your bulletproof vest to go to the gas station in the morning.
Thursday.
We might die,
Bobby, by a week and a half. I'm not going to put you on blast here, but you were saying things that agreed with what I told you before
Put
the
me on
trip.
blast. What did I say?
You were like, I'm ready to go home. I'm ready.
I was ready to go home just because it was California and it's just gross. Like and the people out there, the gas stations I loved. Where I bought my El Chapo shirt.
Yeah,
that was great. I wasn't scared of that. Y'all were like, hey, can you go in and get his coffee? We're scared to go in the gas station.
Wednesday's the
Dangerous.
worst day because it's usually after the media party. That's
All right, let's get to the teams that are actually, succeeding and moving on past the Dallas Cowboys with RJ's NFL overreactions or not.
Oh man, I love doing these every single week, and I'm gonna be sad when they're gone. Overreaction or not, the Bills' ceiling has been reached with Sean McDermott.
Overreaction. Look, this was a toss-up game. Let's not pretend like it wasn't. All right? And I thought in the first half Buffalo was actually going to win. So I don't know if Sean McDermott is going to be back, but if Sean McDermott does return and you had a toss-up game in the divisional round and you were missing all of your offensive weapons, I love Milano, the linebacker, who was gone for a long time for them. Look, Buffalo has also gone for it, right? Now, we do have to have a little revisionist history because we were comparing ourselves to Buffalo in not signing Von Miller and not going and getting win-now free agent additions. Did Von Miller work for them? Did some of the other win-now moves work for them when we were getting on the Cowboys for not spending? Buffalo has gone for it, but it's an overreaction to say even if Sean McDermott comes back, they can't get any farther. That's my answer. And also the biggest overblown media story, which I told you at the beginning of the year, the window's closing. The window's closing. Well, it's not closing when you have Josh Allen at quarterback while young.
They've hit their ceiling only in the sense that like they clearly just have not. If the ceiling is Patrick Mahomes is in front of them, like if Patrick Mahomes gets bounced, they're kind of at a point that it feels like the Cowboys are at with the 49ers, where it's like just somebody else bounce them out, please. Like somebody else take care of them so we don't have to go against them.
I agree. I don't think Sean McDermott is a bad coach. You could argue the fourth down punt or the punt with DeMar Hamlin, that call. But I mean, he's still he's a good football coach.
Was that DeMar Hamlin?
Who carried the ball?
Yeah.
It wasn't
That's
Hamlin,
what they said.
was it?
They said it was DeMar Hamlin.
I saw Hamlin on the back of the jersey, but I was expecting to see a lot more DeMar Hamlin on social media.
Because they kept saying on social media, like, what does he think, this is a Disney movie? Giving it to DeMar Hamlin?
What does that mean?
Like, he's trying to make a Disney movie out of this? Like, the guy comes back.
Oh,
and he
yeah.
gets
It
the
was
first down.
DeMar Hamlin.
I mean, do we even know if DeMar Hamlin's
Stop
real?
it.
That's why it didn't work.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why it didn't work.
Gave it to a ghost.
my
Okay,
mom.
so staying on this one, They build this as Brady Manning, like the next part.
Sure.
Overreaction. The gap between Mahomes and Allen is far greater, though, than the gap between Brady and Manning was, so it's not the same.
Absolutely not. That's an overreaction. Yeah, Mahomes and Allen are tighter to me than Brady and Manning were.
Oh, here we go.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Here we go.
Okay.
I mean, one was the greatest of all time who had no peer. The other is close.
I don't understand how.
If he's close, then isn't that really close? We don't.
You're saying that what Manning's the greatest of all time?
No, I'm saying that Manning was not on. Like when we talk about tiers by themselves, Brady had his own tier and Manning was below that.
Perception wise,
wild.
Would you like to respond?
Well, I mean, like I don't think anybody thinks that. That's pretty unique.
What's 7?
Oh,
2
that's
and 5?
his rings.
Yeah, okay.
That's Brady's. I'm saying that every opportunity. My greatest example of this is Manning was loaded with talent. Okay, and Manning's probably the second.
Are you being real or are you trolling?
I'm being dead serious.
Right.
I think the gap is larger between Manning and Brady than Mahomes and Allen.
Okay.
See, that's where Mahomes is, to me, he's the greatest quarterback I've ever seen.
I think Allen was better this year than Mahomes.
Okay.
And so I'm saying we've had years where they've kind of been jockeying back and forth. That was a question a couple years ago: was Allen or Mahomes?
But here's my counter to that.
Because like Manning has a winning record against Brady in the playoffs. No, I'm just saying. Like,
go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Finish your point. I know this is your back tattoo with Peyton down there. Just get it all out. Stop dancing around it. And
he has a winning record
explode.
against Tom in the playoffs. He has a winning record against Tom in the playoffs.
Okay.
Manning does. Allen, I think, is the greatest quarterback I've ever seen. I'm sorry. Mahomes is. Josh, the gap between Mahomes and Allen, I think, is greater than the gap between Allen and
Burrow.
Yeah, sure. Dak.
You putting Allen above Burrow?
No, I'm not necessarily saying that. I'm like, but that's the point. Like, I don't think this is Brady and Manning were clearly the two best players in the world. I cannot say unequivocally that Josh Allen's better than Joe Burrow.
Here was the thing that happened is that when Brady got the first year, Brady got the same type of supporting cast that Peyton Manning had in Indianapolis in terms of on offense. The very first year he had that, he threw for more touchdowns than Manning ever threw in his career and fewer interceptions than Manning ever threw in his career. He was more efficient. He was more deadly. The fact that he kept playing deep into his 40s as one of the 5 best quarterbacks in the NFL, he was better than Peyton by a mile.
I agree with Choppy that Manning, Brady closer as players. Where I think, Bobby, you may be getting a little clouded is Bills Chiefs is better in my mind from a perception standpoint. Bills Chiefs is better than Patriots Colts. Bills Chiefs is more fun and closer, and I think because Patriots Colts, a lot of us think is one-sided. You separate Brady and Manning. I don't. I put them closer as players than Allen and Mahomes. Does any of that make sense? You look confused.
Because Broncos Patriots was
Broncos Patriots evened it for Peyton, right? What was Patriots Colts? Tom versus Peyton there.
2-1. Brady.
2-1 Tom.
Okay.
And playoffs. Regular season Brady dominated.
Yeah. But it was 2-1 Tom in the playoffs with Indy.
Yeah.
And it was 2-0 Peyton with Denver. But the home team won every game. The home team won every playoff game.
Yeah, well, props to New England for getting the home field.
Took a miracle comeback for Peyton to win that one, though, with the Colts.
The Belichick decision. So that's the answer to that.
Okay, next one.
Which is no answer.
Which is absolutely no answer at all.
I was right.
If Brock
You're
Purdy...
You don't know. When it comes to what year do we disqualify Bobby's football opinion, what do you think?
2015.
Okay.
If Brock Purdy has another game like he did last week, the Niners will look at other options.
Now, this is a great question. And by the way, Brock Purdy telling the media, after last year's season, Kyle Shanahan still tried to get Tom Brady. And Tom Brady basically said no. And Purdy's like, I was a little ticked. Like, after the year I just had, you still want to go and make me the backup? How about that? And after last week, the Brock Purdy decision and question is still here. Not decision. The question of game manager, did that final drive overshadow him being off and not good throughout the entire game?
Did you guys see the video that I sent you of Purdy on the Christian McCaffrey touchdown run?
No.
So it's little procedural things like this that we don't know about that show like the separation at quarterback. So on the Christian McCaffrey run, Juszczyk was trying to get the tight end, like pointing like, hey, you're supposed to go in motion there. Play clock was running down. Purdy knew it was not relevant for it and knew they don't have time to send motion. You remember that burn the Cowboys when they sent Ferguson in motion against, I think it was Miami, and they got to delay a game because of it? Purdy like went, no, stay there, and then immediately snapped the ball, handed off to McCaffrey. He goes in for a 40-yard touchdown run. And when you hear people like from the 49ers talk at press conferences, that's the type of difference that Purdy makes that we don't always recognize and the things that he does. So I think that he's shown so much this year that I don't think we can ask any questions.
If he plays like that again, to answer your question, if he plays like that again, it's an overreaction to go shopping for someone else. Brock Purdy is the quarterback. It should be the quarterback of San Francisco next year.
I think it'd be an overreaction if he plays like that game. If they play like that again, they might not win this week. But
didn't have Debo as well.
Didn't have Debo. May not have him this week. There's no fracture, but we'll see.
You think overreaction or not?
Yeah, I think that's an overreaction. I do like Matthew Collar at PFF, which I don't like PFF, but I liked what he had to say this weekend about Jordan Love and all this.
J.J. Watt.
He said, we got to stop treating every single playoff game as if it's the complete truth about who every single quarterback is.
Of course. Yes, thank you. Absolutely.
Collectively, I think you can take it to mean something, but
Like
each
Dak.
individual get. Yeah, honestly, yes. Dak has earned the reputation of he can't perform in the playoffs. That's fair.
That's fair. Okay. Next one, the Chiefs run prove they should always be number one in our power rankings as long as Mahomes is there.
No.
Nope.
Number one. I know you have power ranking remorse from the year.
I do.
We're doing it based upon that week, not what it's ultimately going to be. Now, if you want to justify it and say, oh, well, just no matter what, I would never pick against them in the regular season, fine. To me, that defeats the purpose of the power rankings. Like week to week, who is the best team in the NFL that day or for that weekend?
And even still, even if it wasn't within the context of that, we wouldn't say because they snuck away with a victory in Buffalo, I wouldn't then come away and say, so now I think they're better than San Francisco and Baltimore. Those two teams, I think, still beat Kansas City right now pretty handily. And so, yeah, that's an overreaction.
I'll agree with you guys. It is a bit of an overreaction. Next one, Baker Mayfield is the Bucs quarterback of the future.
Ooh,
how
define
far,
future.
Yeah, how far is the future?
4-year deal, 5-year deal, something like that. 3 with an option, whatever you want to say.
No, overreaction, but I'm definitely bringing him back next year, maybe a year after that.
Would you tag him? Would you tag him? Is that what you do?
Yeah, tag him or 3-year deal like they did with Tannehill or whatever else. 4 to 5 years, no. He's not going to be there that long. So, no, that's an overreaction. I've been very impressed with his resolve and the way that he's improved his game and stepped up, and he deserves a ton of credit for that. But, yeah, ultimately an overreaction.
All right. I agree. Overreaction. I would give him I would tag him if you can or some, Tannehill type deal. Whatever.
I mean, let's say he hits the market. How many other teams sign him? Has he restored the stock?
He's restored a lot of it. I don't think he's obviously back to the number 1 pick stock.
No. He'll be better than Aaron Rodgers next year.
Oh, good call. It's a good question though. Has he restored the stock? How much has he restored? Next one. I don't really know how to phrase this, so I'll just add Jared Goff should be paid like a top 10 quarterback. I think he's up too.
Yes.
I mean, every quarterback who you plan on keeping around should be.
If you wanted to make it scary as a top
5. Yeah, that'd be scary.
I'd pay him like top 3. That's the way the quarterback market works. He's reset, and it's this endless cycle, and then in 2 years, he'd be down on the top 15.
All right, NFL overreactions or not, we take your answers as well on the truckwreck.com text line at 877-881-1053. The Mavs lose to Boston, but have they already won with Kyrie after this?
Let's get you some help at BetterHelp. BetterHelp.com/Sean.
Brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or just go to truckwreck.com.
Embiid and David Robinson with games like that. Embiid with the ball after a steal. Joel drives it down the lane. Left-hand layup. It's up and good. 70 points for Embiid. 133 to 118.
Sixers radio on the anniversary of Kobe's 81 against the Raptors. Joel Embiid dropped 70 and 18. Karl Anthony Towns with 62. He scored 43 in the first half on 8 of 8 from 3. Minnesota still ends up losing, but Joel Embiid, is the star of the night with 70 and 18 for Filthy.
How upset are you if you're Karl Anthony Towns?
Yeah, that you put up 62 on the night.
Like, you do 62, you put up over 40 in the first half, and then you lose, and nobody even really cares that you did 60. Like, I literally saw somebody quote tweet his stat line last night, and they wrote, Embiid, hold my beer. Like, nobody cared. They were just like, big whoop, you scored 62. Embiid did 70, 18, and 5.
You know, this also, I think, underscores, like, how different of a sports world we are today than we were 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 40. 70 points in an NBA game, there was a time where, like, that is the story of the day, where it's all you talk about on sports talk radio, on TV. And now we're at a point where if it doesn't happen in the NFL, it just doesn't generate any headlines.
I agree. I'm more interested, and this has taken a long time. I got to get the exact year. I'm back to being more interested in baseball than basketball. And that has not happened for a long time. Yep.
The IST didn't do it for you.
I mean, LeBron's fifth ring. Everybody said on the fan text, he has 4. He's got 5 because he's got the IST.
He does. With the cool court and everything else.
Man.
There's so much that's great about the NBA right now. Adam Silver's such a
When we go to Vegas,
moron.
Should we go to that arena and just look and see where LeBron won the first in-season tournament?
I want to look. There's 2 stops I got to make when we're in Vegas. I got to go to the arena there to touch greatness, the floor where LeBron won the IST, and I got to go to Flamingo and Caval to pay my respects to Tupac. I ot to go to that intersection.
He's still alive, though.
Allegedly. Yeah, him and DeMar Hamlin both.
Just ask, jeez.
DeMar is alive.
The Mavericks lose to the Celtics at the AAC, but have they won the Kyrie Irving experiment? I've with this topic, I've just waited. I'm like, I still don't know. I'm trying to wait it out. I'm still trying to see. But Tim McMahon, Mavs reporter, wrote a big column on why this is working. Kyrie did not choose Dallas. By the way, before I get into this, have you all made up your minds? Kyrie and Luka have and will work.
Yeah.
You've made up your mind.
I think it's worked. Now, has it worked to the extent of winning a championship? I know it's a very Mike McCarthy thing. Well, we were champions. We just haven't won the world's championship.
They're champions in spirit.
Like, it's worked, but it just hasn't worked yet. But yeah, I think look, this is not I don't think this is a failed experiment.
It wasn't a question of could it work offensively. I think everybody thought, like, Kyrie's shown he can play with a lot of different type of people. He can play with ball dominant players like James Harden, who a lot of people compare offensively Harden's game to Luka's. Like, I mean, that all is stuff that I think we knew would work. The question is, when does it turn south? When does he get unhappy? When does he bail? Like literally and figuratively. When is it that he's just going to say, I'm out, I'm checked out, and whatever else? That is the thing that I'm trying to wrestle with. Is it real? Is his happiness, is how content he is here, is that real? And I can't. I will never believe it. We could be 10 years down the road and we could have given him to the key to the city or whatever else, and I'm still going to sit there and go, it's coming any day.
Well, if
any
he wins a
now,
championship in the next 10 years and it works, then who cares?
Sure. I just mean in terms of, like, will it turn south? Ultimately, this will blow up. I always feel like you're just waiting for the timer to run out on Kyrie.
Here's what McMahon wrote. Kyrie has found happiness with his 4th NBA franchise, feeling respected and supported by the organization. There's a sense of calm after his 2.5-year stint with the Nets, which had so much chaos and controversy, much of Kyrie's own making. Quote from Irving, I had to be mature enough to say I got to take accountability for my own actions. I have to really walk and be the example I want to see in the world. And that's just being a good person to a lot of people and not being so hard to reach and not be so isolated to where people can misjudge that as whatever it is. Like, oh, he doesn't talk. He's just not really close with anybody. I don't really know him that well. So I feel like a lot of people misjudge me. Dallas gave me a chance to just focus on the main thing, which is being the best basketball player when I step foot out there, and off the court, they still support me.
That's your point. That has been your point the entire time. And that's Kyrie saying that that's what matters to him. Like, I can just do basketball here. I don't have to deal with anything else. I can just do basketball. Now, to be fair, I think it's a little hollow to make it like I'm finally able to play basketball. It's not about all this other stuff. When a lot of the time it's been Kyrie going, hey, look at all this other stuff. Like, it's been him. Yeah. He has to own a lot of the negative attention. He brings it on himself.
He's owned some of it in this.
He does. Yeah, absolutely.
I would love to ask him the media difference, if that has impacted anything. We're not going to ask him about all of his Instagram stories. We're just not going to we're not going to go there.
What does this quote mean?
Yeah.
You know,
when you're in New York, you're not only just getting the Nets media, you're getting international media who is trying to write a story about anything. So when he's asked about that, he gets irritated, then you shut down, then you get a column, then you get more, then you get a national topic, and that's just not going to happen in DFW. That was my main point of why this type of market and media fits him perfectly.
I assume at a press conference, there's one person from the morning news, one from ESPN will have McMahon out there. You'll have a couple of TV stations and like Cooperstein,
gentlemen,
and Fish. Okay, all right, that's it. And in New York Times is going to have somebody. Well, they have a slant. New York Post is going to have somebody. Well, they have the other slant. The Daily News is going to have somebody. Newsday is going to have somebody. Bloggers are going to have somebody. The Star Ledger is going to have somebody. And you're going to have all the TV stations. It's a nightmare. And I mean, People Magazine has somebody out there. And Us Weekly probably has somebody out there.
And I mean, honestly, New York, New Jersey area, like national basketball writers are out there. So if they want to drop in on practice or they want to drop in on, Kyrie's the story today, I'm going to go just drop in there at the press conference. It's not
bad for basketball.
Yeah, it's not a problem for a national writer to just pop in and start making a national story out of things.
More from McMahon. Josh Green saying an amazing veteran for the younger guys. That is one of the biggest things I've noticed since he's been here, by the way. The rest of the league seems to love him. They seem to love him, and that took me by surprise after all the drama that he has caused. The Mavs sputtered to a 5-11 record in the games that he and Luka played together last year. Those issues have been ironed out. They're 14-5 in clutch games. That's being 5 points or less in the final 5 minutes or overtime. They've won 9 of 10 games like that with Kyrie in the lineup. He scored 44 points in 36 clutch minutes. But we got some injuries interrupting the Mavs season. Luka and Kyrie have played in only half of their 42 games together. They're 12-9 with, and they're 12-9 without. So I guess the bottom line question is, if Nico and the Vegas crew and Cuban build a better roster, can Kyrie and Luka win a championship here together? That's the question.
Not with the roster that is remotely close to what they have. They need, and we saw this with Boston, and we just used Grant Williams as the example. He's the fourth best player of this team, or that's what they tried to get him to be. And on Boston, he's their seventh or eighth option, and that's just closer to what you need. You can win with Kyrie and Luka. You absolutely can. Josh Green's got to hit his potential. Hardy's got to hit his potential.
That's got to be Jason Kidd, though. Like Jason Kidd's treatment of younger players has just been stupid, and he's been better with Derek Lively, but man, like the just zero trust that he had for so long in Josh Green and specifically Jaden Hardy is really, really frustrating, because you have talented players there or guys that you believed in terms of their talent base, and they've got to do a better job of fostering that.
What do y'all think on the chart.com text line, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053, on whether Kyrie has not, or will work?
All right, so here we go. From the 817, the Mavs don't win in the next couple years, Kyrie and Luka won't be here or will not be happy. From the 972, Kyrie is a sucker for it all. From the 972, it was also the fact that Kyrie was in Brooklyn during a lot of the controversial times, and that didn't help his cause. In New York, everybody's into something. They're very woke, they're always into something else, and that kind of plays into it.
Lane Kiffin has apparently had his life changed because he finally experienced Buc-ee's.
Buc-ee's is absolutely fantastic. I don't think anybody would dispute that. I mean, it is like, I would rather walk into a Buc-ee's to do some shopping than I would like just a regular old Walmart or Target. No offense to those. It's just there's a better energy in there. I love it. They make great food. It's so awesome. But Lane Kiffin discovered this himself. He tweeted a photo yesterday from inside of a Buc-ee's, and he goes, "First time ever in Buc-ee's. My life will never be the same." And everybody's just going in his mentions. It's like, dude, yeah, you've had your eyes open now. Wait till he discovers HEB, some of these other things. The thing that's tops about Buc-ee's, and I think this is the whole reason I've heard this. I didn't actually look it up to see if this is true. The whole thing about Buc-ee's was it was created because they wanted, like, hey, we need to have a road stop where they're actually clean, comfortable, safe bathrooms that people can go into, that they feel like they're not, like, there's not murder waiting around the corner, or there's not just disease, or, you know, they don't want a bathroom that looks like the outside of a historical building in Baltimore. They want a clean restroom.
It's fantastic.
And I'll tell you this, my play has always been on the road. If I'm going by a gas station, I will stop at a hotel to use the restroom.
Yeah.
I'll stop at the hotel, use the lobby, just walk in, use the lobby, come out. That's the easiest way to do it. Buc-ee's is the one where I will use that restroom even if there's a crowd of people in there, because I trust that it's clean and they're on top of it. And holy crap, the beaver nuggets, I've been really getting on the salted caramel beaver nuggets recently whenever we make a stop at Buc-ee's. I know there's the jerky there, there's the fudge, the barbecue sandwiches, and Lane Kiffin has now had his eyes open to this.
Man, the only place that I've found with cleaner bathrooms in a large area like that is Augusta National Golf Club, because they have somebody who, after everybody uses the restroom, they go in there with a spray bottle and they wipe it down for you before you go sit down on it.
Just sparkling
It's
white
amazing.
bathrooms.
It's amazing. But the best thing about Buc-ee's, outside of anything you want to shop for there, the breakfast tacos, fantastic.
Brisket sandwich.
Yeah, it is.
I always buy crap too from their little like shirts and like they got toys and everything. The kids always, whenever we make a stop, the kids are like, "Can I get this? Can I get that?" Like it really is like going into like a mini Target.
It's the grandmas at the checkout counter. They are trained to kill. Okay, bro, they are so fast.
That's the thing. There's no wait. You can look at it and go like, "Oh my gosh, I'm standing in this line forever," and then you're out of the line in 2 minutes. Less.
I can't think of anything faster in my life. They literally.
I'm sure you could.
I know, right?
Is that good? All right. Are you okay, Bobby?
No.
Are you okay?
No.
This below the belt, are you for real?
Below the belt.
Read the tease.
Does history show the Cowboys actually nailed the Mike McCarthy hire? Someone check Bobby's temperature for below the belt next. But first,
The fans segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine? Because they've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
take
off my belt.
We're not. They nailed it. The Dallas football Cowboys nailed it.
Yes, they did.
When they hired Mike McCarthy.
Hey.
You waiting for the butt?
Yeah, I'm waiting for your...
You're shaking your head like, all right, where's the sarcasm?
Waiting for the sarcasm to drip off like this Daisy sour cream ranch dip that we're all eating.
He's the best.
Don't you worry. Why don't you just sit there and enjoy the spin rate on this curveball I'm about to throw you, okay? All right, so when you look back to the 2020 offseason when the Cowboys hired Mike McCarthy, I wanted to look back and just see what other coaches were hired, what coaches were connected to the job even, because we obviously know they interviewed Marvin Lewis in a total phony, fake interview, to be completely honest. And then they interviewed Mike McCarthy, and that was it. But I wanted to look back and see who are we talking about as the names that were connected to it, and who else got hired at that time so we can compare it around the rest of the league. So this was one of the lightest off seasons for head coaching moves in recent history. There were only 5 of them that occurred.
All right, let's write them down.
And here were the coaches that were hired. Jason Garrett was fired for Mike McCarthy, obviously. These were the coaches that were hired in other spots. Ron Rivera in Washington. Joe Judge in New York. Matt Rule in Carolina. And then the final one. And this is
you wanted Matt Rule.
I did.
And then this is the one that would be above McCarthy. Kevin Stefanski in Cleveland. To be fair, I don't think Stefanski was ever anybody they would have considered here. Nobody that was ever attached to this
too good
job.
looking.
Yeah, I think that's mainly it.
God, he is a good man.
Do you really get down for Kevin Stefanski?
Salt and pepper beard, man. I'm a sucker for that.
No, that's just you see yourself in him. That's why. But you don't find Brian Dable attractive with his no neck, just like you. No, but I think when you look at this, there were a lot of people at the time who, and Choppy wasn't alone. And I think I can't remember exactly what I said, but thinking back, I'm sure I was in favor of Rule. Like, I'm sure I thought Rule would have been a better coach than McCarthy. That clearly did not prove to be the case. I know there were a lot of people who said, hey, if you're going to make this hire, go ahead and get Rivera. Rivera is like a guy who at least will, dig deep. And he's been to a Super Bowl more recently.
Take the ping pong tables out.
Yeah, he'll change your culture. And, man, by God, you will be the most Boy Scout 5 and 12 football team that there is, and you'll win in areas of life that you're not winning on the football field, and that's what matters. But ultimately, I think when you look at the guys that were hired, this was not a bad decision. Like, you come away from that going, we're clearly number 2, and you can make an argument. A lot of people would probably say Stefanski had a great year, but overall, like, McCarthy's Dallas teams have had more success.
No, I would argue Mike came out on top of all that. Not over Stefanski. I got to see Stefanski make it work with Watson. That part of Stefanski's story is a miracle Joe Flacco appearance. Well, I still don't know what Deshaun is. No one's going to have him in their top 10 offseason quarterback lists. Nobody. And McCarthy comes out the winner of all those different names.
So when you look at the names then of coaches that were connected to the search, because I do think that regardless of who they interviewed, they probably kicked around most of these names.
By the way, real quick, what are the chances that he hired McCarthy over, say, Rule for money? Matt
Zero,
got
because
a lot of money.
Rule didn't. I do specifically remember talking to somebody at the time who said Rule didn't even get a phone call. They never touched base, and he was very surprised and disappointed he didn't get a call.
And I remember being downstairs in the showroom with KMC on air doing their show down there. Jerry Jones was on, and he was talking about being like anti-college. You remember that?
It's true, yeah.
Which is weird
Lincoln.
after Jimmy and Switzer.
Didn't want Lincoln. Didn't want obviously Matt Rule. I mean, Rule was looking for any way out. Like people down there I've talked to, his wife was not a fan of Waco.
And do we know Matt Rule failed because of him as a coach, or just being with crappy organization with bad talent?
Yeah, he was not.
It didn't hurt. It didn't help, I should say.
He probably failed because he turned me down for the Texas Live interview.
I was about to say, the closest that Matt Rule got to the Dallas Cowboys job was sitting at the bar top telling Sean he didn't want to interview because he was trying to recruit, one-star players to come play for his crappy Nebraska team.
He was nice about it.
I'm just trolling at this point. But it is something where he was there was a lot of people who felt like he was in over his head in Carolina. That it's just he was not prepared for the job over there. Now, his whole thing was toughness, culture. That's what he built at Temple. That's what he instilled at Baylor. And I know guys that came out of that program, those programs that ended up in the NFL were like, I would do anything to play for Matt Rule again. So people loved him. There was just a lot of people who felt like this is not a guy who can make it at the NFL level. He's kind of in over his head. Now, here are the names that were attached. And Blogging the Boys at the time had a tracker up that was like, hey, here's everybody who's connected, given various reports, and they were linked, whether it be Graziano mentioning, hey, I've heard this name connected, or Jeremy Fowler, or Rappaport, Schefter, whoever, just throwing out names. And let's see if any of these stand out as, ooh, blinking light, you missed that one. That guy definitely would have been better than Mike McCarthy. Lincoln Riley. There's no evidence right now that he is somebody who could lead an NFL program. There's questions about why he can't win at USC.
Microphone.
I don't know how it's up. I agree. I would not have gone for Lincoln Riley.
Urban Meyer.
No.
Nope.
We saw how that one ended. Mike Zimmer.
Nope.
No.
Gary Kubiak.
I think
Gary Kubiak.
I think Gary Kubiak's got something.
But I don't think you can say with certainty that would have been a better hire.
I agree.
Can't say with certainty.
Dan Campbell. That's the one that hurts.
That does hurt. Look, Jerry wasn't going to go for that either because he didn't want to. He doesn't want a rookie coach.
Ooh, maybe not at the time, but like these were
the
just
same as Garrett. Right? Garrett coming up through.
It matters when it's somebody who's played in that organization before. I think they absolutely could one day hire Jason Witten to be the head coach of the Cowboys.
Oh, he's been a head coach before.
And Campbell, when they asked him, when the Lions came to town, I think it was Kalashaw wrote an article about Dan Campbell. It was somebody from the Dallas Morning News, and they had been talking to Jerry and got some quotes from Jerry on it. And Jerry talked about how impressed he was with Dan Campbell when he played here and how highly he thought of him, and how he then said, I think Jason Witten has a lot of those traits and has a lot of that. And so it's like, okay, you can already see him connecting dots here. But Campbell is one
that's probably the leader in the clubhouse of
Campbell's. Yeah, Campbell's done. I think everybody would say Campbell's been a better coach during his time than McCarthy has here. Matt Rule again was somebody who was actually connected here. Greg Roman, who couldn't keep his job in Baltimore, was fired as the offensive coordinator there.
No, I'd be out on him.
Dennis Allen, who is currently the head coach with the Saints and has not really done anything.
Nope.
Leslie Frazier. Nope.
I would say no.
Can't say yes.
Marvin Lewis.
I think Marvin's a really good football coach.
I do too, but I think he's Garrett. He's the defensive version of Garrett.
Fair.
And then Sean Payton,
who is the Mike McCarthy with better PR guy.
Things looked pretty toxic in Denver this year. He fumbled that Russell Wilson situation. That was a really bad PR.
But they were 8-9.
Yeah.
But they're in the first half of the season, we were anointing him and saying, this is an amazing job. The Broncos are players. They're a threat, a little bit of a threat. Not a Super Bowl threat, but they're a playoff possibility. And then the Russ. Sean Payton just seems like an unlikable jackass. That's just what he seems like, all lovable in New Orleans. Hey, he's a Bill Parcells wannabe. That's what he is.
I will say this,
that's what you get for Dog and Bobby at Radio Row. I know you live here. I know you're probably listening. We don't care.
Having covered the Bill Parcells era,
well,
Jerry would never do that again.
Never do what?
Jerry, when Bill left, there was word around there that one of the things that Jerry did not like about it was he doesn't want to have a coach that's not fun. And I don't mean fun like, hey, we're laughing. He wants a coach he can go up to, put his arm around, have a relationship with. He doesn't want just an employee. Bill is just an employee, right? He wants a coach that he can have some kind of relationship
with. You think
with.
Mike is all warm and fuzzy? Mr. Pittsburgh?
I think he could put his arm around Mike and have a beer with Mike.
Oh, I don't think Mike pushes back. I think Mike entertains it.
Bill
Absolutely.
Parcells,
which I think I don't want to insinuate anything. I think Mike genuinely likes Jerry, and I think it's really easy for those two to probably sit down, have a couple beers, chat. I think it's easy for them.
Bill Parcells, I think Belichick would be the same way, and Sean Payton. they can be insufferable. They take themselves very seriously.
No, I think Sean Payton, I mean, you can put your arm around him. They party it up all the time.
Might be able
the
to.
Camus story, Indianapolis.
That was,
Sean Payton, we know, loves to have fun. And I think they're close.
That was actually, I think, the bigger issue at the time. That when you talk to people around the team, it sounded like there was almost a concern about hiring a close friend again after what they went through with Jason. Like that they didn't want to muddy waters with a close friend again.
Well, they also weren't going to give up compensation.
Yeah.
And they weren't going to pay. And I think it maybe a frugality thing.
Yep, I agree.
Which stings me to say.
So we have 14.
How pissed do you think Jerry Jones gets driving around, listening, hearing him being called cheap? How much do you think that boils his blood? The notion, the suggestion that he could be cheap and skimping on coaching
Settle
talent.
down just a little bit.
Settle down.
Which it doesn't make sense when he didn't spare any expense for the stadium or the star. But that doesn't make sense.
Well, I mean, the taxpayers also didn't spare any expense on the
That's true.
stadium.
That's true.
I think if there's one area that Jerry will, it's the quote Rick Goslin told me years ago, that when Jerry first started, the line he gave to the media was, he said, I got big shoulders, I can take it. I don't care what you say about me as long as you spell Dallas Cowboys right in your headlines. And I think that's genuine. I think the one area where he probably gets under his skin a little bit, and I totally understand it because a lot of people feel this way, you start making any sort of reference to his money or how he handles his money, I think he gets a little uptight there probably. So yeah, an insinuation of that could probably, he probably doesn't love it. Is that like, no, I've told you before, the check I wouldn't write. You wouldn't believe the check I'd write, but I think it just said that. So 14 other coaches tied here with McCarthy, and I'm just going to run down the list again really quickly because the only one we had definitively had was Dan Campbell. That's it. Matt Rule, Kevin Stefanski, Joe Judge, Ron Rivera, Lincoln Riley, Urban Meyer, Mike Zimmer, Gary Kubiak, Dan Campbell, Greg Roman, Dennis Allen, Leslie Frazier, Marvin Lewis, Sean Payton. So if I tell you out of 15 names, you hired at worst the one we would consider third, and at best second.
Yeah.
In retrospect, you look at it and say, look, you may not like Mike McCarthy. You may feel like they've held on too long. But the initial decision to hire him, given what was out there in the landscape of available coaches, you pretty much hit on the top tier of what you were going to be able to get.
And look, I mean, I love Dan Campbell, MCDC, Motor City Dan Campbell. But Dan Campbell doesn't coach a position. I mean, he was a tight ends coach. He's not the OC. He's not running the offense. Like, he's got his hands on everything, right? He is the ultimate CEO. But Mike runs the offense.
You could also say, though, that isn't that what they need?
A walk around.
Jerry said that.
Not just walk around. What you
before changing his mind again.
What you've seen in the way that they fall short in these things. You need somebody who's going to be time on task and discipline and preparation. You don't need somebody to draw up a game plan. You need somebody who's going to be more involved in 53 people.
He would help the mental toughness, I think. I mean, like they would. The Cowboys would go in every game believing they can win. Like the Lions, even when they're not, they're going to be underdogs here. I think they believe they could beat San Fran.
Good topic, Boppy.
Thank you.
Therapy is working for you. Growth and optimism and curveballs instead of just fastballs. Speaking of fastballs, the KNC Masterpiece, they have baseball nuggets. We have RJ Choppy's Diamond Calves.
Yeah, baby.
On the home of the Rangers to celebrate Adrian Beltre going into the Hall tonight. That kicks off the final hour of a Tolo Tuesday next.
Let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep. It is, of course,
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour, Tolo Tuesday edition here on your home of the World Series champs, Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt, fist pumping. What is Mikey saying? Is he crapping on Bobby as the insider?
I think so.
He's in here. He was going to do Pilates and yoga, and he was talking about the Mavericks, and I think he was about to crap all over your baseball segment. That's something
I know
could dare challenge the KMC baseball Nuggets. That's what they have, and we have Diamond Cavs on the day and night that Adrian Beltre is to be put into the Hall of Fame, or at least elected.
There are currently 2 idiots who have not voted for Adrian Beltre of the known ballots. Bobby, quick math. 193 known ballots, 12 not. That means 205, right?
Yep.
There's 388 total, but 384 total ballots. That means you're going to have almost 200 more, 180 more, 170 more. So those are still 2 guys. Billy Ballou of the Worcester Telegram.
That's not a real name.
Bill Ballou?
Billy Ballou.
I call him Billy. Its real name is Bill. I call him Billy.
Either way, Ballou. No, it's not a real name.
And Tony Maserati. What's a more fake name? Maserati is your last name, or Ballou?
Ballou.
But those 2 are the ones, both Boston guys, or Boston area. They're the ones that have not voted for Adrian Beltre to date. But do the Rangers have anybody currently on their team, in terms of the most likely to make the Hall of Fame? Since it's Hall of Fame day, it'll be announced tonight. Now, they took out Max Scherzer. They said he's out because he's already in. He's a lock. Okay, so the guys they took out of the list, there's no Clayton Kershaw on this list. There's no Mike Trout. There's no Justin Verlander. There's no Max Scherzer. They also took out Joey Votto, Shohei, and Zach Greinke. If Zach Greinke's in the Hall of Fame, I'm never going back to the Hall of Fame.
Wow.
That is not a Hall of Famer. First of all, his windup is too slow. And he's a rain delay. I mean, they have to add seconds of the pitch clock just for him, just for a stupid windup.
I don't know. His numbers are pretty good.
Are you doing that off of just, joking, or you don't think he's worthy as a player, Greinke?
I never thought of, and I'd have to go do a dive into the numbers, but I never thought greatness when I thought of Zach Greinke.
He won 2 ERA titles. He won a Cy Young Award. He's got 6 Gold Gloves, 6-time All-Star. Career ERA 3.5. He's pretty good.
He's pretty good.
225 wins, which in this modern era is a ton.
That's a lot. I just don't ever think Hall of Fame with him. And I think with Hall of Fame,
a lot of lower career ERA than Mike Mussina.
And I never thought Hall of Fame with him.
Oh, you did? Okay.
No. So I'm a small room guy.
Same.
I'm a small room for the Hall of Fame. You got to be greatest of great.
Okay.
So I think it's basically, if you're a pitcher, do I think in a big spot you get Barry Bonds out?
21 strikeouts away from 3,000 too. I'm just saying his credentials say he's going in.
I get it. Yeah, no, he probably will. He probably will because of those credentials. But whatever. So any other Rangers currently make the top 10 of most likely? Again, no Max. They took Max out. They took all the locks out, like Max, Kershaw, Trout, stuff like that. Verlander. Those are the main guys they took out. Anyone?
Josh?
Like if their careers...
Hamilton?
Not Josh Young. I'm just saying, if there's anyone, Josh Hamilton should have more. I think of him more as a potential Hall of Famer than Michael Young.
Sure.
You're asking about potential possible.
Are we talking about only guys on the roster?
Current Rangers.
On the roster right now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Corey Seager. Like not if his career ended today, obviously, but he's on trajectory to make it to the Hall of Fame.
Okay, so interesting. There's 2 players here, and they're both just outside the top 10.
Evan Carter.
These are just outside the top 10. And on this list, they've got Carlos Correa, Chris Sale, Francisco Lindor, Trey Turner. They have Seager, and they have DeGrom.
Oh, DeGrom.
Man, the problem with DeGrom
it's not
is
going to happen for DeGrom.
Who is like the standard bearer for, man, he was dominant, but he was a supernova. He was so short, like his time here. The guy that's like that for the Major League Baseball Hall of Fame it's Sandy Koufax. And Koufax,
9 years.
Koufax, as it stands now, has like twice as many innings pitched as DeGrom.
Yeah, he was in and out.
And Koufax is considered like, he only pitched 2,300 innings.
Yeah.
Like, and DeGrom's nowhere near that. So, man, DeGrom would have to be the biggest outlier in the history of the Baseball Hall of Fame in terms of workload.
Like his old team, Matt Harvey was like that. He was a flash.
Yeah.
He was great for like a couple years, and then
Fat Harvey then.
Then he was Fat Harvey.
Syndergaard, too. What is it about the Mets? Why did they ruin all these pitchers?
Those are the Mets. So anyway, the guys they have at the top 10, one is Kenley Jansen, which, I mean, you're going to have to, Billy Wagner's got to get in before Kenley, which he might this year. Aaron Judge at number 9, who's got a lot of work to do because he started his career so late. Altuve at number 8. I think Altuve, that's pretty low for him. I would think he's pretty much a lock.
I'm putting him in.
I would put him in too. Garrett Cole is
I'd buzz
next.
him. No, he's out.
You buzz him. Very good.
Yeah.
Cole at 7. Here's a surprise. What? Machado at 6.
Ooh, Machado above Altuve?
Yeah.
For Hall of Fame? I'm saying no to that. This is just off the top of my mind without looking at all the numbers.
Yeah, I mean he's a 125 OPS plus, 279 hitter. His OPS is going to be around 800.
Who is? I'm trying to think who Machado reminds me of in terms of like a parallel to another sport of like the guy who's always held up as like, oh, that's one of the best. And then you look and it's like, why doesn't he produce like all the other best though? Like, why do we give him that if he doesn't produce at the same level?
I think people would say Julio because he didn't catch touchdowns.
Yeah, but I mean, he still put up
No,
the high
no one
volume
would
in
ever.
other
No one
areas.
would ever think that Julio Jones. Like everyone thinks Julio Jones way better at what he does than Manny Machado. Machado will have those 330 home run years.
Yep.
I mean, he might end up with the numbers to do it. I just don't think of him.
Donovan
as,
Mitchell, another one that you could like throw like into that kind of category. Bryce Harper, number 5.
I'm trying to separate 3 things: hype, the actual numbers, what he's doing in Philadelphia right now.
Cowardice.
I mean, you love Bryce, right? To you, this is trader, Cowboy trader, but to you, this is a no-brainer. Bryce Harper, Hall of Fame?
his OPS is over 900. Like that's for his career, right, Bobby? That's like pretty.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty stout.
Yeah, I mean, Gary Sheffield's is 907, and he's having a fight to get in though.
But there's a steroid implication, PED
Right.
implication. He should be in if without that. Nolan Arenado is next. I think he's great. I
love him. I'm not thinking no doubt Hall of Famer. Bryce Harper. I mean, I'll give a hot take. I would say right now not a no doubt Hall of Famer for me. I don't be like, okay, he definitely should be in.
And Arenado or
Arenado, no.
Yeah. Okay. Freddie Freeman.
Yes.
Yep.
I love Freddie Freeman.
I agree.
He is a professional hitter.
Paul Goldschmidt. I mean, he's a professional hitter for the right side, but I think Freeman's a much better hitter.
I would lean no towards Goldschmidt.
He's got a 900 OPS. He's MVP,
4-time Gold Glove,
5 Silver Slugger, and then Mookie Betts they have as the number 1 most already lock that outside of the Trouts and stuff like that. So there's your.
I didn't hear Evan Carter.
Evan Carter was not on there.
Wait, not totally. He was on KNC.
He was on KNC. Okay. AL MVP odds for the upcoming 2024 season. They're going to report to spring training in what? 3 weeks? 3 weeks for this past 2 from today? Basically, they report usually on Tuesday for pitchers and catchers.
I don't know.
Isn't Tuesday always Valentine's Day, Peyton? Is that why it is?
What is? I don't know. Follow up on it.
I was gonna say I don't know. I'm not going, so I hadn't like put it on my calendar.
Corey Seager is 3rd in AL MVP odds to start the year. Judge is 1st, plus 550. Soto is 2nd, plus 600. Seager at plus 800. Bobby Jr., Colleyville's own at 20-1. Mike Trout at 20-1. You can get Mike Trout. He is behind Jose Ramirez, Gunnar Henderson, Julio Rodriguez, Bobby Jr., Kyle Tucker, Yordan, Seager, Soto, Judge. Mike Trout. That shows what a fall he has had with the injuries. But you get Trout at good value at 20-1.
In 4 of the last 5 years, he has not played over 82 games.
Wild.
What was the COVID year? I can't remember.
2020.
All right, so 2020 played in 53, and then 2021 36 games. 119 last year, 82.
So 53. That's his. They had a 60-game season, so he played quite a bit. He played quite a bit that year. Okay, Where is Marcus Semien on this current MLB Network's doing this right now? The top players at each position. Now they still have.
Was this what Bassett went crazy over Jonah Heim being left off this, right? As he should have gone crazy. I think Ken Rosenthal spoke about the exclusion of this on his podcast. Sandler was tweeting about. And by the way, Sandler tonight to celebrate Beltre going in is going to have a Rangers hot stove 7 o'clock tonight with Michael Young.
All right, so tomorrow on the 24th, they do left fielders, they do center fielders, they do third baseman and relief pitchers still. But there's no Rangers that make the first base list. Freddie Freeman's number 1. Bryce Harper is now a first baseman. He was the number 3 ranked right fielder last year. Matt Olson, Goldschmidt, Yandy Diaz. No Ranger makes the first base list. At second base, I got a major problem with this. Mookie Betts is number 1. Mookie Betts has barely played second base ever, and he's going to be a full-time second baseman this year. He's the number 2 right fielder from last year. He's the number 1 second base. Could we give him a minute? Or do you just want to show that these rankings are solely based on offense?
Right. That's ridiculous. I have no idea how he's going to defend.
Yeah, he played 60 games as a second baseman last year. Can we give him a minute?
He's played how many games in second in his career? He's played 30. I mean,
but where would you put him? Do you then have to keep him off? You have to put him at 8? How do you do it? Then your list, then people are going to say your list is stupid for having Mookie Betts at 8. What do you do?
That's a great
you have to keep him off it?
That's a great question. But would you put Altuve was number 1 last year. Marcus Semien is number 3. Louis Arise is number 4. And Ketel Marte is number 5. Now listen, you want to put him after Marcus Semien, fine. Because he's a better overall player than Marte and McLean and Eduardo Julian. Come on, he's better than those guys. But Semien and Altuve, I can't put him there ahead of those guys who have been second basemen or middle infielders for the entirety of their careers. I have a tough time with that.
Well, let me ask you a question then. 1 year, Mookie Betts or Marcus Semien is playing second base for your team. Who would you take? All things encompassing.
Okay, so we're taking out because I would take out defense. I would put Mookie Betts. I'm getting the better offensive player.
You have to include everything.
No, you're right. I'm getting the better offensive player, so I would just take that.
All right.
Right fielders. This caused quite the stir on my group chat.
BJ Surhoff.
And this is from MLB Network. And who voted on this? All their analysts and stuff?
Let's go back here and look. It was metrics, both advanced and traditional numbers.
All right.
MLB research team, all that stuff. Right fielders. Number 1 was Ronald Acuna Jr. Number 2 was Kyle Tucker. Number 3 was Juan Soto, who is moving from left field to right field. Corbin Carroll 4. Tatis 5. Suzuki 6 with the Cubs. George Springer 7. Teoscar Hernandez 8. And then you get Adolis Garcia at 9. And I had a lot of people who said, how could he not be in the top 5? Which, all right, look, you're not going to take him over Acuna.
No.
And you wouldn't put him over Tucker, most likely, who's an MVP candidate every year.
Unless we're talking about winners.
Kyle Tucker.
And you wouldn't put him ahead of Soto.
No.
Now, you want to get to Corbin Carroll, who's done it 1 year. All right, we can have a discussion on that one. Oh, that was a great year. He was an MVP candidate.
Yeah.
And Tatis, I don't even know what we think about Tatis.
I'm not taking Adolis Garcia over Fernando Tatis.
Look.
Are you kidding me? This is a result. This is championship hangover. That's what this is. This is postseason, legendary postseason run hangover of overinflating Adolis Garcia. He's still a 245 hitter. He's a 245 hitter with 30 homer power.
And we forget about
which is good, but you're overrating it.
We forgot how great George Springer is too, or was.
He had he has a 774 OPS during his time in Texas. That's not great for a corner outfielder when we talk about the very top of the league. 774 OPS.
Fernando Tatis has superstar ability.
This is a Jonah Heim makeup call. That's what that is.
Corey Seager, number 1 at shortstop. Then Lindor, Bogarts, Dansby, and Trey Turner, Bo Bichette, Correa, Bobby Jr. 9. What a list that is. Holy cow. It's tough to crack that one. And then, of course, catchers, Jonah Heim left off, and that's no good. It's no good.
RJ Choppy with his Diamond Cavs on the home of the World Series champs. Congratulations to Adrian Beltre for making it official later on tonight. Crosstalk with KMC at 9:40. But which one is more toxic in the NFC East? Which implosion is happening first between us and Filthy next? But have you made your list of important changes for 2020?
brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214 or 817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
That was a thud.
Man.
That hurt. Well, stop messing with him. How many times do I have to tell you?
Throw the stapler next time, Sean.
The man messing
Did you see my
Frankel.
stapler?
Was that a Frankel and Frankel read?
That was.
That didn't get messed up. He was a pro.
I don't care. You messing with my sponsor, station sponsor.
I didn't mess with anything.
You're talking to him in his ear. I told you 50 times how to do it, so you get plunked. That was maybe the biggest Sharpie I've ever seen, and that landed.
That hurt.
That landed.
It did land, man.
And then he ended up stuttering, reading the phone number because he saw the pen hit Bobby's head.
And now I'm getting text messages from...
So that was your
From
fault.
who?
The bosses.
Yeah.
So that was your fault,
Are you really?
Sean. The only stutter that occurred was from you plunking me in the head.
You think they're going to text that fast?
It's fair. That's fair. That's a very, very good point.
No way. All right. Crosstalk with KMC. What the hell is this?
Look at this rain.
What?
I
Not
heard
the rain. The box over here. This explosion.
Basic's
his yearly chair.
His yearly chair.
Oh.
That means we get to sign it.
Yeah, we got to sign it at some point.
Why?
It's the yearly pizza. That's the pizza-thon.
Yeah,
chair,
because he
right?
signs his chair, gives it away, and then he gets a new one. So he busted
the money
all over
on
the
this
floor.
guy. I mean,
here.
those are like $200 chairs, and he just buys a new one every year. Just the money on this guy just throws away like
Well,
that.
he buys Netflix every other month. Like, he finds ways to skimp. No doubt about it. Crosstalk with KMC is coming up at 9:40.
Well, that fog out there, man.
Which implosion is going to happen? Will both or either one happen? And which one happens first between the Cowboys and the Eagles?
All right, so here are the obviously those are the parties at play here.
What?
You gave me a concussion. You concussed me.
He really is rubbing his head.
It hurts.
You deserve it.
He is going to go
Every
to the
time you
doctor.
do it, I'm going to throw the same thing at your head.
Well, I already had a twitch on my scalp over there that I was worried was an aneurysm, and now you've hit me in the same area.
Probably
He's
lice.
going to go to the doctor today now. He's going to go.
Good.
He's going to get it tested out.
Good.
And he's going to find something else wrong with him. Well, he's got a twitch here. He's got meningitis.
It's like everyone who sits in that seat,
Someone's dying.
you can talk to them, tell them the same thing 35 times.
Doesn't
They
matter.
don't listen. It doesn't matter.
I totally
So
agree.
there you go.
Look at that. Look at this. I actually downloaded this app the other day, CNS Tap. This is to ensure that I don't have ALS, that my neurological effects are still good.
Why?
Because I was worried that like I wasn't, I was slowing down
Let's
neurologically.
try that thing out before.
I know. I'm going
You
to tell
both,
you.
the hypochondriac boys over
Here,
here.
I'll do it right now. And
You guys need to start a podcast
if it's
about
below,
medicine.
I'll,
For real.
I'll do it right now. If
It's
it's below 60, I'm going to freak out. Continue.
All right.
Because you got hit in the head?
Yeah. It'll be your fault.
I don't care. I gave you ALS. I don't
Insurance
care.
liability, Gavin.
I
If
mean,
you're
you know,
listening.
there is a theory out there that Lou Gehrig developed Lou Gehrig's disease.
You did
ALS.
56 taps.
That's way below my normal.
Do
Now
you
I am
feel
freaking
dizzy?
out a
Are you
little.
seeing it?
No. Now I'm freaking out that I'm losing motor function.
We got rid of
Y'all for real? Like, he's halfway serious.
I think it's more.
No, 56. That freaks me out.
It's 65-35.
I'm going to do that again. Keep talking.
All right. So, which NFC team is more toxic right now?
Get him with a fake ISO shot, right?
ISO, yeah. We don't need to. We don't need to
ISO.
Which NFC East team is more toxic today and headed for the bigger disaster in 2024? The Cowboys or the Eagles?
This is an easy answer for me. Does anyone else? Are you split, or do you have an easy answer?
Well, let me give you the
evidence,
the pertinent evidence here for both.
Okay.
The Dallas Cowboys have a lame duck head coach. Philadelphia probably has a lame duck head coach too. The Cowboys.
Bobby, I can't listen to you, Bobby, tapping.
I can
this
hear
table.
it. I can hear it. It's so bad.
55 taps. So what does it mean if you're under 60?
60 is my average, so I'm below my average. So I'm worried that my neurological function is slowing down. My motor skills.
All right. And when's it supposed to get back up to?
I don't know. I need to raise this chair. Maybe it's that my arms.
Yeah, it's the chair.
Yo,
It's absolutely the chair.
Yo, look at this. Sitting
This is
Bill
unbelievable.
Bill Mike's chair. Bill Bassett's chair. You got all this energy right here.
Yeah, Bill Bassett's better.
Bill Bassick better.
Bill Bassett's better.
So politics.
The Cowboys have player families calling out the fans. The Cowboys have player families calling out the quarterback. They've got cap issues if they don't extend the quarterback. Now what? What happened now? What did I
He's
miss?
doing heavy breathing. I'm sorry. I know this is squirrely as hell.
No,
I know this is a
I like
squirrel
it.
segment,
I like it. I'm big
but
fan.
he's legit starting to freak out. And now your freak out is like starting to worry me that I did something to you.
I don't think you did it. I'm more to have a neurological deficit or something.
But you're saying it got activated because I hit you in the head.
Oh no, 56 taps.
Because I hit you in the head with the marker. You're saying I did it, and it's on video
I need
for
a distraction.
evidence.
Keep going. Chop, go. I need a
56
distraction.
taps the same as 56K.
The Eagles are the one that you should be most concerned, or that should be most concerned, because when you talk about effort or preparation or whatever else from the Cowboys,
You're
with
the biggest
Eagles,
concern.
when
Then the Eagles.
Yeah.
When there's Eagles, Mom, I'll see you soon. When there's Eagles that the issue with the Eagles is the when you have players only meetings and there seems to be toxic culture and interaction. When you lose locker rooms, that's when there's a problem. And that locker room, even if it hasn't been lost, it is much more fractured than the Cowboys is.
It is. I think the Cowboys got to have to deal with some of this stuff in house, like literally in the players' own houses. They've got to deal with.
Literally in the house.
players' own houses. But the Cowboys are coming off maybe losing their DC, having no cap space if they don't extend their quarterback.
They lost their DC too. They fired him.
And now they just fired their OC too, right? With Brian Johnson. I saw that thing just pop up here.
He got fired?
Mm-hmm. They're blowing out both the coordinators.
And you think that could be Dak's next quarterback coach?
Dak really, really likes it. He was a really look buy low. He was a really hot coaching candidate last year, and it's something that he was on an upward trajectory, and he did a lot to help Dak at Mississippi State get ready for the NFL.
Cowboys Ross also coming off a massive quit job in their worst. Look, that was the worst loss in playoff history in the NFL.
The NFL
history, the
Worst
Packers
playoff
Cowboys
loss.
was the worst playoff loss in NFL history.
When ever has a 7 seed beat a 2?
Oh my
You're
gosh!
so
What are you doing?
I mean, what are we talking about here?
God. All right,
Am
well
I
done.
wrong?
Well done.
Did I?
I was thinking like 51-3, Bills,
no,
Raiders,
no.
but we
biggest
gotta-
upset. How about this? Biggest upset in playoff history.
No, not even that. Not by point spread.
No, not
Oh,
by point
didn't you
spread.
guys? Don't you guys always argue over Namath Colts?
Oh yeah.
Oh, what did we argue about?
The
those?
Firehouse tour.
Oh yeah, but I don't remember what position I took and which one he did.
You
What were we
said-
arguing
Wow,
about?
what a legit argument.
No, I
Wait a minute. You're like
I know-
Orlovsky
no.
and ESPN. I don't remember my argument. How could you have a legitimate argument?
No,
and not
no, I
remember
said
what
it's
side
no.
you're on?
I know I said it was the biggest upset of all time, or
Dude,
one of
you
the
are
biggest upsets of all
concussed.
time.
Maybe you are concussed.
I know it was one. Yeah, look, here's the thing. I'm also worried about my finger tapping may be off because this is elevated and I don't have the right level for my arm. So I'm actually shifting the microphone over to this side so that I
Ryan,
have
I'm not joking. Get just an ISO shot on this lunatic.
Okay, keep talking, Chuck. But no, why? Because you did. Yeah, you were like, Namath is a Hall of Famer. I was like, it doesn't matter. Like, it was what the expectation was of the game.
We're
And it
talking
was,
about the upset factor.
Yeah, I
of
can't
it.
remember. I can't remember what the other team was. The other game was. I don't remember which stance Bobby took. Philadelphia, meanwhile, they got an implosion of their own. I mean, they're going to bring back Sirianni. Eagle fans responded to his tweet with Adam Bomb gifs, with saying 2024 season right now. They had a hit piece on Jalen Hurts talking about him being detached and stoic and a bad leader and unapproachable. He got his cash, and it went to his head.
Move that spray bottle.
ooh,
You got the 60.
60. Okay, we can focus now.
Congratulations. And the Cowboys are fighting for each other. It's a nightmare. If either one, stop it.
It is a nightmare.
So look, would it surprise? It would not. If these two teams were in any other division in the NFC, they'd be in trouble.
They'd be in trouble.
In any other division, like if they were in the NFC North, with Detroit being good and the Packers on the come, they'd be in trouble. Or the NFC West.
Not the South.
No, maybe not the South, but not the NFC East. The NFC East, these two teams,
They wouldn't be trouble in the West either. I don't think.
look in the NFC West.
Yeah, San Fran.
Well, they would have no chance of winning the division
Why?
because they're going to implode.
You think that they'll both implode or one over the other?
I think one will implode.
The
yes.
Philadelphia Eagles are closer to implosion.
Yes,
They are, and I'll tell, and not just because of the stories that have come out. It's because I hate to. Hopefully, Bobby is concussed and he forgets that I say this. We're back to having a Jalen Hurts question. I am.
What a roller coaster he is.
We are back to, or us, like we reacted too quickly towards anointing him and saying he took the Josh Allen leap. And now I'm back to, can he throw? And can he throw enough if they have the Nick Bosa blueprint of stopping the run. So because of quarterback number 2 on my list, Philadelphia is closer to implosion. Dak and Lamb are going to be fine. I think they're still going to pay Micah Parsons, despite the KMC topic. I think the team loves and has a belief in Dak. CeeDee's mom made me question that, but Philadelphia is closer to implosion. And the third reason is local media, I think.
Oh, yeah, local media is a nightmare.
Look at all the number of different articles. I feel like if you come up with that article here, you're going to get held accountable by either the players, the locker room, or the PR staff.
Right,
and there, it's just being thrown out. It's like expected.
Well, the fans love it.
Yeah.
So I truly believe like the fans want to prove.
Here, if one of us reported, look, I'll be honest. I was told about the latest Michael Irvin story from a very trustworthy source. And now, number one, I didn't go to the police department because I'm not good at that stuff of getting the police report.
It's Sean Sharif with the 105 to the fan. We have what's it called?
Yeah, they probably would have sent a sniffing dog to my house saying my name.
Public
Freedom of Information Act.
Yeah.
A FOIA request.
So getting all that stuff from police departments, I'm not good at. But the other part of me was, our listening audience would probably cuss me up and down for coming out with that story on Mike.
Oh, I know.
It's not like that.
They don't want to hear that.
Right, they don't want to hear it.
In Philadelphia.
The Dez thing.
Yes.
The Dez tape.
Philadelphia,
made
New
Mike
York.
Florio a pariah here.
Philadelphia, New York's the same place. Like they want to prove how tough they are and like how tough it is to play there and succeed there, that they only want to give like credit to like a very, very select few people and players. And all the rest are just not tough enough to handle it. So they want to get you. They're out to get you.
So let me ask you this. You failed that cognitive test 5 times. You passed it once.
Mm-hmm.
So just when you do it once, you're good to go now?
Yeah, because when your neurological function is slipping due to ALS or Parkinson's or something like that, which what that finger tap test is for, like you can't get to that. Like it's slipping. Like you're not able to get to it again. So once I see it once, it's like, okay, my arm was tired or I was at a weird angle and I feel better.
So now, what's the important lesson to learn from all this?
To try again.
No.
Until you
I
succeed.
gave you ALS. Pay. Pay, what do you think the lesson is?
That he better stop talking in my ear.
There you go.
That had nothing to do with it. I'm trying to do my job.
That's the lesson.
That had nothing to do with it.
The lesson.
You know, when Russ is in here, he seems to get through those things all right.
Yeah.
That's not his name.
Nobody
Well,
nobody has ever stumbled.
Let's cross-talk with...
Mackenzie said Chris Strong would get it.
Who's that?
What? That's the other guy who ran stuff for us. Oh, exactly.
No, you got to say, you got to explain things that other people aren't going to know, the majority of the listening audience. Don't go too inside. You already worked on your curveball. Don't throw the fastball inside.
Don't throw a knuckleball out here.
Don't throw a knuckleball. Crosstalk with KMC to join this freaking mess. Now we're dissecting the health of Corey Majors in the after being next to him in the bathroom. We'll talk about it after this. And this...
They've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Tatum, kick out. He touches it into the corner. Jaylen Brown going to try that three. He hits it, and he gets fouled by Hardaway. Jaylen Brown has answered Luka at every turn tonight.
That was the call last night on Boston TV as the Celtics handle the Dallas Mavericks. Crosstalk with KMC. What's up, Kevin?
I might be in trouble today. Mike is building his chair today, and Corey's back is broken like he just had a fight with Bane. So we could be in trouble.
You merely
Bane
adopted
Capital?
the dog.
Yeah, that's
you
what,
merely adapted to the dog.
that's what RJ said next to me in the bathroom. He's like, "What's up with Corey?"
Corey
What's
was
going
walking
on?
like he was like tiptoeing in, like very, very, like an old man.
Yeah, it took me a while to get up the elevator today.
Get up the elevator.
Yeah, to get in. Like there was a moment because
I'm also intrigued by this.
Long
statement.
story is slip disc, dealing with it. Mike, you know how that affects you.
He's not paying attention.
He's reading his
He's doing
reading
some
his
important stuff.
chair
for Piece of
manual.
Thought.
Didn't you already put it together once? So why do you need to read the
Twice.
directions again? Twice.
Oh, he put it together wrong last time.
Oh,
have I had 2 or 3 chairs? I think 3
Three.
chairs.
This is your
You've had
third one.
three. The white,
This will be my
the
4th.
black, the blue.
In a span of how many years?
Every year I donate it to
Oh.
Peace-a-thon.
Okay.
Thank
That's
you.
why you autograph it every year. Every year you sign it.
Sean autographs a lot of things.
He's
He's like, whatever.
Let's talk about your bad back, okay?
Yeah.
Let's stay on topic.
When you get to the elevator and you push the button and it dings, you never know which one it is. Sometimes there's no light. You don't even know. You just kind of have to look around. And then you're hoping, if you can walk as fast as I can right now, that you can get to the elevator before it closes again. And so that's where I was this morning. But yeah, just bent over to get my pants, and then it went out on me again. So
likely story.
What's coming up on the show?
So much.
Oh, no.
That's fantastic.
Literally just prepped.
I'm gonna be riveted on the ride home.
Not like
Mike asked all the football questions at 11.
All right, good for me.
What's one of them?
So my main question is this. It's really an opinion, and then they have to say, oh, I disagree. I text this to Sean.
Was that Chancellor Palpatine? That laugh.
I have 10 quarterbacks 100% in the NFL that I would take in a playoff game over Dak. So I'm going to list those 10 guys, and I'm going to say, to me, there's no question in a do-or-die game, this guy will play better. Obviously, like Mahomes is one of them. Obviously, but then there are 6 other guys that I have questions, and I'm like, son of a gun, I'm not sure if I would take Dak or this guy.
6 others after the top 10.
That I would still take over Dak because I believe that Dak will always fade under the pressure of do or die.
So Dak is a back half of the league quarterback.
In the playoffs. Okay. Regular season, he's around 5 to 8. But when I go into the playoffs, like, I'll just give you an example. He's not on my list, but I was strongly considering him, is Derek Carr. I don't think Derek Carr's that good. And Derek Carr, I don't want in the regular season.
I love you, Mike.
But in a playoff game, is Derek Carr going to play any worse than I've seen Dak Prescott play?
Probably.
My answer is I don't think so, but I'm going to go with Dak. In that situation, I will pick Dak over Derek Carr. But that's like my line at this point.
What'd you say?
I only remember one Derek Carr playoff game. That was against Cincinnati. He wasn't that bad. I mean, they had the ball inside the 10 with a chance to win. But other than that, I don't remember. I don't think it's a big enough sample.
What time
to
is
say.
that segment?
11 o'clock. The main topic is in a 1-game playoff scenario where you don't get to play an 8 and 9 team. Would you take Dak over these quarterbacks?
Wow.
How's your back, Corey? You feeling okay? Let's change the topic.
I'm feeling great.
What else you got?
I love the noon o'clock segment today. Have you caught Wyatt Langford fever yet? And are these MLB projections doable for him in 2024? I think this situation that we have on our hands is a blast, but it's also, how do you know which guy to progress stop and which guy can be the guy for you? Because if you DH Wyatt Langford, it really does affect his progress. If you say, you know what, yeah, and we can discuss this with Mike further. But all three of your outfielders are very good outfielders without Wyatt Langford. And all three of them can hit. And so which one, like you have four of them and you have the future of Wyatt Langford who could be a linchpin for your future forever. What do you do? What do you do there?
Like, who do you make DH out of those four? I know this. The Rangers will not make Wyatt Langford the DH. He's 21 years old. You don't put a 21-year-old who's played his whole life in the outfield. He's a good outfielder. I get there's three guys kind of ahead of him, but they're kind of looking at it this way, and I totally agree with this. It's not easy. I compared it to football this way. In baseball, you sit there for 30 minutes. And as a kid, and 21 years old, 22, you're a kid still in the league.
Yeah, you don't do
You
that.
just sit there for 30 minutes. They say, all right, now mentally get into this game, have your at bat. If you don't get on base, which there's a 60% chance at least you're not going to get on base. Now sit back down for 30 minutes, stay completely engaged in this game, and really have a great at bat the next time. It's very tough. That's why mostly veterans are DHs. Even like a guy like Rafael Devers. Horrible third baseman defensively. Unbelievably great hitter. They kind of don't want to move him to DH yet because he's 25 years old and they know what that can mentally do. It can disconnect you from the game so easily. So they want to make sure that when Wyatt Langford is ready to play, that he's going to play in the outfield. Now, he might every once in a while DH, but then it brings up the question in spring training, like, where's Wyatt Langford playing? Is he right field or is it left field? That'll give us an idea on what the future is. And then you're not going to, but Adolis,
He's a cannon for an arm, but I mean,
in very good range.
He does. He's been known to track a ball sometimes as well as Nelly Cruz when he gets near a wall.
I think he's better than Nelly.
He may be better than Nelly, but that's also how he broke his leg last year.
Yeah, I think he's really good. I do think he's a really good right fielder defensively.
He has some moments.
Yeah, and everybody, besides Mookie Betts, I'm trying to think of other people, but like Mookie's the best, and now he's not even a right fielder anymore.
Judge was there last year. He's not even a right fielder there anymore either.
Right, he's center
Bryce
field.
Harper's not a right fielder anymore either.
It will be interesting. I think the Wyatt Langford thing will be really interesting on following him in spring training on what their future is. Because if he is playing left field, let's just say he's playing left field in spring training, then that would mean the future is probably Evan Carter going to center field. Now, what does that mean Leody Taveras' future is? Because he's really a defensive center fielder.
Can't DH him.
Yeah, who's a great base runner. You want him to just get on base. Just get on base and use your speed. We want you to score runs. We're not really necessarily having you as an RBI guy. So it'll be interesting if they're playing in right field, to Choppy's point. That would mean that they're probably looking at Adolis moving more into a designated hitter role, but literally, he just got the award. Whether you believe in that award completely or not, he just got the award for the best right fielder defensively in the American League.
I have to address something real quick.
Oh, dear.
Because my barbecue reputation is being called into question.
Is it besmirched?
And I don't want to, besmirched. And I have my affiliation with Crossbuck, and I need to clear it up. We're talking about, what are you holding up that phone for? What are
It's hilarious.
Are you recording?
He's got you on a filter right now.
I got a Snapchat filter.
It is hilarious.
Hit your
You have
finger?
to tell the city council he's not a cat.
Mike had some lipstick and had a nice nose and everything.
I
He
hope
looked
you get in trouble for
fantastic.
changing our appearances like that. Lane Kiffin
It's 2024. That's
was
allowed.
loving himself some Buc-ee's.
Buc-ee's awesome.
I said brisket sandwich good, and a couple people are tweeting me. Really, I thought you loved barbecue. For what Buc-ee's is, it's a really good brisket sandwich. I've had worse brisket sandwiches at more established, quote unquote, barbecue specialty places. So I need to clear that up. Okay. I also didn't crap on Adolis Garcia, Beam Team. I said I'm not taking him over Fernando Tatis. All right, I don't do this. Johnny come lately. Oh, okay, he had an amazing World Series run, and you're too, stubborn upstairs to be able to separate the run from like the hierarchy of his position throughout Major League Baseball. So no, I'm not putting him above Fernando Tatis, and no, that's not hating on him. You're just a homer. So there you go. Now, back to
for Buc-ee's. I was going to say for $8 or $9 a sandwich you can grab and go. Not bad at all.
Not bad at all. Yeah, solid.
It's solid.
Yeah.
Yes, there's plenty of places that make better sandwiches. They're also not located inside a super gas station.
Yeah.
Like, maybe they do have smokers at Buc-ee's outside. I just don't know. But literally how they're doing that inside a gas station is pretty amazing.
I did want to point out, listening to y'all's discussion on that place, the big old bathrooms, love it. There's some privacy that goes along with it.
Yeah, and, you know, and I don't even care that they were filming me. I mean, they are so.
What's that?
There was that story out there that the CEO or one of the higher ups. There was rumors that they had cameras in some of their bath.
They hired Dalrymple?
It was like 2 months ago.
Oh, my God.
It was like 2 months ago. And even if that's true, I don't even care. They're so clean. Take a photo of whatever you want. If you're going to keep your toilet that clean,
just like
I will gladly show everything.
Just like your gym coach filming you.
Yeah, that is.
He was my basketball coach.
Basketball coach.
Then that's fine,
A little
right?
different.
Yeah.
We were just showering after gym class.
The big point is, though, if I ever have to get gas there, I do have to park a mile away. Every gas pump, it's like they're like, you know what? I'm not parking in a parking spot. Taking the gas pump, and it's always way back in the corner that I have to go get gas.
That gas pump gives you attitude as well. Look,
what's that mean?
Look, I'll tell you. That gas pump knows that you're going inside. I know it. The gas pump knows it. But when you come back and your gas has stopped pumping because you were in the super mall, it's like, your gas is completed. Please move forward for the next patron. And I'm like, I was inside. Don't give me that attitude.
Does it stop? Does it stop when you automatically put it on?
No, it goes,
like a
but then it
sensor?
stops, and then the message comes up, and it was like, your gas is complete. Please move along for the next patron.
They're just letting you know.
Smart business.
It's an entity.
Sometimes old people can't tell.
You think the person who recorded that's an old person?
There's no way they knew how to program that on there.
Sometimes young people can't tell.
Is there on the phone, is there a filter for Dak in the playoffs where you can make him look better?
I swear, listeners, our show will be about other things besides that.
So what has y'all's text been like?
Yeah, it's a Sean Payton filter at head coach.
Mike topics. The Mike Dak topics.
It's interesting. Half the people are like, you're my hero and my spirit animal. And the other half are like, shut the F up. I'm tired of this.
So it's 50-50?
Pretty much.
Okay. Interesting. All right, we're back to it. There's something in the air today. At least it was for our show.
Oh, no.
Just letting you know.
Is it like good air or bad air?
It's Mike air. It's like how you are every day. We were kind of just, squirrel, crazy here and there. Bobby.
By the way, to all the people that are mad, Kevin, I would love to never talk about the Cowboys again. But that's our job. So,
are you about to sneeze or is your back tightening up?
Oh, it's just.
Hey, cprelief.com. Go to chronic pain relief. Dr. A will get you situated.
Can I do? I've gone
soon.
to a chiropractor. Can I do some stuff on?
I don't want to have a
show. Have an impromptu fan phenom today, and I'm like, come on down. 41-31.
Corey. He's in the hospital.
Peyton turned that around real quick as a drop. Wow.
Be a tight glute. You never know.
All right. What a bunch of chaos.
All right. We're going to play the McKenzie drop tomorrow that I recorded when you guys were leaving.
I don't think you can play that on the radio.
Pay's girlfriend being brought into
both people have
everybody's
to be
doing
aware
things
of
other people's girls.
The KNC Masterpiece is next. Get us out of here.
Always a welcome sign for this club. Fans Studio, secured by DFWSecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Got me, Kevin Hageland. You have Corey Majors, who is in extreme back pain. Mike Bassick, who is in the midst of building a chair.
I'm the chair maker.
And Alec Medford, who may be our only hope to get through the show today.
You're the chair maker. It sounds like you just said the chair bakes itself. You were saying it's a smart chair.
No, sarcasm. The smart chair has like Hulu and Netflix built into it.
Oh.
Right?
Yeah.
Isn't that what makes things smart?
That is
It
true.
has apps already on it.
Right.
This chair doesn't have apps on it.
What a dumb chair. But that chair will also be available for auction at Peace-a-thon the day before Thanksgiving.
We'll see.
In 10 months.
Maybe I keep it this time.
Oh, okay.
Our chairs are horrible in here.
We do have to battle for chairs. I had to steal Alex's chair.
Yeah,
yesterday.
tell me about it.
There's one chair that I like in this place. Yesterday, Mike had it, and he was already sitting in it, and I didn't want to be like,
crap.
dude.
I'm sorry.
But today.
And now your back hurts?
Now my back hurts.
I did it.
Oh.
It's kind of like when I ate your tempura shrimp taco. It was great. It was like one of the best tacos I've ever had.
For history's reference there, one day Derek was like, hey, I'm going to order. Yeah, Derek Holland.
Could have been Derek Harper you were talking about.
No, well, anyway, he said, I'm going to order some breakfast or some lunch. You guys want tacos. And so all of us were in charge. All of us were in charge of ordering our own tacos. I ordered a shrimp taco and a chicken taco or something like that. And I looked in the bag and there was no shrimp taco. And I was like, dang, I guess they forgot it. And then Mike's walking around going, man, I don't know whose shrimp taco that was, but it was awesome. And
So
I
you
was
get
like,
all mad
good
about
God.
people eating your Think Thin bars,
Oh,
but you
yeah.
just saw it, you're like, I'll eat this.
Oh, yeah.
I wasn't specific with my tacos. I told Derek Holland on that day, I just want 3 tacos. And I thought he just ordered a bunch of tacos. I didn't know that was the only shrimp tempura taco, but it was outstanding. Like
Doesn't
they
make
did a
it-
great job.
doesn't
Fuzzies,
make it
we
any
got it
better.
from
I know.
Fuzzies. It was a great taco.
That's why I ordered it, Mike.
And I'm just telling you right now, I was really comfortable in that chair yesterday. It felt good. Physically, I feel pretty good today.
Well, you know what? Now I want to make you sad because of that. Let's play cut number 1.
Is this the Dak extension stuff?
No.
Oh.
There is information there.
It is the Dallas Mavericks.
Tatum, kick out. Holiday touches it into the corner. Jaylen Brown going to try that 3. He hits it, and he gets fouled by Hardaway. Jaylen Brown has answered Luka at every turn tonight.
I know the game remained fairly close, but it felt like in the second quarter when the Celtics started to break it open and Tatum and Brown just scored pretty much whenever the hell they felt like it. They ended up with 73 points, and the Mavericks defense was horrid yesterday.
Can I ask you a question, just real quick? Because you said you felt the game felt really close, but then in the second quarter when they opened it up, so
it looked close.
Okay, gotcha.
It looked close.
Yes, it did.
I didn't think it was close.
And the final score looked close.
Yes.
And even throughout the game, you were like, they're within striking distance.
Yes.
That can be made up quickly in today's NBA. It really can. But they just never looked like the Mavericks never looked like they were, the Celtics never looked like they were out of control of the game.
I think the Mavs played pretty good basketball last night to their standard. But that's their standard. We saw the standard of being a championship competitor, a team that can win it all. And heck, Boston was missing arguably their fourth best player, because obviously Tatum, Brown, and Holiday are better than Porzingis. And then you'd have to argue, hey, is Horford better than Porzingis? All this stuff.
I think I'd take Porzingis.
Yeah, and I probably would too. But you just look at that. The Mavericks were completely and totally healthy. The Mavericks gave it all that they had. Did they play their best basketball? Without a doubt. They did not play their best basketball. But I didn't think there was an effort issue. As I've been questioning effort in the NBA, I thought the Mavs gave good effort. They were just
outmatched.
Yeah, they can't play with a team that good.
Okay, let me ask you this then. What if I hear what you're saying. What if I told you I thought defensively, especially Luka and Lively, they were subpar to their standard?
Against a team like that, I would say no.
Okay.
Yes, to your standard of when they're playing the Houston Rockets, or I think they can play better defense. I think when you're taking on Denver, Minnesota, Oklahoma City, Milwaukee, Boston, right? There's about a list of 7 or 8 teams.
Philly,
There's nothing they can do. Josh Green, he might be listed at 6'6", but I mean, he looks like he's 6'4" on the court. When you look at Tim Hardaway Jr., he's a bad defensive player. He's a gunner, right? That's what he gets paid to do, is shoot the ball, and he shot it well a lot last night. But when you look at Luka and Kyrie, and then you team them up down the stretch with Hardaway and Josh Green, and then you don't feel comfortable yet. To your point, Derek Lively didn't have his best game because they wouldn't even play him down the stretch. They went with Maxi Kleba because of, to your point, you're making a valid point, he wasn't having his best game. I just wonder, a 19-year-old against a championship contender is going to be tough.
And somebody brought this up on the fan text from the 214. Why isn't anyone talking about the fact that refereeing was one-sided? Lucas mugged on an offensive series, elbowed in the face in the next one. Honestly, there might have been a call here or there, but I thought refereeing had little to no impact on the outcome of this game.
Did you see Brown juke him to the floor last night?
I couldn't tell if he kind of stepped on his foot, like by accident. He didn't intentionally do it. But yeah, he got him to fall down and then shot kind of an elbow jumper for a bucket.
Did you hear what happened later? In the arena, they showed it again on the board, and you could hear Tim Hardaway Jr. yelling, "Don't show that S." And,
I did not hear that.
I just for future reference of this, is that the sentiment in a home arena is don't show the bad play of your superstar?
That
or
does
don't
make
show
sense. You don't want to see him getting his ankles broken or whatever.
Yeah. Okay. And Mike is like, you're like, hey, don't do that. Like if they were to show Marcus Simeon,
if I give up a home run, I feel like when I'm at the game, just for example, the biggest home run hit in Game 5 was Altuve hitting the home run in the top of the 9th inning, if I have my inning right, because it was Leclerc. He might have came in the 8th. But that was a huge home run.
Right.
I think they showed the replay of the pitch and the ball going out of the park. I know it's a different sport. I don't know. When you're at a Cowboy game, I'll never go to another one the rest of my life. But when you're at the Cowboy game and Jordan Love throws a touchdown pass, do they show the replay of that? Or do they go, we can't show the replay, Jordan Love threw a touchdown?
Now, I kind of want to piggyback on, we saw it again in the game last night, and it's been a problem for probably 2 months now, is Grant Williams. So he was bad in December. He's been horrid in January.
give one example where he's been bad.
Last night.
Like at what?
Shooting.
Okay.
Defense.
Like
he's supposed to remember shooting.
Remember he was supposed to be.
He wasn't good defensively. Yes, you did. Yes, you did hire him for defense.
Like literally, they sold this on he is going to be your Dorian Finney-Smith replacement.
And where would he be on Boston's team? Where would he?
He wouldn't play.
He wouldn't play.
I don't think
they
he'd
started
play.
to. That's the one warning we gave. I was still glad he was coming over, but we warned you that he'd fallen out of the rotation with Boston last year for a variety of reasons. And I think he might have had the worst or second worst defensive rating on the team last night. And so I started looking through it, and we talked about this last month. He wasn't good. This month, it's taken even a turn for the worse. He's averaging 5 points a game in the month of January. So, like, pretty decent sample size. He's shooting 21% from 3, 35% from the field. And Grant Williams himself, he was talking to the Dallas Morning News over the weekend, and they were like, hey, what do you think about your first half of the season with the Mavericks? And he said, not good. And
that's good that he said that.
Yes.
Because there's quite a few players that would not admit that. And then how do you get better if you're not honest with yourself?
And so this is the tricky part, is they pushed him a couple of times about his health. And one of the things that he said that really stuck out to me was, no matter if I'm 100, 60, or 50%, I'm going to give this team all I have. If it's 50, hopefully that 50 was valuable enough to get us a win. Right now, and for the past 2 months, it's not, if he's not healthy. Now, he could just be like, I don't want to talk about injuries because nobody's healthy at this point in the season. But, like, let's say everybody who started the season as 100% right now is like 80% health. If he's at 50, how much rest or whatever could get him back up to the 80? Because what you see the last 2 months, that's not going to work. So I appreciate his quote of, if I'm only 50%, I'll give you everything out of the 50%. But that doesn't work right now.
No, I'm with you, and you can't do this because of his veteran status. It's almost like if he's healthy, you need to send him down to the G League to work on getting better. Now, I don't think that's not going to happen.
Sure.
But at this point, now that Josh Green is healthy for the next 2 days until he gets hurt again, and Kleba is too, I think it's best to put him on I call it the phantom DL, what we used to call it, but the phantom injured list, and say, hey, we're going to give you possibly till the All-Star break, because it's February 8th, I believe, is the All-Star break, right around there. Or, we're getting close, right? The next 2 weeks, you're not going to play in an NBA game. You're not even going to suit out. So we can't even use you. You're going to have a fake injury. Your knee hurts or whatever. So people won't say, are you just benching him? No, look, his knee hurts. He's rehabbing his knee. And he needs to almost be there with Donnie Cockstein, like an hour with Donnie Cockstein on his mental, because he's not this bad. He's not this bad. He's never been this bad in his NBA career. So mentally, he has no confidence right now.
Yeah.
And then you work also not only on his mental game an hour a day, then you put in the 2 hours of work and practice and individual work to figure out, how do I contribute to the Dallas Mavericks?
And the other part, Kevin, if you're saying how long of rest, that's difficult to predict, considering you don't have a clue what any injury could be.
For sure.
And
hopefully the team would.
It's almost as vague.
Right.
Yes, for us though, it's almost as vague as hockey, when it's just like upper body. It's injury, maybe, and we don't know anything other than he's saying it's not.
Well, and you look at just last March, he tore a ligament in his left hand, and he missed 3 regular season games and rode through the playoffs. That's why I said he partially fell out of rotation because of basketball purposes, partially because of injury purposes. But he tore a ligament in his left hand. He missed 3 games, immediately got surgery after the season was over. Is that, it doesn't have to be a ligament, but you get my point. Is it something like that where he's like, I probably need surgery, but this is not a convenient time for it?
Well, you'd hope that the Mavericks doctors would have done a physical on him when they signed him. So that would not be up to you that you need surgery. That would be the doctor recommending, hey, don't sign him. He needs surgery. Or, hey, go ahead and sign him. But the Mavericks would know, if that makes sense.
Okay, but let me ask you a question about that. Serious question. How often during the season do you just get like a physical if you don't bring anything to the concerns of the doctor? Like, let's say he banged his hand.
0%.
Okay, so couldn't he just...
So he's telling the media he might not be 100%.
Now
once you do that, then
they'll probably check on him.
Then yes, Jason Kidd, Nico, the trainer are going to say, "Hey, come to the office," and they're going to say, "Hey, what's going on?" So you haven't told us of any type of situation, and now you told the media you might not be playing at 100%. Be honest with us so we can help you. We want to help you.
I agree. And the way he did say it was crafty enough where he's like, well, it doesn't matter if I'm 100%, 60%, 50%. Because you can go back and be like, I didn't say I was hurt. I just said no matter what, I'll give you my all, which can be more like cliched.
Yeah, and it's a different way to answer a question sometimes, but you just answer it differently than other people. But you're right, Mike. That is the responsibility of the player to be honest with the team. I know a lot of times they fear their jobs, they fear lots of things, but go back in Alexio Gondo was not pitching well one season for a stretch. And the Rangers were like, what's going on? He was like, nothing, everything's fine. And it turned out he was actually injured the whole time, and it wasn't helping the team at all.
Yeah.
And that's the responsibility. I mean, the manager, the coach is supposed to see things and understand and know his players. Those guys are supposed to know, but
they're watching.
They got to be honest.
So look, baseball, it's not easy, but you can sometimes tell with a pitcher, you will see a lack of spin rate, a lack of velocity, right? Things will go down. You're like, hey, we need to discuss this. You're saying you're not hurt, but numbers aren't matching up to what you were doing a month ago. When it comes to a basketball player or football player, if it's especially a lower body injury, there's guys watching going, hey, he's not moving right. He's not running right. His gait doesn't look right. And so now you go tell, as let's say you're a defensive line coach, you're telling your trainer, hey, go talk to him and see if he's okay, because he doesn't look right. Tell him we're not seeing, and then you tell the trainer, hey, watch him run, watch this play with me and see if he looks like he's 100%, and then check on this guy. So they are watching pretty closely. If a guy starts struggling, to like, hey, is he hurt or is he just mentally hurt? And that's the thing about Grant Williams that we don't know. Is he more mentally hurt and not physically hurt? Because he has no confidence. He doesn't. Have you noticed when he catches the ball, he doesn't want to shoot? It takes some time, and he's like, oh, crap. They're not closing out. He wants them to close out. I'll tell you who else does that. Maxi Kleba. He wants them to he doesn't want to shoot. In fact, Maxi Kleba and Grant Williams have about the same confidence in their shots. They're like, oh, crap. They're going to make me shoot this ball. That's probably like Tim Hardaway Jr. is the opposite. You'd rather have Tim Hardaway Jr.'s, oh, awesome. They threw me the ball. It's time to shoot. And then you have that. Because with a minute and change left last night, not that the Mavs were going to come back, but
sure.
Hardaway's like, it's my time to shine. I'm like, you dribbling up the court and you going one-on-one where Jason Tatum smacks the ball out of your shot.
Yeah.
We do have Kyrie Irving and Luka Doncic on the team, Timmy.
Now, the Mavericks 24-19, they're in the 8th seed right now. A lot of flexibility between 5 and 8 still. Play the Suns tomorrow. Wanted to read this really quick from the 254. Hopefully this will mean a lot to people out there. It means a lot to me and my wife for sure. Hey, Kevin, James from Louisville here. I know it's not Friday, but can I get a shout out to my wife, Genesis? We're in the hospital bringing in a new Tolo Luke. He is our double rainbow baby. And y'all's conversation years ago helped us get through the rough time to this point. And if you're not familiar with the term rainbow baby, it's after when you have a baby after you've lost a baby. Like, I'm most familiar with it via miscarriage, but I'm sure there's other usages of it. So congratulations to y'all and the brand new Tolo Luke. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Mike's building his chair. Plus, after another heartbreaking loss, will the Bills ever get over the hump? Let's do it next right here on The Fan.
Thanks to our Tolos.
segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If your loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
Tyler Bass will try a 44-yard field goal to tie. The snap is good. The ball put down. The kick is up and no good. Wide right. Wide right. The Bills kicker missed a field goal. Wide right. Jubilation for the Chiefs sideline. 1:43 to go. Bass missing wide right from 44.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Will the Bills ever get over the hump? Also, from the 817, the time lapse can be a DVD sold with the chair during Peace-a-thon. That is a fantastic idea.
Like an NFT time lapse DVD?
Yes.
Like nobody has DVD players anymore, right?
Well, you can have it as a keepsake.
I have it on the PlayStation. Like that's the only DVD player I have.
A DVD player for when the streaming grid goes down.
Oh, and at some point,
but
Kevin,
electricity still works.
At some point, your DVDs are going to be very valuable because
hell yeah,
like the Maxes and Hulus and stuff, they'll just forget about shows, and people will be like, "Where did they go?"
Yeah.
And Kevin will be like, "I got them on a hard disk right now."
Now, speaking of that, by the way, Alec, do you want to talk about the Buffalo Bills or Monday Night Raw going to Netflix?
Oh boy, man, I don't know how to feel about either of them.
Did you see that? 5
live Netflix live?
Yeah.
I didn't know Netflix did anything live. Do they?
They've done a couple of things, but it's
Okay.
going to be a 10-year, $5 billion deal, I do believe. So $500 million a year for the WWE. Good for them.
Is that going to work out?
Wrestling?
Yeah,
No. I mean, I think it's going to keep going.
I feel like without getting into it, it feels like there was a company who paid a lot of money for a lot of sports teams and thought it would work out, and it's not working.
Like Bally? Yeah.
I don't know. It just seems like that's a lot of money to bank on. We know we're going to make money off of this. And now will they have like will it cost everybody more? Or, hey, you got Netflix. Because I know that my parents couldn't watch the Yogi Berra documentary on Netflix because they have like the lowest level of Netflix.
Oh, really?
And then there's Netflix that we have.
Yeah.
And then I'm wondering if they're like, and for $20 a month, and maybe it's even that already, but for $5 extra a month, you get to watch Raw.
Yeah, I don't think that
with
model,
Eddie Murphy.
Yeah,
I mean,
I don't know if that model would work. I'm also curious what they're going to do for commercials since it's live. I have a lot of questions about that, but I also have a lot of questions about the Buffalo Bills.
I'm wearing their hump.
The Kansas City Chiefs. That is true.
Then the answer is no.
That's very clever.
You said, could they get over the hump? And I was like, well, it seems like Kansas City's been humping them every time in the playoffs.
That is true. Do you want to hear from sad Josh
Yes.
Allen? All right, let's go to cut 16. This is sad Josh Allen.
Sucks. Losing sucks. Losing to them, losing anybody at home sucks. Losing sucks. I don't know what else to say.
Like, I know you kind of chuckled there, but I do think that's a very human response. It's like, in that moment, you probably don't really care that you lost to the Chiefs, just that you lost in general, and you're not going to go to the Super Bowl. But for as much as we talk about, like, obviously we're Cowboys focused, and this streak has been going on for a really long time. But if you're the Bills and the Bills fan base, you carry even more pain with you.
I think this one for them is the realization that they can't beat Patrick Mahomes because they had the 1 seed. They had home field. They had won 6 games in a row in the regular season. They had won the playoff game. So they are 7-0 in their last games. They destroyed people like the Cowboys. They beat up pretty good on the Miami Dolphins.
Yep.
So you go into it with all the momentum, your home field, your crowd. Patrick Mahomes doesn't have Tyreek Hill. He doesn't have the weapons that you've had to go up against before, and you still lost.
Yeah, I look at their... Go ahead, Corey.
Yeah, the other thing, too, was you crushed them in time of possession. You played your game.
Right.
It was 37 minutes to 22 minutes. You had the... If you watch the way that they did their game, the Bills did, they said, we're going to do everything we can to keep Mahomes off of the field. So what we're going to do offensively, we're going to take our time. We're not going to rush anything. Even if we're throwing the ball, we're taking time and making sure we get complete passes. We'll run it consistently. We'll do all these things. And the Chiefs still, within that 22-minute span, were able to put 27 points up on them. So, like, everything was in their favor. Mike even pointed out all the other things. And you had them, your game plan was perfect. But Mahomes does his thing.
I look at they were taking a logical progression for a minute. So, for example, Josh Allen, I believe, is already 5-5 in the playoffs. So, he's played a ton of playoff games. 2019, you lose in overtime to the Texans in the wild card. So, not what you want.
I forget that. But
and that was Josh Allen, his second year making it to the playoffs. Then
second year in the league.
Yes, correct. And second year in the league, this was his first appearance in the playoffs. So then next year, you get to the AFC Championship game. You get beaten like a pretty good margin.
Oh, that wasn't the coin flip game.
No, that was the next year.
Okay.
I think you lost by 14 that year.
Okay.
So you get beat by a pretty good margin, but you just took a big jump. You went from the wild card to the AFC Championship game. And even the next year, I know you went back to only the divisional round, but you lost via a coin flip in a agonizingly close game that created enough public sentiment that they were going to change the overtime rules.
I think everybody felt whoever won the coin flip, the way those offensive was rolling, you were in trouble if you didn't win the coin flip.
And so I don't think you necessarily look at 2021 as we've gone backwards. You know, even though you'd made the championship game, now it's only the divisional round. You were like right there. But then what happens last year? Divisional round. You get absolutely smoked by the Bengals. This year, divisional round. You get the Chiefs, their first road game in the playoffs with Patrick Mahomes, and you lose again. So now you're divisional round, divisional round, divisional round. And it feels like every year they are almost the AFC Cowboys in terms of you look at them and you're like, yeah, they should probably win, but I don't think they will.
I thought the AFC Cowboys was the Chargers.
That was in the before time.
Yeah, that was
with
the
Rivers
Romo
and
times.
Romo.
We moved up to the Bills. That's good.
That's
Yeah,
right.
actually, you're not wrong. Even the quarterback comparison is almost right on. You have a star wide receiver that should demand the ball 20 times a game, and he does. And
he's about to be on our team.
and
we don't have any money for him.
Yeah.
Betting odds say he's coming here.
And then
betting odds say a lot.
That's true. They said we were going to get hated.
This year, the Bills' defense was riddled with. I mean, their whole team got beaten up and injured. That's all it felt like they were talking about throughout that game was how many injuries were going on for the Bills. And the Cowboys had injuries that put them in that situation. Yeah, you got a really good point about how similar those two are. But no, I don't know if you're running that team, if you're Bean and you're trying to figure out what the problem is on this team right now. You're going, my coach has gotten this thing every year right in the right spot. The quarterback is something that everybody in the league would want. Like if you don't have Mahomes, Josh Allen's right there where everybody in the league would say, yeah, I'll take that guy. And I know people about, well, hold on. No, that's not for discussion.
For the most part,
most GMs would say, I'll take that guy.
I agree.
So he's got a unique job to try and figure out what it is he needs to add or take away to make it better.
Broadus just texted in, and I agree with him on this Josh Allen take and being like, I think we're trying to compare him a little bit to Dak Prescott. Is that what you're trying to do?
Oh, I think he's better than Dak.
Well, when we were comparing teams, yes, similar storylines.
But Broadus says, here's where you cut Josh Allen a lot of slack. Who has he lost to in the playoffs?
Yeah, he's lost to Mahomes 3 times.
At this point, he's
Burrow
Patrick Ewing
in the Texans,
right? I mean, if people don't know what I'm talking about,
he's using Jordan.
Patrick Ewing couldn't get past Michael Jordan. When Michael Jordan left the basketball world, he made it to the NBA Finals. Unfortunately, at that point, if you were a Knicks fan or a Patrick Ewing fan, he lost to Hakeem Olajuwon. But literally, the Knicks were the second best team in the East for 3 years and a really good team. Unfortunately, there was a guy in Michael Jordan who wouldn't let them win.
And that's where I think the Bills fan base has to be so frustrated, or the Bills organization has to be so frustrated, because these parallels are amazing to me. From 1989 to 1993, the Bills averaged 11.6 wins per season. These past 5 years, the Bills averaged 11.6 wins per season.
But not as good, right?
Exactly. And those previous Bills
only played 16 games.
That is true. But those previous Bills also made it to 4 straight Super Bowls and then missed on a kick wide right. These Bills only made it to one AFC championship game, and the run ends with kick to the wide right.
And they're going to build another stadium without a roof. And the wind's going to be just as bad. So 27 years from now, they're going to miss another one wide right and be like,
Scott Norwood, I don't think had any wind, right?
Yeah, he just pushed that.
I don't know where
that felt like a different time for kickers as well, where if you had a 47-yard field goal, you're like, let's cross our fingers. Now if it's 47 yards, you're like, this guy sucks if he misses it. So I feel like kicking has changed. And so I guess I'm to the point of that my comparison with the Bills and the Cowboys was more for the team than the quarterback.
yes, that was kind of my
Do you
approach
look at
with
the
that.
Bills now and you're like, they'll be good. They'll be good again next year. They'll probably be good again the year after that. But they're always going to be stopped.
Will they? The thing that I'd say, I don't know. I don't know if they're going to have the 1 seed again. The 2 seed, because they had the home field over 3 seed Kansas City. Baltimore's still going to be around. Cincinnati should come back as a good team next year as long as Burrow's healthy. Lamar should be a good team again. Patrick Mahomes, we're finding out. He's the Michael Jordan of football.
Right.
He just, for some reason, can't be beat. He's been beat before. Maybe Lamar will take him out this time. But at this point, I'm starting to go, should I ever bet against Mahomes no matter who's on his team when it comes playoff time?
I get it.
That's how you elevate a game against the better teams. If you're wondering, Cowboy fans, no. Just watch Patrick Mahomes and see what he does regular season and then what happens when it's do or die games. And I would just say you have other up-and-coming teams, whether it's the Houston Texans. Obviously, the Jaguars took a step back. He does have Tua T most likely in his division the next 4 years.
Sure.
He's better than Tua T, but that's a rival. That's a team that can take that division from you. And I don't know. Aaron Rodgers, is he going to come back and be good at football and be healthy? I don't know, but he's in the division too. So I don't know if they're going to have as good an opportunity as they had this year to beat at least the Chiefs. They would have had to go to Baltimore and beat Baltimore there. That was not going to be easy. But beating the Chiefs, at this point, it has to be in their head. How can we beat this team?
When, Mike, you talked about the Cowboys in the past inability to make it consistently to the playoffs and how important that is. Like
Yes.
being able to be in that opportunity, because let's say you have the down year from a couple other teams in the league or in your division, that gives you that opportunity.
Yeah.
So you had it. You're consistently in the playoffs, and maybe you do get lucky that one year, and the road to the Super Bowl isn't that difficult. That's what you say. Okay, is Josh Allen the problem? And you take him away. I say, with that team, you stick with it as long as you can. Maybe you get lucky along one of those. Maybe you run into the right thing, or maybe your team gets tired of losing to this thing and they find that way.
And I guess that's the interesting thing about this whole deal to me is when you look back, they were in the AFC Championship game in 20. They changed the overtime rules essentially in 21 because of those amazing that amazing game against the Chiefs. Would you have thought just 2 years later we'd be sitting here and Corey, you would lay out maybe one of those years they get lucky and make it to the Super Bowl? I don't think there's any way people thought that was going to be the progression.
All I saw was those two would be battling in epic games forever, and I don't know what the outcome was going to be. I had no clue if Josh Allen was ever going to rise up over it. So far, it hasn't happened. Maybe it will.
Yeah, and then now
If
you
they
have
get
Lamar
lucky.
Jackson is like, you're done. It's my turn.
Yeah, exactly.
And we'll see if Patrick Mahomes is like, but it's not. It's still my turn. It's always my turn.
And I think a lot of the league was probably looking at it going, God, Aaron Rodgers is about to come in here and say it's his turn. Even I bet the Bills were concerned about that this year when Aaron Rodgers stepped into New York. And that team was good, and they were a quarterback away, and they still are.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bashak.
Who's the lefties in the pen in 2024? And we look at the greatest third basemen of all time.
Sports with
Why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet in Grapevine? They've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassler.
All right, Baseball Nuggets. You know what? They're brought to you by Twin Peaks Eat Drinks and Scenic Views. I would like to tell you guys something. Last night I was flipping channels and I went to MLB Network. I love that channel. And they were playing just the end of one of the Ken Burns. I don't know what inning it was, right? It's a 10-inning documentary. So he made a 10th inning for like the last 15 years of baseball. He kind of, 2000, let's say 14 or so, he put out the 10th inning or whatever. I'd just like to say this. I truly love baseball. Like, I can't get enough. I think as I'm further away from my career, so when I take shots at people, I can take shots at myself. I was not a good major leaguer. I was probably in the bottom 20% of major leaguers of all time. I did make it. I thought I was going to be better, wasn't better. So when I take shots, I understand. I mean, people can take shots at me and I'm like, you are right. I am worse than Dwight Powell at baseball than he is at basketball. I will not argue that. I am a worse baseball player than Dwight Powell is at basketball. Say, when that Dak is 100 times better at football than I ever was at baseball.
You just want him to be better.
But the further away I get from my playing career, which was a disappointment to me, it was heartache. There was depression on my major league career. I loved baseball so much. And I don't want to say fell out of love with baseball. It just hurt me so much that there was a lost love at times with the game. But as I'm further away from my career, and there's no way in the world, if anybody's like, Mike, you should come back and pitch when the Rangers are losing 10-0 and I'm on the Bally's set getting ready for I throw like 72 miles an hour now, and nobody really wanted me when I could throw 87 miles an hour.
Yeah, so ended up getting parked.
Yeah. So I would just like to say, watching MLB Network last night, and they were talking about when Babe Ruth died and they showed the funeral. This was part of the Ken Burns. I love baseball. Like, there is a love and a passion for baseball that besides my wife or kids or family and stuff like that, I don't know if I love anything. When I talk about a thing, I don't know if I love anything more than baseball. And so I just like to say, what I was watching last night, I was like, I love this game. I love baseball. I truly love it. And it's changed throughout time. It's stayed the same throughout time. And I would just like to say, I still love baseball. So that being said,
how much did the Rangers
it helped when you're watching a season, when you've watched, was it 5 or 6 years of under 500 baseball?
Six.
Six. So 6 years, it was the longest streak ever in Rangers history of playing under 500 year to year. When you do that, I'm not saying I was losing love of baseball. It was not as enjoyable the majority of the times that I'm doing a pre and post game show to be talking about a loss or, hey, how can they turn this around and win since they lost yesterday?
Right.
That's not as fun. This did help out a lot. When you're watching a team compete for a playoff spot, play good baseball, and then make a run, and now when you're watching MLB Network, and you're just like, I love baseball.
Yes.
I truly love baseball. Now, that being said, I will go to current baseball, and then I'll go to third baseman baseball. Current baseball. Aroldis Chapman signed with the Pittsburgh Pirates on a 1-year, $10 million deal. So the Rangers... Not saying they lost Aroldis Chapman. I don't even know if they were bidding for him. To be honest, I don't even know if they made an offer. Maybe they did. I don't know. But I got a text from a friend, and I've talked to people about Aroldis Chapman throughout. When we were at Buffalo Wild Wings and stuff, right? A lot of Ranger fans did not want Aroldis Chapman back because of the roller coaster that he is.
Sure.
Totally get it. And I would warn people back in July, don't make him a closer. Make him what he's doing, an every other day type of guy who pitches the 7th or the 8th inning. And they're like, you're crazy. Look how unbelievable he is. Put him in the role of being the guy who wins or loses the game at the end. I'm like, you don't want to do that. And Will Smith wasn't doing well anymore, so they had to, right? And Jose Leclerc wasn't back and ready to do what he ended up doing in the playoffs. And so people started falling out of love with Aroldis Chapman. And he was a roller coaster in the playoffs, right?
Yeah, he was.
He would have
2 outs. And who knows after that?
He was kind of the only reliever that I felt like could get out Yordan Alvarez.
I could see that.
And so I'm going to miss Aroldis Chapman on this team. The thing is if you're okay with losing him, which is fine, I understand. It's okay to lose him. He's not the reason you won or the reason you lost. He helped you at times, and at times he put you in tough situations. Right. So
sometimes in the same appearance.
100%, right? The first 3 guys could get on, and then he could strike out the next 2 guys, or he could throw a wild pitch and the game's over and you're walking off the field. You're like, son of a gun, that just happened.
Yeah.
They didn't even hit the ball. They just walked and then got to the bases they needed to get to by stealing them or a wild pitch. But the thing that I am worried about right now is who replaces Aroldis Chapman when you're facing Kyle Tucker's not going to be that bad every game that he was in the playoffs.
Right.
Yordan Alvarez is arguably the best left-handed hitter in the game. So when you're facing the Astros for a playoff spot, or when you're facing, let's just say the New York Yankees in a big game, and Juan Soto comes up in the 7th or 8th inning, and you need a lefty to get these guys out. Brock Burke, that's it. That's your option. I think Andrew Heaney's more of a spot starter, long reliever. Same thing with Cody Bradford. He's not a lefty-on-lefty guy. Bradford, I like him. He's not a lefty-on-lefty guy. He's kind of more over the top, fastball, changeup, mix in a breaking ball. That's not a lefty-on-lefty guy. So I don't know how to replace Aroldis Chapman. I'm not saying they should have gave him $10 million, but what I'm saying is okay, if you're happy Aroldis isn't on the team because of the emotional roller coaster he put you on, now when lefties come up late in the game, I don't know who the Rangers turn to.
Yeah, he's a unique beast to the league. Like, not, if you get him, you're like, oh man, this is exciting that we have him. But and you can look at him and say that he does help in a lot of situations whenever you're trying to do exactly what you're saying right there. But they're not easy to find at all. So you're going to have to make do with something else. Now, Kirby Yates.
He's right-handed.
Right-handed. We don't have a single other left-hander.
Well, you have Brock Burke, Andrew Heaney, and Cody Bradford that I think will. I know.
But you think 2 of those are going to be in the starting mix.
At least one of them will be, right? And so now you're like, okay, so one is a lefty long reliever, middle reliever. The other one in Brock Burke, it seemed like at times Bochy didn't have the most confidence in him. Now that can change year to year, but it felt like last year Bochy didn't want to put Brock Burke in big situations as the season progressed.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, it's a tough place to lose, especially if you're trying to keep people's confidence high, which Bochy believes in very strongly. And are those guys, Mike, do you feel like they're more like 6-out guys where it might, or 6-hitter guys where it might take them 6 hitters to get the 3 outs that you want, whereas it felt like Chapman, maybe the 3 that you...
Well, it might be 6
depending, depending. But it just feels like with Andrew Heaney, I feel like, I'm going to get an inning out of him. And it might be a hit, but, here and there. So that's kind of I don't feel like he's a strikeout. You're probably going to get 3. You could get 3 strikeouts this inning.
Second and third, 1 out. Here comes up. I'm just naming.
I don't want the ball even in play.
Yordan Alvarez is coming up with Kyle Tucker behind him. You're like, all right, where's our lefty to get us out of that situation? I'm not saying Aroldis was perfect at it. He was not.
Bad contact or strikeout is what you're hoping to get out of in that inning, in those innings.
And honestly, the Pirates, I think they signed him to trade him. I think he's in a Kansas City Royals situation. Now, not as bad as the Royals were last year. Pittsburgh's okay. They're not bad. But I struggle to see Pittsburgh being a playoff contender next year. Maybe I'm wrong. But I would look at what Pittsburgh did is they offered him the most money. Aroldis took it, and I guess you can get back Aroldis Chapman in another trade if you need him in July.
Probably not for too much.
Yeah, and you wouldn't have to give up much. He's on a one. He'd at that point be owed about $5 million the rest of the year, and you have to give up another. Look, he went off and did great, but at the time, Cole Reagans looked like, is he a major league pitcher or not? He hasn't proven it, but he has the ability to be. And he went off to Kansas City and had a great 2.5 months. Will you have to give up another Cole Reagans? Like, I don't know who that person is. I'll name a guy. He's higher ranked on your list, but like, would you have to give away this time Owen White to get and it doesn't have to be Aroldis Chapman. It just
to get
that lefty you're missing in your pen, you're probably going to have to give up somebody decent that another team sees that they can get more out of that than you're getting out of that.
Okay, can I add this question to the conversation? Here in a few weeks, pitchers and catchers report.
Right.
Or and
February 12th through the 15th is when all teams report for pitchers and catchers.
If you have Aroldis Chapman in that spot, then maybe you don't have the opportunity to see what other younger guys might be able to add.
I hear you. I know there's a dude from Frisco. I'm sorry, I don't have it all pulled up in front of me. The Rangers don't really have premium left-handed prospects ready to help you out.
Okay.
But
and I do,
it gives them an
wonder,
opportunity.
This kind of gives you a chance to see what you got and go, nah, not good enough, or, oh, hold on, we didn't know he worked on this in the offseason and we needed him to. I don't know.
And to this, Kevin, I think you'd say you're okay with letting Aroldis Chapman go. It's not like you hated him, it's just that you felt like $10 million was a
man. When I saw that number, I was like, oh yeah.
And Will Smith got 6.
It's crazy.
So it does go to show you how limited left-handed, good left-handed relief pitching is, right? Because Aroldis Chapman, who a lot of Ranger fans are like, oh, I don't have to watch him anymore. Thank God.
It's so much fun.
A team gave him $10 million, and I'm guessing the Pirates, which is a low market, low budget team, they probably had to beat somebody giving him 8.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It might have not been
9.5. Will
9.5.
Smith too, right? In the Royals?
Yeah, and I think the Royals were just spending quickly to try to get veteran guys to change the culture of the team. And since he's won 3 championships in a row, and great for Will Smith, he got another $6 million to play baseball again. I think they were trying to change culture more than like we're going to we got to make sure we give him 6 because somebody's offering him 5, if that makes sense. Like for $6 million, it's worth it if he can get our attitudes changed into more of a winning type attitude. I think with Aroldis Chapman, you see, if you want what is considered an above average left-handed reliever, it's going to cost you $10 million, and he's old enough that it's only 1 year. If a dude's 31 years old and he's a good left-handed reliever, it will cost you 10 to 15 a year for multiple years. And if they're the best left-handed reliever, we just saw 5 years, $95 million.
Wow.
And I'll get to third baseman's and the list that Beltre's on. I'll get to that, and Mike likes it.
Okay. Coming up next, though, we will switch gears, but let Mike have a little bit more time to talk, as it's time for Mike to ask all the football questions next right here on The Fan.
The Fan. secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. God bless Alec for not turning on Mike's mic, but it is time for Mike to ask all the football questions while he has a screw in his mouth.
Wait. Okay, I'm ready.
For the 817, why doesn't everyone have their own chair? All right, look, here's the deal.
Yes.
There's about 25 chairs up on this floor. Maybe 4 of them are good.
We couldn't give them away if we wanted to.
Yeah.
Like if we gave this, if somebody was standing on the side of the road as a homeless person and we brought the chair to them, they would throw it into the middle of traffic.
You don't think they would want a chair?
No, not these. They're horrible.
So we all like try to get our favorite chairs for the show. And then for Mike, every year he's nice enough and generous enough for Peace-a-thon to auction off the chair that he's used from the previous year. So now he's building the New Year's chair.
Yeah, I went to Staples yesterday after the show and bought a chair. Now I just have to build it, which I'm not the best builder. I'm not Bob, so trying my best.
You know what's sad? That is absolutely what I thought.
I was trying to come up with a Bob the Builder joke, and all I had was Bassick the Builder.
Thank you.
But
all right, guys. So I teased this. Obviously, it makes Dak Prescott fans mad. I understand. But I think you have to look at a little bit of the reality of Dak plays his worst football in the playoffs. I don't know why. I mean, I think it's a mental block. Obviously, I don't know if he's going to ever get over it. The hope is if you're a Cowboy fan, he has to get over this mental block of the pressure of a playoff game, because the pressure of a playoff game seems to be too much for him to handle. Hopefully he gets over it. We've seen this in other sports. We've seen it in football. He has a mental block when it comes to the playoffs. And because of that, I just thought, here's my list. Not regular season list. That list where Dak finished like somewhere between 3rd and 5th. I can't remember at the end of CBS Sports.
Oh, yeah.
Ranking the quarterbacks. Obviously, Lamar was 1. I remember that. I believe Josh Allen was 2 and Patrick Mahomes were 3 or vice versa.
Right.
And I think Dak was 4. I think that's where he finished in the regular season on the quarterback power rankings, according to CBS Sports. That's regular season. Now, when it comes to the playoffs, I do have 10 quarterbacks that, without a doubt, I would rather have quarterbacking a playoff game over Dak. So my first football question is, I think the first few can go quickly, but when you have a debate within yourself, when you say, wait a second,
okay,
that's when I would love for you to stop the list and you guys discuss why you think Dak would be a better do-or-die playoff game quarterback than this guy.
can I ask Kevin a question first? And Mike asked all the football questions. Mike said yes. Kevin, if you were to define the thing you think is the mental block for Dak, do you think it's unpreparedness?
No.
Do you think it's panic? Or do you think it's trust? And is there another word that you would use?
If I had to guess, I don't think it's the first one.
I do think I feel like it's trust in the play or whatever's called.
I think panic's a little bit, and he talks about it all the time, and I appreciate when he says this. I still have the chance to write my story. He knew that this was like a pivot point for his book.
The narrative is not just a fake thing. The story is what it is so far. Can you change the future of it? All right. Thanks, Mike.
Okay. So the first one, I don't think we need to discuss. Patrick Mahomes.
Okay.
The dude looks like Michael Jordan on a football field at this point. I know he's been beat before, but that one's pretty easy. Number 2, I have Joe Burrow.
Agree.
I'll take Burrow.
Okay. Number 3, I have Josh Allen.
I agree. I will say this. I know Josh Allen is 5-5 in the playoffs, but he has put up some pretty dang good numbers in those playoffs.
And look, you would have loved for him to run out the clock and score a touchdown there.
Couldn't do it.
It failed. He gave his guy a easy field goal, and I would hope I would be this honest and say that's not Dak's fault.
Right.
He got him to a point where they should tie the game. Now, it's scary because he didn't run enough time off the clock, so now you're giving Michael Jordan, Patrick Mahomes 1 minute and 40 seconds to get in field goal range, and they have a great field goal kicker. So that would be Josh Allen, but I think that one's pretty easy.
21-4, 21 touchdowns, 4 interceptions in the playoffs.
Really?
Wow.
For Josh Allen?
Yep.
That
Yeah,
seems pretty
so
impressive.
That would be an easy yes. Number 4, I have Lamar Jackson.
Agreed.
Now, I know
Lamar.
he's only won 2 games so far in his playoff run. That's the same as Dak, but I would rather have Lamar Jackson. Number 5, this is where my list gets a little wonky, as in I'm not sure if I'm listing them in the correct order, but I started having to put them down. I would rather have Brock Purdy than Dak Prescott.
At the moment?
I agree.
So there
if I switched teams, if I gave Dak San Francisco and I gave Brock Dallas, I would probably pick San Francisco, but then in the back of my mind I'd be like, Dak screws this up. Dak always screws this up. And so I would rather have Brock Purdy leading my team than Dak Prescott in a playoff game.
Did you hear the line from Nick Bosa on Jordan Love a while back? And I think this was a respectful thing, but he said that Jordan Love, they have a lot of the same traits regarding him and Aaron Rodgers. And at quarterback, who does exactly what he's coached to do, which Aaron Rodgers is a Hall of Famer, unbelievable, but he kind of went outside of the realm of coaching, and sometimes it's good when you have a guy that does what he's coached to do. I think that's Purdy. I think Purdy does exactly what he's coached to do because he trusts the system so much, and the system needs to be trusted. So I think that I'll take Purdy in that instance too.
The next one is the guy who beat Dak, Jordan Love. He's only had 2 playoff games. Would you rather have Jordan Love in a do-or-die game next year, or would you rather have Dak Prescott?
The way that he played, he was phenomenal, man.
Kevin wants Dak. I can tell.
I'm conflicted about this. I know I saw what happened, and we got smoked.
And then you saw what happened against San Francisco, and he put up 21 points against them.
He did also throw the interception that killed the game.
Mm-hmm.
And we're not allowed to push.
I'll take Love.
I mean, I think you have to choose here.
I'll take Love.
I mean, my opinion would be Dak wouldn't have been in that game. Dak would have not had that opportunity.
Against San Francisco.
Now, I guess he's kind of been in the game, but I just think that, Dak would have screwed that one up big time.
I'll go Love on that.
Next one, a guy who's a rookie, C.J. Stroud. I would rather have C.J. Stroud in a playoff game than Dak Prescott. Me too. Is that, or Corey, you okay with that one?
For the future, I want Stroud.
Number 8, this one was a little bit tough for me, but I put in my mind, this is a no-doubter still. I would rather have Jared Goff in a playoff game.
Man, Jared Goff, low-key, is played really well the last 2 years. I guess it's not that low-key anymore because they're in the NFC Championship game.
I wanted to be able to draft Jared Goff back in the day, so of course
this is his second NFC Championship game. He's 1-0 so we'll. I mean, I don't think he's going to win this week. And number 9, I put a guy who played 3 downs this year. I'd rather have Aaron Rodgers in a playoff game next year if he makes it healthy. That was a tough one because he barely played this year, but I've seen Aaron Rodgers in the playoffs.
I'll take this might be the most controversial of them all. I'll take Dak. I think Aaron Rodgers is
done.
Complex.
You think he's kind of Tom Brady-ish of
and I think
2022?
And I think you would see that version in the playoffs. There's no doubt Aaron Rodgers is all-time amazing quarterback.
That's fair.
Yeah, I agree with that too, because I didn't get to see him this year too. Aaron Rodgers could have changed my mind on a lot of things this year had he played.
I would rather have Dak in the regular season than this guy, just so to make this clear. But I want this guy on my playoff team, not my regular season team, and that's Matthew Stafford.
I wouldn't take Stafford.
Why is Dak better than Stafford in a do-or-die game?
I guess I can't say that because he won a Super Bowl.
He did.
That's the tough thing is I'm with you, Corey. I think if we look at 17 games and go, Dak's better than Matthew Stafford in 17 games, I just don't see how I can say Dak is better in a playoff game than Matthew Stafford's going to be in a playoff game or has been in a playoff game.
I will add, that LA Rams team was loaded. That should have been the favorite team no matter what. That was a loaded football team for him to win that. And what had Stafford done previously? No, I mean nothing.
Right.
So
I'm with you.
I'm there, but it is very difficult. That's where
the Cowboys
I would probably
loaded?
have to push there. The Cowboys have been very good a lot of times.
I mean,
yes.
Didn't we feel like 34 to 41 points was going to be something they could do against Green Bay at home and the way that they were playing against Washington.
Yeah, but I do look at the Cowboys defense, and you have to acknowledge the entire time throughout the late in the season how limited they were defensively with their front and their linebackers. That's a
So
fact.
you have 8 or 7?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
So 8 quarterbacks come playoff time. And where
Agreed.
And you
8.
had he's better than A-Rod, and he's better than
Who was it that we just said?
was it Goff, Stafford,
and Rodgers?
Stafford.
Okay. All right. So now here's the next 6 quarterbacks that it was, to me, when you go 50-50, can we push?
Okay.
This is where I'm at a push with these next quarterbacks.
I'm taking Dak over Mayfield if that's on the list.
It is.
Okay.
I would rather have Baker Mayfield, but he's not number 1 on this. Oh gosh, this is tough. My number 1 on this list that's tough is his division rival, Jalen Hurts. I would rather have Jalen Hurts in a playoff game over Dak.
I disagree there.
I seen him go to a Super Bowl.
Yeah, I get it. That was I disagree with that on Jalen Hurts.
I think if they're both healthy, I want Hurts. If obviously Hurts is playing the way he played last year, if that's who he is now, I'm going to lose both times. I'm going to lose with Dak and I'm going to lose with Hurts. So in a way, it doesn't matter. But I think that I have a chance if Hurts is healthy. He has a chance to attack a defense better than Dak can in a playoff game.
Yeah, and I think we'll find out healthy and can he keep a locker room together next year.
I think I'll take Dak.
All right, the next one, I think he's Dak 4 years ago, is Tua T. I think this is very tough.
I'll take Tua.
I would take Tua over Dak, but it's kind of an unknown with Tua. If Tua the next 3 of the 4 years makes the playoffs and looks like crap in playoff games, then I'm like, oh crap, he's Dak Prescott.
Yeah, I'll take Tua. I realize he looked poor at that game. I thought he was always going to do poorly
Dak
in the frigid game.
I'll stick with Dak.
Okay, the next one. This is tough because his team went 4-13. I would rather have Kyler Murray in a playoff game over Dak Prescott.
I'll take Dak.
Yeah, I'll take Dak.
All right. And why is Kyler going to fail tremendously in the playoffs? Like, why would he fail more than Dak?
I just think because you've seen that he has just even trouble getting there, and so I don't necessarily know if I think
you
he'll
just put the
thrive.
regular season back in there.
Yeah, but
I still think that matters.
Yeah, if you can't thrive in the regular season.
I have Dak number 5 on my quarterback list as long as you don't have to play in the playoffs. I think I need to make this clear because I didn't make this clear. Dak is about the 5th best quarterback now in the NFL.
Right.
In 17 games. Unfortunately, the 18th game, he's going to be the 17th best quarterback
Kyler's
in the NFL.
played 1 playoff game.
And he did not play well in that game.
137 yards, 2 interceptions, 2 sacks, no touchdowns.
He did not play well in that
That's a better explanation on why I shouldn't take Kyler, but I'd still take my chance with him. The next one is going to be a guy who I've given up on, but I would rather have him in a playoff game.
Justin Herbert?
Is Justin Herbert.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, I've talked about this. I do not necessarily think that Justin Herbert has the clutch gene going for him, so I'll take Dak.
Yeah. These are tough ones. This is
No,
where
I
the list is.
hear ya.
I am not. This is a list of 6 guys that I'm not sure on, Corey. Herbert or Dak?
Herbert's not shown enough for me either, so I'll take Dak.
All right. Next one.
I'm getting killed from both sides here.
These
Corey,
are tough.
you're a dumbass for saying this about Stafford. Corey, you're a dumbass for saying this about Dak and your love for Dak. And I'm like, I'm pretty even on where I'm going with this, y'all dumbasses.
The next one, this is not easy. This is my list. Your list can be only 3 guys.
Yeah.
And that's
just because you love somebody doesn't mean that I have to.
Your list could be, I don't have Kirk Cousins on this list. I would rather have Dak than Kirk Cousins, but I'll tell you what, it's close, but I chose Dak over Kirk Cousins.
We did it.
The next one is my guy, and I have to admit he was very disappointing this year in 17 games. I guess I'd rather have Trevor Lawrence over Dak Prescott in a playoff game next year. I've seen him win a national championship. I've seen him lead a team. I saw him win a playoff game last year. He was horrible in the first half and then played unbelievably great in the second half. So he does have a Dak trait. When he's down by 27, then all of a sudden he starts playing well.
Yeah, because I keep thinking about that. I'll take Dak.
I understand. This was a little bit biased on me. I've given up on Dak. Like Dak's going nowhere. And
in
then
the postseason.
My last guy who you've already mentioned was...
I'll take Dak over Baker.
I would rather have Baker Mayfield at this point. I think he has more guts than Dak Prescott does in these situations.
I think he has guts. I also think he has less arm talent.
Okay.
But so and I think that there's a lot more to go with. I agree with the guts part, but sometimes I think that can be a detriment. I do wish that Dak would take a few more opportunities to say I'm the guy and deliver.
Obviously, guys on this list that I chose Dak over them: Geno Smith, Kirk Cousins, Derek Carr. I thought about these guys. To be honest, I thought about those guys, and I said, no, I would rather have Dak. Obviously, when it comes to a Bryce Young, Sam Howell, Daniel Jones, I choose Dak. So I have Dak approximately, and I have him at best for me, number 11, at the very best, but I don't have him there. I have him at number 17.
And see, I have him at 10 then, in terms of playoff quarterback.
If he's at 10, now I ask this question, we're out of time. I'm sorry I don't have any more football questions. This took longer than I thought. My next football question is, now if he's your 10th best quarterback in all of the NFL in do or die games, that means you kind of have to give him $300 million, right?
I personally think the divide is more like you have to do it if it's set top 7. I don't necessarily think 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. You have to. But I definitely think that's what the Cowboys will do.
Corey, where is he on your list?
Somewhere in like 10, 11 area. So there were a couple of I was like, no, I'll keep taking that guy. So I think he's 10, 11.
If he has the 10th, just ask yourself this. We'll go to break. You don't have to answer, Corey. We're out of time. If you're a listener, wherever he is on your list, at this point, for me, I'm letting him walk. I'm trying to trade him. But I think if he's number 10 on your list or better, you give him $300 million. And that's probably about what he's going to get, give or take $25 million. I think it might be as low as $275, as high as $300 million.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's go off topic totally. Get something that hopefully we can all agree on. The moral compass. Would you go back to this restaurant? And can you spell that word correctly? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Window Nation and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
Paul Arriola for the first time this evening. Running it through for Jesus Ferreira. Getting an early look at goal, and Jesus Ferreira buries it. The first time that we've seen FC Dallas on the ball, and it's their main man and number 10, Jesus Ferreira, who punishes the Inter Miami back line. It's 1-0.
FC Dallas victorious 1-0 in the preseason game with a third-minute goal by Jesus Ferreira against Inter Miami. The game took place at the Cotton Bowl, where FC Dallas, when they used to be the Dallas Burn, played there from 96 through 2002 and again in parts of 04-05. It was a happening because Lionel Messi was there. He had a couple of good looks, but FC Dallas victorious over Lionel Messi. I know it was a preseason.
In your face, soccer.
Yeah!
You didn't even know that was happening.
The weather, well, people did. This was a preseason game. I want to stress that.
Doesn't soccer want it in their face, though? They just don't want it in their hands.
Right.
Unless you're the goalie.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's only one of 11.
Or on their arms.
10 guys want it around their face rather than in their hands.
More than
more
than 32,000 people were at this preseason game. And you know how terrible the weather was because it's messy, man.
Well, I mean, he's people's idols.
Oh, outside it was messy, the weather.
And inside it was messy with an eye.
You said they played at the Cotton Bowl, right?
Yeah.
It's messy, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's an emotional attachment to that guy. And
for
people will
sure.
do whatever it takes to see him play. So, yeah, man. We play them one more time. Is it in February we play them? We play Miami, or do we not play them at all in the regular season this year? I can't remember. It's one of the two.
Thought maybe they were not on the regular season schedule, but I will double check on that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time for the Moral Compass.
You are my counsel. The one I turn to when I need my moral compass checked. We have forged this relationship for years, and I depend on it.
KNC Masterpiece, Moral Compass. Now, this comes to us from the mind of Corey Majors. What is the situation we're looking at?
Okay, this is actually from the life of Corey Majors. You think you know, but you have no idea.
Oh, my goodness.
On Friday, Adrian and I were looking for a place to go have some dinner. And one of the places she suggested was Haywire over at the Legacy West area. We always have a great time there. Couldn't find a table on Open Table. So we said, let's see. A friend of ours suggested another place. It is in City Line in Richardson. I guess that's it.
Oh, so you're leaving, it's going Plano to Richardson. I know what you're saying.
I had some other suggestions, but she suggested this place, and I was like, all right, that looks fine.
Do people from Plano call places in Richardson, oh, they have a good hole-in-the-wall restaurant?
It's more like...
I'm just teasing. Plano.
It's a restaurant.
You're pretty average. Right? I'm, because I always say they're really rich, but they're not as rich as I make them out to.
You saw my first house out there in Plano. It was a palatial estate. Now the new house is different.
Yes. Burn.
I make a reservation on Open Table, which I don't. Do you guys like using those apps? Open Table or Resi? Okay.
Whoa. Kevin, when was the last time you went to a restaurant that uses Open Table?
I'm one of the common people, so
He's been to this restaurant.
I go to common folk restaurants.
He's been to the restaurant that I'm talking about. Yeah.
Not a lot. Usually if they have it, I'm like, this place might not be for me.
What is your favorite common folk restaurant?
Ooh, Chili's or Applebee's.
Red Lobster.
Yeah, I thought he was going to say
that's a good one too.
I know that in a month we'll be at Red Lobster in spring training.
I don't have to eat fish on
You have to exit like 2 miles down because it's not.
Well, you will in spring training.
No.
Lent starts in...
Yeah, let me check when Lent starts.
All right. So here's the point. I'm not going to name the restaurant because I don't want to put them on blast, but here's my question.
Okay.
I wrote the review. I wrote a review on there on Open Table because Open Table is, and I don't typically write reviews. And my review said something along the lines of, our reservation table had us sitting right next to the door, and every time the door opened, it was freezing cold. And look, I understand that, but I didn't want to sit right there. Maybe I should have just asked then, hey, move me somewhere else.
I'm Corey Majors.
Yeah, well, I don't like to do that.
Only at grocery stores?
No, I don't even do that. People just see me and they're like, hey, I recognize you from radio. The drinks took a very long time. And I'm not one to typically gripe about that either, but this is one of those that took a very long time for the drinks to get out. I ordered a steak. The steak was, as I put it on there, mid at best. And like it had no flavor to it. The vegetables were okay.
Was it cooked correctly how you ordered it or no?
It was medium rare, but it didn't look medium rare. You know, like it wasn't overcooked. It was probably even undercooked, and I'm okay with that. But whenever there's no flavor on a ribeye, I got a little bit of a problem. So I wrote the review and said I'd probably give them a 2, and I got an email out of 5 stars. I got an email from Open Table, and the message says, hey there, Corey. Sorry to hear that your experience here at this restaurant was bad on your latest visit. I would love an opportunity to make it right and send you something for your next visit with us. Send me an email, and they gave me their information, so I may get something out to you. And then he gave me his name and everything. And my first thought here is, I'm not going back to the restaurant I didn't like in the first place. Like, they had a great...
Did your wife feel the same way about her food?
Yes.
Okay. I didn't know if maybe you ordered something that they're just not good at. They're good at other things.
Yeah, she ordered something completely different. She had a fish option, and there was lacking a lot of flavor in hers too. They had a cool presentation on one of like the smoked old fashions. That was cool. And they have lots of options for whiskey. Lots of really good whiskey options. But I just was like, nah, I'm not a huge fan. Would you go back now that they've sent this information and said, hey, we'd like to make it right? Would you go back to the restaurant and give them another shot?
I would give them one more chance.
Agreed.
They might have had a bad day. They might have had, I don't know.
It was a busy Friday night.
There's a lot of flu going on. My wife's dealing with a lot of flu at her office right now. A lot of sick kids. So maybe their main chef, maybe the guy who is usually head back there wasn't there. And so everybody had to step it up. And unfortunately, the sous chefs and the people that are back there weren't on their game, and it was just a bad day. But if you go back there again and it's below average again, now you know it's not a bad day. That's their food. Mm-hmm. And they're going to kind of comp you, right?
I don't know. I'm not asking for anything.
Yeah,
I'm not one of those, and I'm not one of those that likes to complain about stuff. And Kevin, you brought this question up. I'm not one that likes to complain about stuff while I'm sitting at the table either.
And they were busy?
They were steady. There wasn't a line out the door, but there was probably 3 people at the front most of the evening.
Kevin, I feel like if you're serving below average food, you'll eventually, if this place has been around for a while, you will get below average customers. Like you won't get the amount of customers you need to stay in business. In Dallas, Fort Worth, especially in Richardson and Plano, there's a zillion restaurants. So if you're not good I just don't think you'll get the people in to survive.
I think about this one thing, Corey, you told me about restaurant business all of the time is the worst thing that could happen for them is you're dissatisfied, walk out the door, and you just never see them again, and you have no chance. So I think this place is like trying to make it right by you and be like, hey, not only do we want to make this experience right, we would like to keep you as a customer. Come check out what's the best of what we can do.
Yeah, and I think that is, I completely agree with you, man. Whenever I was managing our bar, look, if something was wrong that night and it was something that doesn't typically happen and somebody's complaining about it, I get it. And the manager of a restaurant's job, a lot of times most managers out there can tell you, is when somebody starts complaining, you just start giving them be our guests,
right?
BOGs.
Okay,
you start just anything to get you to shut up right now so that when you come back, and it is shut up because I don't want you being so loud that other tables are like, hold on, I want BOGs too.
You're right. I felt really bad when Noah was smaller. He was like crying pretty crazy at a restaurant. And they were like, oh my God, is everything okay? And we're like, you've done nothing wrong. Our baby is just very upset right now. We're going to go remove him.
Yeah, that actually happened to me once with Avery when we went to Colorado. We went up into the mountains, dude, for it was an awesome dinner. But Avery was crying. They had a flute player come over and start playing for Avery. And he shut it down, dude. Avery stopped crying. He was not even one yet. That's awesome. And he stopped crying and was just hanging out and everything. By the way, the service was bad too. No. I had to ask multiple times for different things from the server. And listen, you can call me a diva. I also worked in the restaurant business for many, many years. I have expectations from a restaurant.
Is it the worst sign when they don't get your drinks to you?
Yeah.
And you're like, this is off to a bad
I haven't even
start.
gotten a water to start yet. What's going on over here?
I think, too, at Tex-Mex restaurants that obviously chips and salsa are there, and let's say it's a party of 4 or more, probably within 10 minutes you're going to need to refill the chips. Now, you probably only need to refill them one time because you're hoping that your kitchen is fast enough that if I refill them once with chips, the main course comes out and I don't need to keep refilling chips and salsa. But I feel like when you're at a Mexican restaurant and drinks are slow and then it's a party of 4 or more and the chips are going to go pretty quick and it's 15 minutes later and the thing of chips is gone, everybody's drank their water, you're like, oh no, this is not going to go well.
The other thing too, somebody said, well, what was the point of the review? To tell them what was wrong that night so that they can ensure that it doesn't happen. Yeah, because if they want to keep their business going, if they want to continue having business come back, they got to make sure that those things aren't happening, because those are, in my opinion, those are simple things that people expect when they walk into a restaurant, especially if they're trying to have a nice date and you are charging nice date price.
And Corey, everybody listening should. We just don't rate the places great that we love. We don't go on, for the most part, right? 90% of the time, if we were going to write a review, it's because it was such a disappointment and a bad situation. We write it. If we went to a place that was good, we usually go, that's good. That's my place. I'm going to go there once a month or whatever. But we don't write a review, which probably we should do a better job of writing reviews of places we like.
That. I will say this. And again, this comes from having the background that I had and work in running bars, working on the border in Garland for years. If somebody goes over the top, I tip them well. I tip well on over the top. But then I will ask I'll say, can you bring the manager over? And then I'll tell them how badass they were at what they did. Like, that is something that Adrian's always like, oh my gosh, what was wrong with the dinner? And I'm like, no, I just want to let them know they have a really good employee here and they did a great job tonight. So I think, Mike, you're right. A lot of times you have the criticism box and the criticism's negative. A lot of times we don't talk about the good things that people do enough.
No, that makes a lot of sense to me. And I think you're right. I wish more people would be like, hey, this place is really good. But I feel like if it's bad, you'll write the review and bad at all. But it has to be like amazing to write the good review. And if it's just good, you don't go out and go, hey, this place is really good. You should go check it out.
So y'all are saying go back. Y'all are saying go back, give it another shot.
I would, But I mean, you might want to, I don't know, you might want to tell them when you're coming back in, hey, the first time wasn't great. You guys told me to come back. You're going to make sure that this is a good experience. Like, I do think you should almost tell the waitress, like, hey, I'm only coming back here because I did not enjoy it the first time, but I think you guys can do a great job.
See, that's That is a very interesting take.
Or you just say nothing and just see if it's
and
as
that's
bad?
what I think because
I hear you.
Because I don't want it to be great because I showed up and like made a big
now
announcement. And then you go back and you're like, crap.
I see your point, and maybe I rescind my point.
I
think that if you did do that, they might do certain things or tell them, if you say, hey, I'm Corey Majors, I talked about your restaurant on the radio, then they might
ask any of the grocery stores around here.
Yeah. They might start spitting in your food or whatever. So.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Do you consider this duo legendary? Let's do it next right here on the Fan.
Attention football fans, it's your boy Nate Newton.
than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Mahomes looks that way. He's going to go wide open, left side, caught. Kelsey caught around. Touchdown, Kansas City. Kelsey hasn't been that open since training camp in St. Joseph.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Yeah, here we go.
Damn it. All right.
I found my biscuit.
So there's some ratings discrepancy happening right now. Is the initial
Our ratings are number one.
That is true. No
Okay.
discrepancy about that. Chiefs Bills was initially announced to have an audience of 39 million. Now,
That's more than the 37.5 from Saturday night with the Bills and the Chiefs, right?
True. That is true. However,
Or in San Francisco and Green Bay.
CBS says nope. 50.4 million people
Holy crap.
actually watched the game.
They added
the Chiefs Bills game.
They added 11 million people?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's more than a Cowboys game?
That was more by 10% than last year's Cowboys 49ers game.
Yes.
And so there is some discussion about where does that number actually lie? Because the number of 50 million came from a CBS press release. And so there's other people that are like, yeah, I don't know. It might be somewhere in the middle. But for now, those are the numbers that we have.
Even if it's somewhere in the middle, that's still in the 42, 44 range.
How do we know?
So that's amazing.
How do we know any of these numbers are true?
That is
like the 23 million who
that
bought
is very
Paramount
fair.
or paid whatever they did.
Peacock.
Peacock. Like, how do we? Because that seemed like a big number to go to a streaming
Yes.
station when usually that's a CBS big time Sunday afternoon game.
Sure.
So how did they get the same number? They just said it.
Yeah, they remember we talked about this a while back. Nielsen was accepting streaming companies like internal information, which is weird because I would love it if they did that here. Like, how many people were listening? 98% of the audience of all radio. That's how many were listening. They're like, oh, what's that based on? Internal numbers.
Do they just get that from our politicians? Like that's how they.
I don't know that to be the case.
I've made everything great. Nothing has gone bad. And you're like, all right, 100%.
There you go.
Did it.
That actually does sound kind of right. Okay.
That's Dak.
Well,
somebody just texted in and said, "Are you guys ratings number one because there's no other sports radio show on?" Yep, that's it.
All right. Okay, hold
That's
on.
it.
That is it.
You're right. There's nothing else on out there.
Let me field this one. First of all, there are other sports radio and pseudo sports radio competitors, but also
studio.
We're number one for all radio in DFW, not just sports radio.
I'm sure there's no other radio out there.
Radio in DFW in this time slot.
There's nothing out there that's playing Taylor Swift over and
People
over.
are trying to beat us, but they can't.
And they can't.
Well, they could, but they haven't.
They haven't.
They have before, but not now.
Not anymore.
We're the top 10 right now. We're right now.
And actually, Kevin, let's add to it. We are number one because you, the Tolo, whether or not you're a hater or a lover,
especially the ones with the meters.
Yeah,
Fair.
y'all are the reason that we're
is
the best.
very fair.
We just show up and do our jobs.
Thank you to the Twolos
Most of the time.
and the YouTubers as well.
You're not blocked.
Now, this brings all ratings information into question, but I'll give you one more. The Bucks Lions drew 40.4 million viewers, which is the most for an NBC game since 1994 when the Joe Montana Chiefs played the Warren Moon Oilers. So it's been a long time.
I don't even remember that. I really don't feel like I remember that game. I watched.
It happened.
I remember watching it. I don't remember the game. So there you go.
Christian Okoye was good in that one.
Now, the Nigerian nightmare.
He wasn't. I don't think he was 94. Was Marcus Allen their main running back?
Ooh, I don't know if I recall that either, but
All
that
right.
actually might be correct. All right, let's talk about the good and the bad of social media. Tyler Bass, he deactivated all his social media, the Bills kicker, afterwards, and some people were saying there were death threats on there and everything like that, which That's just a crazy thing to do.
Yeah.
Is like threaten to kill somebody because that's
in
a
the world of
crazy thing.
sports. The guy from Colombia got killed when
Yes,
he
from
accidentally
the World Cup,
and
yeah.
that was here at the Cotton Bowl, right?
Correct.
No, he didn't die at the Cotton Bowl. He went back to Colombia and got killed by somebody because of that mistake. Has anybody else that we know in our lifetime been killed because of messing up in a sports game?
Ooh,
I mean, I hate saying this. I do, and I'm drawing a blank. Like
in America?
Yeah.
In America, I don't know. Across the world, I have no doubt about that.
I just don't feel like I know that we hear all this all the time. I'm getting death threats, or they got death threats. I feel like,
but you still would take that seriously, right? If somebody was like, "I'm gonna effing kill you because you missed that kick," or like, what if they said your family's names? Don't you think you'd be like, "Oh crap"?
I've had that before, and I didn't take it that seriously.
Wow. Okay.
What about?
I just figured it doesn't happen. If that makes sense, like it's not happening. Now, if in the last 10 years there's been 3 people who've been killed, because they threw a bad pitch or they missed a field goal kick, I'd be like, I need to take this seriously. There are crazies out there about every other year. There are crazies out there, but there haven't been crazies that have killed athletes because they lost a game for their team.
Sure. Yeah. No, I agree with
What
that.
about the mob though?
Oh.
Well, if you do try to throw a game and then you don't, I'm sure that you'd be in big trouble.
I would agree with that. I've seen many movies that start with almost that exact same premise. All right. Now, here's the positive of social media. So that was the negative, that Tyler Bass is a big advocate for pet adoption. And so a cat shelter that he supports got a huge, like thousands of dollars of donations, all of $22 to represent Tyler Bass. And for his number, he wears a number 2 jersey. And so instead of saying I'll donate $2, they're like, I'll donate $22.
I thought he was saying thousands of dollars, all of 22. And
That's
I was
what
like,
I thought you were saying too. I was
That's
like,
it?
they only got $22 and you're mentioning this story?
No.
Like, you're really rubbing it in, aren't you?
Everybody was making $22 donations.
Stupid cats aren't going to make
they
it.
receive more than $7,000 in donations.
That makes more
the day
sense.
after.
That's a good
Why you should
story.
be dogs
rather
instead,
than
cats.
he got $22 donated for cats.
Yeah, that doesn't really feel like that balances
Dogs
out.
raise so much more money.
And so that's the positive of social media to go along with the negative aspect of social media. In case you missed it, yesterday the Titans are hiring Bengals offensive coordinator Brian Callahan as their
the auto parts.
Next. Are you thinking of Callahan autos from Tommy Boy?
Yeah.
I just watched that on Friday night after that terrible dinner I had. And it made me feel better.
Okay. That is an awesome movie. That might be one of my favorite movies of all time.
Every time I heard his name, though, I kept thinking it was Bill Callahan, the old offensive line coach. And I was like, dang, that dude's still thriving, huh?
Do you think eventually history will forget John Hancock and think it's Herbie Hancock because of that movie?
I hope. No.
I feel like in our world, we're just going to turn that into a fact somehow.
That is a fair point. All right. Do you view the combination of Travis Kelce and Patrick Mahomes as a legendary combination?
Oh, son of a gun. No.
Okay.
What?
Oh.
I do.
Okay. And this is why I wanted to bring it up.
I'm leaving.
Shut up.
Me too.
No, what? No.
Yeah. We can't have
Obviously, we
disagreements.
can't work together, so we got to go.
Yeah.
You guys are going to go hang out and be like, Kevin's so stupid.
Probably.
I'm left-handed. He's right-handed.
Yeah.
That makes me left and him right.
We're like
You
peanut
can
butter and
clap
jelly.
together.
They just don't go together.
You guys get along very well. But you think of like Joe Montana and Jerry Rice as legendary.
100%.
What about Tom Brady and Gronk?
Yes.
I think of Manning and Harrison.
Okay.
I don't remember Harrison. I really don't. He might be like, that wasn't my era, so.
Well, and I know
Peyton Manning and Marvin
I'm
Harrison?
sorry. I thought you said Marino. Oh man, I was like
Oh,
Marino.
no.
'Cause you do like Marino a lot. You
Alec
frequently,
Pierre.
so I just went. But Manning and Harrison was great. Yes, that was legendary.
So I realize they have expanded the playoffs. And so
Yeah.
that kind of changes the stat just a little bit. But Joe Montana and Jerry Rice, second most quarterback receiver touchdowns in playoff history. Or excuse me, third most, because Brady and Gronk and Mahomes and Kelce are now tied at the top of the list with 15 apiece.
How many, I know this is how many make a that combination in your mind.
Yeah,
I guess when I think of Montana, I think of Rice. I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to. And you're right. Kelsey's a for sure Hall of Famer.
Sure.
I know that, but
Yeah.
I'm not sure when I think of Mahomes 10 years from now. I'm going to think Mahomes and Kelsey.
And that's why I was curious about it, because they're at the top of the list along with Brady and Gronk, who I do think of that combination.
And I think also, Mike, because you do have other things to compare it to, and just like our dads had Staubach and Drew Pearson, and all those things. I think the people, like the kids nowadays, that's what they're seeing is Mahomes and Kelsey, and so that's the legends to them. I mean, even like, do you think Troy Aikman and Michael Irvin are legendary playoff players? No?
As a team, yes, but I don't think Aikman and Irvin.
I guess I don't think that combination is legendary in the playoffs either. Which is
I think
probably
Emmitt Smith
not,
gets more of the credit for all that stuff.
Honestly, and I'm not saying that
Jerry
he's
Jones.
better at all. I think about a couple of these combinations between Aikman and Alvin Harper as
Or Bernie Kosar and Alvin Harper.
Maybe not that one.
Or Jason Garrett.
Oh my God.
Or Berline.
What?
Berline beat the Chicago Bears in 1991 in the
don't remember
playoffs.
You knew he was going to have some weird, obscure fact to.
And then he started against the Detroit Lions the last time they went to the NFC Championship game, and it wasn't going well, so they brought in Troy Aikman, and it didn't get any better.
And that's why Mike and I work so well together.
We're the KNC Masterpiece. God help us all. Right
Against
here
you.
on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, have you caught Wyatt Langford fever yet? And are these MLB projections doable for him in 2024? Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where Mike is putting the finishing touches on his new chair. And we asked the question, well, I kind of want to play a highlight. Have you caught the fever of cut number 7, this individual right here?
Langford might have had his second home run absolutely over bar 352. Second home run of the game, third RBI. This guy is crushing Double-A, and now Frisco leads 10-1.
There are 17 people at that game, it sounds like. But have you caught Wyatt Langford fever yet? And are these projections from Major League Baseball doable for him in 2024? Let's start with the fever. Do you have Wyatt Langford fever?
Yes. And I think I caught it during his Double-A stint. Every day there was an update on what he did, and it was like 4 for 4, 3 for 4,
Yeah.
2 doubles every day. And it wasn't a bunch of bombs, but it was a bunch of hits. And Mike, you and I have been fighting for hit machines in baseball again, rather than just home run machines. And hitters are like Freddie Freeman. I heard Sean this morning say he is a professional hitter, and everybody wants a Freddie Freeman on their team. Wyatt Langford is definitely. I'm definitely in on that dude.
100%. The Rangers, obviously we have Evan Carter coming up. If you think about the greatest Rangers of all time that somewhat developed with the Texas Rangers, Pudge Rodriguez, Juan Gonzalez, Michael Young somewhat. You traded for him halfway through, or a little bit halfway through his development from the Toronto Blue Jays.
And I have to admit, I do still think of him as a Rangers developed
And that's
player.
why I'm saying yes, because you didn't trade for him or sign him like you did Corey Seager.
Right.
Love Corey Seager. But could they have got another, in a weird way, I hope he's better than this, a Juan Gonzalez? Juan Gonzalez won 2 American League MVPs. Obviously, his career was way shorter than anybody thought. But it's been a while. And as great as the Rangers were in 2010, 2011, and maybe you look at Josh Hamilton in a way like that, but Josh Hamilton obviously in the end disappointed most Ranger fans with how quick it ended. And when he left, it was over. His career pretty much ended. He made a lot of money, but his career pretty much ended. And so, yes, I'm intrigued. Could we be all excited about Evan Carter, and then all of a sudden a guy months later comes up and you go, Evan Carter's a great supplement to this guy?
So that's interesting, because that is what Major League Baseball is projecting for next year. And we're going to nerd out with numbers just a little bit here. WRC plus, and just to make that even more complicated, it's a little W and then a big RC and then the plus sign.
Is this an expected number, Kevin? Because in the idea of expected number, I always have some confusion on where did you get that expectation from. But what is...
Okay, so WRC plus takes this, it's weighted runs created. So it takes runs created, and it was like, your analytical stat is dumb and not enough. So what we also need to factor in is external factors like the ballpark or the era or whatever. Here's the thing that will help you out, that will, I think, will be super helpful for people. A WRC of 100 is league average.
All right.
So if you're 150, that means you're 50% better than the league average.
Okay. All right.
Which is, I mean, does anybody, I don't even know. Does a lot of people, I feel like 120 is pretty stinking awesome.
Okay. Actually, it's interesting that you say that.
But I need to maybe know, I need to go back and look at like Aaron Judge in 2022 and see
I'm
what
willing to wager it was higher than that.
Okay.
But MLB.com, they put together a bunch of player projections for 2024. What I thought was interesting is they project Wyatt Langford with a WRC plus of 121 with 16 home runs and 10 stolen bases. So
he's only 21% better than the rest of the league.
Now you say that
median,
but that's the best of all rookies.
Okay.
For example, they have Young-Hoo Lee at 116, Jackson Holiday at 108, and Evan Carter at 108.
What?
We've already seen that it looks like Evan Carter is going to be awesome. And so MLB is like, over the span of the season, I think he'll be 8% better. Wyatt Langford, 21% better, which that's encouraging to me.
Dude, I hadn't even stepped on a pro field yet.
That's the hype level, and that's why I'm asking if people have caught that fever.
This is a big difference too between the story of David Clyde, in that nobody's expecting him to come in and save baseball for the Rangers.
We just won the World Series. Our team ain't moving.
Yeah, you're coming in and you're like, you have something to live up to, but it is greatness and success.
Yes.
Not everything's relying on me. So, man, that's a really big number, and I'm kind of curious on what Seager's is, just for comparison. I want to know Seager's number.
Let me look that up. And Mike, I checked for you. 2022, Aaron Judge's WRC plus was 209.
So 209 is about as good as you can do.
Yes, I would be inclined to agree with that. So they're like, you're more than twice as good as a regular baseball player.
All right. And that's because I'm interested in seeing where do we put this guy in the lineup? Like, where could he be? Is he ahead of Josh Young? Is he behind Josh Young?
Let me ask you a question about this, because in this projection from Major League Baseball, they have him playing 97 games. How would you feel about...
It's a lot of games for a rookie, I feel.
And how would you feel good if he gets
97 games?
About 100 games.
That'd be awesome. That'd be amazing.
Yes, but I think that Ranger fans would be disappointed. I think most people are expecting right now, when I talk to Ranger fans, and I had to talk to Zach Wolchuk off the air and just say, hey, I'm just not sure about this.
Yeah.
I think most people are expecting him to be on the opening night lineup against the Chicago Cubs batting like 7th. And unless there's an injury, I do think if you have an injury to Carter, Leote, or Garcia in spring training, and they're not ready for opening day, I do think there's a good chance Wyatt Langford's on your opening day team. But besides that, I think if all three of those guys are healthy, I do think they're going to start Wyatt Langford in AAA and just make sure what he was doing last year is actually reality. Because he might have just been really hot. I'm not saying he's a bad prospect. I think he's a guy who's going to, in his prime, probably hit 40 home runs and 100-plus RBIs.
Sure.
But I think that right now they got to go, wait a second. He went from SEC baseball, which is like low A ball baseball, and then he tore up everything in a short amount of time. Is this real? Is he that good? And maybe he is. Literally, maybe he is. But what's the harm in giving him 25 games in AAA to make sure that's who he is?
I think back about when we asked Bochy. I'm not kidding. When we asked him that in September when the Rangers were struggling, I thought he was going to scoff at that question about, would you consider bringing up Wyatt Langford? And he goes, yeah, we've pretty much considered everything, and he might be the hottest hitting player in all of baseball, so we've considered it. That just shows the rapid ascent. Now,
I think it's funny, real quick, Kevin, I think it's funny that you say you thought he would scoff, considering where they were at that moment, where they were bringing in chicken's feet and all sorts of stuff to try and figure out what was wrong with their hitting.
Very true. Now, for example, if you ask for more context about WRC+.
Like where's Seager's,
Seager this past year, phenomenal, 169. So,
and you said 121 for a guy that's not an MVP caliber guy yet.
And that it's literally never played Major League Baseball.
It's a high expectation to put on him, but if he can live up to that, man, that is amazing. Because Josh Young this year, I think he exceeded all of our expectations.
Agreed.
Do you think he can replicate that again multiple times in his career, the type of season that he had this year?
I do. I think I need to go look at his numbers. Obviously, he missed time because of the broken thumb. I think he has room to improve.
See, that's what I think too.
But you could have that's the tough thing is a month into the season we go, he's batting 209 or whatever, and it's like give it time. It'll. But I do think that Josh Young, I need to look and see, but I think that he can hit 35, not this year, but I think in his prime, he's going to be a guy that's somewhere between 30 and 35 home runs, especially if you look at what you just said. If Wyatt Langford does develop and Evan Carter does develop, and Corey Seager should stay this guy, this hitter, for the next 3 to 4 years. I can't tell you 4 years from now what he'll be, but for the next 3 to 4 years, he's going to be one of the best hitters in baseball. Simeon's going to be good. So that gives you a lot of protection. I can't pitch around Josh Young. It's going to be really tough, hopefully, to choose who's the guy that you don't want to face? And when you have a great team, you're like, crap, if I don't face Pudge, I'm facing Rafael Palmeiro. If I don't face Rafael Palmeiro, I'm facing Juan Gonzalez. I guess I'll go to Dean Palmer and see what happens, right? And you're like, crap, he's really good too. He's not those three, but he's also really good. And that's those lineups like the Rangers had last year. It became really tough to choose. And I think that it could be even a harder choice because Evan Carter wasn't on your team 90% of the time. Obviously, Wyatt Langford wasn't there, and there were talk of, hey, love our 1-2, love our 5 through 9. It's 3 and 4 we want to improve on. Not that 3 and 4 were bad. It's just that the Rangers were kind of like, oh, is 3 and 4 more of where we'd want to have 5 and 6? And so maybe Evan Carter and Wyatt Langford over time, or Josh Young improving, answer that, hey, now we feel a lot better about 1, 2, 3, 4 because we feel great about 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
We bring new stats that are new to some people. I know you're aware of these stats, but like for the people that are listening, you brought up a good point about context. So Josh Young this past year, WRC plus of 110. And so basically Major League Baseball is like, that's about what we're projecting for Evan Carter next year. But we have Wyatt Langford at 121. That just shows the expectation level that I think is fun, but probably terrifying, all mixed into one.
Do you think we have too high of an expectation for Evan Carter next year?
Yes, because I think
based on how good he was,
he hit 5 home runs from September 6th or 7th when he got called up until the end of it.
And nobody had a book on him yet. And even Dusty Baker was like, we don't know enough about him yet. We got to figure him out.
If you looked at his power in the minor leagues, you'd project him for 15 home runs next year. If you look at the month of September, you'd project him for 30 home runs next year. So if you're kind of like, I saw him hit 5, and he could do that. But I think realistically, you're looking at a guy who's going to get on base. If you're looking at his minor league numbers, he's going to get on base 40% of the time. And the Rangers believe he can do that. 35 to 40% of the time, he's going to get on base because he has such a good eye.
32.
But if you were to say, are you projecting him to hit over 20 home runs? I'm guessing the Rangers would say, we would be ecstatic if he hit over 20 home runs. We're probably projecting somewhere in the teens in home runs. But hey, the kid, I guess, Michael Jordan, you think that his talent is somewhat unlimited. He is a skinny guy. Like he has a 20 or 21-year-old body. He does not have one of those bodies where like he's 20, but his body's 25, 30 years old already.
It's kind of like Profar was when Profar got up.
Except way better.
Yeah. Yes. Except for Profar's first hit was a home run, wasn't it?
Yes, it was in Cleveland.
But like Profar at that time when he was brought up was wiry. He didn't have that, and whenever you grow things change. Your body changes, Kevin. You start to grow hair in areas.
All right.
I think the Brady Bunch wrote a song about it.
All right. Can I tell you cool opportunities to meet both Evan Carter and Wyatt Langford?
What?
I dare you.
You just said 2 names.
I dare you to say.
Yes.
What just
dare
happened?
You to tell me something.
Evan Carter and Wyatt Langford, opportunities to meet them.
No.
Now, Mike, you might be sad about one of these because you're like, screw those kids. I want to meet him. Is the Evan Carter Baseball Pro Camp is going to be rocking at Fort Worth Christian School February 10th, and it's open to boys and girls in grades 1 through 8, not former Texas Rangers, who want to learn the fundamentals of baseball.
I've been in all those grades. Why did you
They're currently in grades 1 through 8.
Oh.
You are not.
I can improve.
Who want to learn the fundamentals of baseball and receive tips on hands-on instruction. EvanCarterCamp.com if you want to go check it out.
What?
It's probably
Evan Carter, what did you say?
Camp.
Evan Carter Camp.
Not spelled like your favorite band. That's 2 A's.
Yeah. Okay.
And then
I'm signing up.
Okay, you are not eligible for this.
If you take my age 4, 6, and you add those up, it's 10.
Let me ask you
10-year-olds
this.
are available.
There's one spot left. You signed up first. You show up to the field. There's this little 3rd grader that it got booted out of the camp because of you.
Yeah.
Would you give up your spot for that 3rd grader?
No.
You're a monster.
You push that 3rd grader down a hill.
Peyton Manning Saturday Night Live it.
All right. The other one.
Go get in the porta potty and stay in there until I tell you to get out.
The other one, Mike, which
Mike
you
Leach
are
style.
eligible for, even though now I know you don't care about the rules, is our buddy Paul at Worth Collecting. Great donator to Peace-a-thon and My Possibilities every single year. He is going to have Wyatt Langford out for a public signing from noon to 1:30, February 3rd. So opportunity to do that next weekend. Maybe to take the kids out to the Evan Carter baseball camp. All kinds of cool stuff.
I'm doing it all.
And we really do love Paul because, like I said, he's a great contributor to Peace-a-thon every single
dude,
year.
man.
If you need more information, we can definitely set you guys up with that. Coming up next.
I'm going to make Evan Carter a casserole. If I can't be part of it, I'll just take a casserole out there.
That King Ranch casserole from Meat Church or something different?
What do you think when the
I'll do
kids'
different.
baseball camp starts and you show up there as an adult trying to give Evan Carter food? What do you think is going to happen next?
They'll say, well, gosh, that's a really nice gesture.
Holy smokes, this looks good.
Okay, I could see that. And then his team will throw it in the garbage.
But
His team?
Mike, do you have oven
team's
mitts?
gonna be
Or
there?
are you going to walk up with like catcher's mitts instead and be like, you want to have a catch, Evan?
I can throw. I tell you what, he struggles with lefties. There's
You better not say that.
There's no better
You better
person
not say that.
to get your confidence up than me.
Than a lefty Mike
Let me
Bass.
throw batting practice. He'll feel much better about lefty on lefty matchups.
Coming up next.
I love it.
How would you describe the Cowboys way? And no, not that Woody Harrelson, Kiefer Sutherland movie.
Okay.
We'll do it next right here on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, before we do that, I want to talk about.
third down. They do blitz. He pumps. He throws it in the end zone. Touchdown over the top of Gilmore. Dontavian Wicks. And the Packers are up 3 scores.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line if you want to get involved. Also, love hearing from the Twolos and the YouTubers. How would you describe the Cowboys way? Now, Corey, I know something about the 49ers interested you in this, and I want to talk about that as well. But also something about the Ravens interested me about this as well. Right. Do you want to go 49ers first?
Go reach into that Ravens bag real quick because I'm interested to hear what you have to say on that. Well, or I can start with the 49er way and their approach.
Here, this one is less detailed. So let me just throw this out there. Is Jim Nagy put out a tweet over the weekend. It was right after the Ravens had beat the Texans. During draft time, you always hear Ravens scouts talking about finding guys who, quote unquote, are Ravens. There's been so much stability that being a Raven means something. This is a roster filled with Ravens right now. Such a well-built and well-coached team. They'll be hard to beat. And so I was just thinking about that. Like, I understand why people want to be on the Cowboys, but it feels distinctly different than why you would want to be on Baltimore. Like, I don't think anyone wants to go to Baltimore because they're like, that's where we'll get the most attention and money. But if they're like, because these people have a similar mindset to me when it comes to competition and potentially winning, that feels like a gigantic deal.
They're a grimy bunch, a grimy, gritty group. And there are certain people out there that's the way they think football needs to be played. And I think whenever you look at a lot of the winning teams, they find a way to do it. They find a way to win. Mahomes, would you say Mahomes is grimy and gritty at times? I would.
I do.
I think there are lots of times.
Broke his helmet. And I was like, let's keep.
Oh my gosh. Again, go back to the Super Bowl when he's laying down on his side, vertical or horizontal to the ground, making throws. He's doing everything he can. I know he lost that Super Bowl, but hell, that dude he tries to find a way all the time. And I think that's a really big factor of trying to find those like-minded people, trying to find that bunch that this is our vision, this is what we're trying to accomplish. And Kevin, the vision statement of the San Francisco 49ers, and Bobby he broke this down really well. I didn't want to focus so much on the two of Shanahan and John Lynch as much as the characteristics of what do you believe the Cowboys should be looking at it this way. Because when Jerry Jones is putting this together and Mike McCarthy's putting it together, we've heard we want the player to look a certain way on this team. Dan Quinn wanted longer, faster, stronger guys. Well, they got faster this season at linebacker, but I don't believe they were bigger and stronger. And I think that was something that they compromised of themselves. The 49ers vision statement had two things: A, talent, and spirit. All right, so under the talent was speed, physical toughness, character traits, don't know what that is, scheme fit, and football IQ. Knows the game. He knows the game well, which we talk about Jason Kidd as a basketball IQ guy. Dirk was a high basketball IQ as well. When it comes to spirit, football, passion, they love the game. That's something we've heard Jason Garrett talk about all the time, and that was a foundation of the Cowboys at the time in the Jason Garrett era was, do you love the game or are you just showing up to take your paycheck? Because Michael Irvin will have you cut. Like that was the idea back in the day was Michael Irvin would have you cut. What's that?
Literally.
Yeah.
Haircut.
Mm-hmm.
Contagious enthusiasm, mental toughness, dependable on commitments, accountable to self and others. You want players on your team that you're never having to question, are they going to be at practice? Are they going to show up on time? Are they going to do their work? And are they going to be involved in all of that to its fullest? And sometimes there have been questions about even Cowboys that are on this team, that have been on this team before, their commitment to certain things, their dependability on those commitments, their mental toughness. And I don't want to say anything about Kevin, there's a difference between mental health and mental toughness, I think.
For sure.
The ability to tell yourself, I have to get up and do this right now.
Yeah.
Is I think it comes with a mental toughness. Mental health in that world, because I don't want to be Skip Bayless on Dak. when Skip Bayless made a very atrocious thing, said a very atrocious thing about Dak that I disagreed with.
Yeah, mental toughness, I think, can be like, can you get through a situation that is maybe difficult or not desirable, but it won't like necessarily affect your life going forward?
Yeah.
And mental health sometimes for a lot of people, I know I felt in that space as well, it definitely can feel like a live or die proposition.
Whenever you start looking at that speed, the talent part of it, that's Will McClay's job, is to find the talent, right? His job is to find, does that guy fast enough? Does he meet the criteria we have? Is he physically tough? So far, do you feel like the Cowboys have found physically tough guys?
No.
I mean, I will admit,
just real quick,
I can't play through a fascia tear. So yes, Tyler Smith is tough.
And that's not to say, when I say no, I mean like as the bulk of the group. That's not to say nobody on this team is tough. Like, I'm not saying that at all. Just if you think of the bulk of the group, I would not describe this Cowboys team as a tough team.
And whenever we look at...
And I would say, don't compare them to us.
Okay.
Compare them to other NFL players. They're very tough to the listeners and us.
San Francisco, I know a lot of people love Nick Bosa. I think Fred Warner is the epitome of the San Francisco vision statement. He's fast. He hits you a ton. His character traits, high energy, lots of passion towards the sport, all those things, and scheme fit. Like, he fits anybody's scheme because he can cover so much ground. But when it comes to physical toughness, what I think of is, are they going to get beat up and bullied by an opponent? And if they're not going to let that happen. I want that guy on my team. So that's where I wanted to ask you guys, what is your, if you had the ultimate vision and you wanted to send it to Jerry Jones and Will McClay and Mike McCarthy of what is the Cowboy way? This is not a Mike sarcastic approach to this. You watched Randy White. And if you want to say Randy White is the epitome of what the Cowboy way should be, I'm right there with you. Everything that embodied, you heard him the other day. I thanked him for always being so kind and respectful whenever we've talked to him or met him. And he said, my dad would bop me on the head if I was anything other than that. There are so many good qualities about Randy White. So I wanted to kind of go through those things with y'all and what's important to this team.
This is a weird question that popped into my head. And you probably shouldn't ask this question because I feel like everyone would say yes in the moment. But look at your roster. How many of your players do you think, if you're in a situation where either you're losing or it looks like you're not the better team or things just haven't gone your way, how many of those people are like, we're still going to win this game? Versus how many people are like, well, what can you do?
Okay.
And like, if you ask them that, I'm sure everyone would be like, sure, we can win the game. But based on your observations, how many people, what percentage of your roster is the guys that are like, oh yeah, we'll win. We'll go win.
I like this because, Kevin,
it's tough to have more than a handful.
That's what it feels like.
I like what you're saying though, because and I know this is dumb, but it reminds me, you have said this before in real life. We had an editor at a newspaper that said, maybe we're not built for an everyday newspaper. And you said, to hell with that. Maybe you aren't, but I am. And then you and I made that newspaper amazing together.
Right.
And it's kind of an us against the world mentality.
Right.
And
I'm not saying every person on your roster has to be that person, but it feels like it needs to be more than we have.
When you're in a foxhole, can you rely on that person? Mike, you played on lots of teams that had poor chemistry and teams that have had great chemistry. What were one of the things that you were like, that's the kind of player I want?
Well, one that is a very hard worker that goes even beyond what the coaches and your strength and conditioning coaches ask of you. I think an example of that, not one of my teammates, but a guy that we got to know a little bit, hopefully we'll interview him this week or in a few weeks, is Josh Young.
Yeah.
Like, his work ethic is tremendous. Now,
he was as good as he was.
It doesn't mean he's the best third
field.
baseman in baseball, but you know that he's sacrificing himself to be as great as he can be for the team. Like, I mean, nothing against this, but he's a first-round pick. He was going to get called up. He was going to be in the major leagues. And I feel like there has to be some sort of work ethic commitment, and that you will sacrifice sometimes your time for the organization.
I find this interesting, the way you say that too, because when you think of somebody just texted this name in, one of the players that showed up at the Cowboys organization. Lots of questions, right, about Charles Haley.
I can see that.
Talk to Nate, talk to Tony Tolbert, talk to the guys that played with him, and they'll say, yeah, wild other things also. But he also would be right there next to you on the treadmill talking about why it's important to be on the treadmill today. He would also be right there next to you running sprints, telling you why it's important to be running sprints right now. He did the work. He didn't ask questions. He did the work that it took to be a great player. He didn't cut any corners on the way to it. So like that's a huge factor. Hard worker that doesn't cut corners.
Can I say this? This is what I'm going to say. Is I think the tough thing is for decades now, the Dallas Cowboys have been about, in this order, money, fame, and I won't say the other one that Jerry really is strong on too. But these are three negative things. These things kind of come with winning. The reason that we see Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce on all of these commercials is because they've won 2 championships recently. Mahomes has won 2 MVPs plus the Super Bowl MVPs. So the thing that they have to try to get out of their organization is that money and fame are more important than winning and sacrificing.
I swear this is a serious question. I don't feel this way, but this is a serious question. Why? Because you don't necessarily need those things here. You said money and fame come along with winning, but not here.
You get those here.
You get money and fame here.
The face of the franchise is Jerry Jones. Money, fame, and the thing that I will not say on the air are the 3 most important things to him and the 3 things that he thrives on.
From the 425, this makes me think of fraternities and their different personalities. Dallas seems to be a preppy legacy fraternity, where you're benefiting based off of the things that other people did in the past.
100%.
You get the fame. You're going to get the money because that's just what the Cowboys do, but you're going to get the fame no matter. You walk in the door, you're famous. That's just being a Cowboy. People are going to know you. From the 214, on offense, I want the type to seek contact, opposing to evade it. And on defense, I want guys just as proud to hit stick as a pick. So to knock somebody out. And that is true. I want people that are, whenever they're hitting, it's exciting. Kevin, we talked to plenty of those players that called it the money down on third down.
Right.
And Leon Lett, what was the thing Leon Lett always told us? Everybody wanted to hear their name called for making the big play on third down. They had competitions. There's pride in hitting somebody just as hard and making the crowd erupt the way that they did. And that's something right there too.
But I mean, I think of it, the Cowboys had to win when you're talking about whoever you're talking about, Charles Haley, Tony Tolbert, Nate Newton.
They had to win to prove something.
They were playing in a 2/3 full stadium. A third of the stadium was empty at Texas Stadium in 1988, 89, 90. That place was empty for games. They had to win to fill it up. They had to win. If they wanted to be on the Pat Summerall, John Madden game, which was the game you wanted to be on back then, they had to win to get the Giants off of that game, to get Washington off of that game, to get those teams off of that game. They had to prove that they were worthy of that game. They don't have to prove anything here.
I agree with all of that. I do. I promise. But there have to be people. I know for a fact there's people out in the world that are still driven by other things as well. Like, you want the fame, the money, and all of that, but you're like, I want to effing win. There have to be more people like that
But
here.
what if the leadership downplays that and upplays the money and fame and then the other thing that they're really into as now you're going, wait, I did value those things at Penn State, Mississippi State. Now, obviously they didn't win anything there. Oklahoma. I'm naming the 3 most important players on the team right now and where they came from. But then you get to professional sports and it's different. And then you're like, well, what are the values of this organization? And then you see, as you want to win really bad, you start seeing, it's money, fame, and other things. So
I will tell you,
unfortunately, you kind of start feeling like, well, that must be professional sports.
I will tell you that.
Interesting.
I have absolutely been at least one job, if not 2, where like I feel like I am determined on my own. Like, I want to accomplish what I want to accomplish, and that stays firm. But at some point, you do start to realize, like, the things around you don't value that, and it doesn't really make a difference one way or another.
It's tough, right? And in tennis or golf, I'm using a sport, you can make a difference on your own. You do need somewhat coaches on the side, but it's all somewhat up to you. But when you're working at a newspaper, or look, recently, I won't name the school, people will probably know it, but like I tried to help out a school for 4 years, man. I did everything I possibly could. I felt, and it just didn't matter. I got to the point where I quit because I'm like, well, my kids aren't going here anymore. I tried my best. They don't want my help. They hate my help. They don't want to be successful. They want to stay at a certain level. They're comfortable at that level. And I feel like the Cowboys, Jerry Jones is comfortable here. There's nothing. Why does he have to win? I know Chris, I'm calling out Chris Arnold. I love Chris. But Chris has this belief that the Cowboys will be worth like $2 or $3 billion more if they win the Super Bowl next year. I don't believe that. I believe that Jerry, they'll be worth the most all the time. But I don't think winning, where if the Washington Commanders get the quarterback of their dreams in this draft with the number 2 pick, and that number 2 pick leads them to the Super Bowl 4 years from now, I could see the value of that team going up $2 billion. But when you're worth more than anybody, more than the Lakers, more than the Yankees, more than the soccer, how does winning isn't going to make it that much more? Maybe it would make it $500 million, but they're maxing out money. There's nothing Jerry can do. Winning doesn't motivate him as much as you'd want it. Does it motivate him? Yes, there's no doubt that there is a motivation of winning.
But it's not number one.
No, money, fame, and then the other thing are the 3 motivating factors in his life. And he's doing great with that. For us as a fan, you have to be okay with money and fame and that other thing leading the organization.
Somebody did say from the 254, more of that Ferguson personality. And I would say
that's a good one.
On this team right now, that's where I would probably look. I don't need CeeDee Lamb to be Fred Warner. I need CeeDee Lamb to be a star receiver. That is. But I also see CeeDee Lamb's work that he puts in. I'm like, that's everything I need out of him. But the more of that mental, I'm going to be the hitter. I'm going to be the wrecking ball today. That's Jake Ferguson, and I would like to see more of that from both sides of the ball.
If you see people smashing their helmets, that's the guy. If you see people calling to check on the logistics of their after party, maybe that's not the person. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Didn't get a chance to mention this earlier, but the Dallas Mavericks and Tegna are teaming up to broadcast 10 games locally on WFAA. Now, the Mavericks already had 3 national ABC games. I always just think of it as Channel 8. And this will add 10 more to the deal for people who have had issues with Bally and all of that. So this will add 10 more local games to the Channel 8 run. Now, it's time for some Mike Likes It.
Okay, so to add to this, I'm about to talk about Adrian Beltre and where he is on the greatest third baseman of all time. Now, obviously, there's multiple lists there, but I think of Adrian Beltre. Adrian Beltre added to a championship team here. And I know they didn't win it all. They won the American League and then lost to San Francisco. And then he was added the next year, and they ultimately didn't win it all. And they went to the playoffs 3 other times and ultimately did not go further than the divisional round in that. So that I can't contradict myself and say all these things, but Adrian Beltre's, I'm going to add to this, Corey, as I get into Adrian Beltre. When I was on the Rangers in 2004, Michael Young was a young guy. We're about the same age. So he's in his mid-20s at that point. But you could tell you didn't want to let that guy down. And as he even grew, you're like, it didn't mean that they won it all, but you're like, who's on the Cowboys team? When I remember David Conan, he talked about he was crying after they lost to Seattle. If you remember in 1995, Seattle has the big hit to left field down the line. Griffey scores from first base, runs through a stop sign. Griffey wanted it.
It feels like a very iconic moment.
That was Don Mattingly's last game ever. The team was bawling because they thought they had the team, and they felt like everything that year was, we got to do it for Mattingly because he's a legend, and he's not going to really be remembered as a legend in Yankees history if he never makes it to a World Series. And they thought they had the team, they didn't. And so they just were heartbroken. David Cohn was telling me almost for Don Mattingly. Are you going to be does this team feel like they're going to be heartbroken for Dak, or heartbroken? I guess I'll go with an older guy, DeMarcus Lawrence, or a Tyron Smith, or a Zach Martin, guys that are near the end of their career. Not that Dak is, but he's the main guy. Like,
Zach and Tyron, I think, yes, more than the rest.
Those guys are
That's just
like,
my feel.
Yeah.
I don't. Well, here's why I don't know. I felt they would have been that way for Tony Romo, and nobody was. They turned their back on Tony Romo pretty instantly. Now,
he was part of the Jones family. He was not part of the Cowboys team family.
I will say, as many times as I was in that locker room, I did not see him leading the locker room. I saw him disappear to places, come out for his media times, and then disappear again. Now, and I didn't feel like I saw a lot of personal relationships amongst those guys. I do feel like there are a lot of personal relationships with Dak amongst these guys. And maybe what we saw with the tweets over the weekend from family members, maybe that was just spillover. But it does seem like they care. But they cared different for Jerome Bettis the year that the Steelers won that Super Bowl. They wanted to win it for Jerome.
And I'm not saying that the Rangers had that guy. I don't know if the Rangers had. We can't lose because of Nate Eovaldi. I don't know. Maybe, but maybe it was Boch. Boch was like, no, he's a champion, and we're going to disappoint him if we don't play like those Giants teams play.
Maybe so.
I don't. But there's Jerry's not going to be upset with you if you lose. Who's he been? Who's Jerry? Let me ask you this: who's Jerry upset with? Us. He's upset with us, the media, for not kissing his rear. At least
he was going to say appetizers.
Yeah,
gotcha.
That's what he was.
That was the third thing from before.
That was the third.
But
thing.
it's an interesting topic, and I remember being part of the Nationals. That was the worst organization I was a part of, and remember I was there in 2007 and 2008. Obviously, they started making the playoffs. How did they do this? Well, once people they drafted these unbelievable players like Ryan Zimmerman, who's like, I'm not going to lose.
Yeah.
Steven Strasburg, and look, he was a dominant pitcher when he was healthy. They just kept getting, and then they would get guys, free agents from other places, and then they ultimately won it when they got this 19-year-old who is arguably the greatest teenager in baseball history in Juan Soto that helped them win a championship. But it's going to take a major attitude change, and I don't think that person is in that locker room. I was hoping to start this year. I was hoping it would be Micah Parsons, but we kind of find out Micah, the more we hear about Micah, the more we hear he's a great player, but not really a team leader.
Yeah. No, I agree with that.
So he has this individually, he's a great talent and he helps you win, but he's not going to uplift an organization. So that's the tough thing about Micah. So now we know Micah's not the guy, and we know Dak's not the guy. So who's going to be the guy that's going to be kind of, I put it on Bryce Harper. I know you're not a big fan of Bryce Harper, but Bryce Harper, Ryan Zimmerman, Steven Strasburg. I'm just going to my Washington National days on. All of a sudden, this organization that had a horrible, they didn't know how to develop players. Guys would sit out intentionally to keep their, I'm batting 270. I don't want to drop below 2. So the last 2 weeks, they're like, I'm hurt. And I'm like, dude, being with Cleveland, and you're like, you don't do that. Jim Thome would never do that. Kenny Lofton, Travis Fryman, Roberto Alomar, Omar Vizquel, Ellis Burks, those guys would never do that. And we're 20 games under 500. You're going to sit out because your ERA right now is 3.95 and you're afraid that it's going to go to 4.01 if you have a bad game at the end of the year? Pitch. See if you're good. See if you can compete at this level down the stretch against Philadelphia and New York, who are trying to win a division. But Washington players weren't raised that way, / Montreal players at the time. So it took a whole group of guys to change that culture in Washington, and they did. Okay. Greatest third baseman of all time. So this was a fun conversation I had over the weekend with my father. My father played in Major League Baseball from 1975 to 1980. And I asked him, because Beltre's going into the Hall of Fame, I said, Dad, who was a better third baseman, Mike Schmidt or George Brett? So I wanted to ask him because
Mike Schmidt was the human vacuum, if I remember correctly. That was his nickname.
What would the guys from It's Always Sunny say?
Mike Schmidt.
Michael Jack Schmidt. It says nicknames here, Schmitty. But maybe he might have been that, but I feel like
I don't know.
Brooks Robinson that?
I don't know. Maybe I'm...
Okay. So anyways, my dad, he said, look, I'm going to be a little bit biased here because they were both unbelievable, and this is a tough choice. He only played in the American League for Texas and Minnesota. So he said, I'm going to go with George Brett because Kansas City was just tremendous in the 70s and the early mid-80s. They were one of the premium teams in the American League, along with the Yankees. But he was like, man, I just think George Brett was a little bit better than Mike Schmidt. Now, I've gone to a whole bunch of different lists. I will say almost every list, and it might be every list, has Mike Schmidt as the greatest third baseman of all time.
Okay.
So he's a 3-time MVP. He's a 12-time All-Star. He's a 10-time Gold Glove winner, a 6-time Silver Slugger winner, and I believe it said he led the National League in home runs 8 different seasons in his career. So my dad didn't really get to play against Mike Schmidt. So I would say when you really do look at his resume, now the one thing is George Brett had a way better batting average and had way more hits.
He had more power.
So it's just a matter. Yeah. Obviously, Mike Schmidt, he had 548 home runs. George Brett had 300 something.
Okay. All right.
But George Brett had 3,000 hits. Mike Schmidt had 2,234. So there was a big power difference. But there was also a Gold Glove difference.
Yeah.
In that Mike Schmidt had 10 Gold Gloves in his career. Now, Mike Schmidt was considered by most lists the number 1 third baseman of all time. Number 2 and number 3 seem to be kind of the same guy, but in different orders. Number 2 and 3 go before our time. Number 2 and 3 were usually Brooks Robinson and Eddie Matthews.
Okay.
Yeah, I've always seen Matthews in there.
Brooks Robinson was a 16-time Gold Glove winner and an 18-time All-Star. So he made 18 All-Stars, 16 Gold Gloves, and he has 1 MVP to his name.
That's amazing.
So that would be tough. I'm not knocking. Guess what? Adrian Beltre is on all of these lists. He's just not considered top 5 as I'm running out of time. Eddie Matthews was a 12-time All-Star and a 2-time World Series winner. So it does not have Gold Gloves here, but I'm going to be honest here. I don't know exactly when the Gold Glove Awards were given out.
Yeah.
So because his career was in the 50s, and I think late 40s to early 60s was Eddie Matthews' time with the Milwaukee Braves. I don't know if they gave out Gold Gloves. If they did, he is on baseball.
1957
was when they started giving out Gold Gloves.
Yep.
So to his name, he does not have one. So kind of midway through his career, they started giving out Gold Gloves. Number 4 is interesting on a lot of lists because he was of Adrian Beltre's time. So I'd love for you guys to talk about this in the 2 minutes we have left. Is Chipper Jones. A lot of people have him and George Brett rounding out the top 5. So George Brett was not of Adrian Beltre's time, but Chipper Jones was an 8-time All-Star, a 2-time Silver Slugger, a 1-time batting title, 1-time MVP, and won a World Series. When it comes to Chipper Jones and Adrian Beltre, we can be biased here. Do you think of their time, they were of about the same era? Beltre came up in the major leagues about 98, if I have the year right, and Chipper Jones was 91, 92.
Yeah. I feel like Chipper Jones was the more famous one.
I guess 93
while he
was his
played.
name.
So during that era, I didn't hear about Beltre. I heard about Chipper Jones all the time. And then Beltre was the more famous one after Chipper Jones left.
Yeah, and I think Chipper Jones just reached like a little bit of a higher peak than Adrian Beltre. They're close for sure.
And Beltre is considered on almost every list. There was a couple, like out of the 8 lists I looked at, didn't have him as a top 10 third baseman of all time.
Oh, yeah.
But Adrian Beltre, 4-time All-Star, 4-time Silver Slugger, 2-time Platinum Gold Glove winner, which means the best glove in your league.
Yeah.
And then 5-time total Gold Glove. And just to give you real quick, George Brett, his resume, 13-time All-Star, only 1 Gold Glove. 3 times he won the batting title, 3-time Silver Slugger. He won 1 MVP, also an ALCS MVP, and a Major League Player of the Year award. So the year that he almost batted 400, he won the Major League the overall Major League Player of the Year award.
And I know we all think it's kind of a given, but are you still super pumped about today? Like, we all know he's going to make it, but are you guys excited?
I am.
Fingers crossed, you know.
I told you earlier, I love baseball. It's the thing that I love the most. Taking out people It's the thing I love the most.
The only reason anybody
Like
in
all
this
people
room,
or specific people?
Specific people.
Okay, all right.
I love baseball way more than a lot of people.
the only reason anybody in this room would not want Beltre to make it is so
'Cause
Sean
you.
and RJ's teas would blow up in their face. That is the only he'll make it, and
Also,
it's
you
be unbelievable.
you thought him and Elvis Andrus would be too much range on the left side of the field.
That was proven correct.
Other
That's
guys
why
that
the
usually
shift
made the
happened.
list real quick. Wade Boggs was on top 10 list. Greg Nettles was also on the list. Scott Rowland, Ron Santo, or a couple others that would make the
We got to
top
get to the
10
C
list.
block now, Mike.
Done.
I mean, you heard the teas. C block next, right here on the Fan.
Tolos join.
fan studio secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much. We're going to have a very interesting discussion. That might actually take up the majority of this. Kevin Durant.
I do have something at 120 that could be pushed if we want to break these off.
I think the Dak thing can be quickly done. But Kevin Durant is confused why he's not in the greatest of all time conversation.
You know what's interesting about that? He is confused, yet also knows the answer all in one, which I think is an amazing bit of business.
This is like when Chad Johnson said, I should be in the Hall of Fame, and Shannon Sharp said, no, I shouldn't. And then he changed the topic because he's like, you're right.
Yeah, you know what? And here's the quote from him. Quote, because I went to the Warriors. Why shouldn't I be in that? That's the question you should ask. Why not? What haven't I done? And there's a lot that he has done. The dude's an electric offensive player. He's a mismatch just waiting to happen, even on the defensive end as well. And yet it eluded him for a long time, and people have thoughts on KD. We'll get into that conversation about how many people can be in that conversation of the greatest of all time in just a second. Is that
That's
something?
a good question.
I
don't know.
The next thing is Michael Gelkin tweeted out this morning that there's some escape clauses in Dak's. I don't want to say it that way because then that makes people think, oh my gosh, this is real. But there are ways out of Dak's contract and there's a story up that the Cowboys wouldn't have to pay him beyond this next season. And Kevin,
yes, they do. Well, they just don't have to sign him to an extension.
Yeah, they don't have to sign him to an extension. They don't have to keep him beyond this season. Now, Kevin, this is something we've been talking about for almost 3 weeks.
Yes.
Can you quickly explain that so that everybody else in media can catch up?
All right. I appreciate Michael Gelkin listening. Is Dak Prescott, his contract ends after this year, sort of, because he has his ghost years in 2025 and 2026. And what that means is
he gets to go to second base in the 10th inning.
So that is a fairly new phenomenon in the NFL, which they've used to defer some of the money. And what happened before 2022 and 2023? They were like, hey, put more of that money in the ghost years. And so you don't have to give him an extension. Now, obviously, if you give him an extension, you can flatten all this money out. But what you can do again is flip more of that money to a signing bonus and kick more of that dead money, I guess, if you will, into 2025 and 2026. Here's the good part about that. You can lower Dak's salary cap number probably by about, $20 million, give or take, something like that. But also, you wouldn't have to sign him to an extension. This could be a prove-it deal, much like you have McCarthy on it, once and for all. The bad news is then you're still sitting with your dead cap once he's gone.
Okay.
So it's not that you'd be like, oh, look at salary cap hit this year. Well, at least he's going to play for you this year. In that other scenario, you're still sitting on a dead cap once he's gone.
So if you're Jerry Jones and you believe that Dak Prescott is the guy, you go ahead and extend him out, move on with your lives, draft better players, and hope for the best.
Yes.
If you do not believe, if you're questioning that, if Jerry Jones has to walk in and ask the question to anybody at 8 years in, my opinion, it's time to move on. And so then you're going to have to eat some stuff there. You're going to have to probably go with a cheaper quarterback. And maybe Trey Lance is the option there, maybe not. Maybe there's some other things that exist. But the point is there are options for the Cowboys to not have to stick with him beyond that. Now, he could change everybody's mind at the end of next season. That could change. Again, he has a whole year to go make a run at it.
And I will tell you, the most dreaded version of all of this, which you just might see.
Get to the NFC Championship game?
No, I would be fine with that. Is you do convert, flip the switch, put more money on the ghost years, and then still give him a contract extension at the end of the year when he would technically be a free agent.
And so you still have to go. Oh my God.
So you could.
Oh my God.
That is, I think, the most.
Oh my gosh.
Maybe I don't think it's the most unlikely, but you could still do it. But the point is, if you don't want to give him an extension, you still want to lower the number. You could still lower it by probably about $20 million, give or take. You just better hope you do something with it because you're going to take a big hit after that.
All right. Now, let's get to this. I just wanted that information for everybody to understand. So when they're reading Gelkin's story, and like you said, Kevin, we do appreciate him.
It's an excellent story, too.
That he got from us. No,
okay, fair enough.
Actually got from the Cowboys contracts. The question, though, on Kevin Durant, saying, what have I not done? Why don't I belong in that conversation? It is of my belief that they're in the rankings of all the greats. There are two guys in the greatest of all time conversation in basketball. And Michael Jordan he's the number one, and you can have arguments all day about LeBron James being number two. People will have arguments all day. At the end of the day, the one stamp that Michael Jordan has is 6. And when he got there, he never lost. And that's where
Joe Montana.
Yeah. So I guess my question on this is, how many people can be involved in that conversation? Because do we agree that in basketball it's only those two? Does everybody agree with that or no?
I think there's some other folks who will be like, no, it's Chamberlain or
Kareem.
No. I think it's at least 4 in basketball.
Okay.
That's just my opinion.
Remember when we were at the card show a couple years ago, it was Kobe.
Man, that guy.
If you're a diehard Lakers fan and you're 30 to 40 years old, it's Kobe's the greatest of all time.
There's a passion for Kobe that's insane.
Like, you can say he's my favorite player.
Yeah.
You can't say he's the greatest.
I agree with
that. But he is arguably on the top 10 list.
He was a blast to watch play, man. He absolutely. I don't want to disregard that by any means, because that dude was an absolute blast. And again, when I went to go to Quick Lube to get my car all lubed up. The morning his helicopter crashed.
Yeah.
The guy behind the counter started crying, and he was like, "He's my favorite player of all time." And I mean, you still see people wearing his jersey to this day.
Oh yeah,
they love him so passionately. So okay, if you want to throw 4 in there.
That's what I think.
And I always feel like whenever the conversation comes to who contends with Michael Jordan, it becomes LeBron. And then like the other guys are kind of like, oh yeah, but that's the argument.
Just for the record, I do think it's Michael Jordan. I think those other people in conversation, I would listen to an argument about Kareem. He had an amazing career.
I'm trying to click on this because ESPN did this around COVID because it was the 75th anniversary. What was it, just a couple years ago, right? Yep. 75th anniversary of the NBA. They didn't have Kevin Durant. This was ESPN in the top 10. I'm just trying to find. I think he was somewhere between 11 and 20. I'm just trying to find where they had him rated. So I can give you an idea, at least 2 years ago, where they had him rated. They had him rated the 14th greatest player of all time, which is nothing to...
That's amazing.
Again, Larry Bird, who's probably in the top 5 on that list.
He's in the top 10.
Top 10?
I don't have the top 10 pulled up because it had to be 11 through 40 to find Durant.
It's still an agreement that Larry Bird isn't those two guys at least, right?
It's all your opinion. They had Oscar Robertson 11, Hakeem Olajuwon 12, Steph Curry 13, and Kevin Durant 14. So just to give you an idea on who was just ahead of them, just behind them, they had Dr. J, Jerry West, Karl Malone, and Moses Malone.
Okay,
the guys just behind him.
In football,
Dirk was the next.
It's a far different conversation too. Because I think we get enamored with the MVP award, which is the quarterback award.
Sure.
And in football, it feels like we go, well, this guy was the best quarterback.
You have to.
And then Reggie White and Lawrence Taylor, we'll debate those guys. And because you have to debate them by position, but quarterback gets even the love on greatest of all time is probably going to be a quarterback, right?
100%.
Maybe Jim Brown gets a lot of love.
I do say Jerry Rice is the greatest football player of all time, but it's very tough because it's like pitcher and hitter. Like, it's a totally different thing. How am I supposed to compare Lawrence Taylor to Tom Brady?
Yeah.
That's a good point. What am I supposed to do about that?
One of them main evented WrestleMania, one of them didn't.
Oh, Tom Brady did?
No.
Yet.
Yeah, I would love to see that.
And he wins and puts
well, he could win by cheating, just like in football.
Takes the Big Show and throws him through a wall.
I would watch that.
But it comes down to essentially Joe Montana, Tom Brady.
I think Jerry Rice being left out of the group and maybe Jim Brown.
Okay. I think so 4. So that just like basketball, we just came up with 4.
I mean, I think that you'd have to throw a defensive player in there. Whoever the greatest defensive player you think is.
You'd probably go
Lawrence
over Reggie. Yeah. Although it's
really close.
That is very
and I think Aaron Donald, if we're talking about greatest defensive player of all time, I think there can be like a list of 5.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, and if we're going greatest offensive player of all time, I think there's a list of 5, and you do include Jerry Rice. I guess you include Jim Brown if you think he's the greatest running back of all time. I'm not arguing that. So,
and then for a contemporary version, the argument is we're hoping we see Mahomes become the argument in that conversation. Like, we hope we're watching greatness right now. I think everybody that watches sports hopes that we're seeing something great happen.
Real quick,
whether or not you want to see it fall or go.
Brady has 7, Montana has 4. And Bradshaw has 4.
Correct.
Nobody else has 4, right?
Quarterbacks.
Yeah, quarterbacks.
Is that like Ken Norton? Doesn't he have?
Well, he won 3 in a row.
Yeah.
I don't know
Charles
if
Haley, doesn't he have 5?
He has 5.
So. Yeah, but I guess quarterback wise.
And Robert Ory has all of them.
And that's the thing that confuses me sometimes. Nobody in the world thinks Robert Ory is in like competition for the greatest of all
You just
time.
looked at Corey. You looked at the wrong guy.
Mike. But I do see people saying, well, you can't rule out Bill Russell either because of the rings. And I hear you on that.
And then when it comes to baseball, I threw out Babe Ruth and Mike Trout. And the conversation, I think we listed off about 15 people.
Right.
It felt like because of what baseball is.
Usually Babe Ruth wins because he has 100 wins as a pitcher.
Yeah.
And then 700 home runs as a hitter.
And we didn't see Mickey Mantle, but Mickey Mantle was, everybody was saying back then he was better than Babe Ruth, right? Like, it was in that era, they were like, he's going to be better than Babe Ruth.
I've talked to Eric Nadel. Eric Nadel believes that Willie Mays was better than Mickey Mantle. But I've talked to other people that believe Mickey Mantle was better than Willie Mays. There was this rivalry, and I think when we get to sports, the best in sports is when you get somebody being a rival of the greatest.
I like rivalry.
Yeah, thank you. Is that in a way, Jack, as far as I know, in golf, didn't have the Phil Mickelson he needed. Maybe I'm wrong about that. And Phil never really got to the level we needed it to be.
And that's the thing. I think Jack Nicklaus had a lot of Phil Mickelsons.
Okay.
But not like
He didn't have a Tiger.
Exactly.
Magic and Larry are connected forever. That's when basketball was a load of crap until Magic and Larry actually made it a popular sport.
Yeah, and I don't know if on the other side it was Watson or Trevino or whoever, but I think he had people who were like trying to get to where he was, just like Phil was trying to get to where Tiger was.
I just want to make this clear. I'm not saying basketball was crap. We as a public did not care to consume professional basketball until Magic and Larry came along.
And I guess that other part of baseball, did we kind of whittle it down to about 5?
It's something like that.
Like Willie Mays, Mickey Mantle, Babe Ruth, and I mean Shohei now. Like
maybe, if that continues.
I think he's
a lot of people talk about Ted Williams. I do think Albert Pujols as just a hitter, as a position player. Hey, there's 2 people in the history of baseball that have 3,000 hits and 700 home runs, and that's Albert Pujols, who we just saw, and Hank Aaron.
Okay. And
like that's
if Barry Bonds hadn't
done what
he done to Mike, no. If Barry Bonds hadn't,
we don't know what his real numbers would have been. But if there would have been no controversy and he would have put up all of these numbers, he would be in the conversation.
I agree with that.
You agree with that
yes,
for sure?
Absolutely.
And unfortunately, we can't know that because we don't know how much it affected it. Like we just don't know. But he would have been in that conversation for sure.
In my time, you had Ken Griffey Jr., you had Frank Thomas, you had a little bit at a time, but a small amount was Vladimir Guerrero, and you had Barry Bonds. But to me, Barry Bonds separated himself from all of those guys. But then you go, how did he separate himself from all of these guys? And so
by cheating.
But he was by far the best out of my era. But then there's that separation.
And then in hockey, I think we all think of Wayne Gretzky immediately.
Yes.
And I don't know that there's anything near the conversation of LeBron, Jordan with Gretzky.
Can I tell you, this is just my opinion. In all the sports, the biggest GOAT gap is in hockey.
I like that, the GOAT gap. Where's Connor McDavid? Is he going to make his way to closing that gap?
Right now, Connor McDavid is Mike Trout, where if I project at this level, hell yeah, or he's Ken Griffey Jr., but you just never know.
Got to finish it. Mahomes, where you got to continue.
Yeah, I could see all of those guys. You're like, there was a time when you're like, oh, that guy, could be the new greatest, but you just never know if it's going to continue at that level.
It sounds like there are usually about 4 to 5 people that you can really put in that conversation. Football being a different thing to discuss for sure, but about 4 to 5 people in most sports where you have that conversation. But the closest gap is the NBA. Where is that, or is it closest gap in baseball? Well, he said
you mean the guy the closest gap
between
Michael
like Jordan
and
LeBron.
Yeah.
Is it baseball that they're closer?
It's tough to say because you'd find a group of people who are like, that gap is
Baseball's
7 Grand
weird
Canyons
because
wide,
the guy who is considered the greatest played in the early 1900s where there wasn't much television.
Yeah.
I
don't know.
It's tough to compare. You just look at Babe Ruth and you go, now wait a second. He would hit 50 to 60 home runs in a season, and the Cleveland Indians would hit 28 home runs for a team. Like, you're like, this isn't making sense. Like, he had more home runs than most teams would have in a
couple of
season.
teams combined, yeah.
So then you look at the gap of what he was doing of his time. It wasn't like Barry Bonds, even with 73 home runs, the Rangers only had 64 home runs that year. No, the Rangers had probably, I'm going to guess, 150 home runs or so in that season. It's just, that's weird, That's unbelievable that even if he's on steroids, how in the world a human hits 73 home runs in a 162 game season is unbelievable.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on
And he walked
105.3
like
The
70
Fan.
million times too.
That was a really fun segment, Corey. Thank you
Let's
for
do
that.
it again. Coming up next.
Well, I mean, we can talk Tiger and Jack. Is that the closest?
The
We didn't
best
need to get into
of.
that discussion.
That might be the closest.
No, that's for somebody else. Hey, we've been working for 2 minutes. The 2020 quarterback draft class was crazy. How would you rank the top 5 from that? 877-881-1053. Let's dive into that next right here on The Fan.
down on the opening drive. Williams is the back. Burrow to the air, and he's got him. Caught. Touchdown. Owen. What a throw by Burrow. It's a 32-yard touchdown pass. The Bengals strike first.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. The 2020 NFL Draft was amazing, particularly for quarterbacks. So I kind of wanted to run down the list of these 5 specifically and see how you would rank them. So you got Jordan Love, Jalen Hurts, Joe Burrow, Justin Herbert, and Tua. All right, so those 5 all taken in the 2020 draft class. Do we all agree that Joe Burrow is number 1?
I have him number 1.
I do too. Corey?
Yes, I will put Joe Burrow number 1
as of today.
All right,
because if he keeps getting hurt, that changes. It's not 1 forever. It's
True.
1 now.
He's 34, 32, and 1 as a starter, as that team was truly awful. 5-2 in the playoffs, already been to 2 AFC championship games and a Super Bowl. Now, let's go to cut number 9. I'm going to say this person is second, and I believe you all might scoff at me.
Pressure up the middle. Love steps away, looking, throwing. Oh, and he's got a completion to Dobbs. What a throw from Jordan Love.
I've used a little projection in here.
It is jumbled up right now. I think you're looking towards the future. I hear you. This is where I think Burrow separates himself, Corey, because of 5-2. 2 FC championship games, already to a Super Bowl. Was literally drafted by the worst team. They didn't trade up to get him. He was drafted by the worst team. And a bad organization that brought this up. He worries that they're not really going to keep a great team around Joe Burrow, that they're like, pay Joe Burrow, and then good luck with the what we do, Cowboy style. But I look at the rest of these guys, and I have a tough time. I can't argue too much. I can't say, Kevin, you're crazy about this Jordan Love thing.
I think to add to Joe Burrow's legacy on that, and I know you're talking about NFL, but he does have the championship in college to go with it. So he did none of these guys in college. I guess Tua did it.
Yeah.
And for a half, right?
Yeah. He had the clutch throw.
But he also hasn't done
Does he have 2 championships, Tua?
As a starter?
Not as a starter.
Oh, I think maybe. As a starter, though, just
in your face, Joe Burrow.
But Burrow has been to the Super Bowl as well in the NFL. So that's why I have him there. I do have Tua next.
Okay.
I have Love third. So because I do think Tua's benefiting, has the more experience to go along with it right now. And I know Love has been in the league, but it's taken him time to get his opportunity.
And from the 817, I won't stand for Tua slander today, boys.
Okay,
all right.
Well, he's
with
second.
That in mind.
Can I ask you guys this? To start the year, did you guys have Jalen Hurts as second?
Yes.
Yep.
I believe I would have.
And now he's not in your top 3?
Correct. He's not. Look, and just so that person doesn't get mad, let's go to cut number 12. No slander. Here is a Tua highlight.
Play action fake back to throw. Tua deep downfield.
Touchdown.
He's got Tyreek for a touchdown.
What a throw. My gosh, he put it right on the money off a fake. Tua throws a perfect pass to Tyreek Hill. It's a matter of time. Everybody was cheating up a little bit. What a throw.
Now, Tua is, I give you Burrow, by the way, 34, 32, and 1 as a starter. Doesn't seem overly impressive, but it kind of reminds me of Aikman, his record as a starter.
When you start off 1-10 or whatever.
And he went to the worst team, and they had to build it up. Jordan Love, 10-10 as a starter. Tua as a starter, 32-20. But I think the question was always, well, is he going to stay healthy? Or I guess, unfortunately, maybe when is he going to get hurt?
Yeah.
He played all year, and he played pretty well.
So Kevin, have, I believe, the same list as you, and here's why. I'm projecting a little bit. Joe Burrow and Tua T have Michael Jordan they have to go against the rest of their career. His name's Patrick Mahomes. And I probably should stop just saying Michael Jordan because Patrick Mahomes has his own name, which is unbelievable. But I just think that they're going to run into cases like, crap, freaking Patrick Mahomes again.
Yep.
I if I look at Jordan Love, and the reason I put him number 2 is you name me the guy that's in his way in the NFC the next 10 years.
Yeah, because your top candidates you would think of is maybe if you loved him before this season, maybe you thought Bryce Young was going to dominate. Could still happen. Not
Fields.
looking great. Who is that?
Fields in that conversation
Yes,
as well.
yes. Fields and then Purdy. And people are very mixed about Brock Purdy, as you've seen. So
I mean, the veteran guys are Dak and Goff, and I guess if you want to throw in Jalen Hurts,
yeah, which is
like
weird.
Or you can go against Lamar Jackson and Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen. Like it just
Joe Burrow.
And you're right, and you name these guys too here, Joe Burrow and to a T, and we haven't even got to Herbert, right? Because he's falling off this
CJ
list.
Stroud.
Yeah, and I know that he fell off, but
yeah.
He went from being on the worst team, getting drafted, and in year 2, he did win the division in Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence is not in the conversation of a top 5 quarterback at all, or maybe even top 10 quarterback in the NFL at all right now. But he does have a lot of talent, and there's not a Trevor Lawrence in the NFC.
All right, so Mike, you and I go Burrow, Love, Tua.
Yeah.
Corey, you go
Burrow, Tua, Love.
Okay. Now, number 4 then.
Can't argue too hard about that.
You probably won't be shocked by this, Mike. Let's go to cut number 11. I'm going to say number 4 on this list from the 2020 QB draft class is this man.
Pedigree of championship teams. There goes Hurts to the end zone, and the Eagles have won it in overtime.
All right. Jalen Hurts, he had a rough turn of events this season for sure. He has still been to a Super Bowl. He was second in MVP voting last year. He's won 2 playoff games, and he's 36-20 as a starter. I'm going to say Jalen Hurts here, number 4, though I realize he is wildly different as a quarterback than Justin Herbert.
I can't argue too hard here. Herbert has so much more talent than Jalen Hurts has. It's not even close, to be honest.
His
the
arm talent is incredible.
But it's not working out. It's just... Herbert is going to be one of those guys where you look back on, and I know he has a lot of career left, and you're going to go, how is this not better? How is he not winning 10 to 12 games every year? Like, hey, credit to Dak here. Dak isn't close talent-wise to Justin Herbert. They're not even in the same tier. But Dak does win 10 to 12 games on a consistent basis where Herbert can't. Is it just all organization? I think when you watch Herbert, yes, he's not in a great organization, but some of it is Herbert. You can't just take it off of Herbert when you see some of his decision making, some of the, hey, this is a do or die situation, and you're like, man, did you just die there? So I'm with you. I think throughout the next 5 years, I don't see how the Chargers turn that thing around, and I think Philadelphia has proven they'll figure out a way. They figured out after Chip Kelly ruined their franchise. 2 years later, they're winning a Super Bowl with Nick Foles.
Right.
And then last year, they were in the Super Bowl with Jalen Hurts. So they've shown an ability to take whoever they have and make it a successful situation, even when they have to change everything around the guy.
I do have Hurts 4.
Oh, does it hurt you to say that?
It hurts me to say that because I watched Herbert enough his rookie season to go, man, there's a lot to build on. And it doesn't seem like anything's developed any further when it comes to decision making to win games. Now, a lot of it does have to do with win games and how much of that falls on him versus his stupid coach versus his defensive, the defense didn't do its job. And now he's having, there's a lot that could be blamed there, and maybe with a whole new staff, if let's say Harbaugh comes in there because Harbaugh's interviewing for the job,
right?
Let's say Harbaugh comes in there.
Do you think that's going to be the outcome?
Okay, so I did see one other note to go along with it. If Harbaugh does go, he's taking his defensive coordinator from Michigan with him, and I think that would be a smart idea if you're planning to go that direction. I don't know, Kevin. I don't want to sit here and dunk all over that bitch because the interview process is what it is, but I think he would be a fantastic coach back in the league.
That would be my guess.
But if that's the case, then maybe you can really get a better idea. But live arm, lots of raw talent that just has not developed and may not ever develop into anything. So I'll take Hurts.
And that just shows you something right there with might not develop into anything, because 2 years ago, didn't it seem like Justin Herbert was a solid second on this list? If not, maybe for some people, They thought he was going to end up being the best. We talk about cards a lot.
You could even argue that Herbert has the most talent in this class, and we're ranking him 5th. And we could look back 4 years from now. If you ask this question, we go, I can't believe we had Herbert behind Tua and Hurts and Love. Even though Love showed so much talent against the Cowboys, it was impressive. Even if it was a crap defense, that was really impressive to just do what he could do in that playoff game. And then he went up to San Francisco and competed his butt off in that game too. So it's still as Dak Prescott says, there's still a lot to write here, and each one of these guys are going to get to write their own book. In a way, though, you start looking at organizations, and I do look at Green Bay and go, out of all the guys, Love has the best organization to work with.
Now, I hate breaking people's hearts, but we did get a text from the 682. Let Dak walk, and in 2025, just sign Justin Herbert in free agency.
Let's
All right.
go.
Well, here is the major issue that you're going to run into is Justin Herbert already signed a 5-year, $262.5 million extension. So, sorry about that. I just wanted to give you a heads up.
And just look, to be honest,
you're really sorry.
90. If you're a Cowboy fan, there's a 90% chance Dak's your quarterback until 2029. I will say 24, 25, 26, 27, and 28. He's going to be your quarterback, and he's probably going to make the playoffs more than he misses the playoffs.
Just for the record, I understand 1,000,000% why you say that. I have presented why I think you don't have to do that, but I think you're probably right. Even at 90%, I might say like 85, but I'm still to the point where I think it is overwhelmingly likely that that's how it
Jerry is not a risk taker when it comes to football. Might be with oil. I don't know his oil life. Don't care about his oil life.
Not at all.
But
what kind of oil?
It's great that he has billions of dollars and was able to invest it in the Cowboys. I guess he only had millions and then invested in the Cowboys, and now he's billions. But like, hey man, he doesn't take risk. He takes whatever looks just kind of pretty good, at least when it comes to quarterbacks and coaches. Pretty good is good enough. There's other things where he needs it better than pretty good.
What's your favorite kind of oil?
Castor oil?
Oh, yeah, I was going to say motor oil because it keeps my car going.
But when we go to electric cars, then you're going to have to choose.
We don't have enough electricity.
Once they subsidize that, I'm in. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Corey.
Coming up next, we will debate the pros and cons of electric cars
Hell
with
yeah.
the G-Bag Nation. We'll probably actually talk about something next. We'll do it. Something else. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Chevrolet in Grapevine, they've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Embiid and David Robinson with games like that. Embiid with the ball after a steal. Joel drives it down the lane. Left-hand layup. It's up and good. 70 points for Embiid. 133 to 118.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, where I thought we were going to talk about the incredible exploits of Joel Embiid and Cat, but instead, former Dallas Maverick Adrian Griffin has been fired from being the head coach of the Milwaukee Bucks. He made it a whole 43 games. Shams and Woj are both reporting he is out. So
they're 30-13.
Yes,
right?
yes.
What happened?
And that would be the second coach in the span of 8 months that they fired because they canned Budenholzer, which I honestly forgot that Adrian Griffin was their coach. And now Griffin out.
What?
What
do
a
you
bizarre
do?
story.
What do they have a guy in mind? They obviously know who they want to run this team. At 30-13, you're saying we know he's not doing certain things that we believe in the playoffs he'll get exposed for. So they know
Assistant
somebody.
Joe Prunty it will be the interim.
Yep.
He used to be here with the Mavericks, but that was a good 7 or 8 years ago.
And I have to know the behind, like what the reasoning is on this. Because at 30-13, I just don't know that you're just like, not good enough right now.
Looks like Shams is reporting that Doc Rivers has emerged as a serious candidate to become the Bucks.
Okay, well then the Bucks aren't serious.
Yeah, they're trying to lose.
You could say he's a candidate.
Yeah.
But if you hire Doc Rivers, you're not serious.
I mean, they lose Drew Holiday, Grayson Allen, Malcolm Brogdon, and, they add Lillard, who's explosive, and they're winning. But I guess their defense just has gotten a lot worse, and they're blaming it on Adrian Griffin.
That's all he did as a player.
Yeah,
that is kind of ironic.
He was a defensive player, a horrible offensive player, and a good defensive player.
Well, the voices you hear right there are courtesy of D&M Leasing. That's the lovely folks with the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Amazing, Hagee. How are you?
Better than Adrian Griffin?
I mean, I'd be all right if I'm Adrian Griffin.
That's a good point. Man, that is
fully
very good.
Never feel sorry for a head coach in professional sports that gets fired.
Not at this point. When we were growing up, maybe they weren't making enough money, but now
now they are.
Hey, the guy could go retire.
Yeah.
It's a much better spot than I'm in.
He'll end up feel bad for Doug Moe with Denver.
Doug Moe.
Doug Moe had some of the best clothes you'll ever see a man wear on the sidelines. Him and Gene Shue.
You like
the
plaid.
best. Yeah.
And your guy, who won the championship in 77?
Jack Ramsey.
Jack Ramsey. Dr.
Jack.
Jack Ramsey by all means there, too.
Now,
like Dr. J?
Yeah.
What was he the doctor
Dr.
of?
Jack.
He was like I think he was a real doctor of philosophy or something like that. Yeah, I don't think he was like take out wrenched ankle. I don't think he was the operational guy.
Is Operation the board game what you think of as being a doctor in real life?
If you could do the game of Operation, you can operate on anybody. It's a very difficult game to navigate.
Are you more impressed with Joel Embiid, got to 70, 21 straight games with 30 points, or Karl Anthony Towns, who's the first player in NBA history to have 10 or more free throws, 10 or more three-pointers, and 10 or more regular field goals in a game? He gets to 62. They, of course, lost.
Did you see what's our coach's name? Is it Chris Finch? Is that his name?
He was mad.
Chris Finch says, "You know what? We're a selfish team." Even he says we were selfish. That's why we lost tonight, because we're selfish.
He said not only did they disrespect the game of basketball last night, but they disrespected themselves.
Yeah.
Add an immature in there.
How about that?
I think even Anthony Edwards at one point was like, yeah, we were all just amazed at him going. We wanted him to get to 100. They lost the game.
I think they threw in the term stat hunter as well.
I asked one of my NBA buddies why that guy got fired in Milwaukee, and he said because Giannis doesn't want to back him anymore. Giannis wanted him, and now he doesn't want him. Giannis killed the previous coach, now this one. He'll get Doc Rivers, and they will still win. That's how it goes.
Until the playoffs.
Hey, if you're that good, man, you can murder your coach.
Man, that's 2 coaches in 8 months. That feels like a lot.
It's a lot of bodies. It's going to get expensive.
Yeah, and that's the guy he wanted, and after half a season, nah.
I would just say, hey, look, we're just doing one-year deals with our coaches.
Voice?
You get to coach Giannis, but we can't lose money because chances are he's going to want to fire you in 6 months.
Yeah. Woo.
You get to coach LeBron, but you'll probably get fired.
Yeah.
And your head called very early in the season.
Yeah,
Same kind of thing.
I could see that. So maybe you're fine coaching in Denver. You're like, no, this team's good. Doesn't seem like anyone's going to try and fire me. Jokic is like, you're fine. Keep going.
Just let me give me the ball.
Giannis doesn't quite take that same approach of tolerating losing and learning from it because you're on a life journey with his head coaches, I guess.
Right.
Yeah, does he consider this failure for his coach, or
that's part of a narrative. We're
That's
still
that's not a failure. That's not a failure.
Didn't the Lakers always get rid of their coaches because of the players?
They might after this year too with LeBron.
Yes. Oh yeah,
It's kind of a history
that's
with
been
them, right?
trending multiple times on Twitter.
Yeah.
Have you guys? We asked this question earlier. Have you guys caught Wyatt Langford fever? Even though he's not played a second of Major League Baseball, might not be on the opening day roster, but MajorLeagueBaseball.com's like, hey, this is how good we think he's going to be.
know.
We talked about an autograph signing. I'm hyped.
Yeah, I'm digging the fact he took that big L in the College World Series to LSU.
Yeah,
that's what I'm
fair.
digging. Yeah,
I
I think
definitely
Mike's
get the
right.
fever.
I think Mike's right. I think he's going to play some AAA games. I really do. I
It
think
makes
that's
sense.
I think that's the best plan for the guy,
Especially with Foscue.
depending on if injuries happen and stuff like that. I'm sure we're all going to fall in love with him out there in Surprise. But probably the best thing is to let him play a few games and kind of not figure it out, because it looks like he's figured it out. But make sure you're seeing what you saw last year with him.
Well, it makes sense, right? Get him everyday playing time, and
For sure.
And I don't think that it's a coincidence that Justin Foscue's doing the Winter Caravan rounds and talking about, I love DHing. It's amazing.
But for clarification, that doesn't mean he's going to get traded to the A's, right? Who are literally going to be playing in AAA stadiums. You're not saying that that's going to happen.
No.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify. That is really weird, though.
They probably couldn't afford him.
That's probably true.
I don't know for me if it's Wyatt Langford fever or if it's more of a Chris Young fever. You know,
Oh, I could see that.
Since he came aboard, everything has turned to gold. Even JD's decisions have now come to fruition as good ones since Chris Young came aboard.
The way you said that.
He just needed someone better at it to make the decisions come to fruition.
You know, you put a winner in charge and things just start happening for you.
Now, we have this conversation about restaurant etiquette. I'm just curious, if you have a bad experience at a restaurant, do you say something to the people in the moment? Do you write a review later? Do you just like, well, that sucks, I won't be back? Like, where do y'all fall?
I went to a restaurant and I got an email asking for a review. And so I gave my review, and it was a poor review. And the GM messaged me and was like, hey, we'd love to have you back.
Yeah.
I got to respect that, actually, that he was like, hey, let me show you a really good time.
Give me a mulligan, bro.
Yeah. Yeah. So.
Yeah, I kind of feel like being my family's in the restaurant business, I take all that really seriously.
Sure.
So, yeah, any kind of review or feedback you get, I think you have to take in a way of like, okay, we need to be better, because it's all about the customers. It really, really is. So if you take the time, Corey, to say, hey, listen, your service was terrible, you know, maybe I need to get to the bottom. Is my service terrible all the time, or were my guys and gals just having a bad night? You know, that's why I think it's important, though, that you acknowledge that the person doing the reviewing is right. Don't just brush them off. You know, if they're going to take the time, if you took the time to make a review, I need to be on board with that thing.
And because Kevin brought this up, and I've said this many times, the worst, you being in the restaurant business, the worst is hearing nothing. Because then you don't know if you did it right or wrong and what you need to fix.
Yeah, you don't. I mean,
I'm a nothing guy.
you just got to be able to balance things out. But the whole thing is about the customer's experience. You know, your product has to be great, but the customer's experience has to be even better. And that's how you stay in business. Some of these places have stayed in business for 80, 90, 100 years because they've got great product, but they know how to treat their customers. The customers just want to keep coming back.
Yeah, I just saw on Facebook that Lowry's Prime Rib is closing down after 40 years.
I drive by that every single day, and I'm like, why do I need to go in there?
Yeah, exactly. Same thing.
I drive by it literally every single day going to the Star.
Maybe
and I'm
that's
like,
why it's closing. We didn't go.
And Lowry, the player, just got traded.
Is that right?
That's a fun note for you. The Heat, they're picking up Terry Rozier.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's a nice addition.
What about you guys, restaurant-wise?
You know, usually I'm not much of a review leaver. I did leave one at a Whataburger one time because even for Whataburger standards, it was an egregious drive-through experience. from a time standpoint. But for the most part, anytime I've ever had the bad service, I can feel the shame on the people who were involved. You know, there's no there's no, if there's like the malicious, if it feels like disrespect malicious, it'd be like a different situation. But like when so-and-so just dropped the ball and I can tell that they now are uncomfortable and they want to make good on it, I'm like, okay, you know. But and I was never a server. I did the Smoothie King thing, so I was like probably the closest I got. Right. And I know that people can be frustrating, you know.
Corey, when we went to, well, you didn't go with me. I went with Sean, but you've been there before. When Hurtado's had the whole cooking class out at the stadium, I went, and he was talking about the cost of meat, how it's gone up since COVID. I'm wondering if that's why Lowry's is having to close. Just the cost of their product has gone up to a point where they're just like, I don't know. I'm wondering if that's the case.
You know what? I hate to say this. I think people are more health conscious now, and they don't want to see you just slap out a big bloody piece of meat, you know, out there.
The ill-informed, man. That's the healthiest thing you can put in your damn body.
I know, but I just don't think that people nowadays are into going out and eating massive big hunks of steak like that. Now, I think
into brisket these days.
I think that people are more
Expensive.
into. Yeah, I think that people are into that a little bit more. The portions and stuff like that. Because I have been to Lowry's, and it's impressive when they bring that big silver cart around and they open it up and they ask you what slice you would like, the queen cut, king cut, whatever you want, the sides and all that. It's quite an experience when you go to places like that. I just wonder if people are just the health conscious ones and how much time it takes to go out and eat like that. Do people take the time to go do things like that and sit down for 2-3 hours and have a meal like that?
Great insight right there. What do you find fellas got coming up on the program today?
Pure gold as always, Hagee. I hate bad service, by the way, but I almost never complain about it.
Okay.
Likewise.
We'll talk about the top stories of the day right out of the gates here.
All right. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say new chair, Kevin.
New chair.
You did it.
10 guys want it around their face rather than in their hands.
You are dialed in to the North. our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Always a welcome sign for this clubhouse. Featuring breaking sports news, inside info, opinion, with laughs along the way. Turn it on, leave it on. The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Yeah, baby, let's rock. It's hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's talk about everything that's been breaking, the top sports storylines in our world. Here we go. General at your service. There's Brian Broaddus. You have Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup at Master Control. Wolchuk and Chiafalo. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. And here we are, the entire crew, the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. And we got a lot of coaching news going on. Dan Quinn taking second interviews. That's the number one thing tracking with the Cowboys right now. Now that we're ready to run it back, you know, and you know, you could seriously lose this guy this week. How are you looking at this story? How are you approaching it? Changing the defense and having it blow up in your face was horrible. To a record-setting degree in that wild card round. It was one of the craziest things I've ever seen. But when it comes to actually like studying modern trends and being able to get that onto the football field, being adaptable, like he took a big risk going away from what they do best. He thought he had the answer for what to do against Green Bay. He was wrong. But it does show what's in his football DNA right now is to not just stick with what you know. And maybe he learned a bad lesson that was embarrassing for all to see. But I can't imagine there's too many other guys out there that are better than Dan Quinn. The man's been to 2 he got the Falcons to the Super Bowl. Okay, so right now I'm actually holding my breath and keeping my fingers crossed that nobody steals our DQ. What do you guys say?
I think we have a tendency to, overreact in the moment, and then you kind of let things settle. I think Dan Quinn has done more positive than negative, more good than bad, no question about it. He's been a problem solver. He was put in probably an impossible situation when you had injuries to 2 linebackers that you were expecting to be key roles. The big thing that Dan Quinn really does need to figure out, though, because now you're seeing more and more of these coordinators get plucked for jobs, is what do I do to defend motion successfully, and what do I do to stop this McVay-Shanahan tree that now you just saw Callahan get a gig? You're about to see, maybe Bobby Slowik go get a gig, right? So, I mean, those are the 2 things he's got to kind of go back to the drawing board, which we saw him kind of evolutionize and evolve after he was out for a year. So I think it's possible. I think he can do that.
The old evolutionizing.
That's badass.
Yeah. When you can evolutionize yourself, that's special. But just being able to evolutionize anything, others around you.
Yes.
You become sort of an oracle. It's okay. I've totally done that before.
I think we played this once for eSpot.
We have. I couldn't. There was a time where I was searching for the word evolved.
Okay.
And I went with evolutioned.
Okay.
Yes, that's what it was.
Yeah. So, but whatever the hell Wolchuk just said was spectacular.
I don't know. It sounded good in my head, and I blurted it out.
Tip of the cap to DQ, man.
I think that's a better conjugation of the word. All these things are just decided upon and agreed upon, so that's the way it is. But we can always change things.
Do you think when you have a coordinator in one place for say like 4 years or so, things kind of start to get a little bit stale? Is that a thing you think you pick up on trends and tendencies? Like, is there kind of just eventually it runs its course and you need to get a fresh mind in there?
I kind of feel like there's a guy here, and you mentioned the word evolve from where he was. I kind of feel like that guys like that are good at being able to see what their flaws are and change and maybe study. I think that they do a better job. I don't think if Dan felt like that they were becoming stale, I think he would figure something else out. This is the biggest nightmare right now for a scouting department. What is about to happen, potentially the Dallas Cowboys, is that all of a sudden they have a feel for what kind of defensive players they want to evaluate. And then, you get a completely change in philosophy. You get a complete change in the type of player you're looking at. Mike Zimmer would be an example, different type of guy. Say Wink Martindale comes in here, different kind of guy. Say Brandon Staley comes in here, different kind of guy. See, so now all of a sudden maybe there's some players that all year long you've been looking at and you're saying, okay, these fit what we're trying to do. And then you change a coordinator and you have to go back and pull players back that you didn't look at the first time around closely enough You might have rejected him because you're saying, well, Dan really doesn't like this guy. This is why Stephen Jones and Will McClay don't want head coaching change. And that no scouting department no personnel department wants coaching change. They do want coaching change if you're not taking our guys and putting them in the best positions to be successful. But to answer your question about this whole thing, I mean, to me, I kind of feel like that Dan would adapt. You know, I think Dan is not one of these guys that's so set in his ways. He realizes he's not very good at linebacker. He realizes he's not really good at safety. He needs to do something different at defensive tackle. Please tell me what you're trying to do with Mozzie Smith. For God's sake, I don't understand it. But maybe that's something they've got a plan. But
well, you don't want the message getting stale.
Yeah.
You know, and I don't feel like that's happening with Dan Quinn.
Yeah.
It seems like all the players still speak very highly of him.
The thing with Dan, and this is true with a lot of coaches, I feel, Brian, is you got to be careful that they don't trust their guys too much and think that I can put, defensive backs at linebacker.
Well,
they think too much of their scheme, and they get you into trouble because they're like, no, I'm good here.
You're not
like
wrong.
Mike McCarthy, no, you don't need to trade for anybody. We're good. I trust my guys. They think that's a badge of honor and something to champion, but it gets your ass whipped by falling in love with your guys.
You're absolutely right. I think that he was in a situation, though, where he had no other recourse.
Yeah.
I don't know who else he could have put. He could have tried to put Sam Williams at linebacker or something like that, or maybe the front office could have helped him a little bit more, with some of the decisions that they made. But I think he was just trying to put as many players in position. He really relied. What was a problem for him is when your offense couldn't score enough points and put them in a bad situation where it made the opponent very one-dimensional. His strength was, as we all know, rushing the passer.
Yeah.
His strength wasn't having to play against a team that was balanced.
And it might have been the worst coached game we'd ever seen.
Yeah.
The amount of points they gave up, the blown communication and
the assignments were a
his
problem.
guys were not ready to run those looks against that team under that kind of pressure. And that's a huge reflection upon him. I won't totally, just move on from it like he didn't screw up, because I know a lot of people, for good reason, were very irritated with him after that game.
Yeah, for sure. It felt like, oh my gosh, have we seen too much now? This was an undressing unlike anything we could have ever imagined, but it was like that top to bottom. And if you're just going to run it back everywhere else, what's the point of forcing transition if you don't need to? Now, I know the Cowboys aren't. They're going to welcome back DQ, assuming he doesn't voluntarily leave for a head coaching position. So I get what they're doing. If the goal is continuity, then why would you move on from him? And I do think he's the type of coach that you imagine will get back to the drawing board. He's done it before in his career. He looks in the mirror, he looks at his weaknesses, and he tries to fix them. So you're not in a terrible spot, but the pressure's on.
No doubt.
Okay, coming up at 4 o'clock, we'll talk about, could you see the Cowboys actually do an all-in move or go to a rebuild? I'd be looking to do the all-in in 24 and possibly rebuild in 25, or will they maintain their same team-building philosophy? We'll talk about that at 4 o'clock. There is Eagles news. Brian Johnson, he coached Dak at Mississippi State, Kyle Trask at Florida, had a hell of a reputation in college for getting the most out of guys. Then he did the same with Jalen Hurts with the Eagles as quarterback coach, and then ended up as the OC and blew it. And he was not good at that job. Rockstar quarterback coach, but he is out officially as OC there in Philadelphia, as they're pretty much cleaning house today. Okay, hey, check this out. The Mavs are teaming up with WFAA to put 10 additional games this season on TV. We're going back to the future, baby.
Hell yeah.
Look at that, man.
That's awesome.
Our games were on the air. It was cool.
Wait a second. If you don't have Bally, you can watch a Mavs game?
Yeah, how about that?
Well, just a few. I'm glad you said a Mavs game, because it's going to feel sort of like that. It's like 10 games?
Yeah, 10 games.
10 games.
Gosh, those are 10 glorious games.
10 glorious games. And then you have the Amazon Prime thing.
Yes. That's good too.
Multiple avenues here, which is definitely good, but that's what you want. I mean, you want to be able to have all 82 on the local channel, man.
I mean, Amazon Prime's a hell of a deal, and I don't want to shill for it or anything, but Abby even mentioned it last night just out of the blue. She goes, wait, you get a TV service plus they send you stuff all the time in the mail for $20 a month? She's like, that's a pretty good deal. She goes, it seems like the shipping should be more for all the stuff that we get, and you get a free TV service. I was like, I know. I think it's a good deal. And now you put Bally on top of that? Now you get access to Bally.
It feels like a must-have a must-have item.
I think so.
In the
Sounds
household.
like somebody else's problems, not my problem.
I mean, I hate it that it's a giant corporation sucking the life out of small businesses, and we need a solution for that.
Yeah.
But dang it, it's good value.
Broadus over there with his bleep-eating grin.
Yeah.
No one's got more hubris about their package than Broadus.
Oh, no.
17
Crotch
inches.
first about that package.
Yes,
Absolutely.
you are.
Yeah.
As you should be, man. You got quite the setup. The only thing you're missing is just more screens.
Yeah.
Because you've got the ability to watch everything all at once.
Yeah.
And so maybe that's your next move as an interior decorator guy.
Dawson took care of us on that one.
More screens.
Thank you very much, General.
Oh, you're quite welcome. Everything working out good?
Fantastic, man. Got the UFC fights on Saturday. It was awesome.
Right on. You know, it's just sign of the times.
Yeah.
Mavs could not get the job done against the Celtics, though. 119, 110. Tatum and Brown combined for 73. Boston's a legit powerhouse. It's a hell of a basketball
Was
team.
Boston on the second night of a back-to-back?
They sure were.
And Mavericks had been rested for like 3 months playing that game.
Well, Kleba had.
Well,
the rest of them had a couple days for sure.
Played for 4 to 5 days. Yeah, 4
Yeah, but
days.
they
were well rested.
The unfortunate, the timely tragedy in Golden State. They couldn't play that game Friday night,
Right.
so they didn't play a game Friday night. They didn't play all weekend. If the Mavs were going to win a game, my gosh, that was the game to win. But,
yeah. And Boston didn't have Porzingis, which adds to it. But yeah,
the Mavs didn't have Dante X. I mean, we know how important he is.
Hey, he's absolutely important. But their stars were better than your stars last night, and they collectively actually play some defense.
My gosh, that Jaylen Brown move!
Oh my gosh,
that was absolutely. I mean, he could have been arrested for that. It was so filthy.
I'm like, man, are we really we're throwing the Doncic and THJ duo at old Brown? That's sort of the best we got here defensively. That's gonna be a long night.
Yeah.
It's I think it's time to talk about something else as well. Like, and when I went to the game a couple of weeks back, Luka didn't play, Kyrie did, and since then, like, you know, Luka's come back the last couple of games. I just think it needs to be more Kyrie's team. I think the team plays better defense. They're more energized, more active on offense. When Luka came back, it sucks the energy out of everybody to watch one dude try to put up a 30-point triple-double. He doesn't play team ball. And I think it jumps out on the television when Luka's off the floor and Kyrie is helping everybody else be the best version of themselves. That's what a point guard does, you know? And over time, the metrics have shown us, and the dominance has shown us, hey, let your best player hold the ball a lot more than you did in the 80s and 90s. But one thing that is lost, and I think the best players do more of it, is keep your teammates involved.
Yeah.
On top of that, because he has the ball so much and he's so unfocused, he's yelling at the refs, he's yelling at the patrons, he's arguing with the other team. He's not focused on winning. He's setting the tone as your best player, and he's holding the ball all the time. I don't know how you negotiate this if you're Jason Kidd. I think probably the best thing is to try to get Luka to grow up quickly, you know, but he's still like acting like a loser on the court.
Last night, you could tell. I mean, mentally, he got lost. He got distracted and taken out of the game by being frustrated with the calls.
Again,
and that happens far too often.
Yes, it's way too much. And I know for a fact he's taking himself more seriously than ever because of the fitness that he's put himself into, the physical fitness, okay?
The jawline stands out.
Yeah. You've addressed your body. Now it's time to address your mind. Or, you know, you can't say we're going to make this more Kyrie's team. You know, maybe you can't risk losing Luka. Right now you have a good situation where Luka is the young hothead and Kyrie is the superstar veteran who's like Yoda, just kind of nodding knowingly like, it's all good, dude. You do your thing and I'll support you like I support all of my other teammates. But that's a leader and that's a point guard. Luka is a ball hog and a selfish, bad attitude ball hog at that. Brian, there I said it. What do you think?
No, last night, though, he looked like a guy that didn't have his legs playing with the shots and stuff like that. So, yeah, I get what you're saying, Dawson, because there were times when you could see the other players I think they really do appreciate the opportunity when Kyrie's in the game of, you know, that you see him kind of move around a little bit more active on the offensive end of things, you know, trying to get open, know they're going to get a good pass. So, yeah, it's if Luka bogs you down.
Hey, if you're Todd, go play off the ball.
Yeah.
You know, I saw you do that amazingly for Slovenia.
Yes.
Yeah. I think you're right
in the
about that.
offseason. Okay, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. Joey Gallo is going to the Nationals. Hot Stove Show tonight. Sands is going to be talking baseball with you at 7 o'clock with Adrian Beltre going to the Hall and everything. What the final four teams teach us and what the front office needs to get through their heads with the Cowboys coming up next year in the Nation and the G-Bag debate. Mag of the day is coming up in 8 minutes. What do these final 4 teams teach us, gentlemen?
877-881-1053. What are the remaining Final Four NFL teams? What are they explaining to us? What are they teaching us here? And maybe we could take it from them, move forward, and build a championship team of our own. Wow, it's that would be incredible, huh?
It would be fun.
Now, the Ravens, what Steven Ruiz brings to the table for them, and you can disagree with these, feel free to. It's not necessarily Bible, but each team has an interesting way they've gone about building their championship level team. And so the Ravens, he says, they taught us that NFL teams should be more willing to scour college football for coordinators, because the Ravens' current offensive and defensive coordinators were facing each other in the college football playoff semis just 2 years ago. You had Mike McDonald, defensive coordinator now for the Ravens. He was the Michigan defensive coordinator. And you had Todd Monken, who's now the OC for the Ravens. He was the OC for Georgia and their offense. And so Georgia ends up beating Michigan, obviously, in that playoff game. But now they go from the college ranks, calling plays, to going to the NFL. And for the Ravens, it has been a match made in heaven. And for Todd Monken, the Ravens have had a good idea of what they've been in the past offensively. They know their quarterback situation. They know what talent they started to bring in from a wide receiver standpoint. They're like, man, we need to open this thing up, and they got the perfect guy for the job in Todd Monken. His offense marries well with everything that they got going on personnel-wise there with the Ravens. And then defensively, I mean, Mike McDonald, what he's done is just ridiculous, because it makes sense when you're building an offense around Lamar Jackson and the different things that his weapons can do. But defensively there for the Ravens, I mean, when he got there, they didn't have Roquan Smith. They didn't have a couple of these dudes. And then he's like, hey, at the deadline, we need to go get a Roquan Smith. That's going to help my defense. But outside of Roquan Smith, Kyle Hamilton's proven to be an all-pro super stud at the safety position, Swiss Army knife dude. But when you really look at the Ravens defense, there's not a ton of personnel that is just like, oh my gosh, they're just clearly better than everybody else. But they play fantastically well across the board. He's a huge reason why. That dude's a stud.
And
Mike
both those
McDonald,
guys from college. I think that might be a trend, because it's like when Gary Patterson was in the Mountain West and had to learn all these different offenses and all these different things. These dudes that are in college and facing the latest and greatest bells and whistles every week, that might be the place, for NFL teams to look if you don't like the NFL crop of candidates. Maybe if Dan Quinn does go, that's what we should be hoping the Cowboys look at.
Yeah, and that could be difficult, because that's usually not the low-hanging fruit hire. Yeah. Oh, here's former this, he's been a head coach, whatever, he's been in the league a long time, he's a name. Nobody knows who Mike McDonald is. Like, credit to the Ravens for being like, dude, we can identify something and we're willing to scour and work and figure out who might be the best man for the job. We're not just going to go recycle some random veteran defensive coordinator name just to do it. And most teams do it that way.
It's got to start with an organizational understanding, though, that there are people that are thinking about the game, coaching and teaching the game way better than the average.
Yeah.
And if you acknowledge that, maybe you do have a much better chance of actually finding one and bringing him to your team. And all of a sudden, just what Chief said, ends up being a top 3 defense.
It's definitely not a bad idea. Now, I mean, we've seen some of these coaches, like I think Todd Monken was in the NFL, then got the job at Georgia.
Yeah, he had been in the NFL before.
So, but like with McDonald, I mean, heck, his brother, he was on his brother's staff there, Harbaugh's brother. So he's able to get a lot of good information, a lot of intel there. So absolutely. I mean, Mike McDonald, it seemed like it was weird watching the Ravens defense a couple of years ago, and you're thinking, this is not typically, you think, good defense. Mike McDonald's done an excellent job there. We talked yesterday how he should be a front runner for a lot of these coaching jobs.
Okay, now the next thing that we've learned, and it's now to the 49ers, according to Steven Ruiz, they've taught us that you cannot overpay for a transcendent player no matter their position. And the way they've allocated their cap dollars would make anyone with a grasp of the concept of positional value cringe a little bit. That's what he writes there, because the Niners rank 4th in running back spending and 2nd in tight end spending. McCaffrey's the league's highest paid running back. Juszczyk's the highest paid fullback. Kittle's the 3rd highest paid tight end. Fred Warner ranks 2nd in salary among linebackers. Javon Hargrave ranks 6th among defensive tackles. So they're spending a ton on on great talents, what they decide to be great talents. So for one of them, it's a linebacker. For the other one, it's a fullback. For the other one, it's a running back. Not the quarterback, pass rusher, left tackle, cornerback, big money spending. They're just like, hey, you're great at what you do. You're one of the best in the sport at your position, so we're willing to pay you for that.
And Ruiz says that's what you should be doing, or most teams avoid that.
He just says he doesn't necessarily say you should be doing it, but he says that the Niners have taught us that you cannot overpay for a transcendent player.
Oh, you can't overpay.
Yeah, you can't overpay for it.
Like, it's not something to avoid. It's something you got to do because these guys are making such a difference right now. The economy of it does not punish you for compensating them at the top of the market. I like that. Keep that in mind, Cowboys. Just pay these guys, you know?
You can pay them, but make sure the coaches know how to use them.
Yeah. For sure.
That's where to me
Great point.
This is the problem that I have with Tony Pollard. That all of a sudden you give him $10 million, but we can't figure out how to use it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's your issue there. It's no problem paying the players. Just make sure that my coaches understand that we've got to create schemes.
We got to be able to get the most out of them.
Exactly.
No doubt.
Yeah, I think that's a huge factor there. Kyle Juszczyk is fantastic.
Yes.
If another team made him the highest paid fullback, he's probably not the same value and production as Kyle Shanahan's getting out of him.
You better have a plan for Kyle Juszczyk if that's the case.
Now the Joneses would say, "Well, what's Brock Purdy making?" And that's how, you know, I can only have so much of that pie to go around.
Yeah, that does definitely buy you some wiggle room.
Now, yeah, for sure. I mean, they've decided to skimp on a couple of things. Quarterback certainly being one of them with the way they're paying that position. Their offensive
not making excuses. They're going out there and paying.
Their offensive line is being is only 20th. They have the 20th most expensive offensive line in the league.
Their left tackle is the most expensive piece they have.
Yeah,
they got 4 guys.
Exactly.
Just guys.
Yeah. And then their secondary is the 21st highest paid secondary in the sport. So they're not paying for a great corner necessarily. Mm-hmm. But yeah, the coaching matters hugely here.
Yeah, you could scheme around your offensive line if you have the players and the skilled players to do it. You know, you really can. I mean, ball out quick, screens, the way they run the football and stuff like that. You could play around the talent you have. You don't have to have 5 Pro Bowl players.
Yeah, if you're a dominant coach.
If you're a dominant coach and your skill guys are dominant as well.
And then speaking of dominance for the Detroit Lions, what we've learned about them, they've taught us a great offensive line can overcome just sort of a middling quarterback. We've all seen that firsthand. And that's we can all agree with that one. And then with for the Chiefs, they taught us through an elite quarterback, all things are possible. And I would say through the GOAT of GOAT quarterbacks, all things are possible.
100% correct, Chief. Thank you so much. Time now for the G-Bag of the day. Here's Lucius Alexander.
Peace to the gods. Peace. Let's get right into this. What you talking about, brother? You can sit back.
Peace.
High school basketball commentator. He's 15 years old. His name is Roy Kane. At least that's what his Twitter says. He's 15. He could be 17 by now. He just hasn't updated. I don't know. Anyway, he's out there in California, and like I said, he's a high school basketball commentator, but I think he's ready for the big leagues, and he's our winner so far.
Jet Kennedy guarding down low, and the steal. I can see a big
Sam
one.
Freeney.
Oh my God! Sit down, little boy. Let the man fly. I don't care about the technical. He is up in the sky, sending it down, big man. Sam Freeney. Boom, 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 boom. That's a body. Put him in the sky and let him fly.
It's really good.
It is.
What happened on Saturday with Bruce Buffer during the Sean Woodson-Charles Jourdain fight?
I missed it.
Oh, okay.
You missed it?
I mean,
was this at the blackout portion?
Probably. Well, that too. That could happen.
Well, I feel like maybe those guys missed it too, and the audience, because everybody was confused by what Bruce Buffer had called the winner. Nobody who knew who it was, but
oh no!
Shout out to Daniel Cormier for saving the fans.
For the winner by split decision, Sean the Sniper
Guys, Sean Woodson won the fight.
Oh, it's so awkward.
He said,
He said Sean Woodson. Ladies and gentlemen, it sounds like Charles, but it was Sean Woodson.
I feel bad for Charles because Charles was celebrating. He had his arms all up. He was like, oh, yeah, man. I felt like I won that.
Oh, that's tough.
Isn't that the Steve Harvey Miss America or whatever deal?
Like La La Land for Best Picture.
Yes,
You know?
yes. Oh, that's tough, dude.
Oh, that's
The card said it was Miss Washington.
Yeah.
That's what the card said. I was just reading now. Okay, now. Okay.
Very good.
Let's see what else we got for you boys. Let's go to Division III basketball right here. Some commentators.
on social they were saying Buffer sounded like slow and stuff, so maybe he was trying to work one off or had a rough afternoon.
Was it in Vegas?
Yeah.
Okay. You guys were talking about arenas and everything yesterday and smoking and whatnot. You got butt cracked, right?
Yeah, we sure did.
What was the butt cracking?
The butt cracking was that the new arena for the Clippers is going to have a smoking section in one portion of the arena for 21 and up. You can smoke cigarettes or marijuanas.
Okay, well, you know what? That one over there in Vegas is not too far away. T-Mobile Arena?
T-Mobile.
Oh, yeah, bro. Yeah, they were smoking big on
On a big
now,
fight
they weren't
weekend?
inside, but they was right on the outside, and you can just smell like they were rolling up on the inside and stepping on the outside.
Wow.
Yeah, and nobody was bothering. The police was walking by. Nobody cared. All right, Division III basketball. Wentworth Nichols, guard Tavon Jones hit a big game winner. They went crazy.
Connell working on Mello. One-on-one. He's going to take a fade away. That'll go. He called bank. 6 seconds. Tavon Jones takes it up the sideline. He's going to pull a three. Tavon Jones nails the
You should be screaming no man's name like that. You should not be screaming no man's name like that unless a red Hyundai done pulled up in the alley and got ready to do some work. You should not be screaming no man's name like that, bro.
Wow, dude, this is the greatest time ever to be an aspiring play-by-play man. Just go viral.
Yeah, go viral now.
Have a time.
Like his best friend.
Lucius will find you.
Better be some gunshots right after that. Taylor! Other than that, why you screaming that man's name like that, bro? All right, what else we got? Oh, yeah, I got this from a lot of Tolos. A lot of Tolos sent me the Korean broadcasters' reaction to the Bills' missed field goal.
모든 문들을 닫았어요.
네.
그렇기 때문에 조시 앨런 선수가 오른쪽으로 나오면서 시간을 벌어봤지만 오픈된 리시버를 찾을 수 없었습니다.
44야드 거리입니다. 타일러 베스. 오른쪽으로 벗어났어요.
You think they jinxed his ass like Nance did?
I would know.
I think it was like Nance and then our guy Harlan.
Yeah, they both did.
Both got him. Yeah.
I think Nance is just looking for something to do other than listening to Tony Romo blabber on.
Oh, Jim.
He's catching even more heat now.
Yeah. A lot more heat.
Tony's just out here doing bits, I think. All right, what do you say, Lucius? Time to vote?
Yeah, let's wrap it up. Yeah.
Okay, is it your guy Roy Kane, our one-time champ? Is it Bruce Buffer calling the wrong name? Is it the Division III basketball game winner there? I'll tell you what, the 7th graders out in Brownsboro were making it rain from 3. Gave us a bit of a scare there on Saturday afternoon, Sunnyvale. Or is it the Japanese highlight sports call? I will vote for Roy Kane there, our champ there, the kid with the dunk highlight. Chief, how about you?
Give me the champ.
Lucius?
Yeah, Roy Kane.
Vulture?
Yeah, Roy Kane.
Vote for the Division Threes.
By a score of 4-1, still your G-Bag of the Day champion. It's the kid with the dunk call, having a blast. Okay, Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Where are you taking us?
Guys, there are 7 things the Cowboys could have done differently, maybe to give themselves a better shot for the Super Bowl. We'll go through those next.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ.
ready? Here we come. And hopefully we'll survive the week of February 6th in Las Vegas on 105.3 The Fan.
Why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods and all the new Silverados that anyone can afford with an incredible savings, so why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax, and enjoy the difference.
Well, thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time now for Brian Broaddus in Krusty's Corner. Here's the king of the Krusties himself, Brian.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. Couple of things real quick. Hope everybody has a chance to go back, listen to the draft show we did. We do the draft show now every Tuesday and Thursday on DallasCowboys.com. So if you're into those kinds of things. And then Bobby and I have Love of the Star tonight. So if you want to get your questions in and let Bobby and I try and answer those, you could tweet at Brian Broaddus or at Bobby Belt TX and get your questions answered in. And if you would, we'll do our best to get to that direction. So a lot of things going on with the team. Cowboy Wire had an article that they posted yesterday that I went through, and I kind of wanted to walk through with you guys and see if you kind of agree with this, and then maybe give it a order of which one of these things could have been done differently for the Cowboys in order to have had a better shot to have get to the Super Bowl. And I'll go through the 7 things that they have, and then we will talk about them, and you kind of give me your thoughts of what you think could have been done differently, or what's the one that really, really hurt them the most this season. Okay, the first thing that the Cowboy Wire listed was they could have made a better coaching hire. And this one is talking about with the offensive line coach with Mike Solari, that they feel like that they're tracing some of the offensive line issues, problems with the running game. They're tracing to Mike Solari as being the problem with that. That's the first thing they list.
That feels fair to me, does it not?
Yeah, Biotish, I think, regressed this year. Steele coming off the injury as well.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Sure.
it seemed like and when you have 2 guys at guard, and we've talked about this, that were first-team All-Pros, and your tackle was a second-team All-Pro, how could you not run the football better? And I think that is a reflection of your offensive line coach in a way.
I mean, I don't want to be mean, but, you had too many guys on the line that were old and weak, and that can get you actually a pretty good pass protection. They were dang good in pass pro. They just can't run the ball. And I think the organization chose that with how they built the team. But you can't be old at left tackle, weak at center, and weak and injured at right tackle and expect to run the ball well.
Yep, I agree with you. That was number 1. Number 2 is they could have drafted better.
Yeah, it was a bad draft.
Disaster.
I mean, so far, it's looking like a bad draft.
Okay, if you look at ESPN, I believe they did a survey. Well, not a survey, but they ranked.
Yeah, the production.
The production of the 32 teams in their draft class. Dallas was the last when it came to that.
It's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Had a good run. I'm sure they'll get back after it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you have to. I mean, any team. I'd be blown away if I know, like Detroit comes to mind right now as a team that's getting a ton of contributions from rookies.
The Rams did too.
Yeah, the Rams were a team, but
and the Rams hit on mid-round guys.
That's what I'm saying. The Rams, every one of Rams mid-round guys, the Puka Nakuas and those guys. I mean, they hit on like 4 guys that made the all-rookie team out of their class.
Did a fantastic job.
Didn't have a first-round pick. Third thing was the team took too long to feature CeeDee Lamb as their third thing. That
it didn't hurt. It didn't hurt your playoff position.
Say that again now.
Team took too long to feature CeeDee Lamb.
Actually, should have figured out how to run offense without him.
Is that for the season or in the game?
Season.
Oh, okay.
So maybe you could have gotten the 1 seed if you had it done more.
Their thought is what hurts your run is that you didn't win those games, that you didn't feature CeeDee Lamb early in the campaign.
Okay.
That one's going to be last to me.
Okay.
Yeah, because, I mean, you probably would have been 1 and done in the divisional round anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, I would say before that, it took you too long to identify the correct offense for your team.
Right. Yeah.
And then focusing on CeeDee Lamb and targeting him is a part of that, but the entire offense needed to be changed after 5 weeks
as well.
Yeah,
it took forever to get him involved in the offense.
Yep. Number 4, they could have been aggressive at the trade deadline.
Yeah.
So keep that in mind. Could have been aggressive at the trade deadline.
Number 5, they should have let Dak Prescott cook a lot earlier.
Which I think goes back to the CD stuff. I think that's kind of all in the same.
Okay. They could have used Prescott's mobility more is the next one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that.
Yeah, I know he's not fast, but he's very effective.
And then the final one is they should have used different personnel on special teams. And they talk about this with the Sam Williams and all the issues that they had, the penalties and things that they had to deal with.
Sam Williams being a gunner.
Yeah.
Or Tolbert being out there for some of the give-ups on the fake punts.
Exactly. So as we go through these 7, if you had to rank where you would have these in order that caused you the most difficulty or things that you would have done differently, I'll repeat them for you once again.
Well, I'll tell you what, I can give you my top 3 right now, Brian. You could have drafted better. They got cute.
Okay.
I think they started looking at, well, our team is loaded, just like the Cowboys did in 2008 and 2009. And when you do that, it's a trap. And you're like, well, we can get a blocking tight end who doesn't make plays in the passing game, but he's a good athlete. And, this defensive tackle that we're going to change his play style from college. That was bad. That was really some, what do you call that, hubris, Chief?
Yes.
Could have drafted better. Then number 2, could have been aggressive at the trade deadline. They needed linebackers, and they probably needed a center, and used Dak's mobility. I might put Dak's mobility number 1 because I think if they would just commit to that, they could win the Super Bowl still. You have to run the ball one way or another, and they got there without being able to do it with their running backs, and still decided, yeah, we're good with not running Dak. And that sucks because this is football, and you have to have players that are willing to sacrifice. And if at any point your quarterback can't get the job done with his arm and you say, hey, let's run it, and everybody gets awkward like, oh, well, somebody might get hurt, it's time to pick a different sport. I don't get this. Everybody is all in and risking injury every play except the quarterback. It makes no sense to me. If we can't win this game without you running, I'm sorry. But to me, that's bad teammating. If you're not willing to run, I would demand it if I'm Dak. Let me run this freaking ball. My running back can't do it. We got to win this game. My legacy is on the line. Instead, the organization and Dak are having like a competition to see who can be more like long-term responsible. Let's make sure we get knocked out in the wild card every year, Dak. We can't have you going down injured while we're trying to get to the NFC title game this year. We got an appointment losing in the wild card round next year. That's the way I feel about it. Sorry, I held the floor.
No, but if you had to say, what was the one that you think, if the final one that you think really had no bearing on it at all?
Team took too long to feature CD.
Okay.
I think you're right.
They figured it out early.
Ultimately, they got the 2 seed. They were in position. So I think the drafting better is the number 1 for sure because that's really the only way that they team build every year.
Yeah.
They this year they did make the trade for Cooks and Gilmore, but for the most part, they're building their team through the draft. And when you don't hit on that, you're putting so much pressure to make sure, man, we've got a draft class that we're going to get probably 3 players that are productive for us and that are impacting our football team. They failed to get that. I'd probably agree with the Dak's legs. I think you've seen what a difference that can make and that can help open up things. But I'd probably go with the offensive line coach. That was a glaring issue this year. And I wonder, did you see players take a step back? And Brian, you've talked about this. Who's the second most important coach on the team?
Yeah. When you start to talk about the coordinators, give me the offensive line coach. I think that's the one guy you got to get right. You absolutely have to get. Chief, what do you got on yours?
Yeah, I'm with these guys. I think the drafting is certainly the number 1. And then I'm probably to the offensive line coach there. You're telling me if you got a running game Moses up in here that this rushing attack doesn't look better, or one of these guys that's designing the rushing attack for the Niners. Come on, this offensive line. I know you got to replace Biotish, the Terrence Steele thing coming off the injury, but there was a regression there that it's like, okay, I'm sure some of that has to do with the changing of techniques or whatever it is that Solari's implementing here. And there was no, I don't know how much the just creativity in the rushing attack is on your offensive line coach or is it, your run game coordinator or whatever, but there was no nuance to the rushing attack.
Yeah. I think that to me, I like what you're saying about
They could have drafted better. I wish they would have been more aggressive at the trade deadline.
Yeah.
Because I felt like they knew what their team was at that point in time. The draft, you kind of you really don't know about these players. You know, you like
trying to stack up talent, see what you got.
You just kind of see what you got. But when you know that you're deficient in certain areas, and you know they tried to go out and get Shaq Leonard. You know, they tried to sign him. They didn't play the waiver claim. They didn't want the contract, but they knew they had problems at linebacker. And I think it stems all the way back to training camp, where I don't know if Dan Quinn or somebody convinced the front office that they could go light at linebacker and they would be okay.
Yeah.
I don't know who stepped up and said, you know, they played so much dime, like 70% of their snaps were dime packages, and dime packages involve safeties, and that's.
It was a good idea when Leighton Vander Esch and Overshown were around, and Oxnard,
exactly.
and
And Jaron Curse was a good player for you.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that's a guy that's kind of a hybrid linebacker and has size.
Yeah. To me, though, that's the one I look at. My second one is that offensive line coach. You know, there is a reason why you were just not good enough. And is that scheme related stuff? You know, I think you surely have to take a look at that.
There are also huge mistakes. I would add one more, and Chief's been on this one. It's doing contracts with players coming off injury. Pollard, Steele, Gallup.
Yeah, I mean, the Steele one now, hey, you got to just hope that he bounces back next year.
I mean,
the run blocking wasn't even good.
Just in general, like at his best, he was a pretty good run blocker, but still average at best in the pass pro game, and you paid him like a Pro Bowler. You gave him a nice fat contract.
Right.
Because you're willing to settle because you like he's a hard worker.
Yeah.
You know, it's weird, you know, and that sort of like paying guys that you like or paying guys that are pretty good but not great, that gets your ass in trouble. Get into free agency, say goodbye. We love you, but we need a better player. You owe it to your organization, if you really want to win championships, to stop feeling bad that these guys got hurt 2 months before they hit free agency. Oh man, you were all lined up to hit the market. We're going to take care of you. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
If you get hurt here in your last year, we got you, buddy. And it's crushing them on 3 in a row, Brian.
Jim, thank you very much.
No, you got it, man. Thank you. Brian Broaddus, Krusty's Corner, every afternoon, 2:40 here on 105.3 The Fan. When we come back, Chuck, it's time for the NFL news of the day. Where are you taking us?
Ty Nark and what life was like when the Lions won 2 playoff games last. That's next.
Okay, you want to get into Twin Peaks.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having an outstanding day. Hope you're staying dry out there. Wow, and another wet one. Derek Holland talking to Adrian Beltre and the Hall of Fame. Dutch is coming up at 3:20. We'll talk some Rangers baseball with the oven himself. It's time now for the NFL News of the Day. Here's Zach Wolchuk.
Well, we did mention during our headlines, it is official. Brian Johnson's been fired with the Eagles there as their offense coordinator. It's weird. The stuff coming out of Philly is like people aren't really happy on that staff that he's been fired, but yet it was a dysfunctional offense. You had Jalen Hurts apparently audibling. I don't know what's happening there, but Nick Sirianni's going to be sticking around, and now they're looking for 2 new coordinators. So we'll see who they end up hiring. The other news is apparently a former Chargers general manager, Tom Telesco, is going to be the new GM of the Vegas Raiders. Now, I thought this was a brilliant point from our buddy David Hellman, who saw this and said, imagine dog-walking a team so thoroughly that they fire their coach and GM the next day, and then a month later you decide that that GM is the guy that's meant to fix your franchise. And that's exactly what the Raiders are doing. Like, they beat the crap out of the Chargers to where the next day they fired Telesco and Brandon Staley, and now they're saying, you know what? Telesco, you're our guy. Come on over and be our general manager.
Wow. My dear God. The Raiders out-Raidering themselves. That is insane. I hadn't even considered that.
I hadn't either, because I saw people saying like, oh, this is like Daniel Jeremiah, who we respect a lot. Like, this is a good hire, right? Have an experienced GM with a first-year head coach. But when you think about kind of the nuances and exactly how he got fired, does this make sense? I don't know.
Well, the Raiders continue to put the L in the NFL, don't they?
Yeah, they do. Yes, they do.
Jeez, dude.
It's
that
crazy.
is, I had not even considered that. It's not, I mean, even without that, it's like, okay, you hired
What the hell are you doing?
The Chargers general manager. Okay, whatever. But knowing that is crazy. That was the Thursday night beatdown.
Yes.
That was where the Raiders, the week before, had scored like 0 points versus the Vikings, and then came out on Thursday night and put up like a 60 burger.
It's insane.
There's two kind of who's that guys in the NFL when it comes to hiring. The smart teams are finding guys that were intricate pieces of important winning processes. You know, the guys that are kind of like family run, they hire people they like. And you're like, how the hell is Mike Nolan back in the league as a DC? You know,
it seems like the Chargers, though, are getting very close to striking a deal with Jim Harbaugh to be their next head coach. That was Mike Garafolo reporting that. And I also saw another rumor from Pro Football Talk that Pete Carroll was actually trying to make a late push to get the Chargers job. But all signs right now point to Harbaugh wants that job. They want Harbaugh. They've just got to figure out the framework of a deal.
Yeah, and he's you know, the thing about it, they got now his family's involved with the decision. Evidently, I believe his wife has gone along on the second trip here, so she's going to, you know, they're probably going to try and sell her on the idea and talk to her about the things that they need to transition from Ann Arbor out to L.A. and, you know, meet with all the people, the movers and things like that. You always want to get her involved, you know, because she's the one that's going to have to do all the legwork here. But
Los Angeles can really work if you can find some way to beat the traffic. Are you going to live in one of these beach towns and just not go outside the city limits too often? I could live with that.
Their facility, I believe, is on the way. I believe their facility is on the way to like when we go to Oxnard right there. It's not really in like LA proper, I believe. I'm trying to think of where exactly they're located.
Is it Calabasas?
No, I wish it was. Calabasas would be pretty cool to have it, but yeah, that's you know, they're a little bit outside the fray, so that would be probably a good thing for them to be able to deal with.
Maybe you take a page out of the Phil Rivers book, because when the San Diego Chargers became the Los Angeles Chargers,
he was shuffling back and forth.
Phil had like a decked out like limousine, kind of like John Madden cruiser deal, where he was able to get like all his film work. It was like a man cave on wheels sort of deal. So he was able to, while commuting back in, you know, to and from the facility, he was able to, you know, be productive in that time, if you will. So maybe that's in store for the Harbaughs.
I would love that idea. Absolutely.
I want that. I want an RV though, not a limo,
dude.
Yeah.
Like a Winnebago, or like one of these new Mercedes that gets upfitted, like these.
One of those Sprinter vans.
Yeah, the Sprinter vans.
I think that's what they were dealing with.
They could do cool things with these.
Either one of those would work. I think I'd prefer the full Winnebago though. I want to get up and take a walk around, maybe play some Uno. Make a turkey pot pie.
Just for the nostalgia,
Have a
right?
kitchen in
Oh,
there,
yeah.
little bed.
Maybe,
Live in that thing.
Maybe you get crazy, you go all Bills Mafia, and you're lighting tables on fire, and you're leaping off your Winnebago to crash down, and hashtag do your part.
Somebody did text in, maybe Harborough can just get a helicopter back to practice, you go Jones style.
That's
an
true.
option for a lot of people.
Maybe they can just say, you know what, Jim, we got you. You live with it wherever you want. We'll go ahead and pick you up and fly you back. No biggie.
Yeah, if you have no fear.
Is this a surprise? Diana Rossini reporting that former Falcons head coach Arthur Smith has received serious interest from more than 7 teams about joining their offensive staff as the offensive coordinator. He's got options.
If the report was unserious interest, I'd be like, okay, this makes a ton of sense. This might be a what not to do situation, one of those interviews.
I mean, he got fired because he was calling plays in Atlanta, and he just failed to use Bijan Robinson, who they took as a top 10 pick. Kyle Pitts, they didn't get the most out of him.
He was sticking with Desmond Ritter time and time again when he obviously should have gone with the Green Lizard.
I believe there are times, I believe there are coaches that are not fit to be head coaches.
Right.
But are outstanding offensive and defensive coordinators.
I believe that.
And in Tennessee for a couple of those years when Derrick Henry and Tannehill were doing some things, I think Arthur Smith was.
I believe every year that Vrabel went to the playoffs, Arthur Smith was the offensive coordinator. And since he left, they haven't been back.
Yeah.
I just think there are guys that aren't meant to be head coaches.
Yes.
They're really good at standing up in front of the team and game planning and doing these kinds of things. You continually see guys like Bill O'Brien get jobs.
Yeah.
At Ohio State, and you wonder why. Why does he? But to me, that's what I'm saying. Once you're kind of this coordinator guy, you can continually get jobs. But I think that guy was a terrible head coach. Arthur Smith. I think he's a terrible head coach.
Yeah.
But I think he as a play caller, I don't think that's that's his only responsibility.
Right.
I think that whoever hires him, I think is probably going to get a pretty good guy.
Yeah, that's not a face you want being the leader, the face of your franchise outside of your quarterback at your coach. Like Arthur Smith doesn't have the face for it. Arthur Blank should have known that from the jump. That's not the face you can have. He's not commanding a room. He's not galvanizing the troops.
And that's with or without the mustache, right?
Yeah, that's with or without. 100%. Good clarification, Walchuk. Either way, he doesn't have the face for it, but as a play caller, that's
the lip ferret, I should say.
That's the wheelhouse.
We're starting to hear that, though, that the people within the Atlanta organization want nothing to do with Belichick.
Because they're trying to save their jobs.
Wait, is this exclusive?
Because he's going for the full sweep of all responsibilities.
He is not going to let people in that building that don't know what the hell they're doing.
Well, okay, that means he can't let Joe Judge, Fat Patricia, and Josh McDaniels in there.
No, that's and I heard from a very good source that he knew if he came to Dallas, he couldn't have anything that you just said.
Nice.
That he knew that, and maybe he knows. Maybe that won't play in Atlanta.
Yeah, if I'm in Atlanta, I'm negotiating back pretty strong. You kind of need us. I don't see many people beating down the door for you. We're going to go ahead and have our own front office, and we're going to hire an OC. And if that's good enough for you, I'd be happy to have Bill under those circumstances. Yeah. But if my team would hire Belichick and give him GM duties right now, I would be terrified.
Yeah,
miserable.
There's teams that when he got out on the market, there were teams that were absolutely totally against him even coming in because they knew what it would do to their personnel department.
Yeah.
Well, the other coach that's out there that is seeking, or he's drawing interest, I should say, as an offensive coordinator is Chip Kelly. Chip Kelly, back in the NFL as an OC, failed as a head coach with the Eagles and the Niners. Also did not.
Did he get fired at UCLA?
He did. He got fired at UCLA, or he's been at UCLA since 2018, 35-34, including a 25-13 mark in the past 3
years. When did he get fired?
He just did. It was just this offseason, right?
Yeah.
He just got let go from UCLA.
Oh wow, I'm sorry, I didn't know that.
Maybe he's looking to get back in the NFL ranks. I mean, I honestly thought that would work for him at UCLA. I'm surprised he didn't have more success, or he hasn't had more success.
He had a quarterback for 6 years.
Oh, yeah, his quarterback just transferred too. The freshman Dante Moore.
Yeah.
But when he had DTR though, it was a good season.
DTR was like 6 years. Yeah. He had that guy. Yeah.
DTR could play. Yeah, he did have him. Right.
That final year was
he was a 6-year guy there. DTR.
I think I'd be excited about Chip Kelly. He and I was surprised he didn't have more success at UCLA, but his ability to run the football through spreading things out, was really revolutionary and smart. And attention to detail guy. In the right situation with the right quarterback, I think Chip Kelly could light up the NFL still.
And he is still with UCLA, but teams are interested in poaching him.
Trying to hire him away.
Yeah, because I think that I think he might be like last year kind of deal, like Mike McCarthy. Like, dude, they're looking elsewhere.
Okay, so you never see that. You never see
like a guy that's currently employed.
Well, the head coach of a
college,
decent university.
But the writing seems to be on the wall.
Do they usually leave their head coach position to go be an OC?
Just hasn't worked there
in the NFL.
So I don't know. Maybe he won't. I mean, maybe it'll take the right situation.
What, man, there's a lot of coaches in college football that are getting tired of this transfer portal and NIL and all that stuff. It's impossible. I talked to a guy last night at West Virginia that was telling me, he goes, the recruiting, the whole thing with the portal, he goes, your team is just constantly in flux. He goes, and you're constantly having to protect your players from being, and he goes, we don't have the resources that everybody else has. And he goes, we're getting killed because of it. I go, well, is that he goes, it's not an excuse. It's just reality. We have players that are really good players and now I'm having to fight against coaches from other schools coming in and recruit my kids.
Yeah, I thought Chip Kelly would do great in the portal. You don't have to. The knock on him has been recruiting recently.
Yeah,
I thought like in the portal he'll clean up there at UCLA, but who knows? We'll see if he ends
UCLA
up
is a
leaving
hard school
college.
to get into.
That's probably true too. If he ends up leaving college, going back to the NFL, or just stays there in California. Now we've got Hall of Famer Ty Law was on the Dan Patrick Show, and he was talking. He kind of threw his old teammate Mike Vrabel under the bus a little bit here, but drinking, boozing during practice, narc law. Let us know what's up. This is
Did you ever have a sip of anything before you played a game, or halftime, like whiskey or?
No, we did it in practice before. Mike Vrabel used to have the flask, so we all go to Vrabel's and hit the flask, and he had some whiskey or something. But no, I was a coffee guy. You know what I mean? That's about it.
So Vrabel has a flask.
Yes.
And then you go over and take a little.
Yeah, he had everybody else getting a flask. So back then we used to have to drive to practice too. So that's the one thing that the old school, before you see all the beautiful Gillette Stadium in Foxborough. Now we had to get in our car with our shoulder pads on like we were Little League, and everybody driving over there with helmets and shoulder pads on, just being silly. And hell yeah, we was taking drinks in the car. So Coach Parcells, Pete. Yeah, when we were over at the other practice facilities, it was going down on that little 5-minute drive, especially when it was cold outside.
But never a game.
Oh, never a game. Not for me. I've never drank before a game. I couldn't trust it. I had to go out there and cover the fast guys, man. You can't go out there covering Marvin Harrison and Randy Moss, T.O. with alcohol in your system. I mean, I'd be on the wrong end of the highlights.
Just passing that whiskey flask around. And I get it, man. It's chilly out there in New England. They're practicing outside.
Yeah, I think there's definitely some positions I want some whiskey at, though, if I could.
Linebacker might be one.
Yeah, I think linebacker.
But with that,
maybe running back. Someone would really loosen you up. I think you'd be feeling it.
Yeah. If you're,
it'd make you better.
It's not the first time we've heard this. I mean, this is just a practice. We know the Canes were popping some Hennessy shots before the game back in their heyday.
That's true. Man, that is funny though. Vrabel with the flask. I mean, is this something that you're? Did he take a page out of somebody else's book?
Man, I've never been with. I've been with players like Favre, who were like
opioid guys.
Well, they were hungover, so they were kind of still drunk practicing.
Oh, okay.
I would tell you the stories about McMahon and Peterson and those guys.
Yeah,
they we'd come in at 4 or 5 in the morning, and then they'd go practice at 10. So you knew they were still kind of drunk.
Yeah,
but never like drinking on the way to practice.
As far as you know.
Yeah. But it was a short walk.
As far as you know.
It's a walk from the, we didn't have a long drive.
It's a brisk walk with the flask.
Yeah.
It almost sounded like Vrabel had one on the sideline or in his sock or something. You could just kind of get huddled up and pass the flask.
I was like, no, I was a coffee guy.
I
like Ty Law's like a Sean Lee guy, dude.
I know this is not the same thing, but I used to watch Larry Allen play with like a dip. Like a huge dip in his mouth.
Yeah, it's impressive.
Like he would play almost like
that's crazy,
blocking people and all that with this huge, and then probably swallowing half of
just
it,
spitting on straight.
Yeah, it just. Yeah. But he kept the can in his sock while he was just dominating. He'd reach down his sock and pop a dip in, and then go
awesome.
Play.
That's legendary,
right there. It's great.
Last thing
I might put a tiny little upper in while I was hooping back.
But no, he had a monster dip. Like monster dip in there, and he's blocking
fills
it.
Up half of the
and he's chewing. He's swallowing the dip, and it's crazy. Yeah.
Love it. Last bit of NFL news of the day here. The Lions, last time they won 2 playoff games in a postseason, 1957. What was the world like? Well, the inventions, we had bubble wrap, Sweet and Low Sweetener, and the Whopper was invented that year.
To this point,
wing and a miss.
And there we go. And I knew this was coming. You get the Whopper, which is a quality burger.
Hey, maybe in 1957 it was.
You're not going to crap on the Whopper on my watch.
I don't need to.
You're not.
It's crapping on itself enough.
Stop. 1957. It's been around, and you're crapping on it right now.
Yeah, quit crapping on it.
It's not.
I like what you're doing, Brian.
Yeah, it's a quality burger
on it. Yeah. Cost of living, eggs.
It's a quality bad take.
55 cents per dozen. Newspaper was 5 cents. Candy bar was 5 cents. Movie ticket at that time, 62 cents. A house was between $10,000 to $20,000. A pound of white bread, 19 cents. And if you wanted your half gallon of milk delivered, it was just 50 cents to do so.
Those are the days, man. Guy walking around with the glass bottles.
Oh, so they didn't upcharge it like the door dashing and stuff that,
man,
where you get crushed at the end?
They put it on your doorstep. You grabbed it and you went on with your life.
Elvis was just crushing. Top movie was Jailhouse Rock, featuring Elvis Presley. You also had The Bridge on the River Kwai.
Oh, that's a good
Old
one.
Yeller. And then your top song was All Shook Up by Elvis.
Sir Alex Guinness, I think.
Amazing.
Why?
Great year. What a time to be alive. Also, Steve Harvey was born that year.
Right on. We'll check. Is this a new bit we're doing here? New benchmark daily?
Yeah. Well,
this day in history?
Maybe we can do that.
I like it.
Well, when you have historical,
if the Lions keep winning playoff games, I'm sure we'll be able to find some of these.
Yeah. I mean, you're going back. You said 1957.
1957.
Jeez, man. Yeah, you got to honor something like that. When it's more than 50 years when it occurs, that feels like even more than a blue moon situation.
Amazing. Congratulations to the Lions.
On a Lulu blue moon.
Hey, speaking of things that haven't happened in a long time, Embiid last night with 70. Ooh. That was just incredible.
Was it the anniversary of Kobe going for 80 last night?
I didn't hear that.
I think Kobe
had 81.
81.
Yeah. Yes.
I think it was the anniversary
yesterday
of
in history.
Yeah.
9th player ever to reach 70 or more. It was a big night in the association. I think that's about to go viral. Now these guys are watching that. They're like, "Watch what I do tonight, Mom. This is going to be amazing."
Look,
okay,
if the Spurs are in town, go for it.
Right? Derek Holland talking Adrian Beltre in the Hall of Fame. Some Rangers offseason discussion with the Oven coming up next. If you're looking to lower your car payment here, listen up. D&M Leasing can make it happen for you. The people at D&M Leasing want you to know they've been doing just that for their clients for nearly Continues right here on your home of the World Series champs, as Adrian Beltre expected to be announced into the Hall of Fame tonight. His former teammate Derek Holland joining us. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. And a good afternoon, Dutch. How the heck are you?
I'm doing good. How are you guys doing?
Oh, we're doing great. You know, just looking to reminisce about Adrian Beltre and talk about what's going on with you here. Now, when you were playing along with Adrian Beltre, did you know this dude's a Hall of Famer?
I mean, I felt like he was somebody that could be. I was still new to the organization, or not the organization, but the big leagues, but still feeling out guys like him. Seeing what they're capable of. I've seen how good he performs. I know he had a couple of injuries, that held him back in some of the seasons with Boston. So it was like this guy could be the potential to be a Hall of Famer, or he's going to be a guy that just, might not be. He's going to be really, really good, but he's not going to be the guy that's a Hall of Famer. And it turns out that dude was a Hall of Famer, no doubt about it.
And he was amazing. I remember when he came over, I think I even had the opinion on the show, like, this guy's had a full career already, and we're paying him like he's in his prime. I was, pleasantly surprised that he was able to continue to dominate well into his 30s. What was it like for you guys in the clubhouse when such a significant figure arrives? What were those first impressions like for you?
Man, it just boosts the confidence of what's going on in the clubhouse. It makes you think, or makes you know that the owners are going out there getting guys. I mean, a great example, not to take anything away from Beltre right now, but look at what happened. The Rangers go out and they get Montgomery, they get Scherzer. The spirits lift even more when you get guys like Beltre's nature to come and join the team, because you know what they can bring to the table. That's the main thing.
Dutch, that was really Michael Young's clubhouse, though, right? When it seemed like to me that he was taking he was the leader in that place and all that. Was that a different fit for Beltre, the way he came in and all that? How did that dynamic work?
Well, I mean, it was definitely Michael Young's clubhouse. He was El Capitan for sure. But then you get a guy like Beltre, who's also another guy that has those same leadership qualities. So it's like you got two captains in one in that clubhouse. He definitely took control over the Latin guys. Nothing against Michael Young, but maybe his Spanish is not that great to help out when it comes to helping the Latin players. So that's where a guy like Beltre gets to step in, and being able to have more than one leader is huge. And that clubhouse felt that presence every time with both guys in there. So we definitely had some great leadership qualities with guys like Beltre and Michael Young.
How's your Spanish?
It's muy bueno.
Ah, there we go. What was the relationship like, getting to watch and see Elvis and Adrian form such a unique and special bond, and then also pitching while they're just kind of goofing around behind you?
I think, in my opinion, Elvis was a key helper in keeping Beltre out there going and performing the way he is. You get a young guy like him that's challenging him every day and pushing him. I think Elvis deserves a lot of credit, too, to help out with the longevity of Beltre. I mean, we know what he's capable of. We've seen what he can do and everything, but I think the goofiness and the looseness that Elvis brought to the table helped create more energy with Beltre. And, it's kind of like getting you have an old dog, and when things aren't going well and that dog could be closer to its time of death, the young dog comes in and it gives that puppy or that older dog that extra energy. So felt like that was one of the things that I noticed with Beltre and Elvis is just the way that Beltre would try to keep up with what Elvis was doing, and it definitely kept him going. And, I mean, having those two on the left side, there was nothing getting by them, but watching their personalities and how they play and perform, it was awesome. I mean, as a pitcher, I knew anything was going to get taken care of on the left side, but at the same time, when a pop fly would go up and the cameraman can't even tell which guy to look at, that was the only thing that would make you question a little bit.
Hey, Dutch, okay, the rumor is that Beltre played without a cup. Is that lack of brains or really quick hands?
That is just trusting your own abilities. That's something I would definitely not do. I definitely pitch with the cup on. Hopefully one day I can get to have some kids down the road.
Yeah.
Beltre had already taken care of that, so I don't think he was too concerned with trying to have more kids, but he also knew that his hands were going to take care of it and keep him from getting hit in the pelota region.
Yes.
Nice Spanish.
There you go.
What made Adrian so good as a defensive player, and what was it like knowing that a hard hit shot down that line, as compared to having another third baseman in the game?
Man, what makes Beltre so good is he trusted himself. He knew his range. He knew his limits, and if there was anything that was going to be going his way, he was definitely going to give you everything he had on every single play. I mean, there was times you would watch him a slow roller and you'd be like, no chance anybody's getting that. And then next thing you know, here comes Beltre flying in and literally floating and throwing it complete dime right to the chest. I mean, it was incredible what he did. And the one thing that cracked me up one time I'll never forget, I mean, I've got a lot of stories with him, but somebody hit an absolute piss missile over to third base and he caught it, got the ball, whatever, and after they threw it around, he gave it back to me. He goes, "Hey, throw that pitch again. That's the exact pitch you should be throwing. That was a great one." After just getting destroyed.
Did you ever get in a situation where you didn't think he was going to get to a ball and then you got in the way of his throw? Like, pitchers.
Oh, no.
Pitchers are always like, it seems like you guys are always in that uncomfortable no man's land situation where you don't know whether to dive on the ground. Do you have a feeling that every time the ball goes that way, you need to dive on the ground when it's going his direction?
There'd be times where you'd have a bunt, it could be a bunt play or something along those lines. And I'd be running down towards, to get the ball or whatever, but then I'd see him charging in hard. So my immediate reactions were, as soon as I see him, just lay out.
Yeah, lay out. Yeah.
That's all you can do. So I would just dive and hit the deck and make sure that, one, I wasn't in his running path, or two, his throwing path, so I don't get a concussion.
So once you got to know him and then you leave the Rangers and you got to face him, what was that experience like, and what was the scouting report on him?
Man, I've already faced him beforehand, so we'd already talked smack to each other before. And, going up against him, you just want to kind of keep him off balance. That was my main thing, is just I got to brush him off the plate. Don't let him get too comfortable. But, man, we'd have some battles, but I'd constantly just be talking smack with him back and forth. It was just kind of how it goes. I mean, everybody that I've played with and then I end up playing against, you get up to the batter's box and I'm literally talking to you as you're there, which catches a few of the guys off guard, because it's like, this dude's literally talking to me right now and he's supposed to be throwing strikes. And it was something that I liked because I already knew my game plan. I knew what I was going to do going in. So it was just kind of a matter of going from there and executing the pitches.
Dutch, but his strike zone was like in the dirt. Like he'd like go to one knee and like cricket the ball out the outfield. Well, how do you pitch against a guy whose strike zone literally is on top of the plate?
Well, I mean, that's the thing, is you got to be very careful with him. It's kind of like facing Vladdy. Vladdy was the same way.
Yeah.
If you threw anything down on the ground, he could get it. Same thing with Beltre, is he could literally golf, a golf ball out. So, I mean, you just got to make your pitches and not give him, hopefully, something that he can just tattoo. But on the other side of it, it's such a cool thing to sit and see. Like you were talking about, you see a guy swing and he drops down to a knee and it's a home run.
Yeah.
He did that for us in the World Series.
Sure.
Which was pretty incredible.
It's Derek Holland here with you on 105.3 The Fan, talking about Adrian Beltre, who's going into the Hall of Fame tonight. I remember him hurting his back, and they needed him to play against the Blue Jays, and they didn't think he was going to play, and he did, and he gutted it out. But that's not his greatest gut-out moment of all time. It is actually a no-cup, 09.
Yeah.
He fields a ball that took a direct hop and crushed his right testicle.
Oh.
Beltre suffered a crushed testicle in 2009, a couple of years before he comes to the Rangers. stayed in the game, scored the winning run in the 14th inning.
What?
Yeah. What was the toughest thing you've ever seen him do, Dutch?
The hardest thing for me was the back thing. I knew how much, the game meant. And you see a guy like him, this is what kind of inspired a lot of the young guys like myself, is you see a guy like him playing through injuries, and you want to go out and play through injuries. And what kills me sometimes is the injuries that he was playing through, those players can play through that. But a guy like me, you can't play through a shoulder injury. If, I'm required to throw 100 pitches a game, that was one of the things that killed me is sometimes I would try to do too much because of seeing what a guy like him did that inspired me. So it would hurt. And then you see a guy like him now, that day it was in Toronto, he's trying to play through his back injury. And when you see tears coming from his eyes, he's in true, he was in pain, but this was he's doing everything he possibly can to stay in that game. And he tried. He did everything he possibly could. He didn't want to come out. They had, Bannister go out there and get him and Prince. And, that was probably one of the hardest things to watch is somebody so great trying and giving everything he had to play through an injury to be taken out in a game that, it means everything to us. This could be a clinching time to come back to Texas after, hopefully we were going to beat Toronto at that time. And it just sucked to watch that. So to me, that was probably one of the hardest things to watch is a great like him playing through his back injury and not being able to stay in the game. And he was trying as hard as he could to stay in there.
So Dutch, are you saying as a pitcher, you'd rather deal with the testicular explosion as opposed to a shoulder injury?
No, I don't want my beanbag swelling up like that. I got to make sure I take care of that.
That has to be the most impressive thing I've ever heard. That's the day he became a Hall of Fame lock.
Yes.
Wait, we don't need to see anything else after that.
Scored the winning run.
You're a different breed. Yeah, you're
Head first slide.
Let's get your bust ready, bro. That's incredible.
He was definitely running the bases like he had elephantitis right there. So that's a tough one to do.
Yeah, that was heroic. How's your off season going after the Tommy John that interrupted your comeback last spring, Derek?
Man, it's going good. I'm anxious to see what's going to happen. I'm at 75 feet right now. Top speed is supposed to be 69, giggity. So we're trying to see what we can do there. We're going to see what the arm's made of. But at the end of the day, I'm at the point to where, if I come back, cool, maybe I'll go over to Japan, maybe I stay here. I don't know what the case is, but at the end of the day, I just want to be able to coach and help kids out or get into TV and being able to cover the Rangers or wherever it may be. Obviously I would love and give anything that I could to possibly be back with the organization that, I started everything with and all the love that I have here in Texas and the fans here. I would just give anything to just be a part of that. But whatever comes next, I'll be ready for that challenge.
Hey, Dutch, does this need to be Kyrie's team? Is Luka? What's the situation there?
Man, I need to just take you to a game and we can just sit there and pick them apart together. But it's been wild to watch. I mean, last night was a tough one. You're going up against the best in the East, and that's just you want to see what you got. You always want to see where you are at that time. That was a good test for them, and to be honest, I just don't think they're where they think they are.
Yeah, I think you're right about that.
Are you going to come to Vegas with this dude? Walchuk already said you can crash with us, man.
I mean, if I have to, I will.
Perfect. Let's do this.
You don't have to, force me. I'll just go out there.
Okay, well, that's good news. We're going to be doing just like an inordinate amount of smelling salts in Vegas.
We got the hookup, bro.
Is that just a football thing, or do baseball players or smelling salts? Is that all sports, or does that feel like just a football thing?
Those ammonia caps.
I'm good on the smelling salts. I'm more of a give me my dry powder. And when I say the dry powder, sorry, I want to make sure it's the pre-workout we're talking about.
Okay. Okay.
I'm a dry scooper. I can do that.
Wow.
So yeah.
It's like the Micah Parsons C4. Remember the C4 game?
Have you ever puked after that, or you usually just go?
No, that's the thing that cracks me up is I would do so. Usually I'll do about 2 scoops a game, and usually you're supposed to do about 1. And I would do 2 scoops a game and play, no problem, no throwing up, none of that. Just I was literally just cracked out of my mind out there on the field.
It's beautiful, man.
It's amazing.
I love the way you paint that picture. Now, but the smelling salts. What about for other players? Like, is that in a baseball clubhouse, or is that just not really? It is.
Yeah, you'd see some guys doing it in between, getting ready to go up for an at bat. Maybe they just kind of felt maybe a little drowsy or something. It's like, all right, let me just take this. And man, you can tell when they hit it because the eyes just light up, and it's go time, baby.
I'm alive.
That's awesome.
Hey, Dutch, is your crying offensive coordinator going to be the next head coach? at Michigan?
You guys better off without Deshaun Watson?
Broadus, that's a passionate thing right there. I mean, when you do something cool, you should understand that crying is okay. It's okay to love your
I just
team
was
and
curious
your
if your crying offensive coordinator was going to be the next head coach. That's what my question was.
No, I get that. I just wanted to point that out. And, it doesn't matter who the next coach is. Ohio State still can't figure us out. We've already got a coach that's experienced. Ohio State beat Ryan Day. Sorry about it.
Yeah.
Help them stay 15-0, I think it is, whatever they did. I mean, who cares? They're still winning.
Yeah.
I'm excited, but I don't know. I think I heard you guys talking about it earlier as I was driving home. Yeah, I think Harbaugh's going to go to the Chargers for sure.
Yeah,
that would be 100% there.
Yeah.
I would see maybe Mike Hart being the possible Michigan coach.
Oh, the old running back.
Okay,
Yeah.
Mike Hart.
Yeah. A good player.
Yeah, I saw him in
Oh,
person.
yes, he was.
Appreciate you, Dutch. We got to run. Enjoy all the rest of this baseball offseason. Maybe we'll see you in Vegas.
Yes, sir. You guys don't have to run. Just walk. It's okay, but thank you for having me as always.
Cheers, buddy. There he goes. Derek Holland
Always
with you here on your home of the World Series champion Texas Rangers. A 2-scoop guy. That's legendary if you ask me. Sounds like taking your life into your own hands.
I'd say so.
He's a crazy person.
He is a crazy person.
We got
A lot of fun, though.
the C-Note coming up at 4 o'clock. Cowboys news of the evening. A lot of recent headlines, but a rim session next, Chief?
Yes, sir. The most uninspired 60 burger of all time next year in the nation. But let's get you over to Terrell Platinum.
Why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods and more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. So why go anywhere else, people? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax and enjoy the difference.
We have mock drafts. We have Peter King talking about the owner. C-Notes coming up at 4 o'clock. Chief with your rim session.
Here we go, folks. We cut the lights out. We put the kids to bed. The G-Bag Nation's going all 56 inches around that rim.
Rain dance.
Rain dance.
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when Broadus has a confused look on his face before we dive into a rim sesh.
You say mock drafts?
We do.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right.
Now, don't get all horny about giving us a 5-minute scouting report. We're going to talk opinions.
Okay.
Coming up at 4.
All right.
But,
tune in for my 7-minute opinion on players.
Yeah. There you
Top
go.
of the hour.
This is the horny segment.
Fire and brimstone.
This is it.
I'll tell you why you need this player, Dawson.
Man.
Listen to me.
Yeah.
I think Walchuk's going to get us a couple of running backs, guys, and we're not going to have to spend a first or second round pick.
I don't think so.
Look at that. We're going to be okay, folks. We're going to be okay.
Wow.
And at some point today, we will unveil the details on the good news at running back. You don't have to overpay for one in free agency who's old and washed up, and you don't have to draft one in the first or second round, even if that guy's a Longhorn off an ACL. Man, I'm excited about that.
Just give me above 5'11" and above 215 pounds would be great.
Man, we had so much greatness.
Take a 5'9", 215.
I don't think so. Blake Corum?
No, my guy at Missouri.
I think both. So 5'9",
We'll see his 40 time.
I got to watch him still.
Man,
both my guys are one's
God.
5'10", I think the other's 5'11".
Brooks. Jonathan Brooks. I wish Jonathan Brooks.
I like Jonathan Brooks a lot.
Yeah, didn't hurt his knee. I'm
Just
sorry.
a
Go
bummer
ahead
with the injury.
Go ahead with your basketball.
But yeah, let's
take.
go rimming.
Yeah.
No, it's all good, man. If you guys want to bring the running backs into the rim sesh too, then fine. Just completely disrespect everything I got going on here, man. Last night was pretty special in the association.
Watching tape. Oh, what?
You had, unfortunately, of course, the Mavs lost to the Celtics.
On the
and
second night of a back-to-back. He
Yeah.
had 7 days rest.
Well, the Celtics they are legit. They are legit, even without Porzingis. And what Jaylen Brown and what Jason Tatum were doing last night, and the disrespectful move, Jaylen Brown forcing Luka to touch earth at one point defensively.
Well,
that was ugly.
I think Luka got a little upset. They played the replay of it in the arena.
Yeah, and okay, I'm glad you said that because Tim Hardaway Jr. was
You said, why are we playing that S?
yeah, like get that S off the screen,
Yeah.
kind of deal. And after the game, even Jaylen Brown, he
was surprised.
He was surprised. They asked him about it, like, yeah, that they put the replay of your crossover. It was up on the Jumbotron, even though it was a Mavs home game, and you're the road player who just did the disrespectful thing. And he responded like, "Wait, they played it? They played it here?" And then he says this. See if you guys agree with this one. Somebody needs to get fired if they did that. That's crazy. That's from an NBA player.
I think
how does that happen in your home arena?
About it too.
How does that happen in your home arena? Why would somebody want to show up Luka in the home arena? He's got a bad attitude. He's a D word to everybody. I keep trying to tell people this. Guy is a D word to everybody. He needs to grow up. He's going to waste his talent being an a-hole. Wow. How about that?
The D in Doncic stands for D word.
Yep.
Well, we had some greatness last night.
Doesn't like anybody.
We got a couple of games that need to be addressed. I will just announce the fact that Milwaukee has fired their coach, Adrian Griffin, and it looks like Doc Rivers is going to be the next man there. Okay, that's like really the news of the day. But last night we had a couple of things. So when you look at the sounds of the evening, I want to start in Charlotte, where it's the Hornets versus the Timberwolves. And I know Karl Anthony Towns is the headliner, but we got to have a discussion about this Hornets broadcaster. He is the voice of the Hornets. I don't even know his name, but he had two great moments last night. I believe this first clip is the greatest call of a free throw of all time. Like maybe one of the most boring things in all of sports is just a generic free throw situation. Listen to this Hornets broadcaster call this free throw.
He's never made a free throw as a pro, but he has now. I love leaking.
Okay, so he's in his bag there, almost as much as Karl Anthony Towns is in his, the opposing player for the Timberwolves. He's going for 44 in the first half. He's getting all the buckets. He ends up scoring 60-plus points last night. And at one point, he's like on a heater in the second quarter, and he's just going back to back to back. And here is one of those shots where it's Karl Anthony Towns, big 7-footer behind the three-point line. He's pulling up for a shot, and the Hornets broadcaster, listen to him like you can hear the homer in his voice.
38. No! You're kidding!
As Karl Anthony Towns drops his 44th first half point on the Hornets dome. But the best part to me about this game was afterwards. After you had Karl Anthony Towns and the Timberwolves and Cat scores 60-plus points, and of course the Timberwolves lose the basketball game, which makes it for an unhappy T-Wolves head coach Chris Finch, not happy with anything that took place tonight. I don't care if Karl Anthony Towns scored all the points. He's not happy with his team. Did they disrespect the sport? Let's find out from Coach.
It was an absolute disgusting performance of defense and immature basketball. All the way through the game. So it really didn't slip away. It had been there from the jump. So this is what happens when you have this type of approach. Now, obviously, we're going to try to feed a hot hand, look for a hot hand, but at some point, we got to get back to making the right play. We got to get back to doing the right, got to get back to things. That's just, like I said, there's a lot of ways to be immature. There's always a lot of ways to be immature. And there was a lot of immature performances here throughout the roster. We totally disrespected the game ourselves. And we got exactly what we deserved. So,
Chris, did you also see, did it turn into Karl trying to hunt like a big number?
Yeah, but for a while, it was going. But, down the stretch, you got, kind of dried up for us. But, yeah, so.
He was just so hot. There's something weird going on here. I didn't watch the game, so.
He had the opportunity, by the way.
He had a very efficient 62 points. Yeah. If you want to talk about the other players, I'm going to leave Karl Anthony Towns out of this. You were 21 of 35, including 10 of 15 from downtown. Yes, keep shooting in the fourth. Hunt more looks. You're having the night of your life. Now, defensively, I don't know what the hell happened. 128 points giving up, guys. Let's go ahead and help out our dudes. I don't know. Maybe there's something else that we're, not privy to quite yet, Chief.
Yeah, that's a good point. On the other end of the spectrum, you had Joel Embiid going for 70.
What a night.
Yeah.
Versus the Spurs. Before the game, Greg Popovich was asked how the Spurs would be intending to guard Joel Embiid. Oh. His response was, quote, "I don't think it matters what we do. I can give you some BS if you want, though." And then, of course, Joel Embiid went out and did what he did. And it was certainly a special evening for him. And after last night, Joel Embiid is now averaging 36 points per game and shooting 54% from the field. And since the merger we've seen one season of a player doing that, and that is Michael Jordan in 1987.
Jordan.
So Joel Embiid getting it done in a huge way, and his coach, I don't think, was as upset about his performance as the T-Wolves coach was.
These selfish, immature guys going for 60 and 70. I mean, what do they think they are, the hot hand?
It could be
Nick Nurse.
It could be
putting on a show for the crowd.
tough.
What, you like that crowd cheering for you? Is that why you want to shoot again? You want to make them cheer?
Yeah.
Very selfish.
Good news for Mavs fans, we mentioned earlier, but WFA is going to be carrying like 10 of the Mavs regular season games moving forward. So that's definitely a local victory. And Kevin Durant had a buzzer-beating bucket last night that was a swish where he pump fakes, and like while he's in the air, he pump fakes and then goes again. It was like a double clutcher, boom, swish, victory. So
Get yourself
congrats
in
to
that
him.
GOAT conversation, KD.
There you go, KD.
Man, what a week he's having. Okay, C-No, will the Cowboys consider these two extreme courses of action? We have mock drafts and what Peter King says about the owner and some more NBA chatter coming up to you at 4:40. I'll give you the top trade rumors involving your Mavericks right now. That's all coming up in the 4 o'clock hour here in the Nation.
Miss any show segments? Tisk. But fear not. You can go back and listen to our bad shows, and it's easier than ever on the Odyssey app. Check it out.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Love the NFC Championship matchup between the Niners and Detroit. And, of course, one of the big storylines is, will Deebo Samuel go or not? But if we don't know whether or not he'll go, we do know that that's just going to open the floodgates once again for people saying that Brock Purdy can't win without Deebo. What is with all the Brock hate anyway? What has this dude ever done to deserve so much trolling? I'm Jim Rome.
What does it feel like to file with TaxSlayer and get your guaranteed maximum refund? It feels like the last level of a video game, facing off against the final boss who stands between you and your refund.
All your refund is belong to me.
Using the power of TaxSlayer like a secret power-up he doesn't see coming.
Only the most tax-confident can defeat me.
Throwing your laptop at his video game face and watching him crumble into a giant pile of shiny coin tax refunds.
Oh, not fair. You use TaxSlayer.
Start for free and get your guaranteed maximum refund. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hey, Tolos, it's Jane Slater here with the NFL Network. The new year brings new benefits, and it's the perfect time to get in for a teeth cleaning with Kissable Dental to start 2024 off fresh. What I love about Kissable Dental is the fact that it's always pain-free, and they handle all the insurance and paperwork for you. There's no upsell or surprise fees because they have that no-bill guarantee. To claim your free teeth whitening kit, book online at KissableDental.com. KissableDental.com. The Kissable journey starts today.
Find new roads to family-owned and family-run Huff Finds Chevrolet Plano and Huff Finds Chevrolet Louisville. And buy with confidence knowing both locations are J.D. Power dealers of excellence for the customer sales experience, and Huff Finds is the Consumer's Choice Auto Group of the Year for the 15th consecutive year. For more, please visit HuffFindsChevroletPlano.com and HuffFindsChevroletLouisville.com.
Hi there, it's Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. This time of year, cold temps can hit out of nowhere. And if you're dealing with a furnace issue or a breakdown, I recommend you call the On-Time Experts. They'll be at your home same day, or the service and diagnostic fee is free. And you'll love the fact that their technicians are there to fix your system and not try to sell you stuff you don't need. Go to theontimeexperts.com and set your appointment time today. Theontimeexperts.com, the choice of the Consumer Team.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with things I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of the disease called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, straight lines seem wavy, like when looking at a door frame. For others, blurry or missing spots can make it hard to read or see loved ones' faces. Many have trouble seeing in low light, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you've been diagnosed with AMD and notice vision changes, don't wait. Talk to your eye doctor about GA today. Learn more at GAWon'tWait.com. That's GAWon'tWait.com.
Gavin Dawson here, and as you know, I love food, chips, wings, pizza. And naturally, I love having the best dips on hand, and that's involved making them in the past. But I don't have to anymore. Just discover Daisy Sour Cream now makes French onion and ranch dip, has game-changing flavor, even better than if I'd made my dips from scratch at home. No added other junk either. Try it yourself, you'll see, and you'll agree. The taste is amazing. So addictive, I can't stop eating them.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Go low, baby.
KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic afternoon and staying dry as best you can, staying warm. As we got a good Cowboys topic right here, good Cowboys segment, the C-Note, the Cowboys news of the evening. Topic we teased overnight and into the morning. We know that an all-in move, a more of an all-in move that we've seen from these Cowboys in maybe a decade and a half, is in the best interest of the team, right? That's what you need to do right now. If you're going to keep this team around, you need to push a lot of salary into now, borrow from the future, break out your salary cap credit card, and go on a shopping spree, try to make this happen. Okay, we all know that. Don't need to rehash it. The question is, will they try to do that? How much hope would that give you? And I want to believe, gentlemen, that because they are essentially running it back, that's the only thing they could do. Last year, they knew the fan base was on the ropes. So what did they do? They made 2 trades, Cooks and Gilmore. And, it kind of got us excited, made us think it's probably different. Season started, they knew it sucked, so they changed the offense a little bit. They're scrambling. They're doing everything that's still within the confines of their overall team building strategy and philosophy to try to get it done. I think this year might have broke them. And now they're realizing that we're going into the final year of Mike McCarthy and Dak Prescott's contract. Let's see what happens. This came up because Dave Hellman, longtime Cowboys cover reporter, he tweeted about the Cowboys' options with Dak, and he said, not a single path forward looks appealing. But of the options available, I'd say you either push every chip in the middle and get borderline reckless with it, or you start looking for an exit strategy right now in 2024. I'm up for either one. I just want to believe the Cowboys won't do the status quo on us again, guys. What do you think about how realistic this new all-in talk is?
I don't find it to be. It's hard for me to buy into it. I mean, I'll be blown away if they do a all in anything other than just going, once again all in on Dak and giving him the long-term contract. But otherwise, no, I expect things to remain relatively status quo. This is what they're going to do. It's going to look like a very similar offseason as we've seen in the past.
Yeah, I mean, I think that they're. Maybe it's trying to be optimistic, spin it in any way positive, because they're going to run it back with the coaching staff and with the quarterback. So the only other way to sell to the fan base is like, all right, hey, we're going to be more aggressive this offseason. We're going to attack free agency. We're going to try and go out there, maybe make some big trades, whatever it might be. But it's like, man, I got to see that to believe it. They did a good job, I think, last year with the trades. But it was also trades in which they gave up low picks, and those teams ate a good chunk of the salary. So they were trades made on their terms. It's not like they were overly aggressive in any way.
I think it's a triple-edged sword what they've, talked themselves into. You never really build a great team. You're never picking in the top 5 back-to-back years where you could get a blue-chip quarterback and tackle and edge or Sauce Gardner. You can't get those kind of corners in the draft. And you're essentially building through the draft, trying to find all pros while mostly picking in the 20s. This team building strategy might be the worst strategy in any sport right now going, because of how it puts you on a hamster wheel to nowhere. You're doing a lot of work, you're running hard, you look good, and boy, you kind of appear to be like you're really running the race. You ain't running the race, man. And you're not using any of the tools that the champions are using to push your team over the top.
If you're Mike McCarthy, do you demand that they try and help you? Like, okay, I get it. You're making me coach in the last year of my deal. But how about help me a little bit? How about go out and try and spend more money, or go out and get more players, or go out, don't just, we sit around here and rely on the draft. That's fine. I win you 12 damn games the last 3 years.
I hope Mike's honest.
I think I would. I think if I'm Mike McCarthy, I'm like, fine, you want me to coach my last year here without a contract, then okay.
I hope we have that, Mike.
Yeah.
It might be job-saving Mike, though. I want another 5 years and $25 million so I can stuff my kids' trust funds even more.
Yeah, he
going Walt White on this.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. He don't need the cash. That his wife is. Don't worry about that.
Okay.
But the thing about the
kids are already stuffed. Don't worry about that.
All right.
Yeah, I'm just but you're not wrong. But if I'm Mike McCarthy, I'm like,
he said his family needs football. They don't need it for the money.
Well,
they just need it for the football.
They just need it for the football.
Yeah.
Mike, they're fine. They're honestly fine.
Maybe they'll get a pro bono deal worked out.
Yeah, but to me, if I'm Mike McCarthy,
sounds like wife's got something going on too.
She's very successful. See, the thing about it is, to me, I don't quite get it, because if you're going to let him coach the last year, but you're not going to do anything, then you might as well have fired him. You might as well just.
But then you would have had to pay him
$5 million or $7 million.
It's a lot of money to Jerry.
Okay, yeah, he's worth $9 billion.
Yeah, for some reason he's worried about $5 or $6 mil.
But that's
only pairs his cheerleaders $20,000 each.
Okay, I totally
show a little appreciation for the people that help make you great. But he looks at everything like, I'm going to maximize my leverage over you. I don't care how little you are.
He does not want you to feel comfortable. That is true.
Yeah.
He does not want that as the case. But if I'm Mike McCarthy, I'm kind of like, listen, fine. You want to get us over the hump? Go get me some more players. Go spend some money beyond what we're doing in free agency. Or like trading and drafting.
Yeah, let's go all in, baby.
Yeah.
Let's go. Here's what the winning teams do. Here's how we build teams. I think it's going to take a really powerful leader, one that's not afraid of getting fired. And maybe Mike McCarthy is just that guy right now.
I would take that chance.
Yeah, you got to go in there and be like, dude, I know you're going to fire me if we don't win. Here's something you got to know before you fire me.
Yeah.
The way that you're building a team is not good enough. And unfortunately,
not to help us get through the playoffs.
You can try to draft great every year, and maybe that can keep you in the playoffs. But if you want to finish this thing and actually get to the Super Bowl, I saw the same thing happen in Green Bay for 13 years. We won one.
Yeah.
Everything came together perfect, and Aaron Rodgers kept us close. But even with Aaron Rodgers, a significantly better quarterback than Dak, maybe not in the leadership department, but better. Yeah. We couldn't even get back and do it with this strategy of drafting and holding. So please, let's go ahead and go for this. And that's your hope, that this season could be different. And, maybe Jerry looking at the fan base and wanting to give us something to be excited about. If it's not the coach, if it's not a new quarterback, what could it be? An amazing draft, I think, is, though I'm with Eric, an amazing draft is our hope for this team getting over the top. And on that note, we're going to take a look at a mock draft here. I'm going to go to Bucky Brooks, Wolchuk. He's got the Cowboys taking Tyler Guyton, Oklahoma tackle, senior.
Seen that one before.
Says Cowboys must prepare for Tyron's eventual departure. Here's my thought, though, real quick. If the Cowboys were willing to keep Tyron this last year, why wouldn't they be again?
Right.
Right. That's exactly
for sure.
Right. Yeah.
I have no expectation that they're going to be the one to make the move to say, hey, we're done with you. Mm-hmm. If Tyron Smith is not a Cowboy, it's just because he decided himself he wanted to retire.
He's only 33 years old.
Yeah.
I mean, he could have 3 or 4 more good years in him. And he appears like he's willing to do an incentive deal where it's based on games played.
Sure.
If I'm his agent, I'm like, wow, that's really nice of you. You've probably given this organization $50 million of value over the last decade. But if this is where you want to be and you're not worried about optimizing your money, hey, this is It's actually a blessing for the Cowboys because the quality of play you got there in the free agent market, at least with Pass Pro, that's a $20 million player. And he's going to do it for 10 again, probably on a per-game basis. So I think it'd be foolish to turn that down if you're the organization.
Yes, yeah. You just can't put all of your left tackle eggs in that Tyron Smith basket.
No.
It can't be. It's okay when Tyron Smith's not available. We have a Doga. It's got to be something much better than that. And maybe that's somebody they draft this year. Maybe that's Tyler Smith. I don't know what the situation is. I know Broadus is not going to be excited about Mr. Guyton, the guy that Bucky Brooks just handed us.
I think he's the right tackle. If you're trying to replace Tyron Smith, this guy's a right tackle. That's kind of where I'm at on that.
Let's replace Steele. If you're the right kind of athlete, I'm for it.
I mean, he played both left and right tackle there. I mean, maybe an offensive line coach looks at him and it's like, man, I can do a lot with this. But overall, I'm with you. I mean, it's just some sloppy technique there. It's weird because it seems like they drafted the Tyron replacement with Tyler.
Yeah.
But now with how good he's played at left guard, it's like they don't want to move him. That's their left guard.
Yeah.
So maybe you do need to draft a tackle, and this would be a good tackle draft to do it.
If you had the right center, the combination of Tyron, Tyler, and an awesome center could really blow things
Give me
open.
the center first out of this whole deal we're talking about.
I
agree, dude.
I love it.
I'm even to the point now where if you don't want to do anything with Tyron they want to move on from Tyron, the best option they honestly can have, draft a center, move Bassin at left guard, and then play Tyler Smith at left tackle.
Okay.
That would make your team a lot better.
I mean, when you think about the best offensive lines over the years, one with the Cowboys, Travis Frederick, monster, and then it's been the Eagles lately, and it's Jason Kelsey, monster, center, and then right now with Detroit and Frank Ragnow and what he does there as the center. And when he's not there, I mean, it is almost like he should be in the MVP running. The offense for Detroit is a completely different offense when their center is not healthy and available. So the importance of that is just through the roof.
With more on this C-note, maybe another mock draft and some Peter King content. Here's Wolchuk.
Yeah, so Peter King was kind of alluding to a similar deal here where the Cowboys just seem surprisingly passive in this championship chase. Now, again, we are hearing that inside the walls of the Star, there is definitely more of a sense of urgency. Like they're realizing
with their words, but not with their actions.
Yeah,
obviously.
we'll see. But Peter King wrote in his column that it sounds crazy to advocate for the firing of a coach who's won 12 regular season games in each of the last 3 seasons, and of course, it didn't happen with Jerry Jones announcing that McCarthy would be back. But the way these last 3 seasons have ended, it's beyond concerning. The clock mismanagement at the end of the home playoff loss to the Niners 2 years ago, the utter offensive toothlessness at San Francisco last year, falling behind 27-0 after 19 minutes to the Packers. Seriously, with the same staff and same court, do you really expect anything different in 2024? This is a franchise that needs to be taken by the scruff of the neck, shaken, and changed from the inside out. But no, instead, Jones is running it back. Now, it could be true that Belichick told Jones directly or through intermediaries that he had no interest in joining the circus. Even if that's so, Belichick, like Mike Vrabel, would have been a smart chase. For a man who made millions risking it all in the oil business, Jerry seems surprisingly passive in trying to win it all over the past 28 years.
Man, I don't think it's Jerry. I think it's Steven.
But Jerry is allowing Steven to be this. So ultimately it is still Jerry.
He's 81 years old. He's 81 years old, and he handed over the day-to-day operations to the team to his son. Are you faulting him for that?
Yes.
Why?
Because the son is obviously doing it in a way that is preventing it is the opposite of whatever a magnet would be. It's a repellent for Super Bowls.
Then that's not a blame on that's if you want to blame Jerry for handing off his team for being 81 years old, I see your argument.
Okay.
But he handed it off to he thought who's the most capable person in his organization, along with a personnel guy that we all love.
Yeah.
I want to see what Charlotte can do.
I tell you what, I think she'd be a badass.
She might be.
Yeah.
But she might be willing to take some risks.
You know, if Jerry Jones is pulling an Al Davis and really running the team at 81 years old, I could see arguments here. But I do believe it's Steven. This is Steven Jones's team right now. And if Jerry's number one fault is handing it off to somebody that's ultra conservative that way, then go ahead and blame him. But
It's like an Adam Sandler movie.
But right now, I think the blame's going the wrong direction here myself.
So it needs to be Steven. Steven needs to be in the blame.
I think when you start to talk about when they don't want to change. They
Both are to
don't
blame.
want Bill Belichick walking in here or Jim Harbaugh walking in here and saying, we need to do this differently personnel-wise. I don't like the way we're doing this personnel-wise. I don't like this. They don't want that. They don't want that. It's easy for them now. Mike's not going to get in their way about personnel. Mike's not going to get in their way and say, oh, well, like I want him to go in there and say, hey, we need to do something different here. He's not. He's not going to do it different. It's totally comfortable for the way that these guys operate now.
It is.
They don't have anybody questioning their personnel moves. They get to draft. They get to sign players, their own players. They don't do things that the guy in Philadelphia does or people who are fighting for their jobs. That's what this football team is.
Yeah.
They handed it off from a guy who used to do crazy-ass things. And I was part of the crazy-ass things he did.
Heck yeah, you were.
And you know what?
You
The
were a bad
crazy-ass,
mofo.
I almost said an S word there. The crazy-ass stuff will get you fired, But he handed it off. And that's where we are now. That's where we are with this football team. They don't want to change because they could operate in the way that they're comfortable operating. That's the problem. And it ain't Jerry. Jerry's just stepping back. He's 81 years old, but he still has all the titles and stuff. But he ain't in there rolling up his sleeves doing the nuts and bolts stuff. It's Stephen Jones doing this stuff.
Well, he's using his dad eyes instead of his businessman eyes. Okay, so that is Jerry's fault for not being objective about the crap job your son has done.
He's trying to hand on
not teaching son how to be a badass.
Well, you said it earlier. Stephen Jones pinned his dad up against the wall one time.
He did.
I trust me.
I think he did it again, and this time he finished
And he
the
gets
job.
some of that fire back.
He left with dad's cojones the last time he did it.
Well, they've got a general manager in place, and they've got a personnel director. Sorry, I'm not going to put you guys in this. I respect Will McClay.
Yeah.
I really, really
I do too.
I do too. And I think that there's some things that maybe Will would want to do differently, but he understands what they're up against. Yeah. But he does not want change. None of those guys want change because change means they have to do things completely differently from what they've done before, which they've had success doing. Drafting, they draft really, really well. They occasionally sign a free agent that is kind of under the radar kind of guy that works out. They don't play the game that we used to play in the early 2000s, effing up this team. Signing guys, not working out, drafting poorly. That's Jerry still is capable of doing that if you put him in charge.
That's good sports passion right there.
I was going to say, I feel like we need to go standing ovation, round of applause there for Ross. The passion, the ability to dodge the S-bomb there.
Problem, right?
But make the point numb. You drove it home, bro.
I'm just saying, if you folks need to focus on Stephen Jones now.
Okay.
They need to focus on that. That's where you need to focus your anger.
Here he is, Brian Broaddus, the former Cowboys scout, NFL executive, a lifelong Cowboys fan, and the number one influencer on Cowboys social media. He's at Brian Broaddus if you want to follow him on Twitter X. Top 10 420s coming up next. Zach with an H, where are you taking us?
It's one of the best days of the year. It's National Pie Day. We've done a variety of top 10 pie lists, but I've got the most popular pies from every decade. That's next.
Sports with lots of...
Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Franklin Frankel for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. Have some Mavs Rumorooskies coming up in about 15-20 minutes. Now here's your Wooly Bully, Zach with an H with his top 10 at 420.
Thank you very much. National Pie Day. It's a great day. 877-881-1053. Go ahead and text in your favorite pies. Now, we've done top 10 best pies in America, top 10 best pies in the world. But this is going to be the top 10 pies from every decade. So I think everybody will have a little something in here invested.
Yeah.
Depending on when you were born. What was the top pie of your decade? Now, we're going kind of by the year here. So it's not your traditional top 10 where like number one is number one. Number one would be like the 1900s. It's as far back as we're going.
Rhubarb pie.
The rhubarb pie, who knows, could be making an appearance. Ooh. Now, you would be out on the rhubarb, right? Because is that fruit?
I don't know what a rhubarb is.
I don't either.
I don't either, but I was
punchline.
There was a neighbor of mine who is from Indiana handed that thing over as like a holiday present, and well, not for me. The rhubarb
wasn't a crowd pleaser.
Not for me.
Not in particular.
And you'll eat anything.
I really will. But pies are special. I mean, what was it during the Roaring '20s? Broadus, what was y'all's pie of choice?
I would say in the Roaring '20s, we were probably we were poor at the time. We call it the Roaring '20s, but really we were starting to have depressionary things. I'm going to say that maybe probably the cherry pie was the theme of the day. I think probably in the 20s.
Wouldn't be the 20s, no. The cherry pie wasn't quite the pie of the 20s. Now,
I heard it would make a grown man cry, though.
It would, yes. Here's my cherry pie.
If it's the sweet kind.
Yeah, but we love the sweet.
Was it the apple in the 20s?
It's not the apple. So here are your honorable mentions. The
Shepherd's?
2010s, no.
There you go.
And, hey, the shepherd's pie you can't go wrong with. The honorable mentions, the 2010s, that's going to be like an allergy-friendly pie. Like, the gluten-frees.
Oh,
that's what we're doing here in the 2010s. Or the keto. The dairy-free, we're getting big into the allergens here, which I understand.
So there's no real pie here. We're just making up stuff. What are we doing?
No, there's actual pies. 2000 is mini pies. That's the honorable mention there. 1990, the most popular pie of the decade was the confetti pie.
Like funfetti?
Yeah, pretty much. Basically, like looks rainbow. It's like a traditional sugar pie, and then they put in a bunch of rainbow sprinkles in it.
Man,
just for color. It kind of seems
I'm just
like
going to turn my mic
a
off.
cop out.
Yeah.
Why?
I thought it was like real like pies. These don't
They
seem
are
like
real pies.
These are gimmick pies, aren't they, bro?
Yeah, this doesn't seem like real like.
This is like the trying to reinvent the wheel pies.
We'll get to a few.
Yeah.
That are
Like the pumpkin pie
Yeah,
would
we'll
be
get to
like.
a few. Well, when you do a list every year for National Pie Day, I can't just keep retreading the top 10 pies, which are pumpkin and apple. So we're trying to get a little bit creative here.
Oh, okay.
Trying to just bring a fresh list.
All right.
For those that are Tolos and turn it on, leave it on. They're like, man, you're gonna bring back the same
I
list
hope
next
they're not
year?
as confused as I was earlier.
Well, no, you'll get to some of your traditional serious pies here in just a moment. Number 1980s.
How about
would be
the tamale pie? If we're playing a game here, then
tamale pies?
I like the idea of serious pies.
Hey, I'm all for the savory. Get some pizza in there.
3.14 pie.
Some chicken pot pie. Maybe
Now,
a turkey pot
I was
pie.
a 70s guy, and I've seen some pictures from that era. Can I suggest bush pie?
Boom, boom, boom.
It's not a bad one.
Similar to the rhubarb pie. A lot of vegetation.
That's
in there.
true.
There was a big recession there into the decade.
1970s comes in at number 9, or 8, I should say, the mud pie.
Okay.
Which I think you could put a little bit of a spin on what you just said there.
Oh, the mud pie.
The mud pie.
That's just like a chocolate
It's
delight.
It's fudgy. Yeah.
That's more of a 2020s thing, I feel like. More of a recent development.
Some people might want to put ice cream in there.
It is trendy.
You've got number 9, the 1980s is the pudding
Very
pie.
popular in San Francisco, that mud pie.
Is it?
Yeah.
1980s is the pudding pie.
Wow.
Instant pudding. Totally tubular in the 80s, as they would say.
Very inappropriate.
What?
Totally tubular was a great adjective, I think. Descriptive word of some kind.
You can
How
get
often, how often did you use that?
Several times.
Oh.
I don't know how often. I was young. Another one, which was great. I don't know if it blew up here, but one of your friends would tell you something that they were like stoked about, and you'd sarcastically say back, "Oh, powerful," but it was a burn because it wasn't cool at all.
Nice.
Yeah.
I've never
It was
heard
the
that
80s. In a rat tail and some parachute pants. Powerful.
Powerful.
Yeah.
Tubular.
Yeah.
1960s. And Brian, I don't know, maybe you can help us with this one. I've never heard of this pie. It's basically mint and chocolate, but it's called the grasshopper pie.
Yes. Absolutely.
Okay,
That's
so
mint,
this
isn't
is
it? Mint
legit.
chocolate? Yeah.
This is legit. Okay.
Flakes of chocolate.
That sounds
yeah.
wonderful.
It is
Yeah.
very good.
Like a minty green grasshopper cocktail is what it was based off of. 1950s, we've got the Jell-O pie.
That was big in the 80s as well.
This has a bunch of strawberry in it.
Yeah.
The Jell-O thing
You could
was,
put things in there.
Yeah, the Jell-O though, you could put the Jell-O into a like a bundt pan. So a bundt pan is a way to cook.
Okay.
Cook a
Like a
cake,
bundt cake.
Cake. So you put the Jell-O and it's used as a mold.
Mm-hmm.
So you make the mold and then you dump it. And if somebody was serving like Jell-O as a dessert,
Thanksgiving dessert.
yeah, you kind of like that. That was kind of you're quitting. You're really just quitting because you're mixing Jell-O and putting it and then putting it in the fridge.
It
and
is. It's bad.
And you drop fruit in it. It's even more of a quit.
1940s is the apple pie. So there you go.
Okay.
At number 5, we got the apple pie.
Makes sense.
This one was interesting to me.
Curious about 1920 still.
1930s. This one might be the most obscure. Vinegar pie.
Wow. You could make it taste good?
I guess because this was the Great Depression.
Yeah.
So the result, desperation pies.
That's what I'm thinking, man.
It's a
The 20s.
vinegar-filled version. When mixed with sugar, the vinegar mellows out into a sweet, tart, silky smooth custard. It looks disgusting.
Let me see. Yeah, I want to see a picture of that
It's
thing.
not looking good, man.
So is that how we stumbled upon the greatness of the salt and vinegar chip? Was it the Depression?
Maybe.
Is that where like did vinegar really start to get a stranglehold on the culinary landscape because of the Great Depression? Because then when you're starting to look for silver linings,
That could be.
that's one of those, man.
I'm having to cook dishes a lot more with vinegar, but it's like rice wine vinegar. Like when I do my Chinese
it's actually
dishes.
a nice little flavor deal if you can get the right balancing of it.
But I don't
it's in
think
barbecue. And,
I don't think the staying power of the vinegar pie though.
No, I mean,
vinegar's a base for the North Carolina barbecue sauce.
Yeah,
mustard vinegar
feels like it makes a little bit more sense there.
Yeah.
But goodness gracious, I mean, do we get vinegar pies anymore? I don't
Yeah,
think so.
like where can you get the vinegar pie?
You
Like,
will
Broadus,
be-
have you ever tried a vinegar pie?
No.
Okay.
No. You would be surprised though, like to me, how people bake. Like they make brownies and stuff like that.
Oh yeah,
And put,
familiar.
And put salt in the recipe. Like you will put a
sweet
pinch,
and salty, baby.
You put a pinch of salt, so you're doing something chocolate related, but you're making like brownies and stuff, and the recipe calls for a pinch of salt, which you would think like, huh?
What the hell?
Huh? But it's something that mixes well.
1920s is the whoopie pie.
Ooh.
The whoopie pie.
The whoopie pie was the pie
Love
of
connection.
the 1920s that comes in number 2. Yeah.
That was a favorite line from Chuck Woolery.
Okay, the whoopie pie, is that just the basic with the chocolate with the vanilla cream in the middle of it?
Soft cake, like cookies.
With a graham cracker.
And the gooey flavor.
It's like a homemade giant Oreo.
Yeah.
It does kind of look
actually,
like
it's
that.
like, Dawson, it's like the moon pie. Like they
Yes.
make
Very
fun of
moon pie-esque.
Alabama, like
Yeah.
the RC Cola and the moon pie.
Mhm.
That's what the whoopie pie is. It's graham crackers, the white filling, and chocolate all dipped together.
This one's also weird. 1910s, number 2, we've got the icebox pie. So even though refrigerators weren't invented in 1913, most Americans still relied on their trusty icebox to keep foods cold. And in the warm summer months, nothing satisfied like a chili icebox pie.
Is that like a
cold,
like
stiff?
an ice cream pie?
A little bit, yeah. I mean, that's what it looks like. It looks like a lemon ice cream pie, this picture.
I see that sounds incredible to me.
Doesn't sound bad at all.
The ice cream pies are spectacular.
A lot of people are texting in about like what decade is the cream pie. Well, 1900s, number 1.
I thought that was the 60s.
The 1900s, the number 1 pie, the pie of the decade was the banana cream pie.
A tremendous use of bananas. I've been outspoken about the improper use of bananas to make desserts. You can't just put a banana in a bowl of ice cream and be like, but if you're doing what they do right there, like with the banana pudding and the banana, pie stuff like that, they're going next level and adding so much sugar that the banana slices they kind of dissolve into this sugary banana goo, and that's what you want.
And the pudding with the vanilla wafers is
so good. I mean, imagine in pie form. That's delicious. So there's your top 10 pies of the decade.
Dude, that's a brilliant idea. If you have like the wafers as like the crust of the pie.
Hell yeah.
And then
Absolutely.
everything else is the banana. I mean, you could really get something going here. I don't know if that's what they were doing. I don't know if they were doing vanilla wafers at the time.
Probably didn't have vanilla wafers.
As the crust, but
you could grind up vanilla wafers and make a really good crust.
Sounds delicious.
We have crossed the midway point threshold of the G-Bag Nation. We'll take it all the way to 7 o'clock, including the expressway in the 5 o'clock hour. We take it commercial-free, 5:20, all the way to the top there, the 6 o'clock hour. Okay, when we come back, it's time for some more Mavericks content, and there is news that I believe is going to make MFFLs very excited about the NBA trade deadline that's around the corner. And then in addition, of football's finest coming up at 5 o'clock here. It's the G-Bag Nation, fan.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean.
do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods and more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. So why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax, and enjoy the difference.
Thank you, Lucius. We have football's finest coming up at 5 o'clock. We have some trade rumor-rooskies that are indeed insane in the membrane right here for you. And this is what I love to see because it means the Mavs are so involved in trade talks that people are constantly leaking out info. They can't control it. You know how secretive Mark Cuban's become in these trade talks in recent years.
He doesn't own the team anymore, so he can leak all he wants.
Well, I thought he was still in charge.
He can leak all he wants.
All the final decisions.
It's the Vegas people's job now.
Well, whatever the case, we have a lot of players that are rumored to be with the Mavs, and even Mark Cuban himself, he narked on himself this week, saying they want a big man, 6'8" or taller, who can create off the dribble. That is what they are looking for right now. I would also add that you need another veteran big man to go along with Derek Lively. You don't have to find a great one. Like, Robert Williams, who was with the Celtics when they made the finals against the Warriors.
Yeah,
that's all you need. Kevon Looney. Just go
a rim protector that can rebound.
Just battle it out with Jokic and Embiid if we meet them in a series.
And Chris Haynes reported that Portland is open to trading Robert Williams, and there are teams that are obviously looking at him because he is, like, when he's on the court, his health has been a huge issue over the course of his career, but that dude is a difference maker.
And he's hurt right now. He's not going to be able to play until next year, but that gives you an idea of how much teams are looking for a big man who's athletic and mobile. And they're so rare, but the need to be able to actually defend on the perimeter just a little bit while being massive is very rare, and the few guys that can do it are going to be in high demand, Brian.
Okay, let me give you guys needs, and you tell me if you got a player in mind. I hope this is not stumping anybody or anything like that, but somebody might
got
be
about 8
there.
players I'm making my way towards, Brian.
Gotcha. Okay, 3 needs fall in the 3 different buckets: playmaker, 3-and-D wing, combo big.
Yeah,
Playmaker, 3-and-D wing, combo big is in your watching these basketball games on a nightly basis. Are there names that you're hearing? Are there names that you like?
Yes.
Are there names that you could say that guy would be a great fit, who is a playmaker, a 3-and-D wing, and a combo big? Because that seems to be what they're kind of dancing with now.
I found all the 3-and-D wings mostly, although there's a playmaker in here as well, and then I gave you the big in Robert Williams.
Okay.
But there's a Serbian player who is also of Israeli descent, Denny Avdija in Washington, and I believe he's like a point forward, and I love that. 12 points, 6 rebounds, 4 assists per game in Washington, and they're asking about Kyle Kuzma as well. But Avdija is a player that the Mavs reportedly have interested in. Like, if you Google Mavs and the trades right now, there's probably 7 or 8 guys. In Charlotte, you have PJ Washington, good defensive player at the 4, can play 5, decent scorer, doesn't really have the playmaking ability that Avdija did, but he gives you a different kind of 4. And then how about this? There's reports that the Mavs are looking into Miles Bridges, who's averaging 20 and 7. He's been in the league for 5 or 6 years, but hasn't played recently because he had a felony domestic violence, which you hate to see that. You're like, no, this is the guy we want. Now, does that drive his value down? Could you maybe get this guy for a discount? I don't want to be in a position where I have to worry about it happening again, and felony is not something to sneeze at. So I would be looking closely into this situation if I'm the Dallas Mavericks. Like, what were the circumstances around it, and how worried would we be that it could happen again? Because if you trade for a player like that and it happens again, he had to sit out a whole year, and I would say the next time something happens, it would be even longer, so you could lose the asset entirely. And that's, I think, how the risk assessment should go, with teams. If you want to take a second chance on a domestic violence guy, I'll support it, because I think people can change and people need second chances. People make huge mistakes they feel terrible for. So I just want to, but I think that's the exact kind of player that I'd love to get, Chief. 20 and 7 right now.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive stuff. And you would imagine everything you just mentioned, that does probably drive the price down a little bit. And then you factor in the fact that he's on the expiring contract. This is the final year, so it might be a bit of a rental situation. You might be able to get him on the cheap, and his cap hit is only $8 million.
Wow.
for this season. So, and again, that's expiring. So you could probably get him on the cheap, I would think.
Yeah, you have Jeremy Grant in Portland. His cap number significantly higher. Mavs have been tied to asking about him.
That's what Sandler just texted me while he was sitting
Yeah,
there.
he likes Jeremy Grant.
Yeah, he's like him too, yeah.
I'd be trying to get him and Malcolm Brogdon. You know, that's your smaller playmaker, good defensive guy. I think he has an expiring contract as well.
I think he does.
They got him in the trade for Damian Lillard, and he's just kind of like, hey, I'm a veteran that's willing to help a championship rotation, but these guys aren't ready to win right now.
I think you brought up Brogdon before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think your
personality
source said
quirks.
he's like a mercenary.
Oh,
he's just
that's right.
constantly playing for his next big contract, and he's a me first guy.
You got him right.
Yeah.
You got him right, yep.
But he's good at it, you know, and he's in a contract year. So if that's a rental, what I'm thinking, guys, and it's, you know, we could absolutely get a significant trade here in the next couple of weeks. It's just a matter of the right deal being available. The model now is 2 stars and then another 4 or 5 guys who are really freaking good. It's not necessarily 3 superstars. I don't even know if 3 superstars works. It's so hard to build the rest of the team around these guys. But now that you got Vegas money in line, I think going into luxury tax threshold is going to be more doable. I think they can make a trade at this deadline with 1 pick and a couple of assets and then go back and do another trade in the summer. And I think that's what we're going to get as long as the right situation materializes. But seeing all of these different names that are available, quality guys that fit the description of what you need, you have to do one of these deals for one of these gentlemen. It's just so rare that a bunch of 6'8" dudes who can create their own shot and play a varying degree of good defense are available. And what supply does in a market like this, it brings the compensation down significantly. Hopefully, Mark Cuban and Nico over there can make something happen. Brian, what do you have to add?
Yeah, I kind of feel like, though, just as we're banging along here, Grant's tough because he's got a monster contract. It's a tough one to deal with. Your Washington player,
Adia,
he's decent. He's a fair way to put it. I'm kind of getting I asked what does he do well.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, it sounded like to me probably a decent player there is a fair
Euro
way
dude, full skill set.
Yeah,
hey, I'm catching the ball. I can shoot, pass, or actually dribble and make plays for myself and others. I think you've seen what Dante Exum has done just having a full skill set. And those are the kind of players that I'm looking for. I think on his European team, Luka plays better when there's a bunch of guys that are a triple threat every time they catch the basketball. You can put a lot more pressure on opposing defenses like that. And I mean, Exum being a borderline NBA player comes to a skill-starved roster and looks like your 4th best player because you just don't have enough of those traits.
Yeah. I'll get you the update, though, as on our Washington guy here in a second.
I know you will, Brian. You're at this point a quadruple insider. There is not a sport he cannot become an insider for, and we love him for it. Okay, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. Looks like we got 3 down, 2 to go. And an edition of Football's Finest is coming up next, Chief. What do you have in mind?
2 ingredients the front runners need on defense and weird vibes and filthy next year in the nation.
Okay, can we chat Men's T Clinic, though?
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation, and a little birdie just told me we are now 15 minutes away from Adrian Beltre being announced into the Hall of Fame, and we're looking forward to that. We'll talk about a bit more about that coming up in the Expressway at 5:20. LA Live with Lucius Alexander is right around the corner. That's coming up at 5:40. Time now for football's finest, and here's the Chief.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. 2 ingredients this front runner's defense needs. We'll get you that here in just a second. But I did want to address something that was said yesterday. I'm like, dude, if there's even an inkling that Andy Reid could be retiring at the end of this Chiefs season, if you're Bill Belichick, you got to hang around and wait for that thing to open up before you commit. But the more I thought about it, I'm like, there's no way Andy Reid lets that happen. If you're Andy Reid, you don't want Bill Belichick to follow you. Like there's the human nature aspect of whenever I leave this thing, I don't want it to get better. I'd honestly like for it not to stay the same, maybe get a touch worse here. So if you're Andy Reid and you know you're retiring, you're going to the front office of Kansas City. It's like, hey, I don't have to necessarily handpick. And if it was me handpicking as Andy Reid, it's probably going to be old Nagy. You know, that's less than ideal. But if you're Andy Reid, you're like, dude, you can't. If I'm hanging him up, Bill, you can't go to Bill here.
I wonder if Eric Bieniemy would have a real shot at that job.
Yeah, I could see that.
If it came open. An Eric Bieniemy type of Nagy, no. I think the players would love to have Eric Bieniemy back. That's just my taking a look at it from.
You keep the continuity. You keep like offensively. You wouldn't have to really worry about anything changing really for Mahomes in the offense. So I think that would make a ton of sense there, honestly. But I'd imagine, hey, if you're Bill Belichick, you wait for that job to open up. But if you're Andy Reid, you're like, heck no. I'm not allowing this to happen. And Andy's got enough skins on the wall. He can go ahead and make that call there, and I think Kansas City would oblige. Now, when it comes to our Dallas football frontrunners, we do have 2 ingredients here that it looks like.
Oh, there's a lot of number 2.
The best defense in football has this. Kyle Van Noy. Even though I like the idea, he's just Kyle Van Champion now. Seems like he's just a magnet for being on good teams. Kyle Van Noy plays for the Ravens of Baltimore.
Dang.
He described their defense, grimy, savage. This group is a grimy, savage group, end quote. That's Kyle Van Noy talking about his defense. I think those are some of the ingredients that the frontrunners need defensively.
Yeah.
And you don't become grimy and savage when you're up by 21 and everything's beautiful. You're grimy and savage when your offense is struggling in a playoff game in the first half, your punt return team's giving up a touchdown, and you're the defense going, man, we're scratching and clawing, and we're not going to allow this to get out of our hands. We're gonna give our special teams a little break here. We know our offense is going to come around at some point. Just give them a little bit of time, but we're going to come out of the gates here ready to dominate, and we're going to be grimy, we're going to be savage. I think that's exactly what you want. That's what needs to be on the whiteboard right now for Dan Quinn.
Yeah.
Let's get grimier and let's get way more savage because we don't have enough grimy savages on the D.
No, we need grimy savage, grit, toughness. I'm all about the grimy savages on the D-line.
I don't know the last time we had a grimy defense. You might have to go back to the 70s.
Ooh. Yeah.
Grimy.
They had some grimy. 77 defense was really good.
Doomsday unit?
Yeah, the team that beat the Broncos in the Super Bowl. Go back and watch the highlights. They'd been called for like clothesline tackle, roughing the passer about 7 times in that game, what they did to Craig Morton. So, yeah.
But it's tough to be grimy and savage when that's not really the personality of the organization.
No, you're still recovering from the Jason Garrett years, and the culture that puts you back as far as being soft and Boy Scouty.
RK Jeezy?
Yeah, that was bad. And, it might be a while before you'll be able to totally extricate that from – the leaders pass along that sort of deal, and plus there's just so many players and so much momentum over years. And Mike's been talking about this. Has he made any progress? I don't think so. I don't think we have any progress in this department.
We're not a tough and grimy city.
Yeah, but if you bring enough tough and grimy people in, they'll just have like a tough, grimy pocket. Like the AAC is a hockey pocket on game night. You know, you can gather people together. You don't have to be a reflection of your city's personality. You know, I think if you get, front office people and coaches that are committed to finding those kind of guys and not shying away from them. I mean, what else comes along with grimy is a little bit of, got to screw loose a little, you know? And you have to be comfortable with coaching those kinds of guys and helping them be the best version of themselves.
I think the Detroit Lions finally found a grimy, mean, nasty coach.
Glenn Rose.
Coach I think the coach is reflective of that city is a broke, poor city of just, everything about it's beat down, I think
blue collar, tough city.
Yeah, I felt like they found the right coach to match their city, to match who they are.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe it's just not in the DNA here.
Well, we have 1-5, so whether we're grimy or not,
is.
there is something that's been right in the past, and I hope the Cowboys can solve this part of it, because I mean, you combine grime with speed and it's over.
Yeah,
you're knocking D's in the dirt nonstop.
Grimy, savage, speed. Maybe that's the real trifecta right there. But this is starting to get under my skin, though. For as likable as these Lions are, did you guys see what the New York Post did?
Oh no,
this ticks me off. Their back page for Monday, victory Detroit Lions Monday. The real America's team. That's the headline.
No. Just because everyone's jumping on the Lions bandwagon right now.
I don't care how big the bandwagon is. The Lions are not America's team. The bandwagon for the Lions could never be as big as the bandwagon for the Frontrunners. And if you ever think there's anyone, even for a single second, that is more America's team than the Frontrunners, you're freaking wrong. Okay? And they say lovable Lions, just one win from Super Bowl after beating the Bucks, America's team, the real America's team. The Frontrunners should be, I imagine this angers Jerry Jones more than losing to the Packers did. When you see a back page that's doing that, that's the ultimate disrespect to the Frontrunners right there.
I think so. I do think this has become a tired narrative that some other team that has captured the imagination temporarily of the Cowboys can somehow replace decades of ratings dominance that continues to this day, and to the point that you're tuning in for a Fox halftime show and it sounds like a Cowboys pep rally. That's what Jimmy Johnson and those guys did, a Cowboy pep rally.
Jeremy Fowler of ESPN is saying that staff members in Philadelphia are upset about Brian Johnson being let go. Quote, there's some weird vibes out of there.
Yeah, I don't get it. I don't know.
He says, I don't know that everybody on the staff is happy about everything that's gone down, especially with Brian Johnson, who was sort of caught in the middle.
Yeah, I think what happened there is you ended up with so many different ideas of what was in our best interest. And whether it was the two different coordinators or the offensive coordinator, like they lost faith and the coach couldn't gain consensus. And that's how the coach got to go. He couldn't keep people on the same page and inspired to go in the same direction. And they've ultimately are taking great joy in complaining and airing their dirty laundry. It's a broken culture.
Yeah, when you're getting reports of weird vibes out of your locker room, out of your team, that is not a place you want to find yourself.
I try to jump on this Brian Johnson situation, though. I do think the different kinds of coaches. You have guys that draw up plays. You have guys that teach all the little things to players. That's what Brian Johnson was great at. You have guys who are great, in the moment of battle, calling different plays and adjusting to what the defense is doing and staying present. You need a lot of different disciplines, and your individual technique coach. It's no shame if you can't call plays. You're just a different kind of brilliant. Guy worked with Dak at Mississippi State. If I'm the Cowboys, I'm like, let's call Brian Johnson, see if we can, make something happen here. Now, of course, they have all their own guys, and they want to keep things comfortable.
Scott Tolzien's not going to get fired by Mike McCarthy as a quarterback's coach.
No.
That's not. No.
But I wonder if this is like a Howie Roseman or whatever coming down and being like, hey, this is like a Nick Sirianni. We're moving on. I know he's your guy or whatever, Brian Johnson, but we're moving on from him. If you want to keep your job.
That's exactly what that is.
That's Nick Sirianni being like, sorry, Brian, I hate to let you go, but I got to do something here. And if I want to keep my own job, I have to, some heads are going to have to fall. I'm not going to let it be my own.
A veteran coach might walk away and say, fine, I'm not going to fire my guys. Not a guy who's in his, third year in the National Football League? No. No.
Now we read a little piece from the Peter King Good Morning Football. No, it's Football Morning in America.
Football Morning in America.
There we go. I knew there was
much better.
Footballs. There was morning times. There was America. Now he used to work.
The Monday morning quarterback was iconic, right?
Oh yes, the MMQB.
It was a special time.
I think Albert Breer took that thing over.
He did.
Yeah.
Drove into a ditch.
Well,
with both hands.
Peter King used to work for Sports Illustrated back when it was like legit,
before they got booted out.
Yeah, before they went to artificial intelligence being their reporters and their journalists, and then now they've completely bottomed out.
Completely shut down.
That was the news.
It's just rumor mongering. Now it's like it's lower than Bleacher Report.
Yeah.
It's weird what happened to it.
It's bad, but it used to be sort of the King. And
absolutely.
And the King himself, Mr. Peter, has he's got multiple nuggets, little personal stories. He worked there for 29 years. And so he basically, as part of his article, he went through he's like, this is the Sports Illustrated that I remember. And he has little anecdotal moments from throughout his career that were special to him. And two of them stood out to me, one of which is about the 1990 Dallas Cowboys. He says, I remember one Friday afternoon in 1990 as the Dallas Cowboys started to get good, and I got assigned to their game that week. I worked their locker room during the media availability period and introduced myself to the playmaker, Michael Irvin. Man, was he happy to see me. Hey, Irvin announced to the locker room, we're in a Sports Illustrated game this week. So it was like one of those, it was like a big thing. It's like you're on national television or Monday Night Football or, oh my gosh, somebody from Sports Illustrated is here to cover our game. We must be really good, or this must be a huge game here. And it's funny to consider that all these years later, and here's where Sports Illustrated find itself. And then this is the next one. It's Deion Sanders. He says, I remember going to a lobby phone in the downtown Pittsburgh Hilton late on a Sunday afternoon in August of 1992. Quote, could you ring the room of Red Fox, please? I said. Deion Sanders' pseudonym in road hotels. So that was like his little fake name of Deion Sanders. That's what he was Red Fox when he was on the road. He'd given it to me because he knew in the media world there was SI and everyone else angling for second place, and he wanted a pipeline to the magazine. I got him on the phone. He told me his room number on the 19th floor, and I went up. I found Sanders shirtless with a crucifix hanging, a crucifix against his glistening chest, bat in his hand. He'd gone hitless against knuckleballer Tim Wakefield that afternoon, and now he was taking swings in front of a mirror in his room, all the while trying to figure whether to play football or baseball full-time or whether to split the baby. He was depressed. Gosh. And the quote from Deion was, I want the damn zoo to stop. And I guess that was a huge Deion dilemma. He was on the cover at half his face as the baseball version of himself, half his face as the football version of himself. And that was one of the Sports Illustrated covers from the 90s that Peter King wrote. But it's crazy to think what Sports Illustrated used to be. And then all the way to now, I mean, to the point where Michael Irvin is making it a big deal that a guy from Sports Illustrated is covering their game. And then Deion Sanders is willing to give up his Red Fox pseudonym to a writer named Peter King that he really doesn't know. But hey, it's Sports Illustrated, and that's the pinnacle. And if I want to get my story out the way I need it to get out, gosh dang it, Peter King, get up to the 19th floor and watch me go shirtless in the mirror as I swing my bat. And that was not a euphemism.
Yeah.
No, that happened.
Now, we have Bills Mafia continuing to do what Bills Mafia does. I don't know a fan base that would do this. Tyler Bass misses the field goal. Everybody knows, even Korea they know.
Are they donating to his charity?
$50,000.
Yep. Maybe they're not such bad people.
Tyler Bass's charity. He misses the field goal. He is the poster boy for the Bills losing, for failure. Yes.
Yeah.
And Bills Mafia decides they're going to go hand $50,000 over to a local cat shelter that the Buffalo Bills kicker is hugely supportive of. So it's a very interesting, probably the most interesting fan base in all of sports there. Rabid as freak. They seem like they've got a screw loose, but they got a heart. even when they're down and out. They're probably the most tortured fan base in all of sports. And they're like, you know what, Tyler Bass? We're here
for you, buddy.
We're here for you, dude. That is crazy. Wasn't expecting that. Did you guys see what happened to Tyreek Hill?
No, what happened?
He got married 76 days ago, and apparently he's filing for divorce.
Yeah,
in Broward County.
Oh no,
76 days. I believe that's less than the hilarious basketball Kim Kardashian marriage from years and years ago. I think that one at least got to like 90 days.
Oh yeah,
Chris
Humphries. Yes,
Chris Humphries. Good pull, Broadus.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
76 days.
Now are helping me.
That is crazy.
Good for you, buddy.
And then I meant to mention this earlier when we were talking about the Eagles, but did you guys see the video of the eagle, like an actual eagle, carrying a deer that's floating around the internet right now?
No way.
Whoa, an eagle carrying a deer. This does not sound possible.
I know. I was wondering, am I getting fooled by the internet here? I will do my best to DM it to you guys in a timely fashion. I didn't know this was possible. I've never had more respect for the bald eagle.
Like a small deer, maybe like a doe.
This is
like a little baby deer.
It doesn't. It certainly doesn't look like it's a giant buck with huge antlers. But I have footage here in front of me, and I just sent it to you, Walchuk. I'm trying to get it to the rest of you, of a full-on eagle carrying high into the sky by its throat a four-legged creature that we know as a deer.
I'm looking at the video right now. I'm wondering, is this green screen effect? You know, is this like a butcher that was hanging up the deer, getting ready to slaughter it? It is hunting season.
What the hell?
And he has essentially superimposed that. I mean,
there's no way, man.
If you're a deer, you wouldn't grab it by the face or the head. You'd want to get that. I don't know.
Hell?
I'm trying to figure out like who is expert enough in this that can tell me that this is just complete bullcrap or this is actually what eagles are capable of. And I feel like that means like the smaller size sort of humans have to be nervous when eagles are flying around. Like they could snatch you up like that.
Who's the lady that listens to our show? Who's the doctor, the veterinarian?
Rachel.
Maybe she's listening right now. Text in, call. Do something.
Please, Rachel.
Okay. She would know.
We need Rachel.
You're
Rachel
looking,
would know.
okay, so a fawn is 6 to 8 pounds at birth.
There you go.
So their first winter, they've hit 60 pounds. I think a strong enough eagle could still probably get away with 35 pounds, maybe 30, something like that.
The golden eagles.
In right next to my parents' house, there's something called the High Desert Museum. It's just outside of Bend, Oregon. And they have these birds of prey, and it is one of the coolest like walking museums to go to. And they have these like little presentations where you can sit down and they call in like different owls and hawks and stuff, and they soar like right over the crowd. It's the coolest thing.
Wow.
I
think I saw pictures of Hagee in Alaska where he was able to feed like bald eagles. They came in and you throw like food out and they come flying in and you could feed them right there in front of you like you're feeding pigeons.
That was a legendary Alaska trip that Hagee had. I've heard a number of stories about that, but not that one.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, guys. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to jump into the Expressway, take a look at everything that's been breaking throughout your broadcast afternoon. And on top of that, we'll take a look at Cowboys Twitter and the very latest on America's team. That's coming up next here in the G-Bag Nation. I want to talk D&M leasing before we do.